paper, but Thurston. I know I shouldn't have gone along with that. I knew it then. That's why I was eager to get out of it all and go to that conference. Lem, please believe me, I didn't send you on that errand in order to have you arrested. Those really were letters to my friends, and I honestly didn't know people could be arrested for delivering or receiving letters. I wanted to believe that, Sophie. It was very hard for me not to believe that. But during the whole investigation and trial they kept repeating the name of my high school teacher George Alberts, and they kept asking if I'd known him. Of course I'd known my own high school teacher. They said he was a spy, and that made sense to me. I knew he'd had Debbie Matthews fired from her job. Who else but you could have told the police that George Alberts had been my high school teacher? Lem, your arrest and Alberts' behavior in the high school had nothing to do with each other. George Alberts and Louisa. You're as unscrupulous as I'd thought, Sophie. You can't implicate Louisa, don't you remember I know her? I confronted her with that as soon as I met her. How did you even know that Louisa and I had any connection with Alberts? Did the police tell you that? I knew you must have told them Alberts had been my high school teacher, and that's all I knew then. It was Debbie Matthews who told me. Of course. I last saw Lem 7 years ago in Debbie Matthews' house. I hadn't expected to see him there, and my complete surprise had kept me from absorbing a great deal of what he told me. We went there on a weekday night. It was summer. I was exhausted after having sweated all day in the fiberglass factory. I wasn't altogether receptive to Lem's narrative or to his presence. This happened a few weeks after I had moved into the house Sabina and Tina had rented. Sabina told me that Jose had supported Debbie financially after Tom Matthews and Ron both died. Debbie had never gotten a job again after she'd been fired from high school because of Alberts. After her second visit to Jose in jail, Sabina became concerned about the fact that Debbie was no longer receiving any income from Jose. When she said she was on her way to Debbie's house, I begged to go along. I had liked Ron's mother, and I had never really thanked her for having helped me find Sabina after I'd been evicted from the university co-op. Tina also begged to go along, so as to see her grandmother again. Tired as I was extremely curious about the relationship Sabina would be able to establish with Debbie. Jose was something like Debbie's adopted son, so I wasn't surprised that she accepted his financial support. But I wondered how willing she'd be to accept money from George Albert's daughter. As soon as we entered the house where I'd almost been shot by Ron's father 10 years earlier, I was sorry I'd asked to go along. Debbie answered the door wearing nothing but panties and a brassiere. She reeked of alcohol. She yelled, "Well, what do you know, Lem, the Alberts girls, all 2 of them, and Ron's kid. So you've come to finish us off." Behind Debbie, in his underwear, stood Lem Isel, the same Lem who had been my fellow pupil in Debbie Matthews' high school class, the same Lem who had been introduced to the world of tendencies and things by Debbie Matthews. Sabina shoved an envelope into Debbie's hand and said curtly, "Jose is in jail, he wanted me to give you this." Sabina was ready to leave. But Debbie threw the envelope at Sabina's feet and shouted, "Pick that up and take it with you, Miss Alberts. No one here is for sale. Isn't that right, Lem?" Then Debbie turned to me. "What are you staring at, dearie? The bathing suits? Don't you know it's the season for them? Isn't that right, Lem?" "That's right, Debbie," Lem answered, "bathing suits. We don't owe her any explanations anyway, not after what she did to us." "What did I do?" I asked angrily. Debbie turned to me with flaming hatred in her eyes. "You unscrupulous, manipulative bitch. You're 10 times worse than that lousy sister of yours. You're Albert's first daughter. You're really good at it, you sure took me in. First I thought there was only one of you and that she was a two-faced schizophrenic. Then I learned there were 2, and the second one was as sweet and innocent as a newborn babe. She's even shocked by bathing suits. But you can't do that innocent act in front of Lem. Show her your wounds, Lem." What did I ever do to him? I asked angrily. Sabina kicked the envelope into the room and started leaving. Tina pulled me by the arm and begged, "Don't make a scene, Sophia, please, can't you see they're both drunk?" Debbie shouted, "What did you do? Look. Look at this gash across his head. Look at his back. Look at his arms. Show her the rest, Lem. Show her what she did to you." Sabina and Tina went out to the sidewalk. I started sobbing, "Have you gone crazy, Debbie? I didn't touch Lem. I couldn't have done that." "There's no point in your acting so innocent, Sophie," Lem said, "I know all about those letters. That was a vicious trick to link me up with George Alberts, of all people. Really vicious. It wasn't until I got back and saw Debbie that I found out what else Alberts was, your father. After what he did to Debbie, you couldn't have told me he was your father, could you? So you made them think I was related to Alberts. You probably expected me to die there. Why, Sophie? Because of omissions." Debbie said, "Because you're a worse piece of shit than he is, that's why. At least Alberts never went so far as to pretend to be my boyfriend." My anger returned and I shouted, "You're raving, Lem. What happened to those letters I gave you? What did you do with them? They mattered to me, Lem. My whole life was in them." Lem answered, "They put me through 2 years of prisons and camps, Sophie. 2 years. I told them everything I knew, but they beat me, burned me, cut me for not telling them things I couldn't know. They kept questioning me, transferring me, and questioning me again. But you did do something for me, Sophie. Thanks to you I now know what it's really like over there. It's as rotten as it is here. Thanks to you my eyes were opened, Sophie. Now I see that civilization is at the root of it all. Since I've been back I've been discovering new ideologies, positive ones, to replace what turned out to be a rotten ideology. I've been studying ancient Egyptian philosophy and Debbie introduced me to the peace movement. If you hadn't done this to me, Sophie, I'd think you'd be the perfect peace movement person. I always thought of you as a person with an inner light." I was nearly hysterical with fury. I screamed at him. "You're lying, you bastard. You lost my letters. You're making all this up because you don't want to admit you lost them." I ran out of Debbie's house crying. I didn't believe a word he'd told me. For 7 years I remained convinced that he'd lost my letters. But some part of me must have believed something of what he said, because as we walked home I felt increasingly guilty. I asked Sabina and Tina if they'd heard of the peace movement. Sabina was too uninterested to answer, but Tina said, "I've seen them. They sit in front of building entrances and wait for people to hit them. I talked to one of them. They think the more people hit them the more good they're doing." I didn't miss Tina's sarcasm, but a few weeks later I went to the address on a leaflet Tina brought me and I joined the peace movement. I wanted to feel I was doing good when I was hit. For several years I had been hit and I'd felt only the pain. One of the first people I met in the peace movement was Art Sinich, the young man who helped Louisa transport Lem to the estate. All this came back to me while I listened to the bearded Lem on the abandoned estate. "You must have told them Alberts had been my high school teacher. It was Debbie Matthews who told me George Alberts was your father. So you were going to have me put away the way your father had Debbie put away. Lem, you're wrong. You can't implicate Louisa because I got to know her too, Sophie. You're no good. Debbie saw right through you. The first time I met Louisa I asked her what connection she'd had with Alberts and with my arrest. I learned she hadn't seen you in years. She'd separated from Alberts when we were still in high school and she disliked Alberts to the point of not wanting to even answer questions about him. Will you let me explain, Lem? It wouldn't do any good, Sophie. Not because you're no good. Maybe Debbie was wrong. But because it's not important. These things are petty and most people spend their whole lives concentrating on petty things. I've learned to concentrate on Your inner light. You told me earlier, Lem. I saw Louisa returning from the direction behind Lem. I didn't have the energy to begin to explain. I couldn't even bring myself to apologize to that hairy, filthy mystic. I felt disgust and terrible guilt. I was the one who'd made him what he was, that revolting, rag-covered glob. Louisa was all smile. You picked a gorgeous day for your outing, Sophia. She started skipping along the pond and then ran right past Lem toward me. I fell into her arms crying. Everything he told you about me, Louisa, it's all true, every word of it. Louisa pressed my head between her hands and brushed my tears away with her thumbs. Hey, I don't think I like this. I didn't ever intend to hold you to that promise. What promise? I sobbed. Your promise to cry for me. I was flattered when you made that promise, but I know it's nothing but a trick designed to prove you're the child and I'm the old woman. I tried hard to smile. My visit is over, Louisa. We were going to go street walking afterwards, remember? Fine. You'll be my mentor. I'm the young novice. Remaining where she stood, Louisa shouted, Goodbye, Lem. Take good care of Mother Nature. And close the front door. Thanks for coming, Louisa. You'll come again. As soon as the inner light tells me to, Lem. She grabbed my hand and we ran through the forest to the street, avoiding Lem's path. As we walked to the bus stop, I said, Louisa, have you changed or are you always like this? Whenever I'm in love. I used to hide from you when I was in love, you always spoiled it. Today for some reason I enjoy your company immensely. I think I know the reason. I'm finally not your mother anymore, Sophia. That feeling is gone, it's dead, not a trace of it remains. I like you for the first time in my life. You're like a new friend, an older friend. Older hell. I'll race you to the corner. I shouted, starting to run. Older. Older, she screamed, and reached the corner first. You think I'm jealous of your affair, or coming affair with Damon? I asked as we climbed into the bus. You can have him. I think he's awful. Sour grapes, she yelled, pushing me into a seat. When we got off the bus, Louisa hopped in front of me, spun around coquettishly, and then put her arm through mine and tugged me hurriedly down the street, asking, Do I look like a hooker? Am I walking right? Come on, teacher, start teaching. Louisa, I have a confession to make. Ah, Sophia, don't tell me you've never done it either. What a sad sack. Didn't those friends of yours teach you anything? I suppose you didn't approve. If you, serious about it, Louisa, why are we rushing down the street? Because I'm starving, that's why. I've got all the ingredients for a rice casserole and I'm inviting my new comrade to be my guest, unless she has prior commitments. No commitments, Louisa, I'd love to come. I haven't been there in years. Good. Since you won't tell me any of your secrets, I'll have all the more time to tell you mine. As soon as we were inside the house I started to run upstairs to my room, but Louisa stopped me halfway. Hey, where are you going? Someone lives there. I climbed back down. Sorry. I stupidly assumed it would always be my room. Is it someone I know? Art Sinich. Art lives in my room. Since when? Since the week after we took Lem to the country. Louisa. Did the entire peace movement stay in my room? Just Lem and Art. And it's not your room. I've often thought Prudence would have been a much better name for you. You were named for a Sophia who was reckless, uninhibited, ferociously independent. I thought you'd stopped being my mother. I have, sourpuss. That's why I'm having such a good time taking jabs at you. Where will you put Damon? Are you collecting a male harem? You act exactly as I'd always feared you would. You're so predictable. But my fear is gone. You're not my conscience anymore. Your conscience. And who made me that? I haven't the slightest idea, Sophia. I didn't. Nachalo didn't. They say that when the children of radicals rebel, they do so by becoming conservative. That's unfriendly, Louisa. I haven't exactly been conservative, and I always try to live up to your morals, my pretty. You don't know anything about my morals. I do know I had to hide from them with great care. I hope that didn't spoil all your fun. It didn't spoil much, Sophia. I was careless only once, with Alec. Alec. Don't you know he only wanted? You're as red as this pepper. Here, help me put this into the oven. Do you like it spicy? Not too. Fine, then it's ready to bake. I thought you were through with Alec. I was. I couldn't stand him. Then why all this passion? Because I'm your mother? We should have had the scene at least 20 years ago. We'd either have become friends or sworn enemies, instead of this wishy-washy, polite how are you, nice to see you again. No, I'm not collecting a harem, Sophia. I'm just living my life, and I'm not hiding from you anymore. In fact, I'm having the time of my life showing it to you. Art was fine while the peace movement lasted, but he dried up when it dried up. When he too started talking about his inner light, I asked him to leave. He'll move out this week. Nor do I expect Damon to move in here. Doesn't he have a nice place of his own? I like him, that's all. I get excited just talking to him on the phone. A professor. Professors are beasts, Louisa. Doesn't that conflict with your principles, to like someone because he's an authority? Is that why you're so upset? Help me set the table. I'm not upset. Where do you keep the glasses? On the top shelf. You'll need a chair. Bring down 2 champagne glasses too. Champagne. Just for me, your conscience. We're celebrating my independence. I'm sorry you have to celebrate that. Not your fault, Sophia. I loved that man. He was my first. I was mad about him and I wanted to carry his child as well as his name. Now I'm carrying only his name. Salute y libertad. To my independence. Am I nothing at all like Nachalo? Not a hair, Sophia. You're as gentle as a lamb. Whereas he was violent, like Sabina, like Ron. If you insist on that comparison. Then why did you like him? You hated Ron. You hate Sabina. Why did you like them? In high school you left Lem with his tongue hanging out and ran off with Ron. Explain that, Sophia, and you'll explain why I went crazy for Nachalo. Yes, he was violent. He lived with his rifle. When I met him he hadn't eaten for days and lived in a rat hole. But his rifle was clean and he had lots of ammunition. Whenever he heard shooting he ran towards it. If it was workers shooting at priests, state officials, capitalists, or cops, he'd empty his rifle as fast as he could fill it. But if 2 groups of workers ever shot at each other he'd risk his life by standing between them and shouting, "When workers kill each other, there's no more reason to live. Kill me from both sides." His violence was revolutionary violence. It had nothing in common with Ron's hooliganism. You never knew Ron. Besides, weren't there people in your union who thought Nachalo was a hooligan? What did George Alberts think of him? Every one of the workers I introduced him to was as enthusiastic about him as I was. Louisa, you're hiding part of the picture. Of course the conservative old union leaders thought he was a hooligan. They considered everyone who still talked of revolution a hooligan. But their influence disappeared on the day of the barricades. Even Alberts became quite violent himself when Margarita died. He joined Nachalo on the front and nearly died alongside him. They fought for the workers' cause. Ron, Sabina, and their ilk fought for nothing but their own precious selves. Your casserole is delicious, Louisa. Well, didn't they? I don't know, Louisa. I'm confused. Let's talk about something else. When we were arrested 20 years ago, why did the three of us get out of jail after 2 days whereas others stayed locked up for 4 years? That's Yarostan's question. What if it is? You've told me George Alberts arranged our release. What power did he have to do that? Why do you ask that? George became something of a mythical hero during the war. He did some research, I suppose in physics, though he never told me about any of it. His work supposedly contributed significantly toward the victory. It made him a big man, very influential, with international connections. Everyone knew that, including Yarostan. What do you mean? What power did he have? There was nothing mysterious or secret about the power he had. If they'd left us in jail, he'd have made a big scene in the world's press, wife and family of wartime physicists arrested, tortured, and whatever else they spiced up those stories with. I despised him by then. During the war he'd convinced himself that workers were incapable of carrying a revolution through. He'd convinced himself all they could do was topple a dictatorship and make room for another and probably worse dictatorship. By the time we got here he was an outspoken reactionary. He thought our experience had only proved his reactionary outlook yet another time. Then why did you leave with him? I thought we had no other alternatives, and I still think so. Did Yarostan tell you there were better things for us to do? He spent 4 years in prison. I only learned that when his letter came this year. At the time I thought everyone was being released, either a day before us or a few days after. The police told us we'd all been arrested by mistake, it had all been a bureaucratic blunder. And you believed that? Sophia, it's the easiest thing in the world to be so smart 20 years after the event. Of course I believed them, I had no reason not to. And you're not the one to be asking questions about my clear-eyedness during those days. You were old enough to use your own head and draw your own conclusions, and you obviously don't remember just how helpful you were. A 15-year-old girl hanging onto her mother's coat and staring off into space like an idiot who'd lost all her brains. I was so ashamed of you. Sabina's gypsy mother had only been 14 when she died on the barricades. Don't you see you're still trying to hang on to me? Why didn't you do this instead of that, mother? Sabina was only 13, but she knew perfectly well what she wanted. She couldn't wait to leave, and the ship wasn't fast enough for her. If you'd said you wanted to stay, you'd have stayed. If you'd only made a peep. I'm ruining your celebration, Louisa. I'm sorry I brought that up. Damn you, Sophia, wipe those tears off your face. Why didn't you cry then? I would have understood tears. I would have left you there if that was what you wanted. But that stupid, helpless stare. I couldn't leave you in that condition, I thought you were sick. Don't you dare cry now. It's 20 years too late and I'm not a bit moved. I don't even feel sorry for you. You've made yourself what you are, Sophia, and if you hate yourself that way, don't start blaming me. Smile, won't you, please? A pretty, friendly smile, as if you enjoyed your comrade's company. Not through tears, you ninny. That's 10 times worse. There, that's better. I don't see why you'd hate yourself. To me you've turned out just fine. You've already led 2 different lives. You're the rascal, you know that, Louisa. See? I haven't turned out so bad either. Thanks for the delicious dinner, Louisa, and for taking me to see Lem. Let me pour another round before I leave. To our friendship. Bravo, Sophia. There were thousands of other things I'd wanted to tell you. Then you'll have to invite me thousands of times. It must all sound terribly garbled to you. That Sunday night as I rode home in a taxi I was determined to start writing you the following morning, before I'd forgotten everything I had just learned. I got home exhausted and slightly drunk. But I couldn't sleep. What Sabina and Louisa had told me about Nachalo, Margarita, and George Alberts passed through my mind alongside images of that dirty, bearded hermit who had slept in what had once been my room. The following morning I got up with a headache. I stared at a blank sheet of paper but couldn't concentrate on anything. In fact, I sat and stared all day long. I didn't even thank Sabina when she brought me a sandwich. It was my first completely empty day in years. It wasn't only the previous night's wine, nor my headache, that made me stare like an idiot who'd lost all her brains. I wondered if I'd really turned out as fine as Louisa claimed I had, if I had any reason to be satisfied with the two lives I'd led. I had lost my teaching job and didn't have the prospect of finding another one. It dawned on me that for the past 12 years I hadn't had any projects. All my life I've wanted to create something of my own, something that has meaning to those I love. Yet for the past 12 years I've had only jobs, pseudo-projects, activities that use up my project time and my creative energy but aren't in any sense my own. They existed before me and continue after me. They did more than use up my energy. They were substitutes for the real thing. They pretended to be projects. They filled the gap left by the absence of any activity of my own. They gave me the illusion that I was living while 12 dead years went by. It dawned on me that I hadn't done anything of my own since I'd worked on my novel just before being thrown out of the university and evicted from the cooperative dormitory. I had abandoned that manuscript in the garage and hadn't even seen it again until Sabina brought it with her things 2 years later, when we moved into our house. And I didn't touch that manuscript until your first letter came. For 12 years I'd had experiences, dreams, and jobs. But no projects of my own. That thought nauseated me. I felt empty. Louisa was wrong. I had every reason to hate what I'd made myself, or rather what I'd failed to make. I may have looked like an idiot, but I was lucid for the first time in 12 years, and I was frightened. Fortunately, early the next morning a week ago yesterday, Tina saved me from the fright, and from the lucidity as well. She came to tell Sabina and me that something very much like a revolution was breaking out. I thought you'd both be interested, she said. Turning to Sabina she added, Ted thinks this might be the beginning of something big, something you all used to talk about in the garage. In a university building? Sabina asked sarcastically. It's not a university anymore, Sabina. The students aren't students anymore, but just people. Workers have been coming from all over the city and they're no longer workers, they're just people too. And they're all talking to each other. I've never seen so many people so excited. Ted thinks something big is possible. I think anything at all is possible. It's what both of you always looked forward to. Everything is always possible when it isn't real, Sabina said. Stay home, then. It won't be my fault. Ted is so sure it's real he's trying to get Tissy out of the state hospital on parole. He wants her to be in on it. Damn it, Tina, don't just stand there. Call a cab. Ted knew you'd come, Sabina. He wants you to be at the hospital with him when Tissy comes out. He thinks she'll be less frightened if you're there. You can both stay at Ted's. I'm staying in the commune. Don't waste my time arguing, Tina. I've got to pack. I told Tina, hesitantly, I'd rather not stay at Ted's. That's real news, Sophia. Hear that, Sabina? She'd rather not stay at Ted's. Why have you kept it from us all these years, Sophia? We all thought you were crazy about Ted. I'll just stay here and I'll go there every morning by cab. And what'll you do when the cab drivers go on strike? I'll spend the day walking. I can hardly stay in that university commune since I'm not a student. If you're not a student, what am I? Oh shit, Sophia, have it your way. Stay here and read about it when the books start coming out. You're a gem, Tina. Don't let the cab leave without me. The three of us went to the Revolution by taxi. We got out in front of Ted's print shop, or rather the cooperative print shop started by Ted. Tina snapped at me for calling it Ted's. Sabina went inside with Tina while I waited outside. Young people rushed in and rushed out with stacks of papers, talking excitedly. When Tina came back she told me Ted was out, probably arguing with hospital officials to get Tissy released, Sabina had decided to stay in the print shop and wait for Ted to return. I leaned against the building wall. "Sophia, what's the matter? You're trembling," Tina observed. "I'm frightened." "Frightened of what?" "This is what you dreamed about for all those years." "I know. But I never dreamed what I'd do if it actually happened." "You're such a baby. Come on, I'll hold your hand. We've got work to do." "Sorry you brought me?" I asked. "No, I'm glad. If you can do it, anyone can." Tina pulled me toward the main classroom building, the building in which I'd attended most of my university lectures. As soon as I saw the building, I knew that something big had already taken place, that this was no mere picnic like the general strike which I'd attended with Damon. The main classroom building is transformed in ways I would have thought unimaginable when I took classes here. Black flags, red flags, and even a few black and red flags hang out of the windows. Posters, banners, and painted slogans cover every inch of wall space. Over the main entrance there's a single word in enormous, beautiful letters: "Liberated." Tina was more familiar with the building than I had been when I'd studied there. She took me to what had been the MAM lecture hall, a large auditorium that had sometimes been used for performances of plays or movies. The sign above the doorway now says, "General Assembly." It was fuller than I'd ever seen it. All the seats were taken, people sat on the steps and leaned on the walls. I heard statements about factory occupations and about extending communication. I couldn't make much sense out of the discussion, and Tina didn't give me a chance to concentrate. A young man whom I've come to know quite well during the past week, Pat Klesek, walked toward Tina with a box full of leaflets. Tina grabbed a large stack and handed me a smaller one. "Have them passed down the aisles on this side, and make sure everyone gets one," she whispered. I nervously carried out my first task. The meeting ended at about the time I ran out of leaflets. Suddenly I was lost in a sea of people. I looked frantically for Tina as I followed the crowd out of the auditorium. One person walked up to me and, pointing to the leaflet I had just given out, asked me, "This is a real gas, do you work there?" I shook my head stupidly. I hadn't even read the leaflet. I was so relieved to see Tina and Pat waiting outside the auditorium that I ran toward them. "Sophia, this is Pat Klesek, the only person I've met of my age who knows as much as you or Sabina." Pat grinned immodestly as he shook my hand. "Tina told me you were one of her best friends. I also told him you were a little nutty. I hope you don't mind. I've got to run. He'll show you where things are." I felt lost without Tina. I studied the spectacled 18-year-old boy who looked like a premature professor, and I couldn't feel any confidence in him. "Are you going to show me what to do?" "Obviously not, Miss Nachalo. Are you Tina's sister, or are you really just her friend?" "Almost her sister, but call me Sophia and I won't have to explain." "What do you mean by obviously not?" Tina just said. "No one is going to show you what to do, Sophia." "But I've just gotten here." "We've all just gotten here. Most of us came because there aren't any supervisors or leaders here to tell us what to do." I was terribly embarrassed. I didn't mean my question the way it sounded. But I'm lying. I did mean it. All my life I've dreamed of the day when people would make their own decisions, yet I've never in my life made my own decisions. Obviously not. People in a slave society reproduce their own slavery. But there are moments when they stop doing that. This is one of those moments. I hope so. Can you at least show me where things are? Bathroom is over there. Beds on the 4th and 5th floors. Food in the basement. Discussions, arguments, meetings, projects everywhere else. Tell me one more thing. What was on the leaflet I just gave out, and what was the topic of the General Assembly meeting? You gave out the leaflet without reading it. Tina told you I was nutty. He told me the meeting I'd just attended had been a gathering of students occupying the building as well as workers from occupied factories all over the city. The General Assembly had discussed ways to extend information and encouragement to factories and other workplaces that were still functioning as before. At the very beginning of the meeting, someone had announced that the workers of the city's largest assembly plant had just gone on a wildcat strike, had locked up the plant manager and several foremen and occupied the plant, and that several of them were present at the meeting and ready to do whatever was necessary to extend the occupations. As a first step, it was decided that news of the wildcat was to be carried to every corner of the city. Workers from the assembly plant, accompanied by Tina, Pat and several of their friends who'd learned to print, went to the co-op to print the announcement. Tina had gone to fetch Sabina and me while the leaflets were being printed. Meanwhile, Pat learned that a very dramatic event had taken place at the General Assembly meeting. A member of a political sect had given a speech calling for picket lines and demonstrations to support the wildcatting assembly plant workers. He had been applauded. But then one of the strikers had given a speech explaining that picket lines and demonstrations would only attract the police, whereas what was needed was wildcat strikes and occupations everywhere. We don't want demonstrations called by politicians, we don't want picket lines manned by politicians, we understand that such tactics are maneuvers through which politicians tie their ropes around our necks. He had gotten a standing ovation. Someone had shouted, "Hang the politicians with the guts of the capitalists." At that point, the politician who had given the speech as well as all the rest of his organization had angrily walked out of the auditorium. While everyone else in the room applauded and cheered wildly, someone shouted after them, "Disband. That'll be your greatest political act." After the politicians had left, the General Assembly had resolved to create organs for the dissemination of information about the occupations. Tina and I had walked in while the final details of that resolution were being worked out. While listening to Pat, I had followed him up the stairs to the third floor. People rushed past us in couples, in groups, all laughing, arguing, shouting. Wherever I looked there were posters, announcements, graffiti. On the doors of former classrooms were the names of factories that were already occupied. Pat stopped in front of a room with two signs, Workers' Councils above, and below that, Occupations, Information. It was full of people. He started to go in. "Do you know anyone in there?" I asked him. "I don't think so." "Why? What are you going to do in there?" I asked uneasily. "I haven't the vaguest idea." Feeling reassured, I went in with him. The atmosphere was tense. Someone was saying, "We've had the support of students before. Twice. And we were had both times. I know this is something different." But the others aren't convinced. Pat whispered for a long time with the person next to him. When he was through, I nudged him and he pulled me out of the room. He told me that during the past year workers at a nearby office machine plant had gone on 2 wildcat strikes. Both times they'd been supported by students who belonged to political sects, and both times the student politicians had been advertised in the city newspapers as leaders of the strike, while wildcatting workers had lost their jobs. When we went back in, the office machine worker was asking how many of the people in the room were willing to go to her plant the following morning to talk to her fellow workers about the occupations. More than half the people there raised their hands, including Pat. I didn't budge. It was agreed that those willing to go would meet in that room at 5 the next morning. As everyone walked out of the room, I clung to Pat. "Can I go with you in the morning?" "That's not up to me, Sophia. I'll be here at 5. "So will I." I walked up to the 4th floor, peered into each of the classrooms that had been converted to a bedroom, and went on to the 5th floor. I had expected one dormitory floor to be for men, the other for women. But each single room was mixed. I walked dizzily from one door to the next until I recognized a young woman I had just seen in the Workers' Council room. I sat down on the unoccupied mattress next to hers and asked if anyone had an alarm clock to wake me before 5 the next morning. She told me everyone in the room would be up before 5. The following morning a large crowd of sleepy people was gathered in front of the council office, including Pat as well as my new roommate. I clung to Pat as we all walked to the office machine plant. He was much friendlier to me than he had been the previous day. He talked excitedly all the way to the plant. He told me about the beginning of the occupation of the university, the creation of the commune, the first occupations in factories. He convinced me that people all over the city had started to act on their own, without instructions from leaders, without orders from any apparatus whatever, even their own apparatus, the union. When we reached the plant gate, Pat walked up to a woman who seemed to be Louisa's age and told her, "We'd like to talk to you about the occupations." "I'd like nothing better," the woman said, as if she'd expected Pat to say exactly what he said. "I'll be in the restaurant across the street at noon, with several others who've got hundreds of questions to ask. And you'd better be there." Pat and I had breakfast in the restaurant across the street and stayed there drinking coffee until noon. The woman Pat had spoken to came in with 5 other women. They pushed 2 tables together and motioned for us to join them. As soon as we were all seated, one of the women turned to me and, with a hostility that immediately angered me, asked, "What's in this for you, dearie? Who are you with? Who sent you? Who's behind all this?" I snapped, "What's in it for me is intense personal satisfaction. This is probably the biggest thing that's happened to me in my whole life. No one sent me except myself, and I'm not with anyone except my friend Pat. If someone were behind all this, I'd never have gotten up before 5 in the morning." Other women asked questions, I answered, and I continued answering during the entire lunch hour. Before they returned to work, one of the women suggested, "Why don't you two come to the union hall tomorrow night? Lots of people would like to hear what you've got to say." I said, "If we go to the union hall, then the union is going to be behind all this." "At my house, then," the woman said, giving us her address. We had lunch with the same women again the next day, and at night we met with a large number of office machine workers at the house of the woman who'd given us her address. People continually bombarded me with questions, most of them insulting and many repetitious, and I continued responding, angrily and with injured pride, that no one had sent me, that I was on my own for the first time in my life. Pat was surprisingly quiet. He mainly supplied factual information of which I was ignorant. As we walked back to the former classroom building that second night, Pat grinned and told me, "You're really good. What did you do before this? Were you in any organization?" I told him I had never been in an organization but had once taken part in a vast uprising, something like a revolution. 20 years ago. With you. We spent the following day arranging a meeting with a different group of workers from the same plant. Between our sessions with the workers, Pat and I talked to each other uninterruptedly, about everything. When we were alone he did most of the talking. At first I found him altogether incomprehensible. He uses expressions like desublimation of eros and supersession of alienated being as if they were part of everyday language. Gradually I realized he was merely expressing my own goals with a language he'd borrowed from a newer radical literature than the one I had read. I shouldn't say my own goals so matter-of-factly, since that makes me seem terribly wise while it makes him seem unoriginal. He does express several things that are new to me. For example, he doesn't only talk about putting an end to coercion, to external, physical repression, but also to internal coercion, self-repression, the repression of one's own desires. Yet his behavior conflicts with everything he says about desires. He's a perfectly proper, completely serious young man. I actually doubt that he's ever personally experienced the desires he describes at such great length. Once I asked him if he ever thought of sex. He answered, "Obviously, erotic play will occupy a central place in the disalienated Gemeinschaft." He said it without a trace of personal involvement, with the detachment of a philosophy professor talking about Plato's cave. But I like him. I liked him from the moment he said obviously not to my request to show me what to do. For 4 days we were together from early morning until late at night, and I found myself drawn to him like a negative magnet is drawn to a positive. I listened to everything he told me as attentively as I had listened to you 20 years ago. I became something like his political apprentice. Yet there's something perverse in my feelings toward Pat, and I'm ashamed to write about that because I'm ashamed to experience such feelings in myself. Already on the first morning when we went together to the office machine plant, I felt my heart jump to my throat as soon as I saw him. Yes, I'm drawn to him as I was once drawn to you, because he seems so clear-eyed and determined, because he seems to know so much about what's happening around us. But I'm also drawn to him as I was to Ron, and to Jose when I lived in the garage. This is the feeling I don't understand. I loved you, I loved Ron and Jose. But I know I don't love Pat. I admire him the way one admires acrobats or certain freaks. I don't respect him. All I feel toward him is what he talks about so much, desire. I listened so attentively to everything he said because every word he spoke excited me physically, sexually. The reason I felt ashamed was because my excitement wasn't accompanied by love or even warmth toward him, but by an irrepressible desire to pull him down from the heights of his abstractions. I was excited by the desire to humiliate him. I felt like tearing his clothes off his body in order to tear those abstractions out of his head. What excited me was the prospect of raping the boy genius, the prospect of physically overcoming that pure intellect who simultaneously attracted, intimidated, and repelled me. I felt ashamed as soon as I began to suspect the nature of my desire. I've never felt that way toward anyone, so condescending, contemptuous, authoritarian. In fact, I had thought myself incapable of that kind of feeling, although Hugh once accused me of behaving as if I felt that way toward everyone. Fortunately, I was able to get out of the situation that stimulated my perverse desire before I felt compelled either to repress it or to act on it. The office machine workers went on strike 3 days ago. When I first heard of this, I thought with some pride that my talks might have contributed something to this decision, but I was deflated a few hours later when 2 of the women I talked to told me they had opposed the strike until the very last moment. They had joined it only out of solidarity with the majority. That day and the whole next day there was a festive atmosphere here, in the entire building. In the council office it was decided that leaflets, announcements, and all other bits of information about strikes and occupations everywhere in the city were to be kept in that room, and at least one person was to remain there during all hours of the day to help people find the information they were looking for. I was the first to volunteer for that assignment, and I've been in this room 16 hours a day since the day before yesterday. I volunteered for 2 reasons. I wanted to find time to write you, and I wanted to get away from Pat until I'd had a chance to clarify my feelings toward him. I've seen him twice since then, at our evening meetings, and on both occasions I sat some distance away from him. Yesterday evening, after a meeting with 2 postal workers who asked eagerly about the occupations, I left the office briefly and telephoned Louisa. I told her exactly what Tina had told Sabina and me. It's happening, Louisa. What you've always looked forward to. Where are you? For the past day and a half I've been in an office that disseminates information about the occupations. Sounds exciting. Did Damon ever find you? He told me he'd been trying to find out what you were going to do after losing your last job. There was no answer at your house for several days, so he thought you and Sabina had both been kidnapped. Couldn't he guess where we were? What's he been doing? He's been staying home, since his classes were called off, Louisa said, without a trace of irony. His classes called off. His whole world's been called off. The hypocritical jackass. Sophia, he tried to reach you because he thought you might need his help finding another job. He's the one who'll need help pretty soon. What about you, Louisa? There are millions of things to do here, and there's lots of room for you to stay overnight. Sophia, you know perfectly well I'd lose my job if I left right now. So what? Tina simply walked off her job and told us, they'll miss me in about a week and then they'll get someone else. I'm not Sabina's daughter. I'll join you as soon as the union calls a strike in my plant. The union. Louisa, where have you been? Don't tell me you still think it's not a strike unless the union calls it. Would you mind calling me back when you're less hysterical, Sophia? I hung up, but almost immediately I felt bad about having done that. I remembered that neither Sabina nor I had jumped up with glee when Tina had first told us about the commune and the occupations. Maybe I was unintentionally getting even with Louisa for having made me feel so old. The 2 postal workers who came to the council office yesterday were here again today. They came to get a second and larger collection of leaflets. They told me that mail carriers, drivers, clerks and other postal workers had spent the day talking about striking. I can't believe it. But in case it does happen, please send your next letter to the following address across the border. I'll manage to get it from there. I hope the cab drivers don't go on strike before I have a chance to go home to see if you've already sent a letter. Right now I'm alone in the council office. It almost looks like an empty classroom. I'm using the professor's desk to write this letter. I'm waiting for other workers to walk in, workers from unoccupied factories, from other cities, from other continents. I'm waiting for you to walk into the council office. I love you, Sophia. Yarostan's 7th letter. Dear Sophia. Your letter was marvelous. Jasna and Zdenek were both here yesterday sharing it with us, celebrating the events that have started unfolding around you. For once we received your letter in the spirit in which you wrote it. I was relieved that you hadn't received my previous letter before you set out on your adventure in the commune and the council. The depressed mood in which I wrote it wouldn't have contributed anything positive to your exciting experiences. I regret much of what I said in that letter. I now have an opposite admission to make to you. I was very moved when you said you were waiting for me to walk into your council office. If such an expedition should ever be undertaken, I'll be the first to volunteer, and of course I'll bring Yara and Myrna along as well as Jasna and Zdenek. I love you, too, Sophia. We all do. You've seduced us with your honesty and especially with your modest, almost shy courage. The circumstances in which your letter arrived were poles apart from those I described in my previous letter. When I came home from the plant the day before yesterday, Myrna threw her arms around me. Arid started to dance around the living room with me. She waved your letter in the air. You're glad to hear from Sophia? I asked. Yara shouted, she's on strike. We're all on strike. We're going to have a party tonight and another tomorrow night. It was my turn to squeeze Myrna and spin her around the room. You're on strike? And we're having more dancing parties. Myrna poked me in the stomach. Eating parties, for your sake. There'll be a dance at my plant in a week. Want to come? Not if you dragged me there. Take Zdenek. He says he likes to dance. I'm going to. Yara shouted. We understand your excitement and your hopes, Sophia. There's good news from everywhere all at once. I don't think you're being naive or obsessively optimistic. Our hopes couldn't ever have a more solid basis than they have now. The world has to change now. If it doesn't, we'll all die as exiles in an inhuman world. Yara and Myrna prepared an enormous banquet, just for the 3 of us, to celebrate the strike at Myrna's plant. Myrna was drunk before she started drinking. What did your strike accomplish, Yarostan? We ousted a union functionary who did police work. Is that all? What are you waiting for in that plant? We're all waiting for you, Myrna. We need the devil's inspiration. That's exactly what it is. The devil's work. And why not? If we're going to suffer for sipping from the devil's cup, we might as well empty the whole barrel. No more sipping. What did Zdenek's strike accomplish? All the functionaries were ousted, elected workers replaced them in all posts. What did you devils accomplish? Everything, all at once, unanimously. The slowest to come are the most thoroughgoing. We threw the entire administration, union, and police crews out on the street, and we didn't replace them with anyone. We voted to go on permanent vacation with pay. But where will the pay come from, Myrna? Is that your affair? We'll worry about that when it runs out. We're off until Monday, in any case. Then we'll meet again. Someone suggested we use the hated workshop to do all the things we ever daydreamed of doing there. Everyone loved the idea. To begin, we'll push all the machinery against the walls to prepare for our dance. We'll invite all our friends. Then it'll be our turn to wait and see. Tomorrow we'll party all day long, Yara announced. We'll go get Zdenek out of his plant and you go and bring Jasna. Yesterday morning I set out for Jasna's house at the same hour when I usually go to the carton plant. I feel like Tina must have felt when she went to tell you and Sabina about the commune. Jasna, fresh out of bed, is alarmed. She thinks something awful happened. During the week and a half that preceded our newfound joy, we all went through hell. Good news this time, Jasna. The best. Myrna, Sophia, Sabina, everyone is on strike. You're joking. Tell me about it. We rush to my house as soon as Jasna is dressed. Yara and Myrna have already returned with Zdenek. Jasna plunges into your letter. Zdenek pumps Myrna for every detail about her strike. While reading, Jasna exclaims, "We're finally together again, we're in one and the same world, only geography separates us now. Sophia's experiences are identical to ours. I'm so excited. I heard everything you said, Myrna. You're wonderful. I wish school were still on so that I could go on strike too. I leave with Yara to buy groceries and drinks, but the two of us couldn't carry enough to satisfy the appetites of 5 happy people. When we return, Zdenek is reading your letter and commenting on nearly every passage. The rest of us start to prepare our feast. Your friend talks of unions the same way we do, Zdenek observes. Why shouldn't she? I ask. They have the same function there as here. I know that intellectually, but I can't accept it emotionally. Unions over there claim to protect workers' interests, whereas their real role is to sell workers to capitalists. Here unions have the additional function of supervising, of policing workers. I see a difference. You, Zdenek. You who taught me so much about the repressive function of any and every form of representation. Don't forget I spent half my life fighting for the type of union apparatus they still have over there. Myrna shouts, do I hear Zdenek backing away from everything he was defending? Is it really true that gray hair makes people cautious? Read to the end and you'll see that Yarostan's Louisa is as gray-haired as you. Damn you all. Of course it's conservatism. Those young people are turning against something I fought hard to build. What you built was rotten. Admit it and help them destroy it. Myrna shouts to him. Until a week ago Myrna was the most cautious among us, now she's the most rebellious. I had known she loved her brother, I had never known how much she had learned from him. Zdenek persists. They don't even know how repressive unions can be when they become appendages of the state. I object. Maybe you never knew how repressive they were when they were only appendages of capital. After all, you were part of the bureaucracy then. I know how repressive they were, Yarostan. But I had always thought people would have to experience the transformation of unions into parts of the state apparatus before they finally saw through them. I was obviously wrong. Let me see what else they see through. Zdenek reads on while we continue our cooking. Suddenly he shouts, now this is too much. It's simply wrong-headed. Capitalists aren't the only ones who use the mail. We use it too. And communication is needed precisely at a moment like this. What the postal workers ought to do is throw away all capitalist mail and deliver only workers' letters. But a postal strike? That's like blinding yourself. Myrna stops what she's doing. I didn't think of that when I read Sophia's letter. If the post were on strike, we would stop hearing from Sophia precisely at the moment when the revolution was at its peak. Yet we wouldn't know whether to expect the beginning of a new world or tanks. Jasna also agrees with Zdenek. It would be awful not to hear from her now. Every new letter is full of surprises. Knowing what they're doing makes us want more, it makes us do more. Myrna adds provocatively, it gives us courage. Is that what you mean, Jasna? I think it's ironic that these few months have been the only time in 20 years when I've been able to receive mail freely, whereas this might be the only time when you stop receiving mail. More than geography still seems to separate us. I obviously can't dissuade postal workers from striking, nor talk them into changing the nature of their strike, but I agree with Zdenek. A postal strike harms only the ruling order during normal times, since then communication serves mainly to lubricate that order, but in disruptive times like these, unfettered communication serves mainly to further disrupt the ruling order. If we're going to learn about each other, then let's learn everything, Myrna shouts. Let's fill ourselves with each other, with Sophia and Sabina and their commune. First of all, let's fill ourselves with food and beer. Let there be something for the tanks to invade, right Zdenek? Hey Zdenek, how close are you to done? I've just come to Pat Klisek, leave me alone. Yara, pointing to me, asks Jasna, was he really like that brainy Pat Klisek when Sophia knew him? Then Myrna asks Jasna, do you suppose Luisa seduced Yarostan in order to humiliate him? Zdenek. We're starting without you. Jasna giggles. You're more brainy than Yarostan ever was, Yara. Jasna blushes as she tells Myrna, if I had thought Luisa only wanted to humiliate Yarostan. What would you have done, Jasna? Scratched her eyes out. Myrna taunts. If we're telling everything, you might as well know I would have wanted to, Jasna answers. Myrna shouts mockingly, shame, Jasna. You were a grown woman and Yarostan was just a boy. I know, I was as worried about that as Sophia is. Jasna sighs, as if she were dreaming. How about you, Zdenek? Myrna asks. Could you love a woman half your age? Why not? Zdenek says absent-mindedly, trying to concentrate on the end of your letter. Your daughter, for instance. Myrna asks. Zdenek coughs uneasily. Let me finish this letter. You're out of your mind. Jasna, still in her dream, seems oblivious to the conversation. Luisa was 5 years older than I. Yet she looked just like a girl when she was with Yarostan, just like Sophia described her when she skipped around that pond. She was always so pretty, and so young, I doubt that she has a single gray hair even now. She had everything and everyone. She had Titus as well as that mysterious engineer she came with. I felt so sorry for Tissy when I read Sophia's previous letter. What's wrong with me, she asked. That's what I asked myself every day of my life, what's wrong with me? I was younger than Luisa, but I felt 100 years older. She and Yarostan were so beautiful together. And even that wasn't enough for her. As soon as Mark Glavna came, she ran after him as well. Mark was the brainy one in that lot. He must have been a city planning commissioner already in his diapers. He's the one Pat Klisek reminds me of. My former boss. I'd like to think Luisa went after him just to humiliate him. She should see him now. Yara leaves her seat, goes up to Jasna and strokes her hair, whispering, you know what Slobodan told me a few days ago? After our dancing party he stopped loving Julia and me. He loves only one person now, and she's the best dancer in the world. Well, go get Slobodan. Myrna shouts to Yara. Tell him I've forgotten about that radio he turned on. Please don't embarrass me, Jasna begs. If you're embarrassed, Jasna, how do you think I feel? I ask her, I don't know whether to apologize or to cry. Zdenek joins us at the table announcing, this is no time to cry. An excellent letter, let's drink to it. Those people have somehow learned everything we've had to have hammered into our heads by 20 years of total repression. Fill up again. To the commune. What's this about a letter Sophia's hermit tried to deliver to you? Jasna says, that's what I find so admirable about Sophia. She loved Yarostan to the point of trying to find him 8 years after she was separated from him, to the point of sending us all letters describing her love for him and getting us all arrested in the process, including the messenger she sent them with. How admirable! Myrna says sarcastically. She had the courage to get everyone except herself sent to jail. Wait a minute. Zdenek shouts. Do you mean to tell me you were all arrested because of that letter she sent you? The poor girl didn't know what she was doing, she was only looking for Yarostan, Jasna tells Zdenek. What she didn't know was that her stepfather, or whatever he was to her, was a foreign spy in the police records. It all makes sense to me now. When I was arrested together with Vera and Adrian, the police kept asking me if I'd known Sophia Alberts. I'd kept insisting that wasn't her last name, I had forgotten her stepfather's name. I don't think I even knew his name. But to the police Luisa was Albert's wife, and both Sabina as well as Sophia were his daughters. And since we had known all three of them, we were obviously spies. But you didn't even get the letter, I point out. That part I can understand, Zdenek says. It wouldn't be the first time this police incarcerated people because of crimes they had not yet committed, crimes which the police themselves expected those people to commit in the future. But the whole thing is so ludicrous. It is ludicrous, and I'm still not clear about the role Sophia's letter actually played, I tell Zdenek. Jan and I were agitating in favor of the Magarna uprising. Titus had just signed a strongly worded protest in favor of the Magarna workers. We would have been arrested whether or not that messenger had come with Sophia's letters. The letters must have been a mere pretext, a so-called provocation to justify the arrests. What about the rest of us? Jasna objects. Vera, Adrian, and I weren't agitating about anything at all. Vera was busy running after her Professor Kren, Adrian was about to finish college, and I'd just gotten my first teaching job. Mark had just become head of the party organization at the carton plant and he certainly didn't sign any protest or engage in any agitation. And Claude already worked for the police, there could have been no earthly reason for his arrest. I'm convinced the letters Sophia sent us led to our arrests. The police linked those letters to the so-called spy ring. And they couldn't have made that connection, they couldn't have connected Sophia to Alberts, unless someone who had known Sophia had told them. Namely one of us. I ask. Lem mentioned an official, Jasna continues. Only 3 of the people Sophia wrote to were officials of any type at the time she sent those letters, Claude Tamnik, Titus Zabran, and Mark Glabna. Claude hated the whole bunch of us, especially you and Luisa, and he'd have liked nothing better than to slap us all in jail. But I saw Claude a few days after my release. He was totally baffled by the whole thing and even accused me of causing his arrest. He's too dumb to have performed such an act, and there was no earthly reason for him to perform it for my benefit. So Claude is out. Titus was also an official, although a minor one, a union official. He also knew all about Alberts and Sophia. But he spent a whole year in jail, whereas half of us were only in jail for a few days. Titus wasn't arrested until more than a year later, Myrna points out. Typical police bungling, I suggest. Either that. Jasna continues, or they wanted to make it impossible to prove they had arrested 8 people merely because a letter had been addressed to them. Titus is absolutely out of the question. He'd have been overjoyed to hear from Luisa's daughter and he had no reason in the world to have us all arrested. That only leaves Mark Glabna, my former boss. But he's on the State Planning Commission, Yara objects. Is that the Glabna you're talking about? Zdenek asks, amazed that such a high official was once part of our modest circle. Yes, the one who's going to engage in a major policy debate over the radio, Jasna exclaims triumphantly. member of the Central Committee of the State Planning Commission, member of the Foreign Trade Commission, formerly general manager of the carton plant, and my boss, M. Glavna. He didn't hate us, the way Claude did. But he certainly loved his career more than he liked us. Lem must have reached the carton plant. The police sent him there. Glavna was the only name they recognized, it was the most important name on any of the letters. Mark was already then a member of the Trade Union Council and head of the plant's party organization. But Lem reached only a secretary, probably a kind-hearted soul left over from the old days, someone who obviously recognized all our names, since he gave Lemur and Jan's addresses. As soon as Mark returned and read the letter, he saw his whole career falling to pieces. He probably thought any one of us, and certainly Claude, would immediately report the letter to the police, and I'm sure that's exactly what Claude would have done. I'm certain we would have been arrested anyway. So to prevent anyone else from calling them first, Mark called the police and told them he'd received a letter from the famous Albert's spy ring. But you've told us Mark was arrested too, I remind her. Shows how stupid the police are. They responded to his call by sending 2 agents for him in the middle of the night and slapping him in jail. But they released him right away, and the regional party secretary even apologized to him. He wasn't only reinstated in all his posts but was even promoted right away. I wouldn't be surprised if he owed his promotion to the fact that he collaborated with the bank director, Professor Kren, in clearing Vera of the espionage charges by accusing Adrian and probably you and Jan as well of having slandered her and Dr. Glavna. I'm convincing myself it was because of him that you and Adrian served such long prison terms and that Jan never came out again. While you, Jan and Titus were dreaming of a different world, Mark was dreaming of his coming promotions in this one. That pig. Yara shouts. I'll tell Julia and Slobodan about that Commissioner Glavna. We'll fix him. What in the world will you do to him? Myrna asks her. You'll see. Jasna tells Yara, that all happened before you were even born. Don't you want revenge? Yara asks. What on earth for? Jasna asks. What can one do with revenge? Myrna exclaims, Yara is perfectly right. But Mark only did the devil's bidding, I remind Myrna. He did the devil's dirty work and that's something altogether different. Zdenek re-enters the conversation. The thing I don't understand is what kind of letter this was. The charge of espionage was obviously a pretext, since most of you didn't even get the letter. Why did the police arrest 9 people because of a letter? Myrna answers, but that's obvious, isn't it? To stop what we're doing right now, that's why. Letters are like the first whispers of a strike. The whispers grow louder, more and more people start whispering, eventually they're all shouting. Something none of us had thought of spreads like a disease. The police are the sanitation department, they try to stop the disease from spreading, and to do that they have to lock up people and kill them because what's spreading is life itself and life can't be policed. Jasna adds, don't you see, Zdenek, that the period during the Magarna Rising was similar to the present? All news was good news and every bit of it inspired people to go a step further, gave them courage. The police are too stupid to know that, Zdenek claims. I disagree, in fact for once I agree with Myrna about the likelihood that your letter played a role in our arrest. Maybe they do know that, Zdenek. They must. How else can you explain the total censorship they try to establish? Maybe they believe in the possibility of communication and solidarity more than we do. For that very reason I think it's wrong to blame any of the individuals trapped in the net created by the police, whether Sophia, or Lem or Mark. The fault lies solely with the police. If Comrade Glavna's career can be spoiled by a letter, there's something wrong with the system in which he's seeking his career. I knew the system was rotten, but I didn't know people were arrested for receiving mail not approved by the police, Zdenek says. You'd have known if you'd gotten any, Jasna tells him. It all sounds very clear and logical, Myrna says, but none of you have explained anything. First of all there's that poor messenger. After he spent 2 years in prison and was tortured besides, Sophia called him a liar and accused him of losing her letters. He certainly had more than his share of the consequences of that letter. When she finally believed him years later, she left him bathing in filth. Meanwhile Glavna sits on top of the world and Sophia isn't doing too badly either. She spoiled 9 people's lives, yet she wasn't anywhere near the arrests, she didn't even know about them for more than a decade. I interrupt. But Myrna, the very same censorship prevented her from learning about those arrests. You're working yourself up again. Sophia wasn't here. She did exactly the same thing when she was here and she knows it, she even brings it up in this letter. Sophia asks Luisa why they left all their comrades in jail and Luisa asks Sophia why. Sophia knows that wasn't right, Luisa acts as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And maybe it is. But you and Jasna seem convinced there was something special about Luisa and Sophia, you seem convinced they wouldn't have run and left the suffering to their comrades. Jasna says, you're putting it very strongly, Myrna, but I admit I was shocked when I learned only a few weeks ago that Luisa and the 2 girls had emigrated after 2 days in jail. You're right, I hadn't thought any of them capable of that. I don't understand it. All of us except Claude always accepted every suggestion Luisa made. We would have followed her to prison if she had been the only one arrested. Apparently someone had something like that in mind, I remind Jasna. Someone was ready to arrest Luisa alone and didn't expect the rest of us to follow her to prison. I think that someone was Claude, who must have been a police agent already then. He thought he could turn the rest of us against Luisa by telling us Alberts was a spy and Luisa his accomplice. That would have isolated Luisa while the rest of us followed Claude like sheep. But his scheme backfired. Do you remember? 4 or 5 days before our arrest, instead of turning against Luisa, all of us lined up alongside her exactly as we'd done in play a year or 2 earlier, and once again it was Claude who was isolated. Luisa told us politicians of Claude's ilk were using the strike as a base from which to install themselves in the government, and every one of us understood. When she told us the struggle wasn't on one front but on 2, and the greater enemy threatened us from behind, we knew exactly what she was talking about. Unfortunately, the only thing we were able to do about the greater enemy was to carry signs about him, and that obviously wasn't enough. Jan knew that wasn't enough. Apparently Titus also knew. 3 days before the arrest he told Sophia and me to be realistic, not to expect the working class to carry through its final victory in a day. I understood him to mean we shouldn't be surprised if Luisa was arrested. Apparently Titus foresaw the danger but thought it would only be a danger for Luisa. I tried to warn Luisa but she was perpetually out with Mark. When I told Sophia, she said I was being a defeatist on the eve of the final victory. It's funny, Yarostan, but I remember a somewhat different sequence, Jasna tells me. First of all, the rumor that Luisa worked with a spy. I heard that too, but from Vera. From Vera? But that's impossible. Vera was something like Luisa's disciple, she worshipped Luisa as much as I did, every one of her ideas came from Luisa. I distinctly remember that Vera was the first one to applaud when Luisa said the greater enemy was behind us. She stood alongside Luisa and remained alongside her to the very end. Vera was always good at creating appearances, she still is. You didn't really know her, she tells me. Yes, she was Luisa's disciple, but she was too vain to remain a disciple very long. I knew she'd wanted her apprenticeship to end long before the strike broke out. She hated Luisa for being the center of attention. She saw her chance when that rumor about Luisa started spreading. With Luisa gone, Vera thought she'd become the center of attention, she'd become the popular heroine of the revolution, and we'd all line up alongside her as we had lined up alongside Luisa. I obviously didn't believe the rumor and Jan slapped Vera's face when she told him Luisa had something to do with a spy. But that wasn't what put an end to Vera's attempt to get rid of Luisa. I know she liked Sabina a great deal. I think she must have become afraid that if Luisa and Sabina's father disappeared as spies, Sabina would disappear as well. I think that was the only reason she lined up alongside Luisa and remained alongside her until the arrest. Was Vera Claude's accomplice when she spread that rumor? Obviously not. Yarostan. Vera stood exactly where Luisa did, against everything Claude stood for. She only wanted to replace Luisa on that spot. If they arrested us because we stood alongside Luisa, they would have arrested us just as quickly if we had stood alongside Vera. But the fact is that we stood alongside Luisa to the very end, and she had no reason to run out on us the way she did. You and Myrna are right, I admit. Luisa certainly didn't show a similar solidarity with us. I can't get it out of my head that the so-called Albert's spy ring was released after 2 days while those accused of being mere accomplices were left in prison. Something remains strange about your sudden release, about the whole affair, but I can't focus on it clearly enough to formulate a coherent question. But if everything is more obscure to me than it was before your letter came, everything is now perfectly clear to Myrna. They're not the angels you both thought they were, that's all. They ran out on you. How carefully did you both read Sophia's letter? Sabina told us that Albert's person ran out on Margarita's comrades and your Luisa ran with him while her husband died at the front. Yara says proudly, I would have died like Margarita if I'd been there. Shooting from the barricades. Just think, she was only 3 years older than I am when she gave birth to Sabina. Sophia's letters are full of good ideas, aren't they? Myrna asks sarcastically. You deserved Yarn's comment. Jasna snaps. Would you like Luisa better if she had died on the barricades? Besides, Sabina left a small detail out of her story. Titus told me something about those events, and so did Luisa, and I remember both of them telling me their army was defeated militarily by the fascist army and they had no choice but to run. Sabina doesn't contradict that, I point out. What she says is something I had almost figured out on my own over a 15-year period. She says both armies had their guns turned against the people. Luisa together with the rest of her union and its influential militants literally abandoned themselves to an army that was as fascist as the army they fought against. Its aim, like the others, was to tame or kill workers. Only her army was less experienced than the other, that's why they had to flee. A deposed ruler has no other choice. Zdenek asks, is Luisa the same union militant you had described to me in prison? Exactly the same, I tell him. But you've turned around completely, Yarostan. At that time you swore by her, you convinced me those events proved a real workers' union could exist since such a union had carried through the greatest working class victory in history. I believed every word I told you for many years after I met you, Zdenek. Toward the end of my first term I met someone who told me almost exactly what Sabina recently told Sophia. His name was Manuel. I listened to him, I was fascinated by everything he said, but I didn't connect any of it to Luisa. I tell Zdenek and Jasna the things I've already told you about Manuel, I also tell them stories that came back to me when I read what Sabina told you. Manuel and Alberts must indeed have known each other, or at least viewed the same battlefield from different vantage points. As Sabina suggests, the similarities in their stories are striking. Even many of the details are the same. The main difference is in the personalities and standpoints of the viewers. On the day of the rising Manuel, like Margarita and Luisa, fought on the barricades. 2 or 3 days later, and not months later like Alberts, he joined a militia unit which set out to defeat a section of the fascist army. They reached the front at a village, surely the same village Alberts described to Sabina. On arrival they found that the villagers themselves had already risen against the attacking fascist army and had succeeded in preventing that army from entering the village. This apparently took place several months before Alberts and his army reached the village. When Manuel's militia unit arrived, the villagers were resentful and even hostile, although that unit consisted of workers and peasants like themselves. The villagers told Manuel's comrades to liberate their own regions and keep the enemy busy on several fronts instead of liberating their already liberated village. Manuel and several of his comrades were ready to take the villagers' advice, but someone spread the rumor that the enemy unit, still camped outside the village, was soon to be massively reinforced, and the majority of Manuel's unit voted to remain in the village. The rumor was false. The only enemy reinforcements that arrived were poorly guarded shipments of ammunition. Almost all of these were stolen by Manuel's militia unit, and the ammunition was distributed among the villagers. The militia unit remained in the village, but not as a military formation. They fraternized with the villagers, lived among them and carried out military exploits jointly with them. Alberts told Sabina that the enemy unit camped outside the village terrorized the villagers. Manuel told me exactly the opposite. The enemy unit was totally immobilized outside that village, its supply lines were constantly intercepted, entire cargoes of ammunition were stolen, its very existence was a drain on the entire fascist army, its only alternatives were to continue to be drained or to retreat. Meanwhile the villagers appropriated lands abandoned by their landowners, turned the church into a theater and dance hall, established an experimental school and began to explore new ways of relating to each other and to their surroundings. The villagers weren't terrorized from the front but from the rear. Some months after they had neutralized the enemy unit, a militia commander and several other people's officers arrived in the village. They came as representatives of the working class. They showed papers according to which they had been empowered by the union, Luisa's Genuine Workers' Union. The villagers merely laughed at the representatives. Neither the villagers nor Manuel's militia comrades had learned the latest news. The most influential union militants had accepted posts in the government. The commander and his officers confronted Manuel and his comrades in the name of your own comrades. The commander insisted that the militia unit immediately separate itself from the villagers and house itself in military barracks. The entire unit refused. One of Manuel's comrades said the commander was on the wrong side of the battle line, he belonged with the fascist unit camped outside the village. The commander ordered the man to be arrested but none of the militia moved in response to the order. The commander then drew his gun on the man and shot him. Immediately Manuel and several of his comrades aimed their rifles at the commander, whose hysterical shouts of "I command" were of no avail. One of the rifles killed the commander. The officers were told, at the point of rifles, to leave the village immediately. But Manuel's comrades as well as the villagers were uneasy. They knew something was happening in the rear, behind their backs, something which represented a far greater threat to their victory than the miserably equipped enemy unit in the front. A few weeks after the death of the militia fighter and the commander, news reached the village that a popular brigade was on its way to liberate the village from the fascist menace. Everyone in the village understood what this meant. The militia unit held a crisis meeting. Less than half the men decided to remain in the village, out of a misguided sense of loyalty to their union. The majority, including Manuel, decided to return to the city where, they felt, the real front was located. Manuel reached the city and remained there long enough to learn that all the formerly unpaid secretaries of the union's locals had become paid functionaries of the government, former organizers had become work supervisors. The central function of the entire apparatus was to make workers produce the greatest possible amount of armaments for the popular army. Half a day after his arrival in the city he was arrested. Ironically, he was not arrested because of his activities at the front. His militia unit's reputation had not yet reached the police. He was arrested for having been a member of a small political sect which was blacklisted by the dominant political group in the ruling coalition. In prison Manuel met one of the former militia comrades who had remained in the village and waited for the arrival of the popular brigade. Manuel learned that 8 of those who remained were murdered the day the popular brigade arrived in the village. They were charged with being infiltrators. The official story told about them was that they had defected behind enemy lines. Immediately after this massacre the villagers attacked the popular brigade and forced it to camp on the opposite side of the village from the enemy unit. Meanwhile the enemy received some reinforcements and a shipment of arms which was not intercepted, and the enemy unit moved into and through the village, massacring the inhabitants and routing the popular brigade. Many of the remaining militia were killed in that encounter. The popular brigade retreated from the village and continued retreating all the way to their military headquarters on the outskirts of the city, and on arrival the remaining few militia were arrested and charged with being traitors. The man who narrated these events to Manuel was himself condemned to death. What Manuel told me about the village is almost identical to what Alberts told Sabina except for some very significant details. The village was not terrorized by the enemy army. On the contrary, the villagers held off that army for months and they fell only after the arrival of the popular army. They were massacred by the combined fire of both armies. Secondly, the villagers did not support the fascist army in order to defeat the popular army. That's a face-saving rationalization on Albert's part, perhaps on the part of his whole brigade which, being a militaristic organization, prides itself for its militaristic ventures. Defeat at the hands of a small, poorly armed enemy unit did not reflect well on the brigade's honor. The whole population had to be blamed for its defeat. But this rationalization is a vicious slander against villagers who had bravely defended themselves against one and then the other army, who were slaughtered by the combined power of two armies, who died with the knowledge that no army can be popular. When I finish narrating Manuel's story, Zdenek asks, "But where in the world did you get the idea that Luis's union helped those workers carry out a genuine revolution?" From Luis's illusions. I tried very hard to believe them, all of them. But the facts have been creeping into my consciousness for 20 years, destroying those illusions. Luisa seems to believe still today everything she told me over 20 years ago. So much for my single example of a genuine workers' union. Zdenek sighs. If all the instruments are rotten, what are we left with? We're left with ourselves and each other, I suggest. Jasna asks, "Is that bad?" Of course it's bad. Zdenek says. In my head I know you're both right, but my heart can't accept that. My heart wants a tool, an instrument. My instrument was the union. To me the union was like a train. We spent years building the bed, the ties, the rails, the locomotive and the cars. When the train was all built, we set it in motion and once it began to move it continued moving until it reached its final destination. Without such an instrument we feel naked, disarmed, alone. I suppose this means I don't really trust my fellow human beings. In that respect I differ from Margarita. I would never be the first person at the barricades. I'd always be afraid I'd find myself alone. If there were no Margaritas in the world, if all those I had to count on were like me, there would never be any revolutions. We would all be forever waiting for everyone else. Yara shouts, "You're just old." Most of my friends would want to be like Margarita. Jasna, Zdenek, and I laugh at Yara's comment, but Myrna takes all three of us to task. "Why are you laughing? Out of that whole crew, Margarita and her father are the only ones who deserve admiration, not only Yara's but ours as well. All the others stayed with their comrades only until danger came, and then they all got on that train you're talking about and rode away from danger as fast as the train would take them. Margarita was there at the start, and she remained until the end." Zdenek responds angrily, "You wouldn't like Margarita as well if she were alive, would you, Myrna? I've noticed something a little morbid about you. I think you have a strange fascination with suffering and death. We all admire Margarita. Admiring is easy, it takes neither courage nor effort. But none of us admire our own death. Except you, Myrna. To you an act is worthless if it's not followed by pain and suffering, and it is truly meaningful only if it's followed by death. As if death were the aim of life. It isn't. It is merely life's end. What you admire in Margarita is her courage to die. What I admire is her courage to live. There's a world of difference between our outlooks. To you every affirmation of life is a step towards suffering and death. To me an affirmation of life is not a step, it is itself the goal. My goal is to live, not to take steps toward death. You're far too young for your philosophy, Myrna. In every moment of joy you see only the coming pain, in every moment of life you see only the coming of death. That's a philosophy for someone on a deathbed, not for a young, beautiful, and vigorous woman. Margarita had the courage to want a different world, not the courage to want death. Your courage may be greater than Margarita's, but it's not a human courage, and there's something repressive about it. If you can't face death, don't live at all. If you dare to live, know you'll die. Isn't that your view? Only the dead have courage. If they're alive they must be cowards, traitors, runaways. That's why you were so upset when Zdenek, that's mean, Jasna interrupts. You'll make her sick again. Yara adds, don't forget it's her party and she did go on strike. She does have the courage you're talking about. But Myrna is not on the verge of becoming sick again. I'll describe that sickness later. She's fascinated by Zdenek's description of her. Keep quiet, both of you. Go ahead, Zdenek. What upset me when Yara did what? When Yara as well as Jasna expressed a desire to live. All you talked about was the devil and the consequences. You couldn't trust either of them to be a Margarita, could you? You were afraid they'd leave those consequences to others, namely to you, and they'd run like Luisa and the others who are still alive. So you tried to stop them from living. Are you done? Myrna asks. Good. Let's drink to Zdenek. Then she turns to Yara and asks, how do you play your love games? Yara runs to Myrna's lap. By pretending, like you taught me. Have I ever stopped you? Never, not once, ever. And I never told Zdenek you stopped me. What did you tell him? I told him you beat me, once, only once in my whole life. Why did I beat you? Yara starts to cry. I don't know. Why are you crying now? Have I made you unhappy? Yara tries to smile. I'm not unhappy. It feels good to cry like this. Zdenek says apologetically, I may have gone too far, Myrna. Oh, don't back away so quickly, Zdenek. That's precisely your point, isn't it? Go too far and then keep right on going, live and go on reaching for more life. How far are you willing to reach, Zdenek? How much life do you want? As much as possible, Myrna, but without getting killed or maimed, Zdenek answers. Then you do expect consequences. You misunderstood me intentionally. Zdenek says angrily. So long as a police or an army exist anywhere in the world, I expect unpleasant consequence. But I don't prune my life down to nothing because they exist. I try to do everything humanly possible, and if it becomes possible for me to help get rid of the army and the police, as Margarita did, then I'll do that too. Once we do that, arrest and imprisonment will no longer be the consequences of our attempts to live. Am I being clear? As clear as the wine in my glass, Myrna says. And if it turned out that what you thought was possible wasn't really possible? It's always a calculated risk, Zdenek says. That's a cowardly way to put it, Zdenek. If you were on those barricades, getting rid of that police alongside your beloved or your daughter or your comrades, and if it turned out that your goal was impossible and you were overpowered, what would you do, Zdenek? Run for your precious life. If possible, Myrna, yes. But you tricked me. Would it be possible for you to run out on your beloved, your daughter, your... No, Myrna, I could no more do that than not stir at all. You win. But Zdenek, you're every bit as morbid as I am. Yara shouts, bravo. You showed him he's not the coward he says he is. Jasna adds, that was well done. Where's the trick, Zdenek? The trick is that Myrna concentrates on nothing but the consequences, whereas I concentrate on everything but the consequences. I concentrate on living. Let the police concentrate on arresting me, jailing me, and killing me. Why do we have to destroy our living moments with consequences that may or may not follow? What does living consist of, Zdenek? Myrna asks. Are you preparing another trick? Zdenek asks. Of love and comradeship, of dancing and eating, of dreaming and building, what kind of answer do you want? Do you like me, Zdenek? Myrna asks. Even though I find you morbid? Of course I do. You have a demon's perseverance, you're perceptive, clever. Do you like dancing with me? The single opportunity I've had, yes, I enjoyed it very much. Go to a dance with me, Zdenek. Are you crazy? Zdenek asks. I like you, Myrna, you're a friend, Yarostan is also my friend, as is Yara. Zdenek. Myrna says with mock astonishment. Are you worrying about living, or about the consequences? Jasna blushes. Yara and I both burst out laughing. I shout, bravo, Socrates. Have you both gone crazy? Zdenek asks. Did you plan this out beforehand? Is it some kind of prank? It's no prank, Zdenek, I tell him. Myrna's fellow workers are going to use their former plant as a dance hall and they're inviting all their friends. I turned down her invitation. Yara turns to Zdenek and pleads. If you turn her down, she'll have to go to the dance without any of her friends. And she wanted all her friends to go. Jasna, blushing, asks me, would you be willing to go if I promised to give you another dancing lesson? It's my turn to blush. I turned down an invitation to a dance, not an invitation to a dancing lesson. I need another such lesson more than I need anything in the world. Then we're all going except you, grandfather. Yara exclaims. Didn't you say you'd go out to the barricades when all your friends were already there? You and your mother are trappers, Yara. That's right, everything becomes possible when all my friends are already there. You both win. You win the argument, you win me, and you'll win the world. We should correct that false religious slogan to say, the morbid shall inherit the earth. Jasna objects. I still think you're mean, Zdenek, even if you lost the argument. Couldn't you just say, the living? Yara tells Zdenek, call us anything you want, only go with us. We like the way you dance. Zdenek objects. But you laughed when I danced, Yara. That's why I want to see you dance again. As you can see, we're all well now, perhaps we're dizzy, we may even be a little crazy. We're starting to heal from a 20-year-long sickness. But just before we started to get well, we had a major relapse. I'm convinced it was our last relapse. The tense and fearful atmosphere I described in my last letter did not vanish right after I sent that letter. Before the atmosphere improved, it got worse, much worse. I doubt if any external force will ever be able to hurt us as much as we hurt ourselves. I sent my previous letter a few days after Myrna voted against a strike at her plant. Yara was on an outing to the mountains, she returned a week ago yesterday. During Yara's absence, Myrna as well as most people I came in contact with seemed to have only one thought, the tanks. Toward the end of the week, the workers at the carton plant began to discuss less morbid subjects again. There haven't been any new broadcasts about tank movements. But Myrna remained in the mood she'd been in when she'd insulted Jasna. ******. Yara returns from her outing late in the afternoon. Myrna and I are both back from work. As soon as Yara comes through the door, she asks, what happened? What did you do to Jasna? How did you know about that? I ask her. How was your trip? I stopped at Jasna's on my way home. It was a wonderful trip. We were all glad we went without anyone older than us, we did everything we wanted to do. On the way home, Julia and I tried to figure out some more things about Minister Vera and Commissioner Adrian, and I went to Jasna's to see if we'd guessed right. She told me a whole bunch of other things Julia and I didn't know. Then I asked Jasna to come home with me and she started crying. I asked her what was wrong, but all she said was that she was too embarrassed ever to come to our house again. What happened? Myrna answers curtly, I insulted her, that's what happened. How? Yara asks. I called her a coward. What did she do? She praised the devil. Good for her. Yara shouts. Then why did you call her a coward? Because Jasna is the last person in the world. Myrna begins, and stops. She sits down and pulls Yara to her lap. Never mind that now. Were the mountains beautiful? What did you do? Lots of things. We took hikes and we climbed to several mountain tops. The most fun was when we played love games on a mountain top, just Julia, Slobodan, and I. How do you play love games on a mountain top, Yara? Myrna asks, with a fascination that's mixed with apprehension. By pretending, Mommy, the way you taught me. Who did you pretend to be? Once I was Verakrina and another time I was you. And once Julia pretended to be the devil. It was beautiful, Mommy, the three of us were alone in the whole wide world. The glassy, distant look comes into Myrna's eyes. Let me tell you a story, Yara. If it's about Vesna I'd rather not hear it. It's about a time when I played love games on a mountain top. You never did that. And it's about you, Yara. Then I want to hear it. I climbed to a mountain top 9 months before you were born, Yara. I took everyone I loved, my brother and my father, my husband and my friend as well as several of their comrades. There were 12 of them, counting me we were 13. When we reached the top it was beautiful because, like you and your friends, we were alone in the whole wide world. Up there we could do whatever we wanted. At the very top there was a large flat rock, just big enough to hold me. I lay down on it and let the sun beat down on me. I reached downward with my right hand and 6 hands fastened themselves to mine, I reached with my left and another 6 hands grabbed mine. With all the strength in my arms I pulled all 12 of my loved ones to the top of the mountain, and when all 12 were on the rock they became one, the one I loved most of all. The devil. Yara shouts. Yes, Yara. The devil fathered you on that mountain top 12 years ago. That's a beautiful story, Mommy. It isn't over yet, Yara. I played love games with the devil all day long. But toward evening clouds hid the sun, a wind started blowing and the rock got cold. Everything was possible on the mountain top only so long as there was sun and no wind. I started shaking with cold and wanted to return back down where there was shelter and warmth. I pushed the devil away from me with both my arms, forced him down off the rock, and when I sat up and looked I saw that I was pushing all 12 of my loved ones down from the rock, 6 on each side. The wind blew fiercely, the clouds turned black and thundered, and it started to pour. The rock where everything had been possible was no longer beautiful, it was bare and cold, it gave no shelter. I jumped off the rock and pushed my 12 loved ones downward. As soon as I left the rock it was hit by lightning. I pushed as hard as I could, but the rain and the lightning blinded me. Suddenly I heard 4 shrieks in front of me. I had pushed 4 of my loved ones off a precipice. I backed away from that edge in terror and tried to shelter my remaining 8 under a tree, but there was no shelter from that storm. Lightning hit the tree and killed 4 of them before my very eyes. Now there were only 4 left. My brother, my father, my husband, and my friend. I pulled them away from the burned tree and started pulling them down the mountainside. The paths were all slippery and rushing rivers blocked our way wherever we went. I was frenzied and lost track of my friend. Suddenly lightning struck near us again. I lost my grip on my brother and my husband and both slid down into a river that quickly carried them away. I started to run after them but my father held me back. He told me they were both good swimmers and would find their way to land. I was all alone with my father in that terrible storm. The 2 of us descended, slowly and carefully, we stayed close to the banks of the river into which my brother and my husband had fallen. But lightning struck again, and yet again. We both fell to the ground, and a tree fell across my father's legs, breaking both of them. I kneeled next to him and cried. My love games destroyed everyone I loved. Yara gets off Myrna's lap and says, politely, I don't like your story. Myrna pulls Yara hack. I'm not through yet, Yara. The story ends with your birth. I could see that my father was in pain, but there was nothing I could do for him. Finally the storm let up. The lightning stopped and the rushing rivers became small streams. In the black of night I ran down the mountainside alone, straight to my mother's house. I told her where I'd left my father. She gathered several neighbors and they all went to help him. But I didn't go with them. I ran to the stream we had been following, ran along it, and finally came across someone I knew. He told me he had seen my husband in the stream, with his head up, swimming vigorously. But he hadn't seen my brother. I ran on down the stream, hesitated, and then turned and ran back to the spot where I'd left my injured father. The clouds were gone and the moon lighted my way. When I reached the spot I saw a circle of people standing around it. There was only one courageous person in the circle. I recognized him as my one-time neighbor and my father's friend. He put his hand on my arm and led me through the circle. The others grumbled and moved away from me as if I were a leper or a witch. He told me they weren't bad people but they were all afraid. And then he told me my father's legs hadn't been badly broken, they could have been cured, he might even have walked again. When the neighbor had reached my father, he had heard my father moaning about his drowned son, his daughter's marriage to a drowned husband, and about his own inability to help his daughter find her brother or her husband. The neighbor said he died of a broken heart. When I reached the center of the circle I saw my father's lifeless body where I had left him. My mother kneeled next to him across from me, her face looked blue in the moonlight. She pointed her finger at me, and at you as well, Yara, you were in my stomach then. You and the devil killed him, she told me. I knew she was right. I crawled on all fours out of that circle, crawled all the way to my house, and at that moment I was able to let you come into the world, because I had paid what you cost, I had paid for my love game with the devil on the top of the mountain. I don't like you when you tell stories like that, Yara says, trying to get away from Myrna. You sound just like that crazy old woman. Unlike Yara, I'm deeply moved by Myrna's story. I realize that I haven't really been aware of the pain Myrna experienced during my second prison term. My 8 years in prison weren't pleasant, but I didn't spend many hours, or even many minutes, trying to imagine what Myrna was undergoing during the days I spent in cells, exercise yards, or prison workshops. I didn't have any contact whatever with my family until several months after Jan and I were arrested at the steel plant on the day when the Magarna Rising was suppressed. My first visitor was Titus. He told me he hadn't found Jan yet but was still trying. He also told me Vesna was well and Myrna was pregnant. He didn't tell me Myrna's father had been fired from his bus driving job. I suppose he didn't want to be the carrier of bad news to a prisoner. He did tell me Myrna had acquired a pass to visit me but was having trouble with her parents. She could barely find time for them, for Vesna and for her job. Titus also brought me 2 books. After Titus' visit, my contact with the outside was completely broken for more than 2 years. I acquired my own constrained routine, prison acquaintances, interests, and problems. Myrna and Vesna visited me 3 years after my arrest. Myrna spent a long time telling me she had gotten a pass with Titus' help but terrible things had happened and by the time she got a day off work and came to the prison, she was told the forms had changed and she wasn't allowed to visit me. Then Titus was arrested and Myrna wasn't able to find out what she had to do to get the pass she needed. That's why she visited me only after Titus was released. I asked her what terrible things had happened and she listed them mechanically, almost coldly, but something in her tone gave me the impression she considered herself responsible for everything she was telling me. She began with Jan's and my disappearance on the day after we dreamed, then Jan could no longer be found, her father died, her mother got sick, Yara was born. When Myrna completed her list, Vesna uttered her only contribution during that first visit. It consisted of 3 words, I hate you. It became clear to me that if Myrna blamed herself, Vesna blamed me for everything that had happened. I felt like an extra burden on Myrna's back, a burden she didn't need to carry. I reminded her that during our first walks I had tried to warn her not to marry a political criminal because she might find herself bound to a non-person, a human being who would suddenly cease to exist. Myrna started crying, but I continued in the same vein. I urged her to divorce me and told her I'd heard divorces were easily procured by wives of political criminals. Myrna's eyes filled with anger, bitterness, and resentment. "Is that all you have to say to me after 3 horrible years?" she asked me. "How dare you even think about divorce? Your return is all I live for, Yarostan, you're all I have left now, you're my brother, my father, my husband, and my only friend, you're everyone I love in the world. If you disappear, I'll die of a broken heart, like my father. Don't talk to me about divorce, Yarostan, tell me something else." But I didn't have anything else to say. I told her, "I love you, Myrna, more than I love myself, that's why I don't want you to sacrifice yourself to me." Myrna left crying. Vesna walked away from me with hatred in her eyes. Yara tries to get away from Myrna's lap, but Myrna holds on to her. "Neither you nor I have a right to say the old woman was crazy. You were born right after my father died. I got a short leave from work, but I spent all my time with you. I didn't once go visit my mother, although I knew she needed me. I wanted her to let me know she needed me. You were my excuse for not going to her. The union had given my father a retirement pension after he was fired. Our neighbor, the same one who'd told me about my father's death, found out she still had a right to that pension, but she had to go to the union building for it. The first time he went with her. But the second time she went alone. She didn't let the neighbor come tell me she wanted me to go with her, she was afraid I'd turn her down. The neighbor couldn't get another day off his job. Titus told me what happened to her when he came to tell me, several days later, that she was in the hospital. He learned what had happened from the doorman at the union building. It was a cold, snowy day, the roads were slippery. The old woman confronted the doorman and demanded her due. The doorman asked her whom she wanted, and she ranted about devils and their agents. She pushed her way past the doorman, but several guards pushed the crazy woman out of the building. She tried to enter the building a second time, but the guards pushed her so violently she fell and remained where she had fallen. The police took her to the hospital, and a few days later everyone in the union building knew she was Sedlak's wife and had a right to the pension she had come to collect. Titus came to tell me she was in the hospital, completely paralyzed. There was nothing they could do for her. That was when I let them bring the crazy woman to the spare room in our house. She turned Vesna's heart against me, against Yarostan, eventually against you, Yara. She knew her sickness wasn't brought on by the guards or the snow, but by my love games. She was crazy. Yara screams. I hated her. You're what made her the way she was. You're lying. Yara shouts, trying to pull away from Myrna. I hate you when you talk like her. You're trying to do to me what she did to Vesna. But you can't. I won't let you. Vesna would never have killed anyone she loved. Neither did you, and neither did I. That old woman lied through her teeth. It was all she was able to do. She was completely loony. Say that once again, Yara, and I'll. Loony. Crazy. She taught Vesna we killed people by loving them, and she killed Vesna by teaching her that. Everything she said was a lie, and everything you're telling me is a lie. I know it is. I played with Julia and Slobodan, and nothing happened to any of us, and nothing is going to happen, ever, and you know it. Why can't you just be yourself instead of turning yourself into that crazy woman? You're hateful when you're like her, and don't think you'll ever stop me from playing love games whenever and wherever I please, because you won't. I'm not Vesna. I was glad when we took the old woman to the shed outside where we could neither see nor hear her, and I was overjoyed when she finally croaked. I'm glad she's dead, and so are you. Myrna's face is flushed with anger as she whacks Yara across the face. Yara starts bawling. Myrna rushes to the kitchen to put our dinner into the oven. She was so happy before I went on my outing, Yara sobs. What happened between her and Jasna? Why did she hit me? She never did that to me before. I don't understand, Yara, I tell her. She's been upset ever since she heard that radio broadcast your friend turned on, and she's been angry ever since this letter came. I point to the letter in which you describe your experiences in Sabina's garage. Yara starts reading your letter. She reads while I set the table and help Myrna bring the food in. She continues reading during the meal. Suddenly she asks me, is Sabina younger than Sophia? Yes, 3 or 4 years younger, I tell her. Yara reads further and then says, I wish Vesna were still alive, and I wish that old woman hadn't ever come into our house. Exactly what does that mean? Myrna asks. Yara looks defiantly at Myrna, there's fire in her eyes. It means I'd be Sabina and Vesna would be Sophia. It means Vesna would be different from me, she wouldn't want what I wanted, but she'd still be my friend and she wouldn't be dead, that's what it means. Myrna drops her fork on her plate and runs to the bedroom. For a moment Yara pretends indifference and continues reading, but it's obvious she can't concentrate. She walks hesitantly to the bedroom and says from the doorway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean how that sounded. I know you couldn't help bringing your own mother into our house. If you ever become just like her, I'd take you into my house too, but only because you'd once been good to me. I'd hate what you'd become as much as you always hated her. You called her a vampire. I was wrong, Yara. You're the vampire. That's a lie and you know it. You're 10 times worse than she was. She never hit me. She didn't pretend to be my friend and then turn against me. You're not just an enemy, you're a traitor. Yara starts to walk away from the bedroom. Myrna shouts, Yara. Tell me how you like me. Yara returns to the doorway. When you're yourself. When am I myself? When you're not the old woman. Show me, Yara. Come here next to me. Come on, Yara. That's it. Now lie down. Pretend you're on the mountain top. Lie still. Pretend we're alone. Now who am I? I don't know yet, but I like you now. There's a long silence. Then Myrna asks, is this how you like me, Yara? You know I do, mommy. Who am I now? You're Slobodan and Sabina and Julia and father, and I love all of you. I showed them. What did you show them? To pretend. There's another silence. Then Yara pleads, you're hurting me, mommy. Can you pretend to forget what I showed you? No, mommy, not if you hurt me 1,000 times worse. Do you ever pretend to be Vesna? No, mommy, never, and I hate you when you pretend to be the old woman. But I'm able to pretend that. And so are you. I'll never be Vesna. Pretend hard. There, Vesna, lie still, I'm your father. How does that feel, Vesna? And that? Is this how you like me, Vesna? No, I don't. I'm not Vesna. Why are you so afraid? What happened to you? Do you like it better with Julia? That's right, mommy. And even better with Slobodan, because then it's more real. Is it more real than Vesna? Yara shouts defiantly, yes, it's more real than Vesna. Slobodan is alive. Julia is alive. Vesna is dead. Why can't you understand that? Vesna isn't real anymore. I hear a loud whack. Yara shrieks with pain. Let go of me. Myrna shrieks, we killed her. She whacks Yara again. Pretend to understand that we killed her, Yara. She whacks the girl yet again, shrieking, you'll kill the rest of us. I run in frantically and hold Myrna's arms back to keep her from hitting Yara yet again. The thought of Myrna's father stopping her mother from swinging the broom flashes through my mind. I take Yara in my arms and rush out of the room with her. She goes on shrieking, Her face is an expression of terror. My own face probably expresses a similar terror. I let myself down on the living room couch, pressing Yara to me. She starts trembling and places both hands on her burning cheeks. I won't pretend to be Vesna, she sobs. I'm not Vesna. Yara gradually stops trembling and sobbing. She falls asleep in my arms. The poor girl has had a full day since she returned from her outing. I carry her to her bed and return to the living room couch. I can't make myself join Myrna in the bedroom. I try to sleep, but the few memories I have of Vesna pass through my mind. Vesna was barely 2 when Jan and I were arrested at the steel plant. I didn't see her again until she was 5, when Myrna visited me in prison for the first time. Myrna didn't come again for a long time after that visit. When I urged her to divorce me, she sent Vesna to bring packages of food to me, packages which I was never allowed to keep. Every time Vesna came, she made it perfectly clear to me that she hated me and blamed me for the miserable life they all led. From Vesna I learned that Myrna's mother had somehow become incapacitated, that she had been moved into our house, and that she continually filled Vesna's head with superstitions and fears. But it wasn't only the old woman who shaped Vesna's development, the whole environment in which she grew up terrorized her. When she was 6, Vesna did all the shopping and house cleaning, took care of Yara and nursed the helpless old woman. Myrna cooked supper when she returned from work but was too tired to do anything else. On one of her earliest visits, Vesna gave me a fairly clear idea of the quality of her experiences in the world outside. A few days before her visit, when she was on her way home with a bag of groceries, a group of school children walked by her. One of them shouted, "That's Vochek's daughter." Others started chanting, "Traitor's daughter. Capitalist. Foreign spy." Vesna ran from them and was hit by several rocks. One of the brave young revolutionaries ran after her, pushed her into the snow, and spilled all the groceries. No one defended her. Several adults walked by her indifferently. When she got home, the milk was half ice, there was snow in the bread and vegetables, and her hands were frozen. Yet she told me about the incident without indignation, as if it were perfectly natural that Vochek's daughter didn't really have the right to share the street with decent and normal people. Myrna kept Vesna out of school until she was 7, partly to get help with all the work in the house, but mainly for fear of what the school children might do to her. When neighbors reported her, Vesna was enrolled in school. Her visits became rare and then stopped altogether. Contrary to Myrna's fears, Vesna wasn't physically assaulted in school. From Vesna's sparse descriptions I gathered that she became a model revolutionary pupil. She absorbed everything she was told, like a sponge. Her schooling didn't do away with the superstitions she'd learned from her sick grandmother, but on the contrary reinforced them. She merely learned to call the devils that infested the universe by new names. Now they were shirkers, counter-revolutionaries, hooligans and foreign agents. The rest of her outlook remained unchanged. About the middle of her first school year, Vesna's visits came to an end. I never saw her again. I had no visitors for several months and I began to speculate that Myrna had finally decided to divorce me. But then Titus visited me for a second time. He told me that shortly after her last visit to me, Vesna had become ill. He had rushed her to the hospital. She remained in the hospital for several weeks. The doctors said she had a weak heart and advised that she be allowed to rest as much as possible. She recovered despite the fact that she couldn't rest for a minute at our house. Titus brought me Myrna's usual package. That was the only time I was allowed to keep it and share its contents with fellow prisoners. Ever since Vesna had started visiting me, I had gone to the visitor's room with a certain apprehension. I was relieved when I saw Titus there instead of Vesna. I begged Titus to urge Myrna to divorce me. I told him there was no reason for them to go through a hell worse than prison because I had been convicted of political crimes. I had already been in prison for 4 years and I knew I'd be there for at least 4 more. I didn't think I would ever see the outside world again. I reminded him that he had once asked me to join him in carrying a project. I had not done very well, but my efforts had caused me to lose my ability to survive, my ability to give another generation the possibility to carry a project. Titus smiled sadly at my request. He told me he would try. For several months I again had no visitors. I thought, without joy, that Titus had carried out my request. Then Myrna came. It was her second visit. I hadn't seen her in years. She was skinny, her face had wrinkles, she looked 20 years older than I remembered her. In her simple dress and black kerchief, she looked very much like her mother. Titus asked me to marry him, she told me. And you refused? I asked. No, Yarostan, she said angrily, I accepted. I knew it was you who'd asked him to propose to me. He did your bidding ever so meekly and unwillingly. But I threw myself at him. Take me, I told him, I'm yours. At that moment he backed away from me. He saw what I was. He saw the devil in me. He cast me away. He didn't want the devil around his neck any more than you do. Suddenly I understood all your talk about divorce. Vesna thinks you're responsible for everything that happened to us and she's ended up by convincing you. But Vesna doesn't know what I know. Vesna doesn't know that whatever you were arrested for, I shared in greater measure. You told Titus you were a chain around my neck, but he saw that I was a chain around yours. Don't lie to yourself anymore, you know it too. You're all I have left now, you're my father, brother, husband, and friend, and I'll do everything in my power to hold on to you. I'll be at the prison gate when they release you. And if they don't release you, I'll find a way to crawl through the prison bars. If it's the devil they want in jail, let them imprison me. It's because of me that my brother disappeared and my father died. Please, Yarostan, share that burden with me. As I listened to Myrna, I concluded she'd been affected by her mother's insanity, but I couldn't keep myself from crying. I realized that for Myrna my prison cell represented freedom from the life she had to live daily. From that day until a few months before my release, Myrna visited me frequently. Sometimes she brought Yara, she never again brought Vesna. I couldn't hide the fact that I liked Yara much more than I liked Vesna, mainly, I suppose, because Yara seemed to like me. On one visit when Myrna came with Yara, I asked about Vesna's health. Yara, who was 6 then and had just started school, answered, "Oh, she's well enough, but her skin turns to goose pimples whenever anyone touches her." "You're not like that, are you, father?" Myrna swept Yara off the ground and shouted, "Of course he's not like that, Yara. The three of us have the devil in us. Vesna is a saint, like your grandmother." After which Yara told me, "I wouldn't like you if you were a saint." Myrna and Yara visited me together for the last time about a year before my release. Myrna came in her best dress, she had fixed her hair, she seemed healthier than I'd seen her since my arrest and she looked her own age again. She was beautiful. Yara was as lively as an energetic 7-year-old. Myrna blushed when I walked into the room. She told me she'd learned that prisoners were being released at the end of their scheduled terms, and therefore I would be released in 347 days. "Mommy says when you get home you'll teach me all the things they don't teach in school," Yara said excitedly. Myrna blushed again. I was infected by their happiness. I, too, started to count the days to my release, although I knew that such activity could lead to frustrated hopes and a broken heart. If prisoners were being let out at the end of their terms, I was convinced it was out of pure caprice on the part of the repressive apparatus. I continued counting days, that's why I know that for the next 204 days I received no visitors. I knew something had happened. I speculated that Myrna had found out the rumor did not refer to me and had spent her energy trying to move a cog in the bureaucracy. Yara finally put an end to my speculations. I was shocked by her appearance. She was dressed in a sack far too big for her, there were tears in her eyes, and her face had an expression I had seen before, on Vesna's face, and once or twice on Myrna's. It was hatred. "They killed Vesna," she told me, concentrating all her hatred on the they. I asked her what had happened but could learn nothing from her account except that Vesna had died in a hospital and that I was indirectly responsible for her death. Vesna was so afraid, father, so terribly afraid. Afraid of what? I asked. What happened to her? The day we got back from visiting you, Mommy and I were so happy that you'd be with us in a year, but Vesna didn't want you to come back, ever, and they took her away and killed her because of that. Who took her away and why? I asked. Mommy and I tried to stop them but we couldn't, 2 of them held me and the others took Vesna away from us. I asked impatiently, you tried to stop whom, Yara? What happened to Vesna? Her answer was, they locked her up in that hospital and didn't let her out again. They killed her. You would have stopped them if you'd been home. They paid no attention to Mommy and me. I grew suspicious. Yara, how long was Vesna sick before Myrna called the doctor? Yara suddenly backed away from me. The hatred that had earlier been concentrated on them was now aimed at me. With horror and indignation she told me, Father, we didn't call the doctor. I became indignant too. Why, Yara? Myrna should have called the doctor when Vesna's illness began. Why didn't she call the doctor? Tears covered Yara's face, she looked at me incredulously, as if I were a monster. You don't understand either, she wailed as she ran from me. My last month and a half in prison was like an extra term. One phrase kept going through my mind, Vesna didn't want you to come back, Father, she was so terribly afraid. I remembered, analyzed, and reanalyzed the few contacts I'd had with Vesna. None of them had been happy encounters. Since she was extremely sensitive, she must have been aware of my dislike for her. Of the resentment I felt at seeing her and not Myrna in the guest room. That dislike and resentment were somehow responsible for her death. But I didn't understand how. Vesna's heart was apparently too weak to withstand the numerous tasks that fell on her, and I didn't understand why Myrna hadn't called the doctor when Vesna had gotten sick again. I remembered that it had been Titus, and not Myrna, who had taken Vesna to the hospital the first time she'd gotten sick. But I never asked for an explanation. When Myrna finally accompanied me home after 8 years of confinement, I found myself in a worse prison than the one I had left. The joy Myrna and Yara had communicated to me during their visit a year earlier was gone, it had died with Vesna. Yara was no longer the friend and comrade she had been during her few visits with Myrna, she was cold and distant. Myrna was 20 years older again, tired and resigned. She dragged herself to work in the morning and dragged herself home in the evening, ate, cleaned and fed her mother, and fell into bed. Her mother was housed in a brick shed next to the house, she couldn't move her arms or her legs, all she could do was talk. As soon as I returned I relieved Myrna of the task of removing the old woman's excrement. I'd had similar tasks in prison. Myrna insisted on feeding and washing the old woman herself. Her mother would probably have spat out food that I served her. Yara never entered the shed. I wasn't able to find a job and wasn't terribly eager to look for one. Between my tasks and our meals, I took long, lonely walks. When we were together we didn't ever talk about the old woman in the shed next to the house, and the subject of Vesna never came up. Eventually I fall asleep on the living room couch. The following morning I wake up aching, at the hour when I usually wake to go to the plant, but it's Saturday. I walk toward the bedroom and stop in the doorway, horrified. Myrna is still in the position where I left her when I pulled her arms away from Yara. Her eyes are wide open and concentrate on a spot on the ceiling. She looks like her mother did during the weeks after my release. Before she died, she looks paralyzed. Myrna! I shout, and I start to tremble. She doesn't stir. I run to Yarn's room and shake her. Yara rushes to our bedroom, shrieks the moment she enters, and jumps on top of the bed. Mommy, don't do that, she shouts, shaking Myrna's arms and shoulders. Beat me all you want, but don't look like that. Then Yara starts to shriek hysterically, stop it, Mommy. I'll be Vesna. I'll be anyone you want. But stop it. Please. I love you, mommy. You can be the old woman if you want. But don't make them take you away. Please, please stop it. I become infected with Yara's hysteria. I start pacing around the bed. We have to do something, Yara. Myrna is sick. I'll go out to look for a doctor. Yara's face takes on the expression of hatred and horror I had seen when she last visited me in prison. She shrieks, "No." Then she leaps away from the bed and starts pushing me out of the room. Leave her alone. Go away from here. Yara, what's the matter with you? I shout. Your mother is sick. Yara shrieks. She's not sick. You don't understand anything. You want them to kill her. That's terribly mean, Yara. I love Myrna very much. I want her to get well. Then leave her alone, she shouts. The doctor is going to say she has to go to the hospital and they'll kill her the way they killed Vesna. Please, Yara. She has to see a doctor. We won't let anyone take her to the hospital. You're lying, she shouts, pushing me toward the outside door. Go for a walk, visit someone, but leave her alone. Please. You won't stop them from taking her. You wouldn't have stopped them from taking Vesna. Vesna was sick. The doctor should have been called. Vesna wasn't sick. Yara shrieks. Then she calms herself and pleads with me. I don't hate you, father, but you don't understand. You're just like Mr. Zabran and those horrible doctors. Mommy isn't sick. I know. I'll get Jasna, she'll understand. Maybe Zdenek will too. Please go away, won't you? She'll get well if you go away. And please don't bring anyone, I'll get everyone I know to stop them from touching her. I've had enough of this silliness, Yara. I'm going to call. Then go to hell, she shrieks, pushing me and beating me with her fists. Get out of here and stay out at least until tonight. Mommy isn't sick. Then what's wrong with her? Nothing, she shouts. Nothing's wrong with her. She's playing with you and me. But you don't know how to play. You're the one who's sick, like all those others. Please, father, don't have her killed for playing. I leave the house reluctantly. I go to a coffee house to try to think clearly, but nothing becomes clear to me. Yara understands Myrna, especially her games, much better than I do. On the other hand, I suspect that Yara's opinion of doctors and hospitals might be a bit of wisdom she picked up from Myrna and her mother. I convince myself that neither a game nor Yara's opinion of doctors should endanger Myrna's health. I take a bus to the city hospital. My first encounter with the hospital reception forces me to admit that whatever Myrna and Yara think of hospitals, it is based on something real. I've never been to a hospital before, I've also never visited a prison as an outsider. I imagine the reception offices of both must be very similar. Can she walk? Is it critical? A hospital doctor cannot visit your house. Would you like us to send an ambulance with a stretcher? No. In that case you'll have to bring her here by taxi. I make up my mind to find someone to help me take Myrna to the hospital, someone Yara trusts. I walk to Zdenek's house but he's not home. I consider Titus but the thought of Yara's hysteria dissuades me from looking him up. I take a bus to Jasna's house but she's not home either. I know I can carry Myrna to the taxi myself and I realize I'm looking for someone who will not only convince Yara of Myrna's need for medical attention but also help me decide to oppose Yara's will. I walk to Yara's school and sit down on a bench in the playground. I try to take Yara seriously, I try to figure out the nature of the game Myrna is playing. But surely a person who is seriously injured or paralyzed in a game needs medical care. It's already mid-afternoon. I leave the schoolyard and head home, determined to get Myrna to a doctor, with or without Yara's approval. The moment I enter the house, Yara plants herself in the bedroom doorway. Zdenek and Jasna are both in the living room. Have you been here all day? I ask. I went to both your houses to look for you. Yara came to get us as soon as you left this morning, Jasna tells me. Calm down, won't you? Did you contact anyone else? How is she? I ask. Myrna is perfectly alright, Jasna says with an insistence that makes me sense she's lying. It's you who worries us, Yarostan. Me. I shout. Are you in on that game too, Jasna? Are you playing with Myrna's health, with her life? I take 2 quick steps toward the bedroom doorway. Yara, step out of my way. But it's Zdenek who stops me. He pulls me towards the couch and forces me down on it, commanding, stay out of there. If you have any love for her, Yarostan, stay seated and listen to us. She needs a doctor. I shout. Can't you see she's sick? Jasna says calmly, I'm amazed at how cruelly you disregard Yara. She's not an idiot, you know. It's not a question of insulting or not insulting Yara, I shout impatiently as I writhe frustratedly in Zdenek's grip, it may be a question of Myrna's life. Have you both gone crazy? Are you going to sit here and hold me while she dies like her mother? If you're just going to shout, Yarostan, it would be better if you took another walk, Jasna says. Come back when you're in a mood to listen to us. I should have had them send the ambulance. I shout. I'll go, Jasna, I'll go get the ambulance. Zdenek shouts, you'll stay right there and listen to us no matter what mood you're in. It took Yara less than half an hour to explain the whole thing to me. Why are you so mule-headed? Because I love her, I mutter weakly. Zdenek shakes me. Listen to me. Myrna is convinced she's carrying a terrible burden. She thinks she's responsible for all the deaths in her family, including her own daughters. Yara starts to close the door of the bedroom but Zdenek shouts, leave it open, Yara. She has to listen too, and I don't want to say it all twice. She's convinced that death stalks every one of her happy moments. That stupid broadcast about the troop movements convinced her she was right, and that letter from your friend gave her some mysterious insights into the origins of her guilt. She seems to think she was driven to do everything she did, and last night she apparently convinced herself that Yara was an agent of whatever it was that drove her. Myrna's sickness is nothing but an attempt to destroy Yara's carefree love of life. She's determined to drive guilt into the child, and she's apparently willing to die trying because she's as mule-headed as you are. I tell Zdenek, I don't understand a single word, but that's a lie. The shed in which Myrna and Yara had isolated the old woman flashes through my mind. Yarn's visit after Vesna's death and her admission, "Father, we didn't call the doctor," flash through my mind, as well as Myrna's shriek when she hit Yara the night before, "We killed her, you'll kill the rest of us." What I don't understand is why Myrna didn't call the doctor when Vesna was sick, and why Zdenek and Jasna refused to call the doctor now. Yara starts to cry. "Why don't you understand, Father? Mommy made me think you were different, she made me think you'd be a friend, and I believed her. I wanted so much to believe her, but I couldn't go on believing her after I visited you in prison for the last time, when you told me you wouldn't have stopped them from taking Vesna away." I ask Zdenek indignantly, "Are you telling me Vesna wasn't sick either?" Zdenek answers, "The only thing wrong with Vesna was that she grew up in this house between her sister, her mother, and her grandmother. Vesna wasn't sick," Jasna adds. "She'd had rheumatic fever a few years earlier, but she'd recovered from that." I'm not an idiot either. I shout to Jasna. "You're repeating Yara's comment like a parrot. If Vesna wasn't sick, why did she die?" "You are an idiot, Yarostan." Zdenek shouts. "Why can't you believe Yara? In the hospital they didn't know what to make of Vesna. They misdiagnosed her. But that's impossible." I start to shake. "Impossible?" Zdenek shouts. "But you're as authoritarian as they come. Do you think doctors are gods? Hasn't Yara told you what they did to her?" "I couldn't tell him because he was on their side, Yara says. Tell him now, Yara, he has to be told sometime, Jasna insists. They didn't even let mommy and me go see her. They kept us in that front office where white-frocked people continually ran in and out. They told me Vesna was asleep and couldn't be disturbed. We waited all day and half the night, but Vesna kept being asleep and then I knew they were lying. Vesna didn't sleep all the time. When there wasn't anyone in the office, I left mommy there and walked up and down the halls, which are the same as in school only longer. I looked into every room until I found her in a room full of sick people. The doctors had all lied to us. Vesna was wide awake, staring at the ceiling just like mommy is, but I knew they were killing her. They had all kinds of tubes connected to her, in her arm, through her nose and elsewhere. Poor Vesna couldn't breathe. I went up to her and told her, if you don't stop, they won't let you come out and see father when he returns. She said, I've seen him and I hate him. I asked her, do you want to stay here? She said, no, Yara, I hate it here, I hate all these people, I want to go back to grandmother's room. I got mad at her and shouted, then stop pretending. Vesna said, I can't. I could have made her stop but they didn't let me. Nurses and guards had heard me and came running for me. I screamed, you're killing her, while they carried me to the waiting room and then they told us both to leave. They knew what they were doing to Vesna. How awful. Jasna sobs. I only learned about Yara's visit to Vesna this morning. All I knew before was what Titus had told me right after Vesna died. He had called the hospital every half hour to find out how she was. Poor soul, he had taken her there and he was so concerned. But he took the hospital authorities as seriously as you do. She was in a perpetual coma, he told me. They kept diagnosing and re-diagnosing her. Every diagnosis had its tests and treatment. Poor Vesna just wasn't strong enough to withstand all those treatments. And all that time Vesna succeeded in fooling them. How could she? I ask, on the verge of tears. Please don't be so stupid, Yarostan, Jasna sobs. How could Yara's sister, Myrna's daughter, herself an accomplished prankster, fool all those doctors and nurses? Children do that in school every day of the year, not just to me, that's easy. Some fool the entire teaching staff for months at a stretch. Those doctors authoritatively told Titus she was in critical condition, she had a clot on the brain, and even that her brain was damaged, and they treated her for all that. I can't hold back my tears. I reach both my hands out to Yara and beg, please forgive me. I insulted you whenever you tried to tell me. You have good reason to hate me. I was terribly wrong. Yara runs to me crying. Until today it didn't matter how wrong you were, she whispers. You couldn't have helped us, you were in prison when they took Vesna away. I'm the one who could have helped, but I stayed away and I continued staying away, Jasna sobs. Vesna had missed school for more than a week, but I didn't ask Yara what was wrong and I didn't introduce myself to Myrna as her husband's and her brother's friend. Instead I told Titus that Vesna was probably ill and it was he who rushed to your house. I satisfied myself with visiting vicariously, through Titus. I knew that something was terribly wrong when he described Vesna's illness and Myrna's and Yara's reactions to it, but I still didn't come. Titus was convinced Vesna needed medical care, but he'd had no experience with imaginative children. He told me indignantly that Vesna never left the sick old woman's bed, and when he walked into the room the child repeated her grandmother's hocus pocus about the devil and the charms with which to exorcise him. I should have known right then, I would have known if I'd seen her. Titus blamed Myrna for leaving the child in that bed instead of having her taken to the hospital. He told me that when he mentioned the hospital, Myrna acted as insane as her mother and Yara became hysterical. So he took it on himself to have Vesna taken to the hospital. When she was carried to the ambulance, 2 attendants had to hold Yara and keep her out of the way. Myrna has every reason in the world to consider me a coward and a hypocrite. Where was I when Vesna was carried away? Myrna and Yara needed me. Vesna might still be alive today. But I was home, reading. I couldn't share the real horrors with Myrna, not even one of them. She didn't blame you, Jasna, she blamed herself, and that was my fault, Yara tells her. Mommy tried to stop them from taking Vesna as much as I did. She begged them on her knees not to take her away from us, and she cried all day long. We went to the hospital every day, even after they told us not to come anymore. Whenever anyone came out we begged, please give our Vesna back to us. Twice we waited all day in the rain, a nurse kept running out and telling us to go home, she said we were crazy and called us stupid peasants. Finally a man in a white coat let us into the waiting room, but only to tell us Vesna wasn't in the hospital anymore. We screamed at him and he had another man in a white coat come in and tell us she had died that morning in an ambulance while being transferred to another hospital. That was when I shouted, "Mommy, you let them kill our Vesna." It wasn't true. I knew it wasn't true. But I wanted someone to blame because I loved Vesna. Mommy believed it, she blamed herself. For 2 weeks she went to work crying and she returned crying. I begged her to forgive me for saying that, but she never stopped blaming herself. One day, weeks after Vesna's death, I told her Vesna would never have started hating you and Mommy if that old woman hadn't been living with us, and that made her stop crying. That night she went to grandmother's room and screamed, "Vampire! You won. You've always wanted to take Vesna from me. You've done it. Your holy work is done. You can go now." Mommy had me stay home from school the next day. A heating stove arrived and a bed, as well as a load of bricks. She came home from work with a wheelbarrow and mortar. That night we started building walls around the stove and bed. And every time she walked by grandmother's door she mumbled things like, "You'll soon have a house without devils in it, and Vesna should have helped me do this 5 years ago, you might have spared her your salvation." When we finished, the two of us carried the old woman to her new house. She was mainly bones and lighter than I. I laughed when Mommy sang, "Holy Mary Mother of God, we're taking you to heaven, no demons will ever share your house again except to feed you and remove your excrement." But she didn't stop blaming herself for Vesna's death, and when the old woman died after you came back she blamed herself for that too. I wish I'd never told her she'd let them kill Vesna. Vesna's death was my fault more than anyone else's. Hugging Yara, I beg, don't say that, please. You loved Vesna, you and Myrna did all you could to save her. I didn't love Vesna. I was afraid of her, I was sorry whenever she came instead of Myrna. I was even happy when Titus came instead of Vesna. I resented Vesna's hating me for being in jail. She sensed my feelings toward her, that must have had a terrible effect on her. Don't ever blame yourself for that, Yara. Your feelings had nothing to do with it, Yara says insistently. Vesna was playing a game with me and with no one else, and she won. A game, Yara. And Vesna won. A game, father. Why did those doctors have to come into it? Vesna hated the old woman as much as I did, but she pretended to love her. She loved you as much as I did, but she pretended to hate you. When we learned you'd return in a year, before Mommy and I went to see you, I caught her kissing herself in the mirror. I knew she was kissing you and I forced her to admit it. She made me promise never to tell Mommy and I never told. But I made fun of her until the day we went to visit you. I called her a liar for pretending to be like the crazy old woman. I told her I knew she wanted you to touch her and kiss her and sleep next to her. Yara starts crying and continues through her sobs. I didn't tell her those things to be mean or to hurt her, but because I knew they were true. Vesna was my sister, not the old woman's. And she wasn't hurt when I told her those things. It was a game. She made her eyes real big and she ran to the old woman's room shouting, "You'll roast in hell, Yara." She didn't hurt me any more than I hurt her. That was our game. And it was still just a game the day Mommy and I went to tell you about your release. Mommy was so happy. She got all dressed up, she looked beautiful. Vesna wanted to come with us, I know she did. But when mommy asked her, she said, "You're the devil, all of you." I told her, "So are you." Mommy and I were so happy when we got back. She showed me how you'd dance with me. We danced and played until Vesna came in and saw us. Mommy teased her the way I had, but Vesna just had to win. She had to prove I was wrong, that she wasn't the devil. Vesna froze, and even mommy thought she was sick. Vesna made herself crazy just like the old woman, and she wouldn't come out of the old woman's room. She sweated and then shivered, and mommy got scared until I showed her I could do that too. Vesna had showed me. But that's when I should have stopped teasing Vesna, before all those outsiders came to our house. The more I teased her about being the devil, the more she became like the old woman, and in the end she won. Everyone believed her, starting with Mr. Zabran and those ambulance people who came for her. It was all my fault, not yours or mommy's or anyone else's. I wish I hadn't forced her to play the game so hard, so long. All of us turn our heads abruptly when we hear Myrna's sob. She's standing in the bedroom doorway looking at the three of us huddled around Yara. She's crying. She walks toward us, kneels in front of Yara and throws her arms around her. "Did you really see Vesna kiss herself in the mirror?" Yara throws her arms around Myrna's neck and, kissing her on the lips, whispers, like this, "Mommy, it's the only way you can kiss in a mirror." And I know she wanted a boy in school to kiss her. You're not making it up. I swear, Mommy. Please don't call me that anymore. Mommy? Why not? Because you're so much smarter than I am. Zdenek is the only one without tears on his face. He gets up and exclaims, "That was a nasty trick, Myrna. That whole elaborate performance just to get your daughter to admit her share of the guilt." "You're smart too, father," Myrna whimpers. "I'm the only idiot here." Zdenek turns to Yara. "Can I borrow that letter now? There are some things you didn't make very clear." Yara hands him your previous letter. He leaves the house shouting to Myrna, "I want to find out who taught you to play such devilish games." Myrna moves toward Jasna, her hand pushes the hair away from Jasna's face. Kissing Jasna's forehead, she asks, "Do you hate all the school children who fool you and play tricks on you?" "No, Myrna, I don't hate them," Jasna sobs. "I love them more than any of the others, because they're alive." "Will you forgive me?" "There's nothing to forgive, Myrna, everything you said about me is true. Will you ever forgive me?" Myrna wipes the tears from Jasna's face. "Yarostan says you're very pretty when you smile, Jasna." "Show me, please." Jasna smiles weakly. Myrna kisses her cheeks. Jasna hugs Yara and then me. She leaves the house crying but smiling. Myrna picks up Yara and carries her to the bedroom, asking in a whisper, "What else did Vesna want?" "She wanted everything you and I wanted, Mommy, I mean Myrna. If the old woman hadn't been staying with us, Vesna would never have been afraid of being touched. That came from thinking herself the old woman with that cold, bluish wrinkled skin that was so disgusting to touch. If it hadn't been for the old woman, Vesna would have loved you and father. Can I call him Yarostan now? Maybe not the way Tissy loved Sophia, not that way at all, but at least the way Sophia loved Sabina. I know." A few days later, when I return from work, Myrna throws her arms around me and starts to dance around the living room with me. She waves your most recent letter in the air. Yara shouts, "She's on strike." I'm overwhelmed with joy. I spin Myrna around the room. Our crisis is over. Zdenek and Jasna join us to celebrate your commune and Myrna's strike. We're finally together again. Jasna exclaims while reading your letter. "We love you, Yarostan." Sophia's 7th letter. Dear Yarostan. You'll never guess where I am. Outside there's a general strike. Everything is out of commission. Literally everything, fact ones, offices, transportation vehicles, even taxis, everything except the telephones, and a radio station that's been taken over by the police. I ought to be in the council office, or in the research center where Tissy and Sabina are conquering the whole universe, or somewhere in the midst of all the excitement. But I'm sitting at my desk in Luisa's house, writing you on the ancient typewriter I inherited from George Albert's when he left. I'm surprised it still works. It's the machine on which I was going to type up my novel about you and Ron Matthews as soon as I organized all my notes. Luisa cleaned the room so thoroughly after Art moved out that there was no trace of anyone's having been here since I left for college 15 years ago. The walls are the same walls I stared at day after day 20 years ago, wondering why I had been separated from my yarostan and from the only friends I had in the world. The bed is the same bed I shared with Ron for a whole week after the night when his father threatened to shoot both of us, that happy week which ended with my thinking Sabina had stolen Ron from me. It was the only happy week I spent in this room. Before and after that week I only dreamed of happiness. I spun that whole universe of illusions which you've finally succeeded in shattering completely. I didn't pretend Sophia was anyone I had ever loved. I only used her. I've been staring at those two sentences the way I once stared at the walls of this room. In one of my letters I tried to argue that the reality on which I based my dreams didn't matter, because my dreams only defined what I sought, not what I had actually lived. Now I know I was wrong, dead wrong. The reality does matter to me. I got both your letters this morning. I read them in the order in which you sent them, and could barely read through the first. I felt empty and hideous inside. I had based my whole life, my daily acts as well as my most distant hopes, on a travesty. You had only used me. That matters to me. It matters to every nerve in my brain and to every organ in my body. In your later letter, which I've just read, you tell me that our correspondence has been important to all of you. You tell me that Myrna, Yara as well as Jasna have been stimulated by some of the things I've written, and even that their very decisions and actions have in some way been affected by me. What if none of what I'd written were true? What if I'd never left this room and had invented everything I've narrated? Wouldn't that matter to you, to all of you? I was in a rage when I read your confession, and I spent the entire day squeezing my illusion out of my being, acting without yarostan at the center of my consciousness. Thanks to my rage, an hour ago I achieved something I might call my independence. For once in my life I didn't try to live up to my central experience. I acted on my own and for myself. I abandoned myself to my wildest desires and I didn't try to live up to anything except my own passion. If Myrna had been here she would have loved me, Sabina would have too. And contrary to what Myrna suggested about Luisa and me, I'm not running from the consequences. I'm staying right here, eager to face every one of the consequences, Luisa's hostility, Damon's hatred, Pat Klesek's suspicion and even fear, as well as my own newborn, inexperienced and untried independence. What enraged me even more than your confession was the fact that I recognized myself in your description. That passive, fragile, mindless thing who was perfectly willing to do whatever pleases you, yarostan, is the same person who recently begged 18-year-old Pat Klesek to show me what to do. That identical posture, at the beginning and end of 2 decades of experience, was not a reflection of my weakness, of a moment of dependence in an otherwise independent person. That posture indicated the depth and extent of my independence. I made each of those statements during a period when I had broken out of passivity and joined a community of independent individuals. Your forcing me to recognize the lies I've told myself for the past 20 years enraged me infinitely more than your admission of your desire to shatter a porcelain statue into splinters. All my life I've been surrounded by people I considered independent, people who were in some way rebels. I hardly know what normal, submissive people are like, yet I'm one of them. The rebel Nachalo was my life's hero, but I never rebelled against him. Luisa, the insurgent unionist, was my life's first model, but I never turned against her, I left her. The day Tina told Sabina and me that we cramped her, I was hurt. Yet Tina did what I've never done, she rebelled against her parents and took the indispensable step toward independence. I took an easier route. A child of radical parents, I was in the privileged position of being a rebel by birth. All I had to do was conform to my parents, my life's idols, and my parents never clashed, they were the same. Sabina didn't ever reject her mother either. But Sabina rediscovered the source of Margarita's rebellion and made it her own. She reacted to the world Margarita had reacted to, and her response was her own authentic response to that world. I never tried to rediscover the source, I only tried to copy my model's responses. I tried to make my behavior conform to Luisa's and the mythical Nachalo's. What was radical to the world at large was the norm to me. That's why you and Jasna saw such a normal, prim, correct young lady come to the carton plant with Luisa. I had anticipated the coming of the revolution the way a normal girl must anticipate the coming of marriage. When the revolution finally came and my mother accompanied me to it, I gave myself to it as dutifully as to the unavoidable, expected husband. Whatever pleases you, Yarostan. It wasn't a forced marriage, I'm not suggesting that. I had seen you at our house. I had listened to you. I hadn't known it would be with you I'd leave for the barricades, although I had wished it. When it was you, nothing could have been more natural. I stepped into a ready-made revolution the way the new bride steps into her assigned husband's ready-made home. She steps into an alien house, another's house, eager to learn her tasks, show me what to do. Don't take all the credit for having used me, Yarostan, some of the credit is mine. I gave myself to you as something to be used, as clay to be shaped. Couldn't I tell you didn't love me? Oh no, Yarostan, not I, and not then. It wasn't love that had brought me to you, but destiny. I was Nachalo's daughter, I had been brought up for the revolution, and I had come of age. I was simply being transferred from Luisa's care to yours. You were to me what Nachalo had always been to me, my model, my idol. It never occurred to me to ask myself whether or not you loved me, it was my duty to love you. You probably thought your confession would shock me. It didn't. Your description wasn't exaggerated. I happen to remember the morning when I lay naked on the floor with you right by the carton plant entrance. The reason I remember is that only a year later, by the shore of a pond to which Ron and I had ridden our bikes, I lay awake all night worrying. I was afraid the farmer would open a gate and let the sun shine in on us the way Luisa did. I was afraid because I was ashamed to be seen as a body, as a naked animal. Ashamed because I thought myself the very negation of a body. I was all principle, revolutionary determination, goal. If your desire wasn't roused by any passion in me except my shame, it's because that shame was the only passion in me. You don't exaggerate in the least when you say I turned exactly as I thought I should. The desire to turn differently simply wasn't in me. I didn't only turn without passion. I also experienced your embraces without passion, exactly as I had expected to experience them. Nothing surprised me, nothing excited me physically. I said, I love you, Yarostan. I've said it since, I can say it as easily now, after your confession, as I ever could before. I love you, Yarostan. That's not a description of my passion. It's something like my life's principle, my motto, it's almost my name. When you had your orgasm that morning, between my legs, I was very excited but not physically. Only intellectually. I was proud of myself, proud to be fulfilling the task I had been brought up for. I would have been equally proud if you'd praised me for coining a perfectly appropriate slogan or for printing a beautiful poster. During all the days and nights we spent together you didn't rouse me sexually once, even for an instant. You weren't a body to me but a principle. My feelings toward you were exact inversions of your feelings toward Luisa. You embraced the revolutionary principle with sexual passion, as a body. I embraced your body intellectually, as a principle. I'm not saying any of this out of spite. I'm ashamed of myself. Your letter forced me to come to terms with a self I can't stand. Isn't it beyond belief that someone could grow up between Luisa and Sabina Nachalo and remain sexless? I'm ashamed to admit to Yara and to Myrna that I understood perfectly how poor Vesna must have felt in the face of their unbounded animal passion. Shivers went down my back when I learned Myrna had apparently desired her own father physically, sexually, as a body. The same shivers I experienced 10 years ago when I learned that my closest friend and comrade desired her own sex physically, the same shivers Vesna must have experienced when the prospect of physical contact with you was thrown in her face. Until today, except for one single period which I tried to erase from my memory, I've lived at the opposite end of the world. Today I made my grand entrance into Myrna's world. I thank your letter for that. I know I'm scabbing against the postal workers' strike by having you send your letters across the frontier, but I agree with Myrna and Jasna that it would be awful to stop communicating with you precisely at this moment when everything is possible. Your letters are my only connection with my likes elsewhere, and they're every bit as precious to me, with all your confessions, as mine can possibly be to any of you. This has been an incredible week. Almost everyone is on strike. All major workshops, assembly plants, and factories are occupied by workers. For 2 days Pat and I visited an immense research center which has been transformed into something like a technological playground. Sabina and Tissy gave us fascinating tours. I would have loved to stay, but Pat thought we might be more useful in the council office. He was wrong. Nothing much was happening in the council office last night or this morning, but I'm glad we returned, since otherwise I wouldn't have gotten your letters. Early this morning I decided to call Louisa. I learned a week ago that her assembly plant is on strike, but I didn't learn any of the details. I was curious about her response to the strike. The last time I called her I'd gotten furious at her for telling me she was waiting for the union to call the strike. She's still asleep when I call. Won't you be late for work? I ask sarcastically. This happens to be one of the few weekdays in my life when I haven't set my alarm, Sophia. Couldn't you've called an hour later? I don't know where I'll be in an hour, and I'm dying to talk to you. Damon and I did intend to try to get together with you. Why don't you both come to the council office? I suggest. People here would love to hear about your strike. Louisa hesitates for a moment and then asks, would they? The union called the strike. I've been on the picket line every afternoon. It's my turn to hesitate. I didn't know the union had called any of the strikes. I feel irritated, even angry, at this reminder of the character of Louisa's insurgency. It's not Louisa who rebels, it's her apparatus that trains Denek described so straightforwardly. Even that rotten union in her plant is still a union, and a strike not called by a union would be meaningless to her. I hold my anger in. I don't want yet another conversation with Louisa to end with her telling me, call me when you're less hysterical. After my shocked pause, I change the topic. How's your romance going? Not so hot. Damon is even more of a Puritan than you are. But he does join me at the picket line. Suddenly inspired by a plan, I ask her, would you mind if I joined you? Seriously, Sophia. A union picket line. Giving all my plans away at once, I ask her, would you mind if I brought some of my friends? Obviously not. Louisa exclaims. Bring your friends and raise all the hell you want with the union bureaucrats. The first day was exciting because some workers tried to go inside to work. But since then it's been a horrible bore. Do you want us to pick you up? I tell her the room where she and Damon can find us. I beg her to have Damon drive across the border to my foreign post box and also to stop by my house to see if any letters came from you. I find Pat in the makeshift cafeteria and join him for a quick breakfast. I tell him, in fact I sort of warn him, that I invited a union organizer as well as a professor to the council office. I don't check people's credentials, you know, he says with some annoyance. I know, but they're both good friends of mine, I explain awkwardly. I don't want him to chase them away with intimidating arguments the moment they walk in. Louisa is the woman I told you about, the one who took part in that revolution 32 years ago. Well, That's a type of union organizer I would like to meet. I don't think you'll find her very different from her colleagues. How would you like to raise hell at a union-run picket line? I ask him. Several people are already in the council office when Pat and I get there. The discussion is fascinating, but I'll just summarize it. People are talking about the strikes that have been breaking out in other cities, and mainly about the fact that one corporation's productive facilities all over the country are occupied by workers. Everyone's enthusiasm is dampened by a person who points out that this corporation's foreign plants have been running at full capacity. Even if the movement here is victorious, such corporations will shift their operations abroad and continue to determine the content of human activity from there. People then discuss the prospects for the destruction of international corporations on a worldwide scale. Questions of language barriers, of forms of communication, of traveling delegations are raised and dropped. About 2 hours after my call to Louisa, there's a knock on the door of the council office. Everyone in the room glares with amazement, and a few people laugh. Damon and Louisa back away from the laughter. They probably think I told people 2 agents of the system were coming, which is in fact what I told Pat. I run out and shout, "Good grief, Damon, how many classes have you taught in this very room? This isn't a private apartment, you know." Poor Louisa. She looks terribly intimidated. She's never been in the university before, although she's always revered it. It's awful what institutions do to people. To you, to me, to all her friends, Louisa is the intellectual, a virtual encyclopedia on unionism and revolution. Yet the minute she walks into the official intelligence building, she sees herself through official eyes as a working woman who never finished high school, therefore unschooled, namely ignorant. I know exactly how she feels. I felt the same way the day Tina took me by the hand and accompanied me to the commune. I wasn't intimidated by the university, but by the revolution I imagined to be boiling inside it. Louisa is wearing the same pretty dress she wore the day we visited Lem's estate. I take her hand and pull her into the council office. They all bite here, but none of them has rabies, I tell her, introducing her to Pat. Damon remains outside. When I extend my hand to him, he gives me both your letters. He's not exactly friendly toward me, and I can't say I don't know why. The last time I saw him, Sabina had insisted he had a phonograph inside his head. He'd tried so desperately to defend himself from Sabina's attack, and all I'd done to help him was to suggest he call the police to protect him from her. My respect for Damon has been the main casualty of my correspondence with you. Trying to break the silence, I ask him with unintended sarcasm, "Have you been on vacation since you lost your job?" Damon is offended. "It so happens I've been working much harder this past 2 weeks than I work when school is on." "Really? Is that why you haven't had time to come here, even for a visit? So much has been happening here. What have you been doing?" "We've finally gotten that organization off the ground," Damon says proudly. "The people I've met here have been getting along perfectly without that kind of organ." Damon interrupts me. The professor replaces the intimidated tourist as he asserts authoritatively, "The new society will not be created here, but at the point of production, particularly in the basic industries. It isn't born in the heads of intellectuals." "Is that what your organization is organizing, the new society?" I ask him, this time with intended sarcasm. Damon answers with a grave tone, "We've already gotten out 1 issue of our paper." Unable to curb my sarcasm, I exclaim, "Not that newspaper for workers edited by a professor and his political students." Damon's tone becomes condescending. "It so happens that production workers actually wrote the entire issue. It's not a paper for workers but a workers' paper. There's a world of difference. Its task is not to speak for the workers, but to let the workers speak for themselves." "All the workers? It must be an immense newspaper." Damon's face becomes crimson, and I realize I'm doing exactly what I'd hoped Pat wouldn't do, intimidating him to the point of driving him away. I reword my question. Did many workers contribute articles? You have to understand there are certain financial difficulties, as well as the problem of time. This issue has 2 articles, both written by production workers. Louisa happens to have written one of them. I'm now in contact with the third. Louisa wrote an article? I'd like to see your paper. Damon beams. I just happen to have several copies with me. Really? Well, let's take them inside. Everyone in there will want to see them. Damon pulls out his handful of workers' newspapers as we walk into the room, and I immediately feel sorry for him. His organization's achievement looks pathetic in a room filled with beautifully printed leaflets and pamphlets. It's called The Worker's Voice. And it's a dirty mimeographed sheet with crooked headlines and barely readable typewritten text. Both articles are unsigned. One is titled, "The Workers Can Do It," and deals with workers who ran a transportation system without any bosses other than union bosses. The other looks, at a glance, like an article on the beneficial effects of higher wages. Do you actually give these out to workers occupying their factories? I ask him. They're going like hotcakes. Damon tells me. He smiles as he starts giving copies to the people in the room. We've been handing them out at Louisa's plant and we're getting rid of at least 50 a day. We only ran off 500. When Damon hands a copy to Pat, Louisa exclaims, "That's our workers' paper." Pat glances at both sides briefly, studies the side on wages and lets out a guffaw. You call this a workers' paper? Damon's smile leaves his face and his whole body gets rigid as he announces, "What you understand by workers may be very different from what I understand." With a sweep of his arm he dismisses the roomful of people as well as the stacks of strike announcements and factory occupation accounts. Students parading as a new working class just don't cut the ice. The new working class is an invention of petty bourgeois sociologists. I interrupt him angrily. Pat and I and you happen to be the only people in this room who don't come out of factories. A young worker shouts to Damon, "What the hell is the new working class?" Louisa tries to interpret Damon's outburst to the people in the room. He's referring to workers' relation to the traditional workers' movement, i.e. the union, Pat adds. But Damon persists. I'm talking about one's relation to the means of production, which is the only test of class. People whose function is to manipulate others are best defined as middle class. All the people in the room except Louisa and Pat move away from Damon. I move to the corner furthest from Damon and start looking at your first letter, but I continue listening with a certain amount of interest. Pat says calmly, "Your categories are being superseded by present practice, Mr. Pat remembers my warning, but only to the extent of not calling Damon a professor. Pat points to the Workers' Voice article on wages. What you call a workers' paper is nothing but an instrument of the union bureaucracy, it's an appendage to capital. Damon, unruffled by Pat's argument, or perhaps missing its point, repeats his ancient argument that, the most thoroughly unionized and best paid workers in the basic and heavy industries are central to any revolutionary upsurge. Pat retorts, only when they stop production, only when they stop being unionized and best paid, only when they stop being workers, when they cease to be slaves, when they become masters. But Damon insists, it's only the fact that they're workers, the fact that they're at the point of production, that gives them their revolutionary capacity. It's their work that teaches them to run production. Their work reproduces capital, and that's all. Pat shouts. You're an apologist for capital, in other words a shithead. Several people applaud. And you obviously don't know what capital is, Damon says with a professorial contempt that infuriates me. By concentrating workers in the basic industries, capitalism itself creates the organization and discipline of the new society. This is greeted by catcalls, whistles, and various shouts like, "Here comes the boss," and the new society looks just like the old. Someone asks, "You a factory owner, mister?" I can't resist answering, "No, he's a professor." Various people exclaim, "Oh." Damon, leering with hostility at everyone in the room, expresses his understanding of the situation. It's obvious that I've walked into a meeting of a political sect that adheres to the theory of the backwardness of the working class. Those unionized and well-paid workers you sneer at. I can't stand that condescending, self-effacing posture. I interrupt him. We were sneering at you. He ignores me. Those unionized workers you consider so backward are the ones who continually develop the capacity to create the new society. Their work is inherently revolutionary. In other words, work hard and obey the rules. Pat shouts. Kiss the boss's ass, follow the leader, that's the revolution. Leaders don't simply impose themselves on the class, they're products of the class. Workers produce their strongest leaders when they're themselves strongest. And on and on. I've heard all of it before. Damon really does have a phonograph in his head instead of a brain. Pat and occasionally some of the other people try in vain to communicate with him. Periodically Louisa tries to translate his most unpalatable observations. I finally lose interest in the argument and start reading the letter Damon picked up at my house. It must have arrived a few days after Sabina and I left with Tina, just before the postal strike began. Damon, Louisa, the argument, and the council office vanish as I lose myself in the world you describe. Earlier I came close to suggesting that your confession was the only part of your letter I responded to. That isn't the case at all. I'm amazed to discover the Jasna who speaks through your letter, praising Sabina for having the courage to realize her desires which Jasna never allowed herself to realize. I'm even more amazed by Myrna. Your earlier letters had given me a significantly different picture. I'm surprised to discover a Myrna who has a lot in common with Sabina, and even more surprised to learn they knew each other. Myrna is perfectly right about my failure to face any of the consequences caused by that letter I sent you 12 years ago. I didn't even know there had been any consequences until I learned about them from your letters and from Lem. Of course I realize it was the police, and not my letter, that did the jailing and the killing, but I still feel awful. Obviously nothing I can say now can bring back Myrna's father or Jan or Vesna. I'm surprised you didn't learn about that letter for such a long time after your arrest. I'm also puzzled by something in your second letter. Neither you nor Jasna nor, apparently, anyone else had known that Louisa, Sabina, and I were released soon after our arrest at the carton plant. Yet I vaguely remember that Titus Zabran was with us when we were released, so at least he must have known about it. I also vaguely remember Louisa telling me years ago that Titus didn't emigrate with us because he wanted to stay behind to try to have the rest of you released. Your confession isn't the only part I respond to, but I admit it's the part I continue responding to for the rest of the day. As I read about your love for Louisa, the council office comes back into focus, and so does Louisa, nearly a quarter of a century older than the woman in your letter, but just as vigorous, just as youthful, and just as seductive. Her seductiveness is novel to me. Either I'm very dense, or else she kept it from me. The truth lies somewhere in between. You're right, I didn't know you had slept with Louisa at our house. While I inform myself of that fact, I notice that Damon is no longer arguing with Pat. He's in a corner of the room, chatting with a woman. She probably expressed interest in his organization. Pat and most of the workers hover around Louisa. Apparently they all know her to be the co-author of The Worker's Voice. Someone points out that the article on wages flatly contradicts her article. But no argument follows. Louisa is an organizer, a politician, a charmer as well as a diplomat. She agrees that the point is not to have higher wages for slave labor, but to appropriate the productive forces and be free. Yet in the same breath she manages to defend Damon as well as the writer of the other article. The main point is to act, and even someone fighting for higher wages is more of a revolutionary than people who merely sit in a room and talk. Pat starts to ask, are you going to tell us that workers producing weapons for the police are doing more than? Obviously not. Louisa exclaims, looking uneasily toward Damon. But I am saying that workers on a picket line, they themselves organize, defending their jobs from scabs, are doing infinitely more than what I see being done here. What if some of us went to your picket line to find out if it really is organized by the workers themselves? Pat asks. The more the merrier. Louisa exclaims. How many want to check out and if need be challenge the organization of that picket line? She's in her milieu. Someone asks, will the union goons actually let us talk to any workers? All you have to do is outshout the loudspeakers, she answers. Pat makes another suggestion. What if we go with a leaflet explaining who we are? It can start with the question, why do you let the loudspeakers speak for you? Shouting that's magnificent, it's what I've always asked myself. Louisa throws her arms around Pat and I almost fall off my chair, almost scattering your letter all over the room. I, Sophia Nachalo, queen of the peasants, prim, correct and well-mannered, perfect for shattering, afraid to hold Pat's hand because he's only 18, start to boil, and I go on boiling until I make myself the one who carries the revolution to the peasants, until I'm the one who shatters porcelain statues. The leaflet on loudspeakers is composed in less than 15 minutes, it consists of a sequence of slogans, almost everyone, including Louisa, contributes one. When it's done, Louisa suggests that it be printed on the mimeograph in the basement of Damon's house, but Pat objects. We have access to printing equipment only a few minutes away from here, and I know how to print, someone else with the name of Nachalo taught me. Louisa looks quizzically at me. I didn't know you could print. It's Tina, I tell her. Damon expresses sudden interest. Tina is here? And she prints. He doesn't seem at all eager to have another run-in with her. Everyone except the two people who volunteered to spend a day in the council office sets out toward Ted's cooperative print shop. Pat and Louisa, her arm locked in his, lead the procession of 14 or so people. Damon and his new friend continue their conversation several feet behind everyone else. I learn that his newest recruit is a worker from the office machine plant Pat and I visited during my first week here. I walk right behind Pat and Louisa, with both your letters in my handbag. On the way to the print shop, Louisa tells Pat, I agree with you about the other article in the Worker's Voice. Its author is a union man, and I objected to Damon's including it. The union I fought with was a genuine workers' union which had nothing in common with this company union. It had no paid functionaries. Pat objects, yet after the victory, some of the unpaid functionaries became government ministers and factory managers. I'm continually amazed by how well-read he is. You have to understand the circumstances, Louisa pleads. It was war, and war always destroys everything people fight for. Pat doesn't pursue his argument. Ever since we went to talk to the office machine workers, I've been aware that Pat isn't nearly as argumentative with women as he is with men. Only Pat, Louisa, and I go into the print shop, the others wait outside. Pat immediately sits down at an electric typewriter. As soon as Tina sees Louisa, she exclaims, well, I'll be damned. How many years is it since you've taken a day off work? I take it that you nachalos know each other, Pat ascertains. May I ask if you're related? Tina, mounting an enormous plate onto the metal cylinder of a press, shouts, can't you see the family resemblance? Sophia and Louisa are sisters, I'm their mother. What else do you want to know? Pat mutters, that'll teach me to snoop. He proofreads the leaflet before mounting it in the camera copy board. Then he takes Louisa's hand and pulls her toward the darkroom entrance. Come on, I'll show you how production can take place without managers or union bureaucrats. I'm on the verge of asking, can I come too? I've never seen that type of photography, and the thought of Louisa whisking you off to the stockroom of the carton plant flashes through my mind. But I walk toward the large press Tina is adjusting. Back so soon? Tina asks me. Concentrating on the press. From the research center? I ask. Tina turns the press on. I couldn't get my fill of it, she shouts above the noise of the press. I could have spent my whole life playing with all those tools and gadgets. I back away from Tina as she pulls a printed sheet from the press and I almost trip over a box. I feel intimidated by her comments. I stayed at the research center for 2 days, but it didn't ever occur to me that I might want to play with the tools and gadgets. The only time I experienced such a desire was in the garage, when I was Tina's apprentice. It's not a coincidence that in the garage I also performed my life's single independent act, the night I threw myself on Jose because I had decided to demonstrate the exact nature of my innermost desires. But my independence began and ended with that act. That night I acted in the spirit of Tina, in the spirit of what the garage stood for. I was my own person, I made myself what I most wanted to be. What I made myself, independently, on my own. What I most wanted to be was dependent. I wanted to be your shadow, Ron's shadow, Jose's shadow, even Tina's shadow. By that independent act I annihilated my independence. The garage was my one community where my role wasn't predefined, where I had to define the nature of my life and the content of my activity on my own. Unlike 7-year-old Tina, I was only able to define myself the same way I had always defined myself, as part of someone else's project, as Tina's apprentice and Jose's woman. "I'd give you a tour," Tina shouts, "but these pamphlets have to be done by noon. How did you learn to use all these things so fast?" I ask her. "I didn't learn fast," she shouts. "Now that you know Ted isn't the beast you thought him, I might as well tell you I've been here since the print shop started, over 2 years ago. You've been seeing Ted for the past 2 years? Did Sabina know?" "You're the only one who didn't know," she shouts. My head starts to spin. Didn't I know about your affair with Luisa, under my very nose, in my own house? I was the only one who didn't know. I've been seeing Ted ever since Sabina and I left the garage. Don't look so glum. You made it perfectly obvious you didn't want to hear a word about him." Tina turns the press off and starts to dismount the plate. I turn to another topic. "Have you known Pat long?" "He sure is a bird, isn't he? I've never known anyone quite like him," she says, laughing and sitting down on a box. "I met him a few days before I moved out of our house. I was here when Pat and his whole group of friends came in. They said they'd heard Ted and I often helped students with their printing projects. And then they said they were anti-students, they didn't want either to contract a job or to hire a proletarian, they had come to create a new situation. Ted didn't know what to make of them. They talked about numerous projects, such as leaflets, pamphlets, even books. They showed me some of the things they'd written, attacks on every imaginable authority, especially revolutionary ones. I loved it. They told me none of them could draw, but when I volunteered to do some of the drawing for them, Pat got mad. That's not the point, he said. We want to break down all those divisions, we all want to draw, write, print. I begged Tina not to spoil her schedule because of me. The press is running perfectly, so I'm way ahead of my deadline. Anyway, Pat asked me if Ted would be willing to take part in their projects as an equal. I asked if Ted would have to enroll in college to be their equal, and Pat scolded me saying he hadn't come to be ridiculed, but to establish a direct, transparent, non-capitalist relationship. I understood what he meant, and it appealed to me a lot. I told them I'd take part. You? Pat asked with disbelief. Now who's doing the ridiculing? I asked him. He tried to get out of it by asking if I was the printer's daughter. They invited me to their next meeting and I went. I'm one of them now. But since that day I haven't let Pat forget that he didn't want to be the equal of an 18-year-old girl who'd never been to school. Except for that I think he's nice, they all are, I'm the only woman in the group, and after that day they've all gone out of their way to treat me as an equal. Ted walks toward us from the back of the shop. He lives upstairs. Tina shouts to him, would you mind giving Sophia a tour? I'd like to finish running this pamphlet. I just saw Ted the previous evening, but I rushed toward him as if he were an old friend. The previous day he had driven Pat and me back from the research center. I shake his hand eagerly. I'm really impressed by the size of this place. It's immense, even when I think of the place we were in yesterday. After all, this is the work of a single individual. 2, not 1, he insists. Tina did more than half the work. Accompanying me from the press back toward the darkroom, he adds, she's the one who built the darkroom and she got the large press running. Really? I exclaim. Where in the world did she learn to do that? You didn't know? Tina had jobs in every major print shop in the city. She didn't only learn to run the machines, she also walked off with a bag full of supplies every time she left her job. It suddenly occurs to me that the few times I asked her what kind of job she had, she'd told me she was printing. I had rarely asked because to me all jobs were wage labor and therefore the same. Tina actually stole the supplies you use here. Everything except the machinery and the paper. Until a couple of weeks ago. What happened then? I ask. He leads me to a corner of the shop and proudly points to several stacks of paper, mounds of unsorted inks, film boxes and various objects I can't identify. Everything started to change. A group of kids came in to learn to print. Then other groups came, lots of them factory workers, some actual printers. They started teaching each other. The presses started running day and night. Leaflets, posters, picture books, beautiful things too. And they all brought things from places on strike, inks, paper, plates, 2 groups even set up silk screening in the back. Some of them can print as well as Tina. I thought I might be needed here, but I'm not. I'll be going back to Sabina and Tissy tomorrow. They'd both be happy if I took you along. I tell Ted I'll try to come. But it looks like I won't make it. Tomorrow is right now, and I'd rather finish this letter before accumulating yet more experiences to describe to you. Pat and Louisa are no longer in the darkroom. Pat is running the leaflet off on a small press, and Louisa is outside, proudly showing a copy to Damon. I run out to have a look. Damon holds the copy in his hand and frowns. Isn't it beautiful? Louisa asks Damon. And it all took less than half an hour, for 2,000 copies. Ours took us all of 2 weeks. Are we ready to go? Damon asks. Well, wait for Pat to bring the rest of the leaflets, won't you? Oh, don't be such a sourpuss, Damon. It makes the same point ours does, why let the loudspeakers speak for you? Well, doesn't it? Before Damon answers, Pat comes out with the stack of leaflets. Someone observes, there are 11 of us. We'll have to go in 2 cars. Pat gives half the leaflets to the 6 people who are to go in the other car, Louisa gives the other driver directions. On the way to the car, Damon continues talking to the woman from the office machine plant, and this seems to irk Louisa. When we reach the car, the woman gets into the front seat next to Damon. She looks slightly older than Louisa, although Louisa, in her girlish skirt and with her hair hanging loose over her shoulders, looks much younger than her age. I slide into the back seat next to Pat, Louisa gets in next to him from the other side. Damon, apparently continuing his conversation with the woman, makes a comment that seems to be aimed at Pat. It's not to become a paper in which professional writers express themselves. They can confine themselves to their usual outlets. This paper is for workers who've never written before. Pat is about to respond to the comment, but Louisa prevents the resumption of the argument in the council office by resuming her own argument instead. She tells Pat, maybe a leaflet can be printed without any type of organization. But I still think the new society is going to need an organization. Of course it has to be the workers' own organization. Pat responds angrily, in most people's mouths organization and obedience are synonymous. Do you think this leaflet was printed without organization? My point was that organized activity is possible without order givers and order takers. Your new society sounds like a place where most people work and obey orders, while a few manage and make decisions. There's nothing new about that. Everything would be different if the workers themselves managed. Why? Pat asks. Louisa pauses and then answers, because present-day managers serve the interests of capital and the state, whereas workers would serve the interests of their fellow workers. That would transform the nature of all activity and all relations. The woman in the front seat turns toward Louisa. Get off it, dearie. Every union rep I know is a former worker, and every one of them serves the interests of capital and the state. They'll serve whoever pays their salaries, as they always have. Louisa objects, that's because these unions are all company unions. Oh yeah, the woman asks. Well, I'm one of those who was around during those good old days when you got busted for talking union, and I know that the stories about union organizers serving the workers' interests are all bullshit. They were on the make then, that's why they seemed so gutsy. Today they've made it, they've got no more reason to be gutsy. And what do you think they were on the make for? For workers' interests? Forget it. They were on the make for precisely what they've got today. Then you don't believe change is possible, Louisa concludes. Is that what I said? The woman asks. Why do you think I'm here, or in that commune? I think it's possible, but not with unions. I agree with the kid, if you've got managers, they're going to manage, no matter who or what they were before. Although Pat squirms when she refers to him as the kid, Damon swerves the car and almost sideswipes a car in the next lane when she expresses her agreement with the kid. Damon just lost his newest recruit to the kid. The woman continues, unaware of the minor uproar she just caused. Some people think everything would change if all supervisors were women. That's the same baloney. I've got a woman supervisor. She used to be an ordinary worker. And let me tell you something, dearie, I wouldn't go out of my way to give her more power than she's got already. If you reject the very possibility of a genuine workers' organization, what are you left with? Louisa asks. The woman hesitates for a moment. Finally she says, just people, I guess. That's what I hope to find out in the so-called commune. I thought I'd find people asking the same questions. She turns to Pat and asks, what do you think, kid? What's on the agenda after the unions, according to the younger generation? Pat stares at her but doesn't answer, he's obviously irked. I poke him gently and whisper, tell us, Pat, I'd like to know too. But Damon shouts, how would he know? Has he ever worked in a factory? That does it for Pat. He tightens his lips and stares out the window, a victim of ageism. I lower my hand to the seat and reach for my humiliated comrade's hand. His fist is clenched. I wrap my hand around it and try to formulate an appropriate answer to the woman's unintended insults. I can't speak for my whole generation, we kids are all different, you know, but I can tell you what at least one kid thinks. Pat smiles with gratitude and opens his hand into mine. I go on, I think the printing of this leaflet was a good example of what I'd consider free activity. It wasn't bossed by capitalist or union or party managers. The people most interested in it made all their own decisions and did their own work. They organized their activity themselves. Isn't that true, Louisa? Louisa hesitantly admits, that's true. But printing a leaflet is a simple matter compared to running a transportation system, provisioning a city with food. Louisa. I shout, why can't you imagine those things being done any other way than they're done now? At this very moment, in this very city, all kinds of things are being done freely, no longer as wage labor, but as projects, exactly the way this leaflet was done. Complex things, too. I consider street theater an extremely complex art. The entire former university is organized by its present occupants. Some neighborhoods are starting to organize food distribution on their own. I could have shown you any number of pamphlets describing. Pat's enthusiasm suddenly returns, so does his pomposity. That's what I call the revolutionary project, the conscious domination of history by the men who make it. I let go of his hand abruptly. The men? You mean the kids? The rest of the trip to the assembly plant takes place in silence. Louisa directs Damon to park the car right across the street from the picket line and sound truck. Men wearing perfectly clean overalls walk in a circle carrying signs with the name of the union. This is a strike? Pat asks. It's not very exciting, but it is a strike, Louisa answers. Pat objects, but this is nothing but a ritual. Union bureaucrats are getting fresh air and being paid for it. Did we print these leaflets for them? Of course not, Louisa assures him. Pulling him out of the car, she says, come on, I'll show you where the workers are. Damon gets out of the car and announces, I'll stick to the picket line. He hands the office machine worker a handful of the worker's voice. And asks, you'll join me? She gives the copies back to Damon and asks Louisa, where did you say they were? Damon walks quietly away from us and starts to give out his paper to the picketing workers, and also to passers-by, in a polite, businesslike manner. He seems to have brought about 50 copies, probably the day's ration. Louisa tells the rest of us, the main hangouts are the bar and the bowling alley next to it. There are also lots of people in the pinball machine parlor across the street. Basically all the people here, except the bureaucrats, are waiting for something to happen. This is one of the dirtiest and most dangerous plants in the city, and people will be receptive to just about anything. I think the bar is the best place to start a conversation. I used to know that too, dearie, in the good old days. But shouldn't we wait for the others? The woman asks, referring to her 6 friends coming in the other car. Pat suggests, they probably got here first, saw what kind of a strike it was, and didn't bother to stop. The woman agrees. You're probably right, kid, I mean pal, people sure are thin-skinned nowadays. I'm for the bowling alley. I'll try the bar. How about you? Pat asks me. I hesitate for a second and then decide, I've never been to a bowling alley. The woman grabs half the leaflets as well as my arm. Never been bowling? Well, come on. Honey, you don't know what you've missed. Louisa glances across the street and waves to Damon. Then she shoves her arm through Pat's and shouts, let's go raise hell in the bar. You knew Louisa? I never did. I've never before seen the woman who made love to you during work hours at the carton plant, nor the woman you saw leaving the carton plant with her arm through Mark Glavna's. She didn't let me see her. I used to be her conscience, she recently proclaimed her independence from her conscience. I shove my arm into the arm of the woman who calls me honey and I shout, let's us go raise hell in the bowling alley. As soon as we go in, we notice a stack of the loudspeaker leaflets by the entrance, we also see them in people's hands. The 6 who came in the other car are bowling. The woman pulls me toward them. None of them believe me when I tell them I don't even know the point of the game. Apparently you're supposed to knock down wooden bottles at the end of a channel by rolling a large ball into them. The ball has holes in it and is held like a glove. I don't succeed in knocking down a single bottle. On my last try, the heavy ball-shaped glove refuses to leave my hand, and I go flying down the alley with it. My comrades seem to enjoy that more than the game itself. Louisa and Pat enter the bowling alley. I ask them if they lost an argument. We didn't even have a chance to start one, Louisa says, she seems slightly tipsy. There's a ball game on and everyone is watching the TV. We even went across the street, but one of you already gave leaflets out there. And it's impossible to hear anything above those machines. We should have titled the leaflet, Why do you allow pinball machines to play for you? Pat says, at least Louisa and I had a stimulating conversation. A very stimulating conversation, Louisa adds. There's nothing like a few drinks to loosen tongues and soften tempers. Pat told me all about the real revolution. It's a festival where everyone does nothing but play, not these capitalist pseudo-games, but living games. It's the gratification of all desires, a never-ending celebration. Do I have it right? Perfectly, Pat says, ogling her. Apparently he can't hold his alcohol as well as she can. How about all of us going to my house and having such a celebration? Louisa suggests. The woman turns down Louisa's invitation, so the three of us cross the street and find Damon trying to interest a union bureaucrat in the worker's voice. Louisa pulls him toward the car and invites him to her celebration. I'd love to come, but I've got some work I could do. Tugging at Damon's arm, Louisa hisses, only scabs work during a strike. Inside the car, she slips into the front seat and huddles to him, begging, please, Damon, we can discuss the next issue of the paper. There are numerous things I want to suggest. I slide into the back seat and wonder if Pat will get into the front seat next to Louisa. But he slips in next to me. The car starts. Pat's hand reaches for mine. I don't move away. His hand slips over mine and squeezes it. My heart pounds, a disorganized array of contradictory feelings surges through me. Contempt and resentment toward Pat combine with pity, and with growing desire, the desire to outdo Louisa, the desire to undo your humiliation of me. If revolution is a festival, then I warm up for it in the back seat of Damon's car. I get ready to celebrate, to gratify my own desires, to scandalize the union organizer, the professor, and the 18-year-old philosopher who considers men the only history makers. I pull my hand from under Pat's and place it over his, sliding my fingers slowly between his. The arrival of your letter couldn't have been timed better. I've been longing to consummate this act, but I lack the justification, the courage, the setting. Your confession provides the perfect justification. Myrna's stubborn determination gives me a model of courage. Louisa's celebration promises to provide a perfect setting. No one talks on the way to Louisa's, but if anyone did I wouldn't hear a sound. I'm deafened by the prospect of dethroning the queen of peasants, the prospect of shattering several porcelain statues. If revolution is the gratification of desires, then one of its fires is blazing in the back seat of Damon's car. I didn't understand the perverse character of my desire for Pat until I described it to you in my previous letter. If my desire was perverse then, it's even more so when I dig my fingers into the palm of his hand in Damon's car. I've lost almost all the admiration I initially felt toward him. The pure genius who had simultaneously attracted, intimidated, and repelled me is no longer such a genius nor so pure to me. But if my desire is even more perverse than it was then, my moral self-restraint is gone now. It's been driven away by your letter, by your description of Louisa, by Louisa's insistent confirmation of every one of the traits you described. ******. Still a prisoner of the restraints imposed by my eclectic morality. After I sent you my previous letter, I stayed away from Pat for over a week. Twice I visited the occupied office machine plant a few blocks from the commune. I stayed away from the council office except on days when I knew Pat wouldn't be there. During that week I attended meetings of striking postal workers, newspaper printers, taxi drivers. The discussions in which I took part were the most stimulating discussions I've experienced. In a historical fraction of a second, people here have appropriated the entire history of revolution. Everything human beings in struggle ever reached for is being sought here and now. I ran into Pat in the council office, more or less by chance, a week ago. I described to him what I'd been doing. He described meetings he'd been attending. He spoke with contagious enthusiasm. It's just fantastic, the entire so-called intellectual community is committing suicide, he exclaimed. In one after another session, the experts themselves are denouncing their own special fields as illegitimate, as cut off from the rest of social life. Philosophers, teachers, even medical students, though I haven't heard any doctors yet. I was fascinated and asked when the next such meeting would be held. Pat told me architects were to meet that night. His enthusiasm wasn't exaggerated. At that meeting, held in a large auditorium, one after another architect, not merely students but practicing architects, described themselves as usurpers and their profession as an illegitimate monopoly over the individual's and the community's life activity, the creation of one's physical surroundings, the shaping of one's environment. At the end of the meeting, with an enthusiasm equaling Pat's, I nudged him and said, "Imagine the experts themselves denouncing their own expertise as a usurpation." Pat's response was, "You really amaze me, Sophia. Very few people grasp the implications of what we've just heard." My immediate reaction was to smile. I felt flattered. But then something like an electric shock went through me. I remembered his having said, "You're really good," the day we had talked to several office machine workers in the restaurant across the street from their plant. He was impressed by the apparent presence of wit and intelligence comparable to his own in a person with breasts. And I was flattered. I swallowed my smile and tried to stare through him, but he was totally unconscious of his arrogance. During the next few days he confirmed my new view of him. He demonstrated beyond a doubt that he's absolutely convinced he and his friends, all young men until Tina joined them as an equal, which I suppose means as a young man, have an absolute monopoly over all human knowledge, wit, and insight. At the end of the architects' meeting I limited myself to staring at him. We left our seats together and followed the crowd out of the auditorium. The hall outside was lined with literature tables. Every conceivable political sect was displaying all its wares to the intellectual community on the eve of its self-destruction. Behind one of the tables I recognized a person I hadn't seen in ages. I ran toward her shouting, "Rhea Morphin." We embraced as if we had been best friends. Pat ran after me. I introduced Rhea as my roommate during my first year in college. Pat picked up one of the books on her table and asked, "How much do they pay you to peddle this stuff?" Only then did I glance at the publications on the table, celebrations of state worship and glorifications of the most tyrannical dictatorships in history. Rhea answered politely, "No one pays me, I volunteer my time." With a sweeping glance at the table's contents, Pat asked, "How about the political thought of Adolf Hitler? Is it sold out?" "What do you mean by that?" Rhea asked, growing hostile. "You've got the collected and selected works of all the other Führers. How about?" Rhea turned her back to Pat and asked me contemptuously, "Is that the type of politics you're into now, Sophie?" "That's the politics I've always been into, Rhea. Have you forgotten we didn't part on the best of terms? Are you referring to your cliques excluding me from that underground paper?" "No, Rhea, I'm referring to your voting to evict me from the co-op." A customer who looked like a professor interrupted our conversation. He picked out 2 books, a compilation of the essential thoughts of a dictator, and a diatribe on petty bourgeois deviations in the workers' movement. Pat commented, "Anticipation ends boredom for some. It creates fear in others." "Are you talking to me?" the customer asked. Pat picked up copies of the same 2 books, leafed through one, and said, "We must see what the authorities say before we take any false steps." "Do you have something against these books?" the customer asked. "I don't have anything against the books," Pat said, "I'm just curious about the mentality of those who read them." The customer slammed his money down on the table and walked away saying, "These works are condensations of the historical experience of the international workers' movement. They're the ravings of megalomaniacs." Pat shouted after him. Rhea turned to me angrily. "Would you mind taking your boyfriend somewhere else?" Whispering, "Let's go, Pat," I wrapped my arm around my boyfriend, proudly displaying to Rhea not only my type of politics but also my decadent immorality. "It's ironic that I wanted to display the latter quality a week before I got your letter." But Rhea didn't let us get away. She shouted after us, "Whenever workers regain consciousness and again turn to their organization, petty bourgeois intellectuals try to poison them with their philosophy of despair." I rushed back to the table and hissed, "The thought of your party's goons running the army and the police makes me despair, all right. It sends shivers down my back. It gives me the creeps. Don't you know what they did to Lem?" It turned out that Rhea did know. Her organization apparently had a whole line about what had happened to her one-time comrade. "Don't tell me your lies about Lem," she shouted. "I know your stepfather Alberts and his friends tortured him and then paid him to spy on and poison his former comrades." He turned Debbie Matthews into an alcoholic. Rhea started whispering because another customer was buying the condensed thoughts of another dictator. I decided to try my turn. "May I ask why you're buying this book?" "I think we're living in a revolutionary period," she answered, "and I want to learn what someone experienced in revolution had to say." It was fun to go on. "You mean an expert on revolution, on how to fight your own battles and live your own life? Did you attend the meeting?" "Yes, and I agree with most of what was said. We architects have done nothing but serve the interests of the capitalist class, and that raises the question of the legitimacy. How about the architects who served the interests of the dictator whose work you just picked up? Is that service legitimate?" I shouted. Rhea told the customer, "She's being paid to heckle at my table." The woman paid for the book and walked away. I turned furiously at Rhea. "All you're expert in is lying. The rule of your organization is the rule of liars, the reign of the big lies. But the day of your glorious victories is gone. Everyone except a few idiots is onto you now. You're nothing but a carcass." Rhea smiled viciously. "Don't count us out too soon, Sophie. Half a century ago everyone said we'd never win, and we won. Today we've got nearly half the world on our side, and our power is still growing. We sold more literature during the past week than during the previous 10 years. Pat shouted, "You're growing all right like a cancer. All the life-destroying political sects are growing. You're not growing because you carry life, but because some people have been dead so long they're afraid of life. You offer them death, that's why they turn to you. You rescue them from a void that calls for creativity and imagination, and you give them back their lost boredom and routine. You save them from the leap into the unknown and channel them back to the known. You're gravediggers of revolutions and murderers of revolutionaries. You're the cancer of a revolutionary period." Rhea's grin didn't leave her face. "Do you think you'll ever get workers to follow your petty bourgeois philosophy of despair?" I shouted, "You can't even imagine people doing anything other than follow. Free human beings are inconceivable to you." Rhea still remained calm. "Workers will be free when they become conscious of their need for their organization and their leaders," said Hitler. Pat shouted. "Who hired you to come here and heckle?" Rhea asked me. I smiled and answered politely, "No one hired us, Rhea. We volunteered our time." I took Pat's hand and we walked away from her. As soon as we were out of the building, I let go of Pat's hand. I was depressed. I recognized something of myself in Rhea. Not the commitment to the organization or to the state. The life-destroying function of the puppeteers and manipulators is perfectly clear to me now. Maybe it wasn't that clear to me 20 years ago, I was only 15. Your letters have made me extremely sensitive to the self-elected vanguards, the petty despots parading as the world's greatest rebels, sucking blood out of beings who've just come to life, the organizers and politicians waiting to pounce on the slaves only just freed from masters. To all of them the mere suggestion that human beings might be free and creative through their own efforts is an expression of despair. It's Rhea herself who is driven to despair. The possibility that people might do without her bureaucratic organization and its despotic central committee is what makes her despair, just as the possibility that people might do without unions makes Louisa despair. What are we left with? Thanking Pat for telling me about the architects' meeting, I ran off to my bed in the dormitory. I was depressed by Rhea's lifelong dependence on authority to guide her life's activity because I recognized a similar dependence in myself. Only instead of taking a ruler, a megalomaniac, to borrow Pat's word, as my life's guide, I took nachalo. Louisa, you. I was wrong some time ago when I wrote you that my activity on the university newspaper staff had nothing in common with Rhea's. If her articles reflected, not her own practice and thought but her authorities, so did mine. Whatever I wrote, I kept my community and my models in front of me as my guides. If Ria didn't communicate thoughts but merely transmitted them, I did no more. I transmitted Luis's thoughts and what I took to be your thoughts. I didn't leave any more room for the mutual invention of projects than Ria did. Only my authorities weren't among the world's great rulers, and therefore Ray dependence wasn't noticed, even by me. I remained depressed for 2 or 3 days, although I continued to be stimulated by the activities and unending debates taking place around me. I couldn't get Ria out of my mind, nor Pat, and I again avoided contacts with him. It was Tina who knocked me out of my sour mood. One morning she woke me at sunrise and literally pulled me out of bed. "Nothing here can possibly be more exciting than the place heft last night, and I'd feel like a criminal if I didn't push you to go there," Tina told me. "Last night I returned from the occupied research center. Sabina and Tissy are both part of the new crew, and they're just dying to show the place off to you. Ted is going back there today and he'll be glad to take you along." I hadn't seen Ted since I'd left the garage. I had even avoided going into the print shop the day I came to the commune. My first response to the prospect of seeing him again was fright. Ted's nightly visits to Tina's room, my desperately violent attempt to pull him out of my bed, his conviction that I had intended to ravage Tina, all flashed through my mind. I told Tina, "I'd love to go, but couldn't I go whenever you go back there? I just spent a week there, it was fabulous and I intend to go back. But I want to help clean up some of the mess in the print shop, and I'd like to learn to use some of the things people brought." "I know what you're thinking, Sophia. Before you ever left the garage, Ted figured out he'd been wrong about you. You were just as wrong about Ted. He's willing to forget, why aren't you? Why are you so unfair? Is that why you woke me, Tina? To convince me to make up with Ted? Gosh, Sophia, you're just like a baby." "No, I'm not trying to force you into anything. I genuinely thought you'd want to see that place and to see what Sabina is doing." Tina started to walk away from me. "Wait!" I shouted, "I'll go if Pat agrees to go with me." In less than half an hour Tina returned to my dorm room with Pat. "If Tina thinks no one should miss it, then it must really be worth visiting," Pat said to me. "And on the way there I'll be able to ask the printer about some problems I've been having with the camera." Pat and I went to have a quick breakfast while Tina returned to the print shop to tell Ted to meet us at the corner of the campus. After breakfast I ran up for my purse and toothbrush, and we were off. Pat recognized Ted when he honked the car horn, I didn't. I ran to the back seat, Pat sat in front. Ted greeted Pat, and then extended his hand to me, looking sadly into my eyes. I put my hand in his, but could think of nothing to say to him. I felt relieved when, soon after we started, Pat asked Ted some technical questions about printing. Ted took us to a fantasy world I didn't know existed, an immense factory building set in landscaped gardens and surrounded by a park. The entrance walls were covered by slogans, similar to those at the former university, but the rest of the environment was an electronic wonderland. Ted told us Tissy and Sabina were working with a crew developing a vehicle that would transport a person to any part of the world in a few minutes. He led us to a large room, full of computers and electronically operated machine tools. The walls were covered with diagrams and photographs of vehicles. I immediately saw Sabina with a group of people studying a complex wiring chart. Sabina turned, grinned, and nudged the young woman next to her. I couldn't believe my eyes when Tissy jumped and ran toward me. "Hi, sis. I thought I'd never see you again," she shouted as she threw her arms around me. "You look great. Isn't this place something? Tissy. You look so happy, so healthy. I didn't recognize you." Dancing proudly in front of me, Tissy told me, 3 weeks with Sabina plus some new clothes was all it took, sis. "Let me look at you, Tissy. You look younger than you did 10 years ago. You're beautiful." I couldn't get over her vigor. She wasn't at all the person I had known in the garage. Tissy hugged Sabina and shouted proudly, Hey, listen to the compliments I'm getting, and listen to who's giving them. Then she ran to me, turned me around, and exclaimed, Holy Mary Mother of God, Sabina, do you actually keep this jewel all to yourself all year round? I blushed and started to cry. Thank you for being so nice to me, Tissy, I wasn't very nice to you. Tissy returned to me, pressed me tightly against her and whispered, You were a gem, sis. I pecked her lips and whispered, You're lying. You're the gem. Tissy pulled Sabina toward me. How about giving sis a tour of the place? This vehicle won't go anywhere for a while yet. Hey Ted, come on. I remembered Pat. Wait, Tissy, I haven't introduced my friend. Did he come with you? Tissy asked, turning to Pat. Sorry there, I didn't see you. I pulled Pat's hand toward Tissy's. This is Pat Klisek. He's helped me understand a great deal of what's been happening. Then I introduced Pat to my two best friends, Sabina Nachalo and Tissy Avis. Pat shook Tissy's hand, then Sabina's, and asked, Another Nachalo? Is it the name of a sect, an order, or some kind of sorority? Tissy tried to help him. One of them is the other's aunt, though I can't remember which. Are you the aunt, Sabina? Sabina answered, I'm my own mother, Tissy, so I can't very well be the aunt, can I? Tissy told Pat, just act as if they're sisters. Have you ever seen two more gorgeous sisters? Displaying Tissy to Pat, Sabina said, Look at who's talking. Would you believe she was released from a prison hospital only 3 weeks ago? Ted added, when she came out she looked like a corpse. Incurable dope addict, they called her. A week after she was out she was just like a kid, all cured. Tissy pulled Ted's beard. Sure I got cured, 'cause I had an old man like you to take care of me. I was hypnotized by Tissy. She really was like a child. Her enthusiasm, her energy, her rebirth were every bit as fantastic to me as the strikes and occupations. Maybe what's happening is that we're all becoming children again. Our rigid roles and characters are dropping off like dried skin. We're fascinating to each other because each one of our acts might be a total surprise. At any instant our personalities might change completely. Like children, we're not exhausted by what we've been and are, life is ahead of us, we're no longer dead. Tissy announced, if no one's got any more compliments, let's start, but if anyone has more nice things to say about me, I'll stay all day. I love it. Sabina kneeled in front of Tissy, kissed Tissy's hand and quoted, Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Tissy danced around Sabina and laughed. Oh, but my eyes are nothing like the sun, music makes a much more pleasing sound, and when I walk I always stay on the ground. Raising Sabina off the ground, she asked her gypsy tutor if I get it right. Word for word, Tissy. Next week, when the whole world becomes our toy, everyone will speak in verse their own verse. Tissy sandwiched herself between Sabina and me, Pat and Ted trailed behind, and the tour began. Sabina was like a guide to a foreign delegation, and I was as much of a tourist as I had been and had continued to be in the garage. Yet I wasn't as much of a tourist as Pat. Sabina, Tissy, and the place itself were more than his all-encompassing intellect could absorb. He was completely at sea. The tour began in the room in which we stood. Sabina pointed at pictures and diagrams and spoke of vehicles that would transform human beings into birds. She described the group's current project, a vehicle, not much larger than an individual, which would respond to verbal instructions, stand still in the air or fly several times faster than sound. She spoke of houses with entrances on their roofs, all ground being used up by gardens and fields in which to walk and play. She said such vehicles could almost be built now, but all research on them was being suppressed. The way they suppress the thing is to hire all so-called geniuses on the verge of designing it and bury them in this room. Here they're allowed to play out their schemes on paper. Why are they suppressing it? Because this little vehicle lasts a lifetime, uses no steel and little plastic, burns no gas, and can be built by anyone once the principles are known. It would mean the virtual end of assembly lines, road building, oil production. Then, as if anticipating objections I didn't dream of making, she explained, a central computer keeps track of every standing and moving vehicle. At any instant an infinity of positions and paths is available, so there's never a crash or a bottleneck. Central computer breakdowns are monitored by any number of computers located elsewhere and ready to take over. The sole function of the computers is to prevent crashes and bottlenecks. No one controls the computers. In circumstances where such vehicles would be possible, power over the transportation computers would be as outlandish as power over the world's supply of air. On the way to our next marvel, Sabina walked between Tissy and me. Squeezing me, she said, "You look so lost, Sophia, and so frightened. You're really something. You have no facade. All your feelings show on your face. I'm all facade. I'm pretending that I love everything that's happening here. No doubts or reservations will ever show on my face. But half the things that can be done here scare the hell out of me." We entered a room with subdued light, dark curtains, and various strange plastic objects. Sabina continued, "I can understand vehicles, but watch this." She operated a switch and a cup appeared on a table. "Grab it. Your hand will go right through it. There's nothing there. This is a way for someone to go anywhere, not in minutes, but instantly. Only the person who goes is no more real than this cup. It's called a hologram. You can stay in your bed while your hologram travels all over the world. You could be standing in front of me looking as real as life until I tried to embrace you. My arms would go through air, you'd be nothing but a projection of light. Isn't that awful? It's part of the same package as the vehicles. When you write Yarostan, tell him I'm not as sure of myself as I once was." Tissy observed, "These things would sure make life in prison more bearable. I could at least think you were right there with me." Pat opened his mouth for the first time. "I'd thought they were only into transportation research at this place." "They're into everything they can turn into merchandise," Sabina told him. "They'd have an orgasm department if someone invented an orgasm machine that contained a ton of steel and used a barrel of oil every time it got you excited. Next they'd have two such machines getting each other excited while the rest of us lay in prison hospitals chatting with holograms." "I rejected Jan Sedlak's attitude of technology all my life, Sophia, but I can no longer convince myself." "Hey, what's all this?" Tissy shouted. "For 3 weeks you've been teaching me about it, telling me how great it all is." Sabina swung Tissy and me around and pulled us out of the hologram room. "You're right, Tissy. It is great. I was only raising interesting questions. Ted, let's show off your hangout." We entered another computer-filled room. Sabina had me sit at a desk and press one of the buttons below the word quantity, and then told me to speak into a microphone. As soon as I'd spoken 3 words, Ted handed me 5 slips of paper with the words "I'm completely lost" printed on them. This time, I was the one with doubts and reservations. I'm enough of an environmentalist to know that with such a gadget every megalomaniac would make millions of copies of his ravings, since he'd no longer have to bother writing them down, and forests would all be depleted in a day. In this department they've already moved far beyond that objection, probably because the forests are already depleted, Sabina told me. All the world's writings would exist nowhere except in a computer library. There'd be no more book collections, libraries, bookstores, or files. Everyone would have a fairly small computer. Whenever she wants a book or a work of art, the computer produces it for her, in a few seconds. She can study it, take notes on it, keep it around. When she's through with it, she deposits it into a paper disposal unit instead of a shelf or a drawer. The same small quantity of paper circulates among all the users of all printed works. If she's devoted to bookshelves, she can have holograms of them along every wall. It's the only positive use I can think of for holograms. But when she wants a book, she doesn't reach into the shelf but into the computer. When she's through, she deposits the book in the disposal and its hologram into the shelf. There's nothing wrong with this department. They would even introduce it into the present system if steel or concrete or oil or some other large interests were involved. But it takes all the fun out of printing, Ted commented. The computer does it all. That's the point of the whole place, Sabina added. The computer does it all. But let's go eat. There's a good restaurant, and there are no computers to do the eating for you. When we sat down to eat, I asked Pat what his impressions were. He announced, "The slogans on the walls are fantastic, they reflect the most revolutionary acquisitions of the proletariat to date, anywhere." Slogans? Tissy asked. I never noticed them. That's because you're not a professor, Tissy, Sabina told her. Professors don't notice anything else. Pat was offended. Slogans are often a concise expression of the theory that informs the proletariat's practice. You must have been part of the student demonstration that came here the day after the occupation, Sabina said to him. Pat grew increasingly offended. I stay away from demonstrations, that pseudo-activity organized by politicians. I asked Sabina about the demonstration. She told me thousands of people had marched toward the newly occupied research center with flags and placards. The gates were wide open, and everyone here thought they'd all come inside and turn this place into a popular playground. But would you believe it? All those thousands stopped in front of a sound truck and listened to slogans broadcast to them over loudspeakers. No one and nothing held them there. When the sloganeering ended, they all dispersed. The open gate remained an impassable barrier to them. Afraid to touch what they said they wanted, Tissy added. Pat tried to explain, those people were vendors of political ideologies and their customers. The slogans I liked here aren't expressions of ideology, but of theory. They subject revolutionary practice to demystifying scrutiny. But Sabina insisted, slogans, Professor, are what that demonstration was about, the renunciation of the world for the sake of the word. Pat stuck to his point. If the proletariat doesn't regain its revolutionary perspective, the revolution will be stillborn and practical needs will find no genuine revolutionary form. Professor Sabina began. I'm not a professor and I don't aspire to be one. Pat shouted. Don't be sore, Tissy told Pat. Whenever anyone uses words as big as she does, she calls them a professor. But Pat remained sore through the rest of the meal and for the remainder of the evening. I was very tired soon after supper. And Sabina showed Pat and me to our bedroom, telling us she and Tissy slept across the hall, in case we needed anything. Our room was a former executive suite. Its soft carpet made me think of a room Sabina had once described to me, a room with a wall-to-wall mattress. The carpet seemed clean enough, but I didn't avail myself of this luxury. I fell on a large couch next to the wall. Pat sulked in a corner of the room, next to a lamp, and read a book he had brought along. I had nothing to say to him. He had been out-argued by a woman, and he couldn't accept that. In the morning he told me he wanted to return to the occupied university. When I insisted on spending at least one more day in the research center, he told me he wouldn't accompany me or my know-nothing friends, but would tour the place on his own, or with the printer. Tissy knocked when we were about to leave our room. It's my turn to give you two a tour. I told her Pat was intimidated by women and would tour by himself. Tissy excitedly squeezed my hand and whispered, Good, I want you all to myself, sis. I wanted you for years. Scared. As we walked away from Pat's and my bedroom, I put my arm tightly around Tissy's waist and told her, I'm frightened out of my wits. But you'll come anyway. To the end of the world, Tissy. I'm all yours, all day long. It was an unimaginably beautiful summer day. The sky was clear, the air was clean, there was a slight breeze. Tissy, the incurable dope addict, led me to Ted's car. After a 5-minute drive, she parked by the entrance of what looked like a vast estate. "I wanted to show you what the other half used to do during their breaks and lunch hours," she told me. We walked into a fabulous park with covered walks surrounded by thick forest. The morning sun only reached the tops of the trees. There are several streams, a pool, a large lake. I went wild the first time Sabina and I came here. Imagine me, after spending all those years in prison, and then in that ward. Suddenly shouting, "Watch this," she dove right through a seemingly solid hedge. "Come on through," she shouted. I followed her through the hedge and found myself in a grass-carpeted room completely surrounded by trees. Lying on the grass in a sunlit corner of the room, Tissy told me, "Sabina and I found this place by accident. Isn't it great? I'd come here with her every sunny day if she wasn't so busy with her vehicle." I lay down alongside her. Tissy rested her head on my stomach and asked, "You mind?" "No, Tissy. I don't mind." Tears came to my eyes as I ran my fingers through her hair. "I'm sorry about what I did to you, Tissy." Tissy pulled my hand to her mouth. "You're not the one that should be sorry, Sophie." It was the first time she'd called me by my name. "I'm the one that's sorry." "You mean about getting me to your room by telling me you were scared? You knew I wouldn't have gone if you'd told me what you wanted." "About that too, but I'm a lot sorrier about other things. I had you all wrong. I had everything all wrong. I thought you were just like Sabina and me. Seth wanted you and Tina in the bar, and I wanted those shots more than I wanted anyone or anything. I tried to get you for myself and for Seth at the same time, and I thought you were just pretending you didn't want me. I was sure Jose and Ted had told you I just wanted you for Seth, and I hated both of them. Jose kept me from you and Ted kept me from Tina." A shock went through me. We both sat up. "Ted kept you from Tina? Don't tell me you still think he wanted Tina for himself?" Tissy exclaimed. "Ted was just like her father." "Tina's father?" I asked stupidly. "Mine too," she added. "You sure had him figured out all wrong. Ted's the only father I ever had. I couldn't ever stand him, but I always loved him ever since I was little. I never had a real father. I hardly even had a mother. The woman who bore me was a drunkard and a prostitute. I was 8 when I had my first sex. It was with one of my mother's girlfriends. I spent most days and nights on the street. That's where I met Ted. He was the best car thief in the neighborhood. He let me move into the garage where he lived. One day we were both caught in a stolen car and sent to reform school. That was where I got the rest of my sexual education. One of the girls I met was a prostitute to rich women. That's what I did when I came out. But I missed Ted. He was the only person I knew who didn't treat me as a monkey or a rubber doll. He'd always talk to me as if I understood. He'd tried to teach me things. Some neighborhood kids told me he was out of reform school and was running the garage by himself. I asked him if he still had room for me. He couldn't believe I actually wanted to stay with him. "Well, I ain't got no other home," I told him. He soon figured out how I made my money, but he didn't mind. Ted didn't mind anything until I started taking heroin. That only happened after Seth bought the garage and Sabina and Jose moved in with us and started fixing up the house. I went wild over Sabina the first time I saw her. I know you can't understand that, sis. Being in the same house with her, day after day, drove me crazy. I wasn't a monkey to her but a person, the way I was for Ted, but I wanted to be more than that to her. She became my goddess. All I wanted in the world was to become her slave. She wanted the house first, and then all the machines. And above all else she wanted her precious independence. That was why I started taking heroin. That was why I started doing Seth's bidding. I thought I was showing Sabina what kind of independence I wanted, but I didn't show anyone anything. I just got all messed up. I started hating everyone. I tried to drag Tina to the bar, and once I even tried to get her on heroin. That was the only time Ted ever hit me. When you came, I wanted to do the same thing to you. Tissy was crying. I wanted you bad, sis, real bad. But I wanted that heroin worse, and there was nothing I wasn't willing to do for Seth. I thought he was so good, Tom. I dragged you to the bar. I would have let them take that pretty body of yours, and I placed my hand over her mouth and pleaded, "Don't, Tissy. That's all over, and we're both so different now." Tissy pushed me down to the ground, placed her lips right above mine and whispered, "I haven't changed any, Sophie. I still want you as bad as I did then." Suddenly she burst out laughing. "You haven't changed either, sis. You're shaking." "I'm sorry, Tissy." "Don't be sorry. You're just hungry, that's all." She had brought a bag along, and started unpacking sandwiches, a bottle of wine, cake. "After lunch I'll take you to another gorgeous spot." She took me to a sandy beach at a crystal clear lake. She ran into the water naked, perfectly unself-conscious. I followed her. The only previous time I swam in the nude was 19 years ago, when Ron took me to a lake by a farm. Tissy and I raced, splashed each other, and then lay on the grass in the sun, our bodies touching. Tissy fell asleep. I found myself looking at her as if I were looking into a mirror. Beneath the seeming energy and determination lay the same passivity, the same longing for dependence. She wanted to be Sabina's slave. What did I want to be to you, to Jose, to Hugh? When she felt rejected and alone, she took heroin. I drifted and stared at blank walls. It was nearly dark when Tissy drove me back to the research center. We had supper by ourselves in the restaurant. It was a beautiful day, Tissy, every minute of it. I don't deserve to be treated so grandly, not by you. Don't be so hard on yourself, Sophie, or on Ted either. I'm the one that messed everything up in the garage. I haven't told you everything. I don't even dare tell Sabina. I wouldn't have any friends left. I'll be your friend, Tissy, always, even if you don't ever tell me anything. When you talk like that, sis, you make my insides jump around. If you and Sabina and I were on an island far away from everything. Come on, I'll walk you to your room." Pat was already in the room, reading. I felt happy. I kissed his forehead and asked if he'd spent the day enjoyably. All he told me was, I asked the printer if he could give us a ride back tomorrow. He said he'd be glad to. I lay down on the couch and fell asleep immediately. I woke up with a weight on my chest. I pushed Pat's head away from me and sat up. He started to cry. "I'm sorry, Sophia. I didn't want to take advantage of you like this. I think I'm in love with you. Ever since we went to talk to the office machine workers. The second time we went, my hand almost touched yours. I felt something funny. I wanted to be close to you. Then you stayed away from me. I thought you knew I wanted to make advances, and you didn't want me to. But a few nights ago, after the argument with your former roommate, you squeezed my hand and I felt sorry for him and held his head in my hands. I started to kiss him, but he went on, then you wanted me to come here, with you, and we're alone in the same room at night. I heard you breathing. You were so close, Sophia. You're so beautiful, so intelligent." I dropped my hands from his face and froze. I was so intelligent for a woman. Sabina was far too intelligent. She intimidated him. But I was just intelligent enough to make him lose his head. I lay back down and turned my back to him. I heard him lie down on the carpet next to the couch. I felt sorry for him again, and tried to stroke his cheek with my hand, but quickly regretted doing that. He took my hand in both of his, pressed it to his lips, and apparently intended to spend the night in that position. I quickly got a cramp in my shoulder and pulled my hand away. When I woke up the next morning, Pat was pacing, impatient to leave. I left our door open, and as soon as I saw Sabina come out of her room I told her I'd go back to the council office with Pat. Running out on us so soon? Sabina asked. I was stung by the way she put it. That's mean, Sabina. I ran out on you and Ron and went to the university. Are you referring to that? Or to the time I ran out on Jose? I'm sorry, Sophia. It was a mean way to put it. I thought you'd stay with us. Tissy and I both want you close to us. It was my way of saying I'd feel even better about being here if you were here with me. I was crying on Sabina's shoulder. I can't. My mind is all fogged. In the commune and the council, in the midst of leaflets and arguments and news of strikes, I know who I am. But I'm lost here. I don't know who I am or what I want. Tissy told me about Ted, about herself. I haven't had time to absorb it, any of it. I'll come back, maybe even tomorrow, but I've got to know why I'm coming back, what I want. Just then Tissy came running toward us. I'm leaving, Tissy, but I promise to come back. Ah, sis, we both thought you were here, to stay. Is it because of me? No, Tissy, please don't ever think that. Before I came here, I was convinced that what I was doing was very important, very meaningful to me. I'm no longer sure. I'd like to find out before I come back. Sabina jumped on Pat as soon as he came out of our room. So you've had your fill of practice and it's time for theory again. Pat said calmly, I recognize the revolutionary character of the appropriation that took place here, but the point is not to appropriate a single enterprise but the whole world. Is that what you're going back to do? That's what I'm going to take part in. Revolution will be made when all, and not just some of the victims of the market's tyranny throw off their shackles. That's well put. And just how do you intend to take part in all that? Sabina asked him. By keeping abreast of reality. A radical critique of the modern world must have the totality as its objective. Sabina walked away from him and went to look for Ted. On the return trip I rode in the front seat, between Ted and Pat. I thought of what Tissy had told me about Ted. I didn't know how to begin undoing my gross misunderstanding, my brutal injustice. I whispered to him awkwardly, yesterday Tissy told me, about everything. I'm sorry, Ted, terribly sorry. I was closed-minded and mean. He turned a very sad face toward me. I wasn't so open either, Sophie. I saw Seth's hand behind everyone and everything. I made you suspicious of me. And then the day Jose was released you couldn't be there to see him because he came to my house, and you wouldn't have come there. He might not have gotten killed if you'd been there. Please don't tell me that, Ted. I was crying. I hadn't run out on Jose only when I left the garage. I had run out on him again when he was in prison. On my third or fourth visit to the prison, Jose had talked enthusiastically about the books I had brought him. He talked about liberation struggles, about the need for the oppressed to arm themselves. I realized that while I was carrying bags full of books to Jose, books describing wars of liberation and revolutionary uprisings, I was dragging myself to a factory job every day except Sunday. The contradiction between the subjects of those books and my own mindless drift became unbearable to me. I couldn't face another conversation with Jose. I longed to do something, anything at all, that would associate me in some way with the subjects of those books. On the day I had accompanied Sabina and Tina to Debbie Matthews' house, Lem Isel had mentioned the peace movement, and I had asked Tina if she knew anything about it. Although Tina had contemptuously dismissed the peace movement, she remembered my question and brought me a leaflet about a demonstration. The bottom of the leaflet said volunteers welcome and gave an address. On a Sunday I went to the address on the leaflet, ready to do something. In the Peace Center I found a room where several people were working at a large table. I asked how I could join the peace movement. A woman pulled an empty chair up to the table, and I spent the rest of the day stuffing envelopes. I didn't get glass in my lungs, but the drudgery was the same as in the fiberglass factory. The activity was what I imagined office work to be, numerous women stuffing, sealing, and stamping envelopes, a few important-looking men walking in and out of the room. But this drudgery had a justification: it was service and sacrifice for others. There were 8 or 9 women at the stuffing table, and one bearded man. The women were all middle-aged, the man was my age. I sat across the table from him. His name was Art Sinich. He introduced himself to me later that day. They stuffed envelopes right through the lunch hour. No one mentioned food. The mailing got done late in the afternoon. No one thanked me. Obviously, I hadn't helped them, I had helped the movement. People started to disperse. They were all going to see each other again at a lecture which I couldn't attend because of my job. I asked if more work would be done the following Sunday. Art told me he would be there. I returned to the Peace Center the following Sunday. Art and 2 or 3 women were stuffing pamphlets into brown envelopes. The women weren't the ones who had been there a week earlier. Art introduced me to them. I was already a full-fledged member of the movement. The pamphlet stuffing didn't take long and everyone except Art and I left. I asked him what was done in the Peace Center other than envelope stuffing. He took me to the literature room. I leafed absently through some books and pamphlets. All of them dealt with the same subject: death. Death by nuclear holocaust, by chemical warfare, by radiation from atomic tests. Then Art took me to the Peace Center's print shop and introduced me to the printer. It was in the basement. A large man my age was operating a small printing machine in a space large enough for one small person. He looked like a giant trapped in a cave. Finally Art took me to the reception room. He showed me photographs in the movement scrapbook, pointing to himself at a vigil, at a chemical warfare plant, in a rowboat resisting a nuclear submarine, sitting in at a government atomic energy building. He told me proudly that he'd been arrested at every one of those actions. I returned again the following week. Announcements of a major demonstration several weeks away were being sent out. The demonstrators were to block the entrance gate of a military base about to receive missiles that could depopulate half the world. I told Art I wouldn't be able to attend the demonstration because of my job. He looked at me as if I were one of them, the wrongdoers, the warmongers. I already knew that behind the modest, self-sacrificing servant of humanity stood a hardened holy man who towered above ordinary mortals. I didn't have the nerve to tell him I only supported myself. I felt guilty for putting my selfish material interests above goodness and peace. For Art, that selfishness was at the root of all war, all destruction. I stayed away from the envelope stuffing for a week, intimidated by the righteousness. But that only put me back into the situation I had tried to leave behind. I decided to take part in the demonstration and to skip work. I was extremely nervous on the day of the demonstration. I rode with 5 or 6 other people to a military sign that said, "No public access beyond this point." Several other cars were already parked by the sign. People began to sit across the roadway, about 20 in all, with various homemade signs. It was spring, but the temperature was freezing. I couldn't stop shivering. At last a huge truck approached. I was stupefied by fear. I was sure we'd all be run over. But the truck stopped and one of the demonstrators told the driver he was transporting death in the back of his truck. Other trucks came, and drivers gathered at the side of the road and made various comments to the nuts sitting in the roadway. I knew at the time that all the hatred of the people sitting in that roadway was concentrated on the drivers of the trucks. 20 righteous people were making themselves an example to the murderers who drove trucks and worked in factories. I also knew that all the peace literature appealed to the moral sense of government officials and the humanity of the rich. When I heard sirens, I clung to Art with mortal fear. I was nearly unconscious with fear when I was carried to the police wagon. I had been arrested only once before, at the carton plant. After a day and a half in jail, I was released on bail put up by the peace organization. The date of the trial was set. When I got home, I called the fiberglass factory and told the foreman I'd been arrested at a peace demonstration. He told me not to bother returning to work. I had succeeded in transforming my situation. I was a full-time political activist. I described my act to Sabina and tried to tell her how worthwhile it had been. I described Art to her and tried to tell her how wonderful and good he was. Sabina made no effort to hide her disgust. We shared the house, but we no longer shared anything else. I was jobless and alone. I wasn't able to defend myself from Sabina's and Tina's hostility. I couldn't bear to face Jose's questions about liberation, armed struggle, revolutionary wars. I knew that my act had nothing to do with the subjects of the books I had taken to Jose. I knew that I had joined a tiny group of God's witnesses on earth, sent from heaven to stimulate guilt in workers and move the hearts of rulers. I knew I had joined the martyrs of the age, the saints who stood witness to humanity's final cannibalistic act and kept their souls pure. When I saw Art again, he showed me newspaper clippings about our arrest, and he was proud. The arrest was a sign of his personal worth, if not in the eyes of the rabble for whom he only felt contempt, then in the eyes of God and good members of the ruling class. I knew that my act had no relation to Hughes' Project House, where the oppressed were to become independent by their own efforts. My new friends found only one quality in the oppressed: guilt. All initiative, all change, had to come from the top, from those who rule. But instead of turning my back on Art and his friends, I turned against Sabina, Tina, and Jose. I looked forward to the trial alongside my modest, bearded co-defendant. On the first day of the trial, I told Tina not to expect me home that night. The trial wasn't about missiles or nuclear weapons or wax. It was about whether or not we had locked arms when the police had announced we would be arrested. Afterwards, I drifted to Art's apartment house. He invited me up to his tiny room, part of a subdivided apartment with a common kitchen. The room contained every book and pamphlet I had seen in the Peace Center. He had apparently read them all. There were notes in all the margins. In addition to the pamphlets, there was a single bed, and that was all. He asked if I wanted to stay. I had nothing better to do with myself. For a few nights we both slept in his single bed, then I bought a cot. He insisted on sleeping on the cot. He was determined to bear the greater sacrifice. The trial dragged on for 2.5 months. Every session was the same. Had we locked arms before the announcement? Had there been an announcement? When Art wasn't stuffing envelopes or demonstrating, he read. I read 4 or 5 of his books and pamphlets. Each one of them made the same points in exactly the same way, only the names and dates were different. After a few weeks, I stopped accompanying him to the stuffing sessions. I tidied and swept his room, got bookends for his literature. Art didn't see the difference. He was neither pleased nor annoyed. It didn't matter to him. I was a crass materialist for occupying myself with such things. I made up the beds, shopped, cooked, washed the dishes. He didn't once tell me he'd liked one of the meals I'd prepared. He was a vegetarian. Before I had come, he had eaten mainly boiled eggs. I learned that he had never worked because his father, who owned a clothing store and whom Art considered a crass materialist, gave him a monthly allowance. When the trial finally ended, I bought a bottle of wine to celebrate. Weeks earlier I had bought a vegetarian cookbook, and I spent several hours preparing a delicacy. I set a cloth on the floor and put candles on it. Art sat down as usual, gulped down my meal as if it were a boiled egg, and turned back to the pamphlet he had been reading. Late that night I tiptoed out of his room. I left him the cot, so as to decrease the discomfort of his next guest. In the kitchen I looked into the phone book and scribbled him a note: "Get yourself a maid. Maid service phone number, ... I slipped the note under his door and called a taxi. I didn't hear from Art again until I saw him, as well as Louisa, after the riot last year, engaged in envelope stuffing. I was back home with Sabina and Tina, jobless, projectless, aimless. They didn't ask questions. I couldn't have answered any. Gradually one of my former interests revived, my interest in reading. I made frequent trips to the library and rummaged through bookstores. I hadn't read anything other than a few peace pamphlets since I'd left the garage. Now I spent most of my days reading. Subjects that had rarely been treated when I was a student were now explored in one study after another. In the bookstores there were entire sections of literature devoted to revolutionary theory, liberation struggles, even philosophical analyses of social and psychological repression. The more I read, the more indignant I became about the narrowness of art's interests. Whenever I found a book particularly exciting, I set it on the living room table. Tina read them. I hoped she'd take them to Jose, but she only returned them to the table. One day she told me she was going to visit Jose, but didn't want to go alone and Sabina didn't want to accompany her. She trapped me into visiting Jose again. I packed all the books I'd set aside and went with her. In the visiting room she stood some distance away from Jose and me. He had probably begged her to bring me, one way or another. I gave him the books, but I didn't have the nerve to tell him about my peace movement actions or friends. I visited Jose one more time before his release, by myself. It was on that visit I noticed just how much he had been affected by the books I had brought him. I don't want to exaggerate my share. Probably the solitude in which he read the books, as well as conversations he must have had with fellow prisoners, had also contributed their share. I did know that the intentions he expressed, as well as the words he used, came out of the books, since I had just read them. He talked about his intention to take part in the uprising of the oppressed. I was excited at first. I thought he was describing something like Hugh's Project House. But the more he talked, the more frightened I grew. The Project House turned into a band of armed guerrillas. Jose lectured to me about the need of the oppressed to arm themselves, to defend themselves with knives, rifles, even machine guns. When I had read the accounts of the guerrilla movements, I had been excited by the knowledge that law and order were collapsing everywhere, that people were responding to arms with arms elsewhere, far away from me. I hadn't for a second imagined myself stealing a truck full of weapons, shooting at police, or pulling the ring of a hand grenade. Before leaving Jose I tried to tell him I thought activities appropriate elsewhere might not be so appropriate here, but I don't think he heard me. I never saw him again. As the day of his release approached my fears grew. It had been so easy to carry books to him. I wasn't able to live up to those books, to Jose, to his new commitment. On the day of his release Sabina told me he didn't want us to meet him at the prison. Several days later Sabina burst into my room crying. Jose had been shot in the back. The police picked him up just like a dog dead, in the street, she told me. If they hadn't arrested Ted as a suspect, I wouldn't even have known. Then she added, he had wanted to be someone you could admire. I fell on Sabina wailing. He was my whole life, everything I loved. I'm nothing compared to him, Sabina, I couldn't have given him anything, I'd only have dragged him down and made his life ugly. He couldn't have died because he wanted to live up to me, Sabina. You're wrong. You have to be wrong. I cried during the rest of the trip from the research center to the commune. Ted confirmed what Sabina had told me 3 years earlier, what I still didn't want to believe. Jose had wanted to be ready for me, he had wanted to live up to me, he had mistakenly associated me with the fearless revolutionaries described in the books I had taken him. I was completely oblivious to Pat, sitting silently on my right, humiliated by his 2 encounters with Sabina. All I saw was Ted, the person whose house I wouldn't have entered, even to be with Jose, because of my suspicions. When we reached the corner where Ted had picked us up, he stretched his hand toward me again and said, almost pleading, when Jose told me you had nothing to do with Seth, I tried to become your mend, Sophie. But it was too late then. I'd like to try again. I squeezed his hand and told him, I'd like to try too, Ted. I saw Ted again the following day when Pat and Louisa used the print shop to print Pat's leaflet on the loudspeakers. That was the first time I entered Ted's house. I told him I might accompany him back to the research center when he returned there. But first I had to do what I told Sabina and Tissy I wanted to do. I had to find out who I was and what I wanted. Your letter gave me an enormous clue. It convinced me that I no longer wanted to be what I had been. It filled me with a desire to shatter my past self. Louisa, Pat, and Damon provided me with a perfect setting. I formulated my strategy while riding next to Pat in the back seat of Damon's car, en route from the picket line at Louisa's assembly plant to the Revolutionary Festival at Louisa's house. ******. I'm aware that Louisa has a strategy too. The whole purpose of her festival is to celebrate her independence from me for the second time, to conquer Damon right in front of her former conscience, and to use me as well as Pat in her conquest. She's slightly tipsy from the drinks she'd had with Pat in the bar across from her plant, but her determination shows in every move she makes. Damon and I accompany her to the kitchen to help with the dinner. Pat, who had seemed fairly drunk when we'd entered the house, sits on the living room sofa and waits, glancing at the revolutionary acquisitions of the proletariat in Louisa's bookshelf. Men dominate history from living rooms while so beautiful and so intelligent women cook. To Damon's credit, he's totally unlike Art or Pat in this respect. Despite his rigid outlooks, when it comes to chores he's a perfect egalitarian. He doesn't expect a comrade to be his maid. I'm not the only one who appreciates this quality in Damon. Very few men I've known have followed me into the kitchen, Louisa tells him. Damon blushes and says, I was embarrassed when you had everything ready last time, Louisa. I wanted to help. Oh, have you two celebrated here before? I ask. We certainly have. Louisa answers vivaciously. Damon tried to call you more than 2 weeks ago, when you had already moved into the university commune. He couldn't reach you and thought you might have been kidnapped again, so he called me. I told him where you were. You had called me 2 days before he did. And I asked him to explain to me what was happening at the university. You hadn't been very informative. He started to explain on the phone, but I insisted he come to dinner. It went off marvelously. Damon told me about the new working class, and I agreed to write my article for the Workers' Voice. I wanted to help in other ways too, but since I can't type there wasn't much for me to do. I did go to Damon's house once and learned to operate the mimeograph machine in his basement. Damon reminds her, in the car you told me you had some suggestions for the next issue of the paper. Did I? Louisa asks absent-mindedly, but then she apparently remembers how she got Damon into her house. As a matter of fact, I have several suggestions, but she doesn't make any. Damon doesn't pursue the subject. He doesn't want to antagonize his proletarian recruit. I decide to leave them to their game. I ask Louisa if my room is free. Yes, she tells me. It's as empty as when you left it? Why? Because I want to see it before taking anyone up there. I tell her, running into the living room. Pat looks half asleep. I pull him off the sofa. So I'm beautiful and intelligent too, am I? Yes, Sophia, extremely, he says sleepily. Almost as intelligent as you. He wakes up and blushes. I pull him toward the stairway. Come on, we're going to occupy this place. I'll give you a tour. I pull him all the way up to my room. This is where I spent my time dreaming when I was in high school, in this very bed. You mean this is your house, and Louisa really is your sister? Couldn't you guess that from looking at us? No, I couldn't, Sophia. She looks so much older than you. I thought you and Tina were sisters. I push Pat on the bed, slide alongside him, and kiss his lips long and hard. That's the nicest thing you've said to me, Pat. My heart pounds, my limbs are sore from hunger. But I get up. I learned something from Myrna, to wait for the perfect moment, to fan the fire to its highest heat. Pat begs, come back, Sophia, please. I love you. I never loved anyone before. I take his hands, pull him to me, and kiss him again. They're waiting for us downstairs. Let them wait, Sophia. I can't. I scold him. How will man dominate history if he can't even dominate himself? Tell me that. He stiffens as if I'd pulled a switch. A woman is dominating the man who would dominate history, turning him on and off like a water tap. I descend victoriously. Pat follows me. I set the table. Damon and Louisa bring out a delicious-looking meal, and wine. We start to eat. Pat returns to the topic he had started discussing with Louisa when we left the council office. He becomes sober and alert. His passion vanishes. He's pure intellect again, all theory and history. What did you yourself do after that uprising, Louisa? Earlier you told me people ran everything on their own. What did you run? I operated a tram, Louisa tells him. I gathered that much from your article, Pat says. But your article is full of platitudes. I didn't get any idea of what daily life was like after a so-called takeover by the workers. Was it different than it had been before? Did you drive the tram any differently? Do you understand what I'm asking? Yes, Pat, I understand what you're asking, Louisa says, somewhat peeved. But I'm convinced you don't really want to know, you just want to start another argument which proves that the union is always wrong. I'd really like to know, Louisa, not for an argument, but for the sake of historical understanding, Pat insists. Damon says, I second Pat's request. I find your experience extremely interesting. Louisa pretends to be reticent. I don't want to start our evening off by talking about myself. And in any case, Sophia has already heard everything I have to tell about my experiences. I'd like to gain some historical understanding too, Louisa. I look at Pat while saying this. Louisa begins the story you and Jasna must have heard countless times. In order to understand what it was like to drive a tram in those days, you have to understand what the whole struggle was about. The working people, together with their organizations. You mean the unions? I interrupt. It's the first time in my life that I've been so sensitive to Louisa's unionism. I feel as if I were in the presence of the trains Denek described to you. In the past, Louisa's story always inspired me. Now I realize that Louisa's life project had never been her own, any more than mine ever was. Louisa took part in a project which the union defined. I mean the union, she says calmly. It was only thanks to the union that the working population was able to defeat the insurgent generals and the entire rebel army. I've heard those terms before too, she always used them before, but I suddenly hear them for the first time, probably because we're in the middle of rebellion and insurrection right now. Were you on the side of the conservatives fighting against the insurgents? Don't be ridiculous, Sophia. Your terms are ridiculous, Louisa. What are insurgents? They're people opposed to authority, to the state, the ruling class, the status quo. How can you call a general an insurgent? A general is the highest official in the service of the established order. A rebel, an insurgent, is someone who rises against the ruling order. A general who suppresses an insurrection so as to restore the ruling order is no insurgent. As for a rebel army, that's like saying dry water or full vacuum. There's no such thing as a rebel army. Louisa wins the argument by exclaiming, how easy it is to play games of logic with the dead. Thousands of working people, including your father, lost their lives defending the cause of the workers. You're confusing Nachalo with George Alberts, I shout. Nachalo didn't die fighting against insurgents and rebels, but fighting alongside them, against the ruling order, against discipline. Whatever garbage you've picked up from Yarostan, I won't have you slandering people who fought one of the purest struggles in the entire history of the working class. What do you know about it? Was Yarostan there? What would he have done? What about you, Sophia? What would you have done? I've seen the type of insurgency you exhibit during revolutionary situations. You couldn't catch mice with it? Only the rich had time to play games with logic. Such logical contradictions were what the enemy threw into the working class to divide it against itself. Fortunately, workers recognized each other, and they recognized the enemy in spite of those who threw sand in their eyes by asking who the insurgents and rebels were. Nachalo knew perfectly well who his comrades and who his enemies were. He hated the status quo passionately. He slept with his rifle. The only bonds he recognized were bonds of solidarity with his comrades, Union comrades, Sophia. He was among the first on the barricades, among the first to join the struggle to defeat the fascist army, among the first killed in that struggle. Luisa turns to Pat, all her reticence has vanished. I'll tell you what daily life was like during those days. I was on the barricades alongside Nachalo and his daughter. She was hit in the arm. She died 2 days later. The day after she died, Nachalo went to the front to defeat the last outposts of the enemy army. I was ready to go with him. Numerous women joined the militia. In that revolution they were treated as equals to men. But I would have had to leave 2-year-old Sophia as well as the newborn Sabina. The same Sabina I met yesterday. Pat asks. Damon comments, that's very interesting. I decided to stay away from the front, Luisa continues. When I'd first met Nachalo, he had believed men were made to do the shooting and women the cooking. After the years he spent with me, he no longer believed that women's place was in the rear. He didn't influence my decision, it was my own. The day he left for the front, I went to Union headquarters to volunteer to do the work that had to be done in the rear. I had driven a tram earlier. I was urged to join comrades re-establishing the transportation network. The street fighting had completely paralyzed the city's transit system. There were barricades everywhere, and in many of them trams and buses had served as the basic construction material. This had to be straightened out before life could resume. Resume? Wasn't everything being transformed? I ask. I start feeling like the heckler Ria accused me of being. Luisa disregards my interruption. As soon as I reached the department where I had worked before, I became a union delegate and joined a commission charged with inspecting the roadbeds and listing the jobs that had to be done before the trams could run again. The following day, the radio called all the manual and technical transport workers to a meetings. The vast majority turned up, except for a few fascists. Everyone, without exception, placed himself under the orders of the union. And 5 days after the street combats, more trains were circulating than had ever been on those streets before. To get the additional vehicles, we had to work day and night, in the midst of universal enthusiasm, repairing vehicles which, according to the previous managers, were beyond repair. After only 5 days there were more vehicles, each of which was more efficiently operated. Thanks to which workers could again be transported daily to the factories where they produced the weapons. I begin with sarcasm. But Luisa misses my sarcasm. The weapons were needed for the victory over the enemy. The spontaneous discipline and organization which made possible the resumption of transportation as well as production would have been impossible without the union. That's precisely Sophia's point, Pat tells her. You've just said it yourself. The union played exactly the same role the managers had played before. I add, I can't actually believe Nachalo would have put up with the work discipline and organization you've been describing. Everything you've told me about him makes me visualize him as too much of a rebel. I've never heard such comments from you. Sophia. We were all rebels. We were too poor to be anything else. My own mother died of disease and poverty when I was 12. My father worked on a road repair crew. It was thanks to him that I met unionized workers, attended the union school. It was through the union that I got my first job. It's well and good to rebel against everything, but I frankly don't understand your hostility to the union. It had nothing in common with the so-called union here. When I was 16, my father was shot by the police. He was taking part in a demonstration protesting the imprisonment of union militants. That happened during my second year at the Union Free School. My father's friends took me into their house, but they were too poor to support me. I wanted to support myself. The union found me a job as ticket puncher on a tram. On my first day at work I was trained by a man I thought very old, although he was no older than Sophia or Damon are right now. He had a foreign accent and seemed to be a drunkard. He praised me for overlooking passengers who had no tickets. He told me the authorities would shoot me. I learned he did the same thing, and he didn't punch the tickets of people who looked poor. He remained my trainer for a week. He raged against the rich. When I told him how my father had died, he told me he kept a rifle in his room to avenge all the workers killed by capitalists. I was fascinated by the raw violence the man exhibited whenever he spoke about the exploiters. Yet he wasn't in the union. And one of the things he held against the exploiters was what he called the shameful fact that women had to work like men. I decided to give myself my first assignment as union organizer, to channel this man's energy where it belonged, and to teach him that his view of women was inconsistent with his revolutionary attitudes. Exactly what I thought. It was you who got Nachalo into the union, I exclaim. That's right. My first assignment was a success. But not right away. After my week of training I got assigned to a different tram. I looked for him after work. I found him several times and followed him to a bar. He held me in a trance with his stories of a vast peasant uprising in which he had taken part. I talked to him about the union. But after a few brief encounters, he disappeared. Several weeks passed, during which I moved out of the house of my father's friends, and rented a room of my own. I was independent for the first time, as I've been ever since. But I couldn't get Nachalo out of my mind. At union meetings I asked continually if anyone knew the whereabouts of a foreign worker who didn't punch poor workers' tickets. At one meeting I learned that precisely such a man had started a brawl with an inspector who went through the tram and discovered 3/4 of the tickets unpunched. Nachalo had fought with the inspector, but hadn't injured him. Police had arrived and arrested him along with half the passengers. He became a minor hero, but was fired from his job. I was one of a delegation that greeted him when he was released. He recognized me. I told him I was now an independent worker like himself. He was bitter. He told me he was unsuitable company for me. He spoke of himself as a broken man. He even called himself an animal. Then he shouted, "Men aren't animals. They can't allow themselves to be continually harnessed and driven." I followed him to the basement hovel in which he and his daughter slept. All the way to his building I argued that an individual can't overthrow the exploiters with his own physical powers, no matter how great they are. He can only do this through union with his fellow workers, through solidarity. Nachalo told me he knew he couldn't fight alone, but that the union got on its knees and begged like a cowardly serf instead of the workers simply taking what was rightfully their own. "My knees don't bend," he shouted when we reached his room. I followed him in and continued arguing. Before long a gypsy girl arrived, a wild thing in rags, quick as a cat, immediately suspicious of me. Keeping her eyes on me as if she thought I'd steal something from her, she started pulling vegetables, meat, liquor, and a wad of money out of her large coat. Nachalo whispered to her in their language, but she still didn't take her eyes off me. I asked her if she had a job. She didn't look older than 10. She told me furiously she couldn't get a job that would support 2 people, which was what she had to do now that Nachalo was fired. Then she told me, with shameless pride, that she'd been a pickpocket since 6 and a prostitute since 11. She was 12. I turned indignantly toward Nachalo and called him a hypocrite for his telling me men ought to work while women stayed at home, a fine principle for a man whose own daughter stooped to the worst form of slavery, prostitution. I called him a parasite and a pimp. The gypsy leaped at me like an enraged animal. She bit my arm and shrieked, "You come from the church. We don't want the church in this room. Get out, priestess." As she pushed me out of the room, I started crying. Nachalo reached for her arm and shouted at her until she released me. Then he told me, "You're right. I'm worse than an animal. He fell on his knees and begged me, stay and tell me about your union. That powerful, violent man was on his knees begging to learn from me. The gypsy pushed me toward him. I fell on my knees beside him. I told him, I haven't come as a judge, but as your comrade. Tears flowed down the man's cheeks. It was the most moving sight in my life. This man who had survived a revolution in which all his comrades had been wiped out, this violent man, ever ready to reach for his rifle, was crying with shame before me. From that moment to this I've loved that man more than I've loved anyone since. I pressed his head to my bosom and let him cry. I wanted his comradeship, I wanted him, I wanted his child. I spent that night with him, sleeping on the rags on his floor. I woke early the next morning, bought breakfast for all three of us, and while I was setting their table, the girl walked shyly toward me. She kissed the spot on my arm where she had bitten me, put her head in my bosom just as Nachalo had, and begged, I want to be your comrade too. Most of the details are familiar to me, I've always been moved by them. But now I hear something I've never heard before. The little gypsy's initial reaction to Luisa had been identical to that of the other little gypsy, only Sabina didn't ever change her mind about Luisa. The 12-year-old girl had called Luisa a priestess. The priestess of the train that would take humanity to its salvation, the Union. The link between Luisa's passion and her calling is suddenly so clear to me. She gave herself to the lowest social stratum so as to elevate it to the salvation train. Isn't that exactly what she did to you? Give to him who hath nothing, like a nun giving a kiss to a leper, save the wretched from exclusion, pull them into the Lord's train, only thus will the world be saved. Margarita was more perceptive at 12 than I am at 34. I convinced them to abandon their hovel and move to my room, Luisa continues. It was larger, sunshine and fresh air reached it, and it was clean. The gypsy, like I, remained independent. She paid for her own board and keep. But I insisted she not pay for Nachalo with her prostitution money. I had started driving a tram and could afford to support him as well as myself. She stuck to her trade, willfully, proudly. She always had a knife on her and was the equal of any man, if not in physical strength then in speed. Nachalo quickly learned to respect my independence. He became deeply involved in union activities. It was in the union that he met others like himself, workers who didn't believe in waiting or in begging. His self-respect and even his pride returned pride in himself and in his fellow workers, among whom he now included women as equals. He and his friends carried out nighttime forays against torturers and killers of working people, police, supervisors, informers. The gypsy frequently took part in those forays, but she didn't go with a view of a better world, she went solely to draw the blood of the class that exploited her. When Sophia was born, the three of us moved out of my room and rented a small apartment. It was large enough for weekly meetings, even when the number of workers who agreed with Nachalo increased. It was at one of those meetings that I met my second lover. This is new to me. I asked her, before the uprising? I didn't know. I thought Nachalo. Of course you didn't know. Think of the scene you'd have made if I'd told you. He was a young physics student from abroad, eager to put his knowledge at the service of the most revolutionary workers. Union comrades guided him to the meetings held at our apartment. George Alberts? You mean you took up with him before Nachalo left for the front? Luisa laughs at me, acting as if both Damon and Pat were in on her joke. But she misgauges them. Damon seems shocked. To Pat it's all equally exotic. You are really a phenomenon, she tells me. One would think you'd been brought up in a convent. Did I take up with George Alberts? Was I his mistress while my husband was still alive? Is that your question? And you have the nerve to lecture to me about insurgents and rebels? In those days a rebel was first of all a free person, not just someone who attended political meetings and verbally attacked the state and capital. A rebel was a person whose political beliefs and personal behavior were consistent. I rejected the family, marriage, parental and marital obligations in theory, like you, and also in practice, unlike you. Lovemaking was an integral part of our rebellion, our development as free individuals. I succeeded in teaching that to Nachalo. Who would have expected you to grow up with conventional notions of family obligations and hypocritical faithfulness? I didn't mean my question that way, I insist, although that's only partly true. I meant that Alberts was so different from Nachalo. He wasn't so different then. At the first meeting he attended he enumerated the bombs and explosives his university knowledge enabled him to produce with the cheapest of materials. Everyone loved him, he was witty and he spoke our language perfectly. Looking at Damon, she continues, I've always been profoundly impressed, I should say moved, when a university person, a member of the intelligentsia, sacrifices the privileges available to him and devotes himself to the workers' cause. Of course I took up with him. He became a regular participant at our meetings. All our friends respected him for his knowledge and his evident willingness to share it. I had another reason for taking up with him, as you put it. I wanted to learn if Nachalo had really understood what I meant by independence, I wanted to test the depth of his understanding of mutual respect. One night after a meeting, when Nachalo and the gypsy both left with the others on one of their forays, I asked George to stay and tell me about his past. Louisa stares at Damon, she virtually undresses him with her eyes. I took up with him as soon as they left. I showed him exactly how grateful I was for his coming from afar to share his knowledge with us. George rushed away before Nachalo returned. I told Nachalo I had gone to bed with George Alberts. His response was, "You're an independent woman, Louisa, you can make love with whomever you please, if my presence ever hinders you." I threw myself at him, I made love for the second time that night. I loved Nachalo more than I would ever love George or anyone else. George stayed away from our next meeting, I found out where he lived and went to look for him after work. Poor George wasn't only afraid of Nachalo, he thought he had wronged me as well. He awkwardly told me he had fallen in love with the little gypsy, and that he thought he ought to have told me that before having an affair with me. He really was in love with her, he said he'd never met anyone so uninhibited, so vivacious, so completely untamed. And he told me he didn't know what to do with his passion, since a 22-year-old student could obviously not make love to an innocent 13-year-old girl. Innocent! I shouted. I called him a blind idiot and told him every man in the union was more innocent than that gypsy. You hated her, didn't you? I ask. I've known that too, but I never understood why. Nachalo was a down-and-out whom you were able to pull up to your union train. Alberts, the expert with your ideas, was something like a conductor of the train. But Margarita was neither fish nor fowl to you, was she? She continued to carry on her trade. You were unable to pull her up to where you wanted her. Be that as it may, Sophia, I accepted George's admission with Nachalo's open spirit, without a trace of jealousy or resentment. In fact, I invited him to dinner the day after I visited him. He came. After dinner I arranged to leave with Nachalo, we stayed out very late. George and the gypsy were waiting for us, she had asked him to move in with us. He grinned and told us he had learned more from Margarita in a few hours than in all his years at the university. Obviously. After 2 years in her trade she was an expert in love-making. George went on worshipping her although she continued to sell herself in the street, to men as well as women. Talk of narrow-mindedness. It was perfectly clear to me that an illiterate girl in her position didn't have much choice. She didn't do it as a sport but out of need. And she did change a little as a result of her contact with George. Maybe she even started to dream of a day when she could make love because she wanted to, not because she was paid. If George inspired such dreams in her, then he succeeded where I had failed. When that day finally came, when the city's workers rose like a giant to stop the attacking army, the gypsy was the first one to run to the barricades with Nachalo's rifle, 9 months pregnant with Sabina. Nachalo ran to a comrade's basement and returned with rifles. All of us joined her except George. He knew how to produce explosives, but he had never held a gun in his hand. He stayed behind to mind 2-year-old Sophia. After the first exchange of shots, Margarita was hit in the arm. Nachalo and I carried her home, bandaged her arm, and returned to the barricade. I doubt if George slept for 5 minutes during the 2 days before Margarita died, giving birth to Sabina, an unbelievable replica of herself, a miniature gypsy born with black hair and black eyes. Nachalo left for the front the day after the gypsy died. And I took up with George again. Isn't that shocking, Sophia? At night George and I were alone in the apartment with 2 baby girls. Should we have slept at opposite ends of the room? But he was heartbroken, and I wasn't able to console him. His enthusiasm for the revolution waned. He was consumed by rage and self-hatred for not having been on the barricade instead of her. He started talking about revenge, not the workers' revenge but his own. It was already then that he started to slip away from his original commitment. He was temporarily saved for the movement by a young man he met, another foreigner who had come to defend the workers from their enemies. George brought him home. He was in uniform. He had something in common with Pat. Are you talking about Titus Zabran? I asked her. He had something in common with Pat? Are you kidding? Luisa is playing with Damon. Titus was younger than George. He was a theorist devoted to what he called the historical project of the proletariat. He was completely single-minded. He seemed to know exactly what was revolutionary in every situation, what steps had to be taken, what strategy was appropriate. George was more philosophical, his interests were more universal. The suggestion that Damon's interests are universal strikes me as ludicrous, but I repress my objection. His main strategic insight was that all our accomplishments in the rear were meaningless if the enemy was not defeated at the front. He convinced George. They both joined Nachalo at the front. I longed to go with them, but I stayed behind with my job and the 2 babies. A month after they left, George returned alone. Nachalo was dead. Titus was seriously injured and in the hospital. George himself was completely transformed, he seemed shell-shocked. He told horrifying stories about what had happened at the front. He turned his back on the revolution. I went to visit Titus in the hospital. Damon and Pat seemed to be in a trance. The magnetism Luisa radiates is overwhelming. All my life I've been in the same trance, hypnotized by her, uncritically admiring her courage, her devotion, her determination. All my life I negated my own desires for the sake of Luisa's revolution. If I had become aware of my dependence on Luisa years ago, you would have had a comrade, Yarostan, not just a passive admirer, a frail, pretty thing at your revolutionary beck and call. If I had only felt jealousy toward Luisa then, it would have been you who ran to the stockroom with the sheet wrapped around you. I would have carried Nachalo's project instead of worshipping it. My love for you would have been an activity instead of a vocation. But I had to experience Jose before I experienced myself as a body, and Elle had to wait yet another decade to absorb what I learned from Jose. I get up from my chair, dizzy from all the wine I drank, and walk toward Pat. I take his head in my hands and press it against me. I'm too giddy to listen, but not too giddy to proceed with the strategy one dreamed up. In the car on our way here, Alberts turned his back on the revolution. So you gave yourself to Titus Zabran, the soldier of the revolution, its theorist, the younger of the 2. I'm burning with desire, jealous, resentful desire. And why not? I ask. The revolution is a festival, the satisfaction of all desires. Isn't that what we're supposed to be celebrating? Damon snaps out of his trance. Luisa's account makes it perfectly clear that certain matters, such as social production, transportation, precede the satisfaction of personal desires. Pat, almost completely drunk, says weakly, if production takes precedence over the real desires of concrete individuals, then the organizers of production take precedence over living individuals and repression takes precedence over life. Damon objects, I think you both missed the point of what Louisa has been telling us. If revolution is nothing but the realization of what you call desires, what do you call them, Damon? I snap at him, starting to pull Pat out of his chair. Are you sure you didn't miss the point of what Louisa has been telling you, Damon? She wants you to give her an orgasm, Damon, right here, right now. She's trying to tell you why she wants it from you. Because you're a professor with our ideas, because you're a driver of the tram she serves, because of your universal ideas, because you're the one for whose service she pulled Nachalo out of his hovel, and Yarostan. If only I had been giddy that morning I was with you on the floor of the carton plant, and if I'd known Louisa was going to open that gate, I would have pulled you into me while she watched. If I had done that, Yarostan, I would never have dreamt of emigrating. I would have waited for you at the prison gate when you were released. You would never have married Myrna, although you would have spent your life with a person much more like her than I've been. If I had nevertheless emigrated, during my first bike trip with Ron I would have spent half the night making love to him by the side of the pond, and I'd have slept the other half, content and happy and unafraid. I'd never have left Ron, he would be alive today, and I might be a successful thief or prostitute. I might have been the one who started the garage, I might have been Ron's girl and Jose's and Ted's, probably Tissy's and Sabina's too, each in turn, perhaps all at once. I know I'd never have gone near a university, and I'd never have met Rhea or Lem, Hugh or Alec, Damon or Minnie. Nor would I've written you a letter at the time of the Magarna uprising, I wouldn't have needed to, you wouldn't have been arrested because of it, Jan would still be alive, as well as Myrna's father, and Vesna would have had no reason to play her game. Do I wish, Yarostan? Yes. Don't you? I opt for that other life in Louisa's dining room. I replay my scene in the carton plant, unfortunately 20 years too late to undo the consequences of the life I've lived, but not too late to put an end to the Sophia I recognized in your letter, a Sophia toward whom I could feel no admiration, nor even pity, just contempt. Wrapping my arms around Pat's body I asked Damon, what does comradeship mean to you, Damon? What do you understand by solidarity? Then I ask Louisa, do you remember Claude Tamnik? Louisa puts her hand on Damon's shoulder and claims, you know perfectly well Damon means exactly the same thing I do, Sophia. To prove it, and to dissociate Damon from Claude, she lifts his hand to her mouth, kisses it, and tells him, this is what I mean by solidarity and friendship, Damon, it's more than articles and meetings and picket lines and arguments. I persist. I'm obsessed with my project. Show Louisa, show all of us what you mean by desire, Damon. I turn to Pat. And you? Show us what you mean by the real desires of concrete individuals, the unity between theory and practice. Show us how men dominate history. Underscore. Pat tries to pull away from me, I don't understand, Sophia. I just told Damon. Never mind what you told him. Show Damon what you wanted to show me before dinner. Not with words, Pat. With your arms, legs, hips, with your body. Let me remind you. I'm breathing fast. I feel my heartbeats in my head. I'm burning the way Myrna must have burned the day she took her brother the devil to her clearing. And why not? The world is changing all around me. Why wouldn't I change? I've abandoned myself totally only once before in my life to Jose, in order to show I wasn't perverse, to show him the nature of my most repressed desires, to show I didn't want to be Tina's seducer but Jose's woman. My determination to prove the existence of my desire itself gave birth to my desire. That was the first time I experienced the abandon of total orgasm. The irony is that in trying to deny my perversity I proved myself unimaginably perverse, bathing my entire body in Jose, writhing in semen. But I had been repressed too long to understand what I had done. Out of a shame and denial of sexuality identical to Vesna's, I committed suicide in a fiberglass factory and continued murdering my desires until both you and Louisa held up a mirror that reflected a horribly rigid, sexless porcelain statue, taunting me, provoking me until I can't stand to look at the reflection a second longer. I press my whole body against Pat's side, sliding slowly against his arm, his hips. "Don't look away, Damon!" I shout. "Tell him, Louisa. Tell him this is what you mean by comradeship and solidarity." Louisa holds onto Damon's hand and starts to cry. "Did Yarostan tell you about that too? Do you remember what comes next?" I ask her. I pull Pat's shirt over his head and start undoing his belt buckle. Pat begs, "Please, Sophia, not here." Damon gets up and moves toward the door, announcing, "This is ridiculous." Louisa, crying, falls to her knees in front of Damon and embraces his leg. She looks up to him like a begging dog. "Don't leave me now, Damon." Pulling off my own clothes, I push Pat down to the floor. Desire is ridiculous, Damon. Organization has nothing to do with passion. Solidarity means obedience to the leader's decisions. Comradeship is nothing but a synonym of membership. For you there's no contradiction between organization and desire because desire doesn't exist. It's expurgated from the revolutionary society. Louisa, do you remember Claude Tamnik? Louisa falls to the ground as Damon tries to walk away from her. He shouts to me, "You belong in a mental hospital." That must be what his friend, the dean who fired me, told him. Louisa holds onto him and begs, "Please don't prove her right, Damon." Pat and I roll naked on Louisa's living room carpet as if it were Sabina's wall-to-wall mattress. Pat, panting with desire, tries to pull me toward the stairway. I laugh at him and remind him, all the victims of repression have to satisfy their desires, Pat, not just some. Men will never dominate history from bedrooms. That's done in living rooms. Damon reaches the door, dragging Louisa after him. "At least sit with me in the kitchen. Don't leave me like this," she begs. And then, exactly as Jan expected, all morality bursts into the open and shatters. Pat penetrates and wails, "Oh, no, I didn't want it to happen like this." Damon slaps Louisa and runs out of the house, leaving her lying by the open door exactly as I had once left Tissy, crying hysterically. Louisa comes to herself, looks around furiously, and runs to her room shouting at me, "I'll never forgive you for this. I don't know what you're trying to prove, but you're doing it like a sick, wild animal. Like a gypsy." I shout back. Pat runs from the open door and grabs the clothes strewn around the living room, exactly as I ran from the street entrance of the carton plant. A porcelain statue is shattered. Pat dresses in a corner of the room and bolts through the door. I bathe in the fresh night air blowing in from the street, immoral to the point of perversity, unashamed, independent. Louisa runs past me without looking at me and slams the door shut. I go up to my room, feeling victorious and free. I wanted, and I took in conditions determined by me. Tell Myrna I'm ready now to face all the consequences, I'm ready to face the world. I've been typing for the past 12 hours. Louisa didn't invite me to breakfast before she left this morning. I recently finished the bottle of wine I earned up with me. And yes, I read your second letter as soon as I started writing this one. I lost some of my rage, but not my desire to describe my revolution to you. Outside there's a general strike. Everything is out of commission. Tomorrow I'll be part of it again, though I don't yet know which part. I may go back to Sabina and Tissy. I'll try to take Pat with me. I still love you, Yarostan, and I'll go on loving you. Your Sophia. Yarostan's 8th letter. Dear Sophia. Your victory is complete. I never dreamed the passion you just described lay below the surface of the person I knew 20 years ago. I was wrong. My outlook didn't allow me to see below the surface. I was nearsighted, I still am. Myrna, Yara, your letter, all the events taking place around me are making me suspect I've been viewing the world through opaque glass. The frame of reference I acquired from Titus and Louisa and from comrades I met during 2 long prison terms suddenly seems inadequate. Real people seem to move outside its boundaries. More is breaking down and more is rising up than I'm able to take. Perhaps I never dreamed of anything more than a different system of constraint. I had not envisioned the wealth of potentiality, the passion bursting out of individuals who suddenly lost their chains. Total lack of constraint appealed to me as a concept, a motto. But the more Myrna and Yara, and you, make it a lived experience, the less able I feel to move towards it. Myrna, Yara, as well as Jasna are on a journey. They're exploring the possibilities available to them. Your previous letter convinced them working people were rising in every part of the globe. Everything seems to confirm this. A totally different activity seems to be on the horizon. Yet for the first time in my life I find myself holding back. I didn't accompany my 3 comrades on their journey, I chose to remain in the carton plant. My expectations seem to be considerably below the level of the activity taking place around me. I told you that during my 2nd prison term I rejected the outlook I had acquired from Louisa. I told you that when I first met Myrna. She hungered for life and I was only able to offer her politics. I haven't moved very far since then. I'm starting to realize that I barely understand Myrna or Yara. I learned from Titus and Louisa to put my life at the service of politics. All I did during my 2nd term was to modify my politics, perhaps even to enrich my political outlook. I didn't enrich my life's desires. My theory is still my dearest possession. Yet the genuine rebels in my life have been Jan and Myrna, and both of them have had very crude theories by Louisa's and Titus' standards, as crude as mine was when Louisa first undertook to educate me. Despite his theoretical crudity, Jan was far less reconciled to the totality of repression than Louisa. Louisa's account of her activity as a delegate in the transport union confirms most of what Manuel told me during my 1st prison term. When Manuel returned from the front to the city, he found former union militants working as supervisors and speed-up engineers, lubricating the production of weapons for a popular army whose guns were turned against the workers themselves. Louisa fails to clarify precisely what's obscure. How could Nachalo, George Alberts and Titus Zabran all have fought on the same front? Why did Alberts return from the front completely transformed and shell-shocked? Alberts had told Sabina his only military activity had been to serve on a firing squad which liquidated certain infiltrators, by which he meant revolutionaries who refused to place themselves under the orders of the popular army. Did he tell Louisa more immediately after this act than he told Sabina a decade later? According to Louisa, Alberts and Zabran both joined Nachalo at the front. What a strange way to put it. From Manuel and Sabina we've learned that the Popular Army Brigade joined the militia unit only to liquidate it. Louisa fails to distinguish victims from executioners. The two are the same to her because they are both parts of our organization. The greatest crimes are virtues when committed by our organization. When our militants enter the state apparatus, in Louisa's eyes they're still union militants, not state functionaries. When our ministers give orders to an army, the army is no longer a state army but an extension of the class. It's not by chance that she refers to the fascist army as the rebel army and to fascist generals as insurgents. Once her comrades were in the government, the aim of our organization became to maintain law and order, and all those who threatened it were insurgents. Forced labor in the service of the state apparatus became revolutionary activity. Supervisors and foremen became militants fighting in the rear. I too remember having heard Louisa's account before. But now I'm extremely puzzled about the friendship between Louisa, George Alberts, and Titus Zabran. Titus never told me very much about his past activities, and I'm surprised to learn he was such a talkative theorist when Louisa met him. Was she exaggerating in order to compare him to your young friend Klisek, or have I never really known him? I'm not only puzzled by Luisa's account, I'm very suspicious of it. Sabina told you that Alberts didn't go to the front with workers and peasants fighting to liberate themselves, he went with a state army that repressed them. According to Luisa, Alberts left for the front after Titus convinced him that victory at the front was a prerequisite for meaningful accomplishments in the rear. At that point they both joined Nachalo at the front. This doesn't make sense. According to Manuel, the militia units were formed a few days after the street fighting ended. Manuel as well as Nachalo left for the front almost immediately after they had fought on the barricades. The Popular Army didn't exist yet, the influential Union militants were still trying to get into the state apparatus. It was only after the anti-state militants became state functionaries that the Popular Army was created. Luisa told you Titus was already in uniform when Alberts met him. It's conceivable that it was Titus who convinced Alberts about the importance of victory at the front. But it's not conceivable to me that Alberts joined either Nachalo or Titus at the front. Titus' uniform must have been the militia uniform, and he must have been on leave from the militia's front when he met Alberts. He probably couldn't imagine the nature of the Popular Army being created in the rear. I'll try to ask Titus, I haven't seen him since we began our correspondence. The more I learn about that struggle, the more I suspect that my own life, as well as yours, have been affected by it. It seems to me that if Titus convinced Alberts to join the Popular Army, it was because Titus was unfamiliar with the nature of that organization. If they then joined each other at the same front, it wasn't as allies. Titus returned to his militia unit, perhaps the very unit in the village described by Manuel. Alberts arrived later with an apparatus that was labeled Popular, and he served on a firing squad that liquidated members of the militia unit after calling them infiltrators. Luisa visited Titus in a hospital after he was injured, probably defending his militia comrades. And Alberts returned shell-shocked and totally transformed. Why? What did he tell Luisa when he returned? That he had shot his own comrades. That he had taken Titus' advice and by mistake had found himself on the opposite side of the firing line? As for your remembering that Titus was with you at the time of your release 20 years ago, I can assure you that your memory is playing tricks on you. He didn't stay behind in order to try to release the rest of us, he stayed behind because he was in jail like the rest of us. Titus had just been released when he met Jan's father at the bus repair depot next door to the trade union building where Titus had just gotten his job back. When Luisa told you that story, she must have felt guilty for having abandoned her comrades. She must have known that her emigration did not illustrate the solidarity and comradeship she had preached. Only a few days ago Zdenek and Titus ran into each other, not quite by chance. On the day of the dance at her plant, Myrna took Zdenek to Titus' house. She intended to invite Titus to the dance. Myrna was surprised to learn that Zdenek and Titus had known each other. Among other things, Zdenek told Myrna he had run into Titus in prison during the time of my first prison term. Myrna had invited Zdenek to the dance of their plant 2 weeks ago, while in the middle of an argument with him. I had turned down Myrna's invitation because of my inability to dance, but Jasna had hired me into taking part in the event by promising to give me another dancing lesson. I wasn't aware of all the work Myrna and Yara did to prepare for the event, because spent my days in the carton plant. A week ago Monday all the workers at the plant listened to a debate on the radio. Jasna had told us about 2 weeks ago that Mark Glavny and Vera Krina were going to engage in this debate, but I had promptly forgotten about it. I learned at Myrna's dance that Yara hadn't only remembered the debate, she had a university friend of hers make a recording of the speeches, and rebroadcast excerpts of Glavny's speech at the dance itself, with very dramatic effect. When I first heard the speeches I resented the fact that my fellow workers had dropped everything to listen to them. It seemed to me that if the speeches of bureaucrats still mattered to us, then we hadn't moved very far. If I'd known what use Yara was going to make of Comrade Glavny's speech I would have listened with greater interest. The following day I got a hint of what Myrna and Yara were preparing. I could barely recognize Yara. Her light hair had been dyed pitch black, along with her eyebrows and eyelashes. Myrna explained that the dance was to be a masquerade. I gathered that Yara was going to play the devil. Myrna then dressed me in a peasant jacket, pants, and boots of the type Jan used to wear. She proceeded to straighten my hair with wax, and to fasten a mustache above my lips. Early Wednesday morning, when I was getting ready to leave for the carton plant, there was a knock at our door. It was Jasna. She seemed as full of energy and mischief as the other two. "How glad I am you haven't left for the plant yet," she told me exuberantly. "You haven't changed your mind about chaperoning me to the dance." I blushed as I told her, "No, Jasna. I'm looking forward to it very much." "You won't recognize me," she announced. "Nor you me," I said. "Myrna already told me it's going to be a masquerade. She's going to paste a mustache on my face and—" "You won't recognize me below the masquerade," Jasna said cryptically, kissing my cheek. "Where are the two devils?" "They're still asleep," I told her. "They spent half the night in Yara's room hatching plots. Are you in on them?" "Not yet, but I will be." "May I wake them?" Jasna woke Yara, who immediately shouted, "You'll do it, Jasna. I knew you would. Then both ran excitedly to Myrna's room. What I heard next made me extremely apprehensive for the rest of the day. Myrna said, "You're a real friend, Jasna." Then Jasna shouted, "And you're a real hypocrite, Myrna. You're pushing me into this game only because you know I'll never take him from you. He'd have to be crazy to let me. Look at the two of us, Yara. He's not blind." Yara shouted, "You, beautiful, Jasna. All of us are beautiful, and he loves every one of us, you'll see." At this point Myrna shushed the other two so that I wouldn't hear any more of their plot. I didn't go to work Thursday morning. Yara and her friend Julia were in and out of the house all morning long. They painted large signs which they didn't let me see. Myrna was busy sewing more costumes. About 2 hours before the dance was to begin, Myrna made sure I wore every item of my costume, including the mustache, appropriately. Yara, with black hair hanging down to her shoulders and over her face, wore slacks and a work jacket. Myrna wore the dress she had worn when I'd first met her 20 years ago. Slobodan and an older boy came by for the signs, and Julia left with them. Then Myrna and Yara left carrying suitcases. Myrna explained they were going to fix up Jasna and Zdenek. I walked to Jasna's house in my funny clothes. Jasna was fixed up in clothes that were vaguely familiar to me. I asked her what the masquerade was going to mean. "Don't you recognize yourself, or me, or Yara?" she asked. I admitted I didn't. "I'll make you guess," she told me provocatively. "As soon as Jasna and I reach the plant, the first thing I see is yet another illustration of the significance your letters have for us. You responded immediately to my confession. Yara responded just as immediately to your first description of the commune to which Tina accompanied you. Over the MAM entrance to Myrna's plant, covering the plant's enormous name plaque, is one of the banners Yara and Julia painted. It contains a single word, liberated. Inside the plant, the floor and walls are newly painted. There is no sign of the machinery, which has all been pushed against a wall and hidden away by a curtain. At one end of the vast room there's a speaker's platform. Behind it there's an enormous red flag with a picture of a tank in its center. There are streamers all over the ceiling. The two side walls contain enormous banners with slogans you'll recognize. One says, "Everything is allowed," the other, "Nothing is banned." Jasna and I are not among the first people to arrive, we seem to be among the last. Zdenek rushes to us and tells us, "I ran into your friend Zabran on the way here, a funny meeting." Jasna and I are both amazed to learn this, but Zdenek tells us he'll save the story until later. "I don't want to miss any of the antics of those two," he explains. "They're both like 10-year-old children, and I suspect Myrna is the younger of the two." The same thought had gone through my mind when Myrna had left the house wearing her elementary school dress. I myself feel like a 10-year-old in this former factory, which seems to have been decorated mainly by Yara, Julia, and their 10-year-old friend Myrna. I find your comparison of Tissy and of all of us to children profound and highly appropriate. Yes, the world is becoming for all of us what it is for Yara, what it may have been for us when we were children, unpredictable and fascinating because unknown. The machine-like routine, the knowledge that tomorrow will be like today, is gone. The world is becoming a field for the realization of our dreams, your dreams, all the dreams that reach us, all the imaginings of all the past dreamers we've been carrying inside ourselves. The world is no longer external to me, to any of us, but is beginning to be an externalization and reflection of ourselves. It is no longer a cold, hostile reality opposed to our private, personal, unreal dreams. Reality is starting to incorporate our dreams. Music starts to play, a traditional folk melody. Everyone forms into a circle, which Jasna and I join, and we start to move in rhythm to the music. In the middle of the circle another dance begins. Zdenek is in the center dancing with an old, bent woman made up as a skeleton, or perhaps as death. The old woman spins him in circles, and then chases him around the circumference of the circle. Suddenly a beautiful courtesan approaches Zdenek and makes suggestive gestures. The courtesan's eyes are covered by a mask below which I recognize Yara's lips. She wears a short skirt, a wig of long blonde hair, a tight sweater over a padded chest, and high-heeled shoes. I whisper to Jasna, "This must have been rehearsed." "I suppose it was," she tells me. "I wasn't in on this part of it." I barely recognize her. Isn't she fantastic? When the old skeleton's back is turned, Zdenek accepts the courtesan's invitation and dances with her on the inside of the circle. But when Zdenek's back is turned, Yara throws the blonde wig and the shoes to Myrna, who places a black hairnet with horns over Yara's dyed black hair, and throws a black cape over Yara's shoulders. Then Yara, as the devil, continues to dance with the stunned Zdenek, while the old skeleton runs behind them with a broom. Suddenly the broom hits the devil, who vanishes through the circle. Zdenek is left alone, facing the old woman and her broom. He tries to run after the devil, but finds no way out of the circle of dancers. The peasant girl Myrna leaves the circle, runs to Zdenek and dances with him. The old woman tries to hit them with the broom, but her broom only hits the ground. She seems unable to keep up with them. Everyone laughs and applauds when Yara and Slobodan hang a sign below the "Everything is Allowed" banner. The sign contains the words "Daughter with Father." Another melody begins and Zdenek joins the outer circle of dancers. Myrna remains inside the circle. She moves from person to person and stops in front of me. I notice that another sign is being added below the previous one. The new sign says, "Brother with Sister." Myrna pulls me inside the circle, guides me, pushes me, turns me. I grin and look awkwardly back toward abandoned Jasna. But there's no smile on Myrna's face. She looks determined, obsessed, almost possessed. While pressing and turning me, she kisses me and tells me, "Our love is possible now, Jan. From now on everything is possible. Tonight we'll make love, tomorrow we'll roam across the entire country, as free as birds, we'll visit streams and caverns and other cities, and wherever we go we'll find only friends, there won't be any prying old women." Behind us I feel death's broom hitting the ground, increasingly closer to us. Myrna continues, "Everyone will beg us to join them in what they're doing, and we won't know which way to turn." While she's speaking, the skeleton removes Myrna's arms from me and pulls her out of the circle, which breaks up because the dance ends. A sign on the speaker's platform announces an intermission. Couples move out to the dance floor. Myrna dances with Zdenek, turning gracefully around him, embracing him, kissing him. Jasna starts to give me my second lesson in dancing. She shows me foot motions, hand positions, bows, and turns. She tells me, "Put your arm here, around my waist. Not so loose, yarostan. Are you afraid of me?" I put both arms around her thin waist, kiss her and try to resume my foot motions, but Jasna prolongs the kiss. Then she guides me, still dancing, past the other couples and to the fresh air outside the plant. Jasna, her arms around me, leans on the factory wall and smiles beautifully. "You've finally recognized me," she sighs. "You're Jasna and you're beautiful," I tell her. "You don't know how happy you're making me." She kisses me passionately. "Hold me, Yarostan, press me, love me. I've never been loved in my entire life." Suddenly she drops her arms and starts crying. "It's all a lie," she wails. I try to kiss her again, and I assure her I meant what I said. Jasna pulls me toward the light that shines out of a factory window. There are tears on her cheeks, but she's still smiling. She tells me, "I'm not Jasna." "Don't be foolish," I tell her. "Do these clothes make me someone other than Yarostan? We've known each other for 23 years, Yarostan, and you never kissed me until I tried to make myself look like Luisa Nachalo, her clothes, her hair, even her manners." "Luisa? But that's ridiculous, Jasna. You're no more like Luisa than I am like January." "Myrna knows you much better than you know yourself," she tells me. "Myrna and Yara started this game over a week ago, right after the last get-together we had at your house. When they came to my house, mischievous and conspiratorial, I was somewhat frightened, but I was excited. I suppose I was flattered that they wanted to include me in their mischief. They told me the dance would be a masquerade, and Yara asked if I could help make her look like Sabina. Of course," I exclaim, suddenly recognizing the gypsy with the long black hair. "She's a perfect likeness." But then Myrna insisted I make myself look like Luisa. I was offended and frightened. I reminded her you had loved Luisa, and asked if she wanted me to go to her dance with her husband as my lover. "You'd like nothing better, you've dreamed about it for 20 years, she told me. Myrna is absolutely shameless. And she's wrong. I never wanted to trick you into loving me. Your smile, your motions, your words aren't tricks, Jasna. And if I did take you for someone I loved once, it would only be because I loved you." That's exactly what Myrna said, even in the same words. I asked her why she wanted to do this. "She loves you, why did she want to make every one of us miserable? Yara told me Myrna wanted you to be exactly as you were when she first met you." That was when I realized Yara was stage managing the whole performance, and I told her I refused to play one of her love games, not because I share Vesna's fear or at least no longer because of that, but because I was in love with someone else, with Titus Zabran. "Was that true?" "Yes, Yarostan, I've loved Titus as long as I've loved you, and the poor man is all by himself, he needs me, you have Myrna as well as Yara. Let's go back. They wouldn't want you to miss the second half." As soon as I re-enter the factory dance hall with Jasna Luisa, the intermission sign is removed from the speaker's platform by Slobodan and Yara. They turn the sign around and hang it below the other signs on the wall with the "Everything is Allowed" banner. The back of the intermission sign says, "The devil with each." The lights go out, only the center of the dance floor is lit. Yara, in the devil's black cape and horns, pulls me away from Jasna toward the lit-up center of the floor. The devil starts to dance with me. I see Myrna's hand reaching for me from outside the circle of light, then the old woman dressed as a skeleton pulls Myrna away from me. The old woman turns to me and sweeps near my feet, as if she were trying to sweep me out of the circle of light. Meanwhile the spotlight follows black-haired, black-caped Yara as she begins to dance with Myrna behind the old woman's back, while the old woman continues to sweep me away in the darkness. The audience laughs and applauds enthusiastically. The spotlight continues following Yara and Myrna, who perform some sort of courtship dance. Myrna goads the devil, who dances gracefully toward her, but as soon as the devil reaches her, Myrna runs away. The sequence is repeated several times until the devil refuses to be goaded another time. The audience laughs. At this point the devil begins to goad Myrna. After brief hesitation, Myrna moves closer and closer until she's an arm's length away. The devil jumps and captures Myrna. The audience applauds. Exotic music plays. As the spotlight follows them, Myrna and the devil spin each other gracefully around the dance floor until a final, passionate embrace, followed by applause and embarrassed laughter from the audience. Myrna and the devil remain locked in their erotic embrace when all the lights go on. The old woman stops sweeping behind me, turns around and sees Myrna in the devil's grasp. She runs toward them and starts to hit the devil with her broom. The exotic music is replaced by familiar folk music. The audience starts to form into a circle again. Jasna pulls me and Zdenek into the circle. Myrna enters the circle between Zdenek and a young man in a peasant costume similar to mine. The old woman seems to have vanished. Suddenly Myrna pulls the bewildered young man next to her into the center of the circle and begins with him the erotic courtship dance she just completed with the devil. The young man seems apprehensive at first. Gradually he gets into the spirit of it and repeats the motions of the devil in the previous dance. But when he tries to capture Myrna, she trips him and he falls to the floor. At that point Myrna pulls me into the circle and spins me around the fallen peasant. When he tries to get up, she bends me precariously over him and kisses me passionately. She continues to display her passion for me provocatively until the peasant breaks through the larger circle and runs away. Still possessed with passion, Myrna dances with me towards Zdenek and then toward Yara, who has removed her cape and horns and once again wears slacks and a work jacket of a type Sabina wore to the carton plant 20 years ago. Myrna pulls both of them inside the circle. The four of us form a small circle which moves in the opposite direction from the large one, and several times faster. The old woman returns. The blows of her broom are aimed at Myrna. Yara pushes Myrna into the center. Zdenek, Yara, and I protect Myrna from the blows by forming a tight, closed circle around her. Jasna breaks the circumference of the large circle, pulls the line of dancers between our small circle and the old woman, and reforms another circle around our circle of three. The new circle tightens as the dancers grasp each other's waists. The remaining dancers continue breaking the largest circle and creating smaller ones, each time forcing the old woman outside the new circumference until at last she's excluded from all the circles. Each circle is tightly closed, each moves in the opposite direction from the next, and in the center of all the concentric circles Myrna, her hands lifted high, spins her body frenziedly against ours, in the opposite direction, so that the speed is dizzying. Another sign has been added below the banner. This one says, "Each with all." While the concentric circles turn like wheels within wheels, the music grows dimmer as it is gradually replaced by an alien sound that seems to come from the speaker's platform. It's the shrill voice of a politician, and it almost seems to emanate from the tank at the center of the red flag behind the platform. The voice blares. The critique of the bureaucracy is justified, but it should not get out of control. It must not be allowed to slip into general and facile attacks against our entire social system. I recognize the speech I had heard in the carton plant a few days earlier, as well as the voice of the planning commissioner, Mark Glavna. The music stops altogether. The lights go out. There's a spotlight on the speaker's platform, the flag, and the tank. The moment the lights go out, Myrna stops spinning and collapses into the arms of Yara and Zdenek. The concentric circles start to break up as the dancers shake their fists at the platform. The rightful demand of workers to play a larger role in our economic life, the voice goes on, must not be allowed to destroy all work discipline. It must not be allowed to create chaos in production. That is a false democracy. From behind the speaker's platform appears the old skeleton woman with her broom. The spotlight follows her as she leaves the platform and moves toward the dancers. Every time Glavna makes an emphatic statement, she makes a threatening gesture with her broom. Every one of her threatening gestures is accompanied by spontaneous applause and laughter among the dancers. The voice behind the tank grows yet louder. The situation must not be allowed to get out of control. What is the sense of all the calls for workers' councils and other forms of uncontrolled participation? Does the present situation really justify the type of talk some comrades are engaged in? It is easy to launch a movement, but it is not easy to support its consequences. In the guise of reform and democratization, disruptive elements are destroying, not the deformations, but the achievements of the past 20 years. Such elements take into account neither the gravity of the hour, nor the elementary rules of democratic life, nor our international obligations. They are destroying the confidence of the working masses in their leaders. The skeleton woman has started to herd people out of the factory with her broom. Her threats are met by taunts and laughter. The speaker's voice has become deafening. The occupations, the work stoppages, the strikes, all represent forms of destruction of the social means of production. They are inadmissible forms of self-affirmation of the working class. Workers are presenting demands in the form of ultimatums, thus creating disorder and distrust and giving rise to uncontrolled, emotional movements. The comrades who support such demands are supporting an irrational undertaking which, while sometimes claiming to support the policy we've been following for the past months, in fact compromises and undermines our policy. The recourse to strikes is a recourse to a method completely unjustified in the present circumstances. What we need most urgently is order and discipline at work. Let us be conscious of our historic tasks. The skeleton continues sweeping and threatening until all the dancers leave the plant. She rages and waves her broom at the last 3 dancers to emerge, Yara and Zdenek carrying Myrna. The crowd gathers at the street light outside the plant. As soon as the last group joins them, Myrna jumps out of Yara's and Zdenek's arms, laughing joyfully, while the old woman dressed as a skeleton removes her costume and Yara's friend Julia emerges from it. The audience applauds wildly and forms a circle around Yara and Julia in the street. Near the street light inside the circle, the 2 friends repeat a fragment of the Devil's Courtship dance. The dancers outside Myrna's plant, who laughed at the railing bureaucrat, who laughed at the tank on the flag, who laughed at death sweeping them from the dance hall, are indeed out of control. They seem determined to extend their dance to the entire world. Glavny and his fellow bureaucrats can no longer reimpose that control. The domestic agencies of repression are out of commission. That's why Glavny calls us to be conscious of our historic tasks. That consciousness is the final agent of repression. Only that consciousness can reimpose order and work discipline now. Accepting rules and obligations, confiding in our leaders, that's the entire content of this consciousness of our historic tasks. Glavny's speech contained a note of hysteria. He and his fellow bureaucrats no longer incarnate the social order. Their definitions of society's tasks are being met by strikes, by demonstrations, and by laughter. Former workers are losing their historic consciousness. They're coming alive and defining their own tasks. The population is out of control. Before the gathering disperses, someone announces, "Don't forget. Next Monday we set out on our exploration. Work, order, and discipline are gone from this former factory." Unfortunately, the people gathered in front of Myrna's plant don't typify the spirit of the rest of the population. Compared to them, Zdenek and I are conscious, responsible, and relatively orderly. Zdenek, in fact, rushes away from us, explaining that the workers' victory at his plant was of a different nature than at Myrna's plant, and that consequently he has to go to work the following morning. After everyone disperses, Myrna tells Jasna, "We stopped at Titus' house on our way to the dance. Why didn't you tell us you had already invited him?" Jasna seems embarrassed. "I didn't want you to provide me with a lover, Myrna. I wasn't providing you with anything, Jasna. I was providing myself. Don't taunt me anymore, Myrna," Jasna begs. "I've asked Titus to marry me. Is that why he acted so strange when he saw us?" Yara asks. The 4 of us start to walk home. "Zdenek told us you stopped by his room," Jasna fells them. "You asked him to marry you?" Myrna asks. "Yes, Myrna, twice. Do you remember when we read the letter in which Sophia described her experiences in Sabina's garage? That evening you intimidated me so much. I what? You intimidated me, Myrna. You called me a coward, a spineless, frustrated old maid. Titus visited me several days after that evening and I asked him to marry me. Yara asks, was that when you told me about Vera and Adrian? Why didn't you tell me you'd propose to him? I was happy, Yara, and I didn't want to spoil my happiness by telling you. I knew how you've hated him since Vesna died. You were on your outing to the mountains when he visited me. I was alone and terribly depressed after the argument with Myrna. I acted like a baby. I asked him Tissie's pathetic question, what's wrong with me? He didn't understand. He told me he had always admired my cool-headedness and my reserve. I broke down. I told him my cool-headedness was nothing but cowardice. I had never faced the smallest obstacles. I had led a horribly impoverished life. I contrasted myself to the women I had admired, Louisa Nachalo with all her lovers. Veronese with her 2 conquests, you, Myrna. Myrna asks, did he share your admiration for 3 such passionate? No, Myrna, he didn't. Poor man. He's been so joyless for so many years. He told me awful things about Louisa and Vera. And me? Myrna asks. I'd rather not repeat them, Jasna tells her. I knew it was his loneliness that made him so bitter. I felt even sorrier for him than I'd felt for myself when he'd come. I thought there was no reason for him to remain so terribly alone. Everything was changing, new possibilities were on everyone's horizon. In the past he intimidated me, but suddenly I saw how alike we were. He never aspired to anything more than the small corner he occupies near the bottom of the social hierarchy. He's so modest. He devoted his whole life to his dream of a better world, but he never sought anything for himself. I thought we'd make a nice couple in a quiet way, not passionate, but considerate and helpful. I asked him if he'd ever thought of marrying. He told me he had married the proletariat when he was 18. When I told him his present loneliness proved that his lifelong devotion has remained unrewarded and unrecognized, he told me the desire for rewards and recognition were alien to him. I asked him straight out if the thought of marrying me might ever cross his mind. Instead of answering, he told me he respected me far more than he respected the 3 women I admired. I was happy. I chose to interpret his answer as an affirmation. But I longed to talk to someone. I didn't dare visit you, Myrna, right after you'd thrown all those painful accusations at me. I was even more afraid to pour my heart out to you, Yarostan, because I couldn't have resisted. I would have melted. You could have told me, Yara insists. I don't hate you, but him. I was overjoyed to see you, Yara. I felt like telling you everything. You told me about the love games you had played on mountain tops. I wondered what Titus might say about your shameless individualism. But I didn't want to talk about Vesna again. Only a few days earlier Myrna had reminded me that I had done nothing when Vesna was taken away. Besides, you were far more eager to learn the bucketfuls of secrets about Verakrina that I had just learned from Titus. And I didn't have much of a chance to talk to you after that. The very next morning you came to tell me Yarostan was going to have Myrna taken to the hospital, for the same reasons Vesna had been taken away. I finally told both of you when you wanted me to make myself look like Louisa for Yarostan, but neither of you believed me. Obviously not then, Yara says. We thought you were looking for an excuse to stay out of our game. But the excuse happened to fit your plans perfectly, didn't it? Jasna asks. Myrna threatened to invite Titus to the dance for me, I thought, because I was unable to satisfy my desires on my own. I refused to play your game. I remind Jasna, that's what you told me before. Yet here you are, playing their game. Did you change your mind? Did Myrna and Yara force you? A little of both, I suppose, Jasna tells me, wrapping her arm around me. Myrna made me positively miserable. She told me I'd never satisfy my desires on my own, I'd carry my unsatisfied desires to the grave. She asked if I'd ever held my body less than an arm's length away from the two people I've loved for a quarter of a century. And she continued taunting me, she could drive a sane person out of her mind. If you won't let me bring Titus for you, will you at least let me bring him for myself, she asked. Then she told me she had been far closer to Titus than I was ever going to be. I called her a liar. So she told me that during your second prison term you had asked Titus to convince Myrna to divorce you, and when Titus had gone to her, she had tried to abandon herself to him. And she concluded her story by shouting, "Aren't you human, Jasna? Don't you want to get even with me by taking Yarostan from me? I held your Titus in my arms. I wanted him. I would have made myself Louisa for him." And Yara, the little devil, supported her. I couldn't stand their taunts. Last Tuesday night I went to Titus' room by myself. He seemed pleased to see me. He started explaining to me the political strategy that was necessary in the current situation, but I didn't listen. I proposed to him, just like that. And I invited him to come to the dance. He turned down the invitation to the dance, just as Yarostan had done at first. I didn't press him, I wanted his answer to my proposal. What he told me was that of all the women he knew, I was the only one he could imagine marrying. Then he became frightfully quiet. It was late and I wanted to spend the night in his room, but I was afraid to ask him. When I finally left, he accompanied me to the street telephone while I called for a taxi. I rode home feeling completely rejected. I didn't care if Myrna brought him to the dance or even if she fornicated with him on the dance floor. I decided to become Louisa for you, Yarostan. Yesterday morning I made sure you hadn't changed your mind about going to the dance with me. When I'd first invited you, I only had dancing in mind. But yesterday morning I had an altogether different dance in mind, Yara's devil dance. I woke Yara and Myrna and told them I was ready to play their game, I was through with Titus, I was in love with you. I also told Myrna that I was insulted by the fact that she wasn't the slightest bit afraid of me. Yara explained, "Of course she's afraid of you. That's the point of the game. But her fear isn't part of your role." It was going to be the first time in my life that I reached out for someone. But as soon as we arrived, Zdenek told us Myrna had tried to invite Titus. "Myrna, if you had come to the dance with him, I would have begged Yarostan to take me to the end of the world. But he didn't come, and I felt increasingly sorry for him. Maybe he acted so strange because he felt guilty about making you ride home by taxi," Yara says. "Did he act strange when you saw him?" Jasna asks. We've reached Jasna Street and walked toward her house. Yara narrates, "After we left your house we took Zdenek his costume and made him look just like the photograph of grandfather. Zdenek and Mr. Zabran live in the same neighborhood, and Myrna wanted Mr. Zabran at the dance, she wanted everyone she'd ever played love games with. She also wanted to see if Mr. Zabran would think Zdenek looked like grandfather and if I looked like Sabina. When he answered his door he just stood in his doorway and turned pale, as if he were looking at ghosts. For a long time he just stared at Zdenek, then he looked at Myrna and me as if he'd never seen us before. Myrna asked Mr. Zabran if he recognized Zdenek. "He's my father," she told him. He looked like he was going to slam the door in our faces. "What do you want?" he asked us. I was scared. Myrna stopped smiling. She explained to him that we were on our way to the dance at her plant and asked if he wanted to come. He told us you had already invited him, and then he closed the door. It was only afterwards that Zdenek told us he and Mr. Zabran knew each other. We've reached Jasna's house. "You're so mean," Jasna says to Myrna. "How did you think he'd respond if he'd thought Zdenek was your father? He's known your father has been dead for 10 years. Did you expect him to shake the ghost's hand and invite him in? I doubt if anyone ever played a prank on him before." Poor man. Jasna leaves us and goes into her house. On our way home I ask Yara if Zdenek told them when he had known Titus. Zdenek almost didn't tell us, Yara says. He was angry at Myrna and me for the same reason Jasna is. He told us we played with people's fears as innocently as children set fires. Then he asked Myrna how she found out Mr. Zabran and Zdenek had once suspected each other of having done something terrible. Myrna told Zdenek he was the one playing with fears. She told him Mr. Zabran had worked with you and Jan and Jasna in the carton plant, had helped her father as well as her mother, and even that she had once loved him. I added that he was the man who had taken Vesna to the hospital. That was when Zdenek told us we had probably frightened the man to death by introducing Zdenek as Myrna's father. He told us he and Mr. Zabran knew each other. They had known each other years ago when they both worked in the trade union building. They used to joke together about the emperor and his bodyguard. Suddenly Zdenek was arrested, and he was sure it was the fault of the person with whom he had joked so freely. But then he saw him in prison. That was during the time when you were in prison for the first time. Zdenek felt terrible about his suspicions. He knew Mr. Zabran must have had identical suspicions about Zdenek. And then they saw each other years later, at the club where former prisoners meet. Titus attended a meeting of the prisoners' club. I ask with surprise. Zdenek said one time he saw both of you at the same meeting, but you and Mr. Zabran didn't see each other. And then Zdenek asked us how we thought Mr. Zabran must have felt when Myrna introduced Zdenek as her father. He made us both feel bad all the way to the dance, but we forgot all about it as soon as the dance began. When we reach our house, Yara goes directly to bed, exhausted by the day's events. But Myrna is wide awake. I ask her why she wanted to invite Titus for Jasna. Surely that's insulting, especially after Jasna herself tried to invite him. And why did you taunt Jasna by telling her you threw yourself at Titus? I wasn't inviting Titus for Jasna but for myself, she tells me, as she'd earlier told Jasna. I wanted to complete my train, my cast of characters, my life's lovers. I wanted my father, my brother, my husband, my devil, and my friend. And I wasn't taunting Jasna. What were you doing then? I was telling her the truth, Yarostan, and I've told it to you several times already. Do I have to describe the vivid details to you? It happened 3 years before your release. Myrna, I'm asking about Jasna. I don't want you to tell me what you did during the 12 years I spent in prison. You had every right to do whatever you pleased. I even asked you to divorce me so that you'd feel free to do whatever. That was precisely what provoked me. Jan had disappeared, my father was dead, my mother was out of her mind. You were all I had left. And you had the nerve to send Titus on that mission. At that time I thought I'd never come out again, Myrna. I thought that if you remained tied to me, you might as well have been jailed with me. What kind of a life was that for you? But you paid no attention to me. I thought you might pay more attention to Titus. Jasna is right, he's such a reasonable man, and he's always been so good to us. Yes, Jasna is right, Myrna says. Titus certainly was a good man. It was precisely his goodness that killed Vesna. Are we back to? No, Yarostan, we're not back to Vesna. We're talking about my passion for Titus Zabran, the good Mr. Zabran. It so happens that Vesna had personal contact with that passion. That was when Vesna first exhibited that so-called illness of which she died. I don't understand. I don't either, she tells me. I only know what happened. I knew 12 years ago, at the time of the Magarna uprising, that two of the people in my life had a great deal in common, my mother and Titus Zabran. They both gave their lives to something higher, to God, only no one else could see that about Titus because he didn't call it God. When the Magarna workers fought against tanks in the street, I knew and Jan knew that they were fighting for themselves, for a world in which they could fulfill their dreams and satisfy their desires. To me they were fighting alongside the devil. But Titus thought they were fighting for something else, something outside themselves, for God, and you stood somewhere between Titus and me. But when the tank slaughtered the Magarna workers and they had to be buried in mass graves, and when you and Jan disappeared, I was ashamed and I felt guilty. I thought the devil had betrayed us. I was ashamed of my passion, my selfishness. And of course my mother made the most of my shame. She even tried to take Vesna away from me. And I convinced myself she was right. I looked frantically for Titus, not as a friend, not as someone I could love, but as someone who would help me find you and Jan. I left a message for him at the Union building. When he came I told him you had both disappeared and my father had been fired from his job because of a letter that had come from abroad which they never received. He was furious about the arrests. He told me people couldn't be arrested because of a letter they hadn't even read. He even went to the police to argue with them. He helped my father get a pension from the union, and he helped me get a pass to visit you. And that was all Titus was to me, that was all anyone was to me, someone who helped with pensions and passes. Except you. My father's death kept me from using my pass during the period stamped on it. When I went to the Union building again, I learned that something had happened to Titus, but they wouldn't tell me what. I managed to get his address. I found his room. One of his neighbors told me he'd been arrested. His neighbor referred to Titus the same way Jasna just did, such a quiet, modest man, kind to children, with no harm in him, poor man. I had no one left in the world, and I thought my mother had been right. I had sacrificed everyone I loved to the devil, to my passion, if you prefer that word. Titus' visit after his release was like the beginning of spring. He became everything to me, Jan, you, my father. Vesna was 6 and still hadn't started school. My mother was a shouting invalid who was turning Vesna against me. The sequence of tragedies couldn't go on. I threw my arms around him hungrily as soon as he walked in. But he backed away from me. Vesna was looking at me, and I felt ashamed, horribly ashamed before both of them. From that day on, Vesna grew as attached to Titus as to my mother. She worshipped the good man, she hated me, and she feared you. Poor Vesna didn't have any reason to feel any other way toward us. From the time she was able to walk, she'd had nothing in her life but chores. She nursed Yara, she ministered to the sick old woman, she bought the groceries and cooked most of the meals. She was such a frail thing, she simply couldn't do all that. One day she collapsed. I didn't know what to do, I had never had anything to do with doctors. I took a bus to Titus. He contacted a doctor and brought him to the house. The doctor said Vesna had a slight heart murmur, and said she had to rest all the time. Titus came to visit Vesna every day for a week. They liked each other and they were just like each other. Vesna got well in a week. I wasn't able to force her to spend her days resting. It was to save Vesna the strain of carrying a package to you that I asked Titus to visit you. And that was when you sent Titus to me with that mission. Myrna, everything you're telling me convinces me that your loyalty to me, or whatever you'd like to call it, locked you into a prison many times worse than the one I was in. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, she snaps. You sent Titus on that mission because you wanted to escape from that worse prison. You didn't want to share my load. You were wrong. Half that load was yours. If the devil was responsible for what had happened, if my selfishness, greed, desire had brought it all about, it was you and not Titus who had shared that desire with me. I was furious at you, not at Titus. I knew every one of his words came from you. He told me I was still young and energetic, with a little care I could still be beautiful. He asked me if I had ever thought of divorcing you. I became hysterical. I asked him if you had told him to ask me that, or if he knew you were going to disappear like Jan had, if they had taken you from me forever. Vesna begged me not to scream at Titus, since it wasn't he who had taken both of you from me. Titus picked Vesna up with tears in his eyes. He told me he wasn't asking for you but for himself. He said he was fond of Vesna and of me. He said Vesna, Yara, and I deserved more than the miserable drudgery we lived daily. He said he had hoped I would let him help us. Then he left. I knew he wasn't speaking for himself. I knew you had convinced him I couldn't function as a conscious and combative proletarian because of the chain around my neck. I knew he wasn't fond of me, but of his precious proletariat. But I was starved for love, and since his fondness came from you, I convinced myself I would be loving you. Passion stirred inside me for the first time since the Magarna rising. It came because I thought, or let myself imagine, that I was desired. It was the passion I had learned from Sabina, the devil's passion, the passion I then thought had driven my father, my brother, and you to hell. I was in a frenzy for 2 days. And I was happy. I took a little care and made myself young again. Little Yara noticed. She said, "You look beautiful, mommy." Vesna noticed too. She grew frightened, she cried, and she stayed away from me. She spoke to me only once. She told me she could see the devil in me, just as her grandmother had told her. She'd had no more joy in her life than my mother, and she wanted to kill it in me just as my mother did. 2 days after his visit, I went to his room directly from work, so as to avoid Vesna's reproachful, fearful eyes. I had to wait for him. As soon as he unlocked the door, I slipped into his room. It was bare, with nothing but a cot, a table, a few books and a cheap record player. I threw my arms around him. I told him, "I'm not only fond of you, Titus, I love you, I'm yours." I begged him to take me. But he backed away from me. His face was terror-stricken. He looked at me as if I were a nightmare, as if I were reenacting some horrible event he'd experienced in his past. He saw the devil in me, the same devil Vesna had seen. His frightened eyes stared at my forehead as if the word incest were stamped across it. Then he admitted you had put him up to the whole thing, you had asked him to talk to me about divorce, you had even suggested he try to repair the wasted youth, the wasted children. "But I have nothing to offer you," he told me. My whole body ached with shame, with the shame I'd felt when I'd embraced him after his release, with the shame I'd felt when I'd dragged myself to my mother's house after your arrest. I became afraid of what he had seen in me. I was as terrified as he when I backed out of his room. I dragged myself home, sat in the kitchen and cried. Vesna joined me and cried with me. She stroked my hair, kissed me, consoled me. She hugged me and told me she was glad I hadn't done what I'd set out to do, she was glad I had chased the devil out of me. She no longer hated me. When I returned to the joyless drudgery, I became Vesna's best friend, and I remained her best friend until I learned the date of your release. The first time I told Vesna about you, I thought I saw a gleam in her eye, a gleam of anticipation, almost joy. It must have been there, since Yara saw Vesna kiss herself in the mirror. But the joy conflicted with something else that was already deeply embedded in Vesna. It conflicted with that God my mother had driven into her heart. She wanted to love you, but she knew she shouldn't, because love is the devil. She killed her love for you just as my mother had killed her love for anyone other than her wooden lord. It was that lord, that morality, that sense of duty or whatever else people want to call it, that killed Vesna. Yes, killed her. Because that fearful Vesna wasn't the real Vesna. I didn't know it then, but Yara knew. The real Vesna, the whole, natural and normal Vesna, had passion inside her just as we did. She'd been twisted into something unnatural by my mother, by school, by the lives we led. She almost came with us the day Yara and I went to tell you prisoners would actually be released at the end of their terms. But she held herself back. She had been taught not to traffic with demons, counter-revolutionaries, or saboteurs. Her desires conflicted with her moral duty. Yara's boundless, unashamed joy almost infected her. Almost. Before that visit, Yara and I put on our best clothes, we fixed our hair, we didn't stop smiling at each other. The devil lit fires inside both of us. I know we infected you with our joy. When we returned home my shame was gone, I burned with passion. It was I who taught Yara to play her love games that very afternoon. I told her that when you returned you'd make love to all three of us. I threw Yara on my bed and showed her how you'd touch us, embrace us, hug us, exactly as Sabina had once shown me Jan would embrace me. Yara had nothing but the devil inside her. She screamed with joy. Neither of us saw Vesna standing in the doorway. When Vesna demanded indignantly, "What are you two doing?" she sounded just like my mother when she'd seen Jan and me before she chased him out of the house, or when she looked in on Sabina and me the first time you came to our house. I was furious. I wasn't ready to be driven back to joyless drudgery, not by a living daughter who didn't yet have the old woman's dried up flesh. Yara and I both leaped at her and pulled her to bed. The devil drove both of us. We showed her what her father would do to her as soon as he returned. We both turned her and kissed her lips and hugged her until I felt a horrible paralysis flowing through her trembling, freezing body. Her face was a mask of death. She stared like an idiot. She'd become the old woman. I was terrified. All my shame returned. I tried to vomit the devil out of pie, but nothing came. I pleaded with Vesna. I shrieked. Yara shook Vesna and scolded her for spoiling our happiness. But the idiot's mask didn't leave Vesna's face, she was paralyzed. I didn't know what to do and became hysterical. I had gone to Titus when she'd been sick before, but I couldn't make myself go to him again. I asked Yara to go to him, but she insisted he'd only make Vesna worse. She insisted Vesna was playing with us. I didn't believe her. But when I tried to carry Vesna to her bed, she kicked me and screamed. She ran to the old woman's room, lay down next to her, and stared at the ceiling, paralyzed again. I knew Yara was right, Vesna was playing with us. But I didn't know how to put an end to her game. I didn't know how to reclaim her for you, for Yara and for me. I wasn't strong enough. My mother and Titus claimed her. Each of them had recognized Vesna as one of theirs from the moment they'd set eyes on her. Yara knew they were wrong, she knew Vesna was ours. But I wasn't sure. I too had been turned into half an idiot by my mother and by the daily drudgery. I knew Yara had told the school authorities that Vesna was sick. But at that time I didn't know Jasna had told Titus. I couldn't imagine what had brought Titus to our house. I thought God must have told him his Vesna was sick again. I couldn't talk to him. I couldn't even look at him. I was filled with shame. I let Yara do all the protesting and pleading. Only once did I beg Titus to leave her where she was. He called Hi a criminal for keeping Vesna in bed with an insane old woman. A criminal. My mother had told me I carried the devil's sword. Yara insisted she knew her own sister and the doctors didn't know her. Titus ridiculed Yara and me for acting as if Yara knew more about sickness than the doctors in the hospital. He had an ambulance come. Yara tried to stop them from touching Vesna. 2 nurses had to hold Yara while Vesna was carried away. "Mommy, stop them," she screamed at me. "Don't let them take her, they'll kill our Vesna." The next day and several days after that, I didn't go to work. For the first time since I'd been hired, I asked myself what all that work was for. Yara and I went to the hospital, but they didn't let us pass the front desk. They told us Vesna was in a coma and in critical condition. We begged them to let us take her home with us, but they treated us like dirt and had us wait outside the hospital. Even when it rained, they were civil to us only on the day they told us, "Your daughter died at 1:20 this morning in an ambulance during transit to the mental hospital." Yara had already told me how our Vesna had died, but my eyes fill with tears when Myrna gives me her account. I nevertheless managed to protest. "You can't blame Titus for what he did. I wouldn't have done anything different." In fact, when Yara visited me for the last time before my release, I insisted just as rigidly. "I know, we were all half idiots," she says, taking my hand and pulling me toward our bedroom. There aren't any tears in Myrna's eyes. We were all deformed by a world of doctors, police, and prying old women. Yara was the only one who knew that by killing the devil inside us, we killed ourselves, and she couldn't help but know because there was nothing inside her but the devil. She couldn't help but know that the devil is not the assassin, that passion doesn't kill, that the sword that kills isn't the devil's but God's. God is the murderer. When I heard Yara tell you she'd seen Vesna kissing herself in the mirror, I knew my shame had been brought on by a lie. I knew it wasn't the passion that had killed Vesna, I knew it hadn't been the devil who had driven a sword through her. It's only those who deny the devil who carry a sword. Vesna had passion inside her too, and it wasn't the passion that killed her, that passion made her natural and healthy and beautiful. What killed her was the denial of her passion, what killed her was the God that had been driven into her by saintly old women and good, modest men. That was what possessed her, what stopped her from gratifying herself, what froze her organs, what killed her joy, what robbed her of pleasure. It was the goodness, the shame, and the guilt, that possessed Vesna, that strangled what was in her. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm half asleep. I try to repeat what she's saying in my own words. Yara convinced you your desires were natural, whereas the guilt, the shame, the denial of desires were alien to you and to Vesna as well. I'm not sure I agree. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm explaining why I wanted Titus to come to the dance. I wanted him for my sake, not for Jasna's. Yara and I both wanted to see what effect he'd have on me now, to see if my organs still fill up with shame and guilt. I wanted to know, because tomorrow we're going to decide what steps to take next. The following day, last Friday, Myrna took Yara to her former factory at the hour when she used to go to work. She told me what next steps they had decided to take when I returned from the carton plant that night. The former workers of her plant decided, probably on Myrna's suggestion, to take a journey across the country, to take bus excursions to other plants in other cities and regions, if possible to other countries. The purpose of the journey is to see what others are doing so as to explore what can be done. Myrna and Yara eagerly invited me to accompany them, but I turned down their invitation. A confrontation has just taken place in the carton plant. It's the type of confrontation I had been looking forward to. About 2 weeks ago, when Jasna had come to our house to celebrate the strike at Myrna's plant and to read your previous letter, Jasna had speculated about the possibility that Mark Glavny had caused our arrest 12 years ago by reporting the arrival of your letter to the police. Jasna had also told us that Glavny and Vera Krina were going to hold a debate over the radio. The speech Glavny made during this debate was tape recorded by Yara's university friend and rebroadcast at the dance. I had forgotten about the coming debate as soon as Jasna had mentioned it. I didn't think of it again until last Monday, when the radio announced the two speakers, listing as part of their background the fact that they had both been production workers at the carton plant before the seizure of power by the working class. My fellow workers were disappointingly eager to hear a debate between two of their predecessors who had risen so high. Several months ago the city's main radio station had launched a policy of complete and objective information which had a great deal in common with your friend Hugh's insistence that two sides of every question be presented. Debates between two bureaucrats seemed to satisfy the radio station's notion of objectivity. The two speeches had not originally been given as part of a debate. Krina's speech was given to an immense gathering of workers at a large factory. It was one of the most radical speeches I've yet heard from the mouth of a bureaucrat. She urged the gathered workers to take matters out of the hands of bureaucrats and into their own. Glavny's speech, which I summarized earlier, was originally given in a studio of the radio station, and it was not intended as a direct attack on Krina but as a critique of certain comrades. Krina was certainly included among those certain comrades, but Glavny also included many of his own earlier positions among the positions he now opposed. As I mentioned earlier, he urged workers not to allow themselves to go out of control and to leave matters in the hands of the bureaucrats. Jasna and I had attended a lecture given by Krina about 2 months ago. At that time Vera Krina had spoken about leaders applying policies which will earn them their leading roles, and had made statements like "we must earn our authority through our acts." The speech I heard in the carton plant indicated that Glavny is not alone in having changed his mind recently. But Vera's change of mind moves in the opposite direction from Glavny's. In the speech I heard last Monday, Vera negated virtually everything she had said on the earlier occasion. The execution of the policy we defended is no longer the affair of leading organs, but of the entire working population, she shouted. People cannot be active in any sector of their lives, neither on their jobs nor at their plant meetings nor in any of their social or economic relations, if they are not politically active. The working population cannot be politically active if it does not determine the content as well as the form of its social as well as economic activity. This is our policy. We condemn the current policy of certain comrades who have retreated incessantly in the face of external pressures. We condemn the deliberate suppression of information in response to external pressures. We condemn the fact that policies are still today defined not by the clearly expressed will of the working population but by a self-appointed bureaucracy that does nothing but transmit instructions and orders from abroad. We are ready to use all the means at our disposal, at the disposal of the entire working population, to put our program into effect. We will oppose the replacement of our program by all the weapons available to the working class, including the general strike. The workers at the plant where the speech had been given applauded wildly, as did most of the workers at the carton plant. I was surprised that Glavny's law, order, and discipline speech, which followed Vera's, also received some applause. The speeches by our two former fellow workers were the main topic of conversation at the carton plant during the days when Myrna and Yara made the preparations for their dance. At least 2 strikes a day were called, usually by one of the office workers. The work crew at the plant now consists of 18 production and 32 office workers. In the course of those meetings, the carton plant workers split into 2 parties, but the alignments in these parties could not easily be explained in terms of people's relation to the productive forces. 30 of the office workers became militant supporters of Vera's program. 12 of the 18 production workers and the remaining 2 office workers were partisans of Glavny's position. At first I couldn't understand why anyone would support Glavny's authoritarian, bureaucratic stand, but gradually the reasons became obvious to me. The 2 office workers who supported him are both union officials for whom Glavny is the direct gate for promotions to supervisory and managerial posts. Among the production workers who supported him, some aspire to follow Glavny's own path to supervisory and managerial positions, others, like Myrna until very recently, are intimidated, I should say silenced, by the prospect of tanks, arrests, and military invasion. 6 production workers, including myself, remained outside of either party. I also kept out of all the discussions. If Vera Krina were merely another member of the working population for whom she speaks, she would indeed be a popular tribune expressing what everyone feels and wants. But Vera is not a popular tribune. She's a demagogue. She's expressing what everyone feels and wants not because she feels it, not because she's one of the working population, but because she and her clique are aiming to become the permanent institutional voice and mind of that working population. Vera's program would be fulfilled if ruling bureaucrats justified their rule as the fulfillment of the working population's aspirations and desires, while that working population continued to engage daily in the same joyless drudgery. At first the discussions that took place at the daily strikes were arguments about whether to sign petitions in favor of Vera's clique, or to demonstrate as we did 20 years ago, using the carton plant as a source for posters and placards. But gradually a new and much more interesting element appeared. Ironically, it was one of the workers who had supported Glavny's speech who introduced the new into the discussions. He objected to petitions as well as demonstrations with an argument very similar to that of a worker you had described in an earlier letter. He said petitions and demonstrations would only attract the attention of the police. He was naturally called a coward by other workers, especially by the office workers. He then said the point was not to make a display of our courage nor to be arrested, the point was to change the nature of our activity. he suggested something, very similar to Myrna's excursion, though on a much more limited scale. Workers from the carton plant should directly contact workers in other plants in the same sphere of production and begin to explore ways of transforming our activity. All the 30 office workers who had enthusiastically supported Vera's radical speech opposed this worker's suggestions, whereas 14 of the 18 production workers, including 10 supporters of Glavna's disciplinarian, supported the suggestions. I mention the numbers because I think the alignments are revealing. The office workers know that the transformation envisaged by this worker will not increase the importance of their roles, but will on the contrary eliminate the need for office workers. By remaining staunch supporters of Vera Crina, they demonstrate that they understand perfectly the real nature and content of Vera's radicalism. Unlike the office workers, the production workers didn't call for meetings and they didn't argue in favor of the new suggestions. At meetings called by office workers, they continued to defend Glavna's conservative positions. But in practice they started to implement, not Vera Crina's real intentions, but what Vera had said. They began to take matters into their own hands. Last Wednesday, the day before Myrna's dance, an informal delegation of carton plant workers decided to visit one of the paper factories which produces some of the materials we use. I wanted to accompany this delegation, but they decided to make their visit on the day of the dance. Last Friday all the carton plant's production workers gathered around the 4 delegates, eager to learn about their visit. They told us the majority of the workers at the paper factory had welcomed them with open arms. The paper workers said they received instructions and specifications from supervisors and engineers, and they never understood the significance of the instructions because they had no contact with those who used the paper they produced. And 4 days ago, this past Monday, a similar delegation of paper workers arrived at the carton plant. They told us they had come to learn what was actually required by the workers who processed their paper at the next stage. They wanted to find out how many of the instructions and specifications were nothing but impositions of arbitrary authority or academic rules taught to engineers in university courses, rules which served no practical purpose. Before they left, they eagerly told us that during the afternoon's discussion they had figured out several ways to simplify production, eliminate waste, and do the required work at a fraction of the time it takes now. The carton plant workers decided to create more informal delegations to visit food packaging plants and other users of cartons. I plan to take such a trip 2 days from now. That's why I turned down Myrna's invitation to accompany her on the exploratory journey. Myrna and Yara had also invited Zdenek to accompany them on their excursion, but he told them he couldn't imagine leaving his plant for a whole week, now that it's run by the workers themselves. When we had discussed your letter 2 weeks ago and Zdenek had defended unions against your attacks, Myrna had characterized him as conservative. That characterization conflicted with my original impressions of Zdenek. When I first met him in prison, I was deeply impressed by his determined opposition to anyone or anything that stood between the workers and their world. I was also deeply impressed by the strike that broke out at Zdenek's plant, when all posts were occupied by elected workers. But I'm starting to realize I'm still applying a standard I learned from Luisa almost a quarter of a century ago. Myrna is applying a significantly different standard. I don't know if she learned it from Jen or if she rediscovered it on her own, but I do know that her attitudes are very similar to Jen's. The only questions she asks are, is it for us, the living? Is it for our desires, our passions, our dreams? When I ask myself Myrna's questions, I lose half of my enthusiasm for Zdenek's strike, and for my own present activity as well. Zdenek's fellow workers have not appropriated the world as a field for possibilities, as a field for projects, as a non-existent which is to be created by us. Zdenek and his comrades reached Luisa's goal, they created a genuine workers' union. I don't agree with your friend Klisek's suggestion that nothing at all changes when the workers themselves take charge of the existing production apparatus. But I do agree that such an act does not create a new form of human activity, since what is appropriated is precisely the old activity, the existing world. And this existing world is not a field for the realization of projects, but a negation of the very possibility of projects. It is not this activity, even if appropriated and managed by us, that we're glimpsing on the horizon because it is at the very center of our present lives. It is what surrounds us now, what we inherited. It wasn't projected by us but by the history of capital. Jan knew that we could never appropriate this activity because it appropriates us. Myrna knows that Zdenek's commitment is not to satisfy his own desires, but to satisfy the needs of the productive forces. For Zdenek, as for Louisa, the repression that was unacceptable when managers and union representatives were imposed from outside becomes acceptable when workers themselves assume the roles of managers and union representatives. Zdenek has told me several times that he has worked much harder and has been far more responsible at his job since the strike at his plant took place. Zdenek's daily activity remains drudgery. It isn't there that he expects to satisfy desires or realize dreams. The desires and dreams are not part of his work, but part of his politics, and he realizes them by attending meetings of the Club of Former Political Prisoners. I'm having a hard time convincing myself that I turned down Myrna's invitation to her journey for better reasons than Zdenek's. At the carton plant we're no longer creating a genuine union so as to replace the managers and foremen with elected managers and foremen. But we still observe limits that the former workers of Myrna's plant no longer observe. We're still committed to a world we ourselves did not create, a world which we inherited. To borrow your image, we're still stepping into a house that's already completely built, furnished, and decorated. The delegation of paper workers who came to the carton plant asked what was required at the next stage of the production process. They did not ask if this production process was required. The delegations that leave from the carton plant are asking what is required of us at the next stage of the process. They are not asking whether or not cartons are required. We're not asking Myrna's questions. We may ultimately desire cartons. But why do we begin with the desire for cartons? Is it the desire for cartons that's been repressed by capital and the state? Is it the desire for cartons that we're struggling to satisfy? Is that really a place to begin? I think that my attitude to my activity is similar to Sabina's attitude to her activity in the fascinating research center you described. I'm excited about what's happening in the carton plant, but I have numerous reservations about its significance, especially when I compare it to Myrna's present activity. The purpose of Myrna's excursion is to meet fellow human beings, to find out who they are and what they desire, and above all to learn to communicate with them about the present and about all the possible futures. The purpose of the delegation setting out from the carton plant is much more limited. Their purpose too is to meet and communicate with fellow human beings, but only within the realm of paper and cartons. In other words, we're seeking contacts with each other within the walled-in realm we're at present locked into, without first destroying the walls that separate us from each other. We're not going out to meet human beings but paper producers and carton users. We're talking to them about specifications for simplified paper and carton production before learning who they are or what they desire. We're not learning to communicate about our desires and possibilities because such communication has never been tried. It may be slow and difficult to begin, and we lack the patience and the time for that because our tasks are far too pressing. The cartons are waiting. We're still their servants. I was full of admiration for Sabina, Tissy, and Ted when I read your description of the technological toys to which they've given themselves access. But I have the same reservations about those toys as I have about the delegations leaving the carton plant. If I'm not able to communicate with the people who presently surround me, people whose language and experiences I share, why would I want to fly to every corner of the globe at lightning speed? Wouldn't such activity remove us yet further from what you've described as your life's goal, communication with our contemporaries, human community? In what sense would my experience in such a vehicle differ from the vehicle's own experience? The prospect of a world of beings buzzing through the air at lightning speed frightens me. The fact that the meteors won't collide with each other doesn't console me. The reduction of human beings to self-propelled capsules, the reduction of the wealth of human qualities to the two most quantifiable qualities, direction and speed, strikes me as the final impoverishment of the species short of complete annihilation. Sabina herself expressed some reservations to you. What surprises me is that she expressed them so hesitantly. I find that her present activity conflicts irreconcilably with her own goals. When you joined her in the garage 10 years ago, she told you, very much in the spirit of Jan and Myrna, that her axioms were my life, my desires, my capacities. Like Jan and Myrna, she fought for a world where the development of these axioms was possible. Has she reduced her life's axioms to one, velocity? Are the buzzing vehicles a fulfillment of her life or its absolute negation? She wants Tissy alongside her while she engages in her research. She even begged you to stay with her. Sabina of all people knows that her life, her desires, her capacities cannot develop outside a human world, a community of human beings she can talk to, touch, embrace, love. Yet she's enthusiastically designing a plastic armor that would separate each from all. The condition Sabina's research is helping create is not a new human condition. In prison it's known as solitary confinement. It's one of the worst forms of torture. I have to admit I don't understand Sabina. The few times she expressed her life's goals to you, she sounded like Jan or Myrna. Yet her project has nothing in common with theirs. It has everything in common with the life project of a person she seems to despise, George Albert's. Isn't it Albert's life project that she's carrying on, during a time when everything is possible? Why? What illusions does she still retain about that project? Perhaps several centuries ago it was possible to think that industrialization would create an environment hospitable to human life, to the realization of human desires, to the development of human capacities. It was possible to think this before the process began. Such a belief was illusory as soon as industrialization started. Human life was immediately impoverished, the wealth of human activities was reduced to the one single activity, wage labor, or Myrna's words, joyless drudgery. Human desires were sacrificed to the needs of the productive apparatus, human capacities were blocked, stunted, frozen and eventually removed from life and relegated to the realm of utopian dreams. Is Sabina's present project what has to be born or what has to die? Sabina told you the ruling order suppressed the development of her plastic vehicle. Maybe it did. But did Sabina oppose that ruling order because it suppressed the development of plastic vehicles? Jan opposed the ruling order because it suppressed us, the living, not because it suppressed vehicles or cartons, or even because it kept the workers themselves from developing the vehicles and cartons. It's always been the workers themselves who developed the vehicles and cartons. They poured their whole lives, all their desires and capacities, into the cartons and vehicles. Undoubtedly Sabina, like Zdenek and I, would have been far too involved in pressing tasks to accompany Myrna and Yara on their excursion, their roaming across the country as free as birds, their visits to other cities in which they expect to find only friends. They're not interested in freeing the productive forces, in eliminating fetters to their development. They're looking for human beings eliminating fetters to their own development. If I were to summarize their guiding axioms, I couldn't find better words than, my life, my desires, my capacities. I don't want to exaggerate the lucidity of my two comrades. They convinced Jasna to accompany them on their trip. Before they left, Yara told me, with unreserved enthusiasm, that she couldn't wait to ask Jasna more details about Verikrina's relations with her husband and her lover. Apparently Titus recently told Jasna things she hadn't known. Yara is on a quest for a world without bureaucrats, yet she remains fascinated by the private lives of those whose social activity stifles her own life. I expect them back in 2 or 3 days. Yara is right, I love all 3 of them. I miss them terribly. If they intend to visit your part of the world on their next journey, or on the one after that, I won't turn down their invitation. I know you only from your letters, Sophia, and I would like very much to see you, to talk to you, to hold you in my arms. If you're still able to say I love you, Yarostan, even if only because that phrase has become your life's motto, then I can no longer keep myself from feeling, and saying, I love you, Sophia, Yarostan. Sophia's 8th letter. Dear Yarostan. I don't know how to begin. I can't bring myself to tell you what happened here, I can't even make myself believe it. It's over. Everything is over. The sun we saw on the horizon didn't rise. It's as if everything that happened during the past few weeks was a dream, as if nothing at all had happened. It's worse than that. It's as if we were all dead and had come to life only long enough to dream we were alive. I'm home with Sabina in a world that hasn't changed. We haven't been able to find Tina, Pat or Tissy. Ted is in jail. And I can't continue writing this letter because my eyes are so full of tears I can't see. I'm trying again a day later. Your letter has been with us for a week. Sabina and I discussed everything in it several times. But I simply couldn't bring myself to tell you what we've experienced since I last wrote you. I even asked Sabina to write you, and to tell you I was too sick to write. She told me she couldn't possibly replace me because your letters are love letters. Sophia, I'd like very much to communicate with Myrna again, but not by letter. So would I Yarostan with you and Myrna and Yara and all of you. During the whole past week I wished I were among you instead of here. I'm afraid Myrna's excursions can no longer include all the areas where human beings live. This area is back to normal. The destruction of limits, the birth of possibilities are no longer taking place here. People have returned to the labors that restrict their frontiers and destroy their possibilities. The police arrested hundreds of people at Luisa's factory and occupied the plant. At other plants the union announced a victory and workers returned to their jobs. The police attacked the occupied university. Ted's print shop was attacked by the police when it was being used day and night by hundreds of people. Postal and transportation workers returned to their jobs after their unions announced victories. At one large assembly plant the union had workers vote on a list of demands before calling off the strike. I had a hard time taking it all in, and I still can't believe so much activity could have been repressed so quickly. I don't have any explanations. I don't want to be the genius who now understands that so many people failed to realize their desires because of 1, 2, 3, bang the key, which happens to be right here in my pocket. I now know that the political strategists who understand why so many people didn't realize their variegated, contradictory and unpredictable desires, in reality understand nothing except their own miserable desire to lead. A week of discussions with Sabina have convinced me that I don't have any keys. I have less of a right than anyone to make a critique of others' practice. You and Sabina may have fallen into traps. I was never out of a trap. Except for an instant which I failed to prolong, my only desire has been to be led by the nose. There was never any reason to repress anything I was doing. I've never been free. Free human beings can't be repressed, they have to be destroyed. Sabina and I didn't spend all week discussing me. We mainly talked about your letters. Not only the letter that came a week ago, but also the 2 Damon had brought to the so-called council office, which seems so unreal now. It was only a week ago that Sabina learned about the strike at Myrna's plant, and about your confession. Of course the first thing I asked her was if she had known you and Luisa had been lovers. Did I know? Yarostan wagged as if he were Luisa's tail. How can Yarostan describe that affair so naively? He was being shaped, like though Sabina even remembers the day when Titus first brought you to our house soon after the war. Zabran was as proud as if he were displaying a princess he'd saved from dragons. And Luisa introduced her new fellow worker to us as someone who'd been a thief and had slept in alleys until Titus recruited him to the resistance organization and transformed him into the most admirable of killers. Luisa wanted him on that very day. A second nachalo, she told us. Right off the streets. Isn't he beautiful? Luisa was determined to do with Yarostan what she'd failed to do with nachalo. She was determined to shape him into a servant of a project that wasn't his own. She tried to make him an organizer, a magnet. But although she put all of her mind as well as her body into her task, she failed miserably. Apparently he did become something of a magnet to Jasna and some of the others, but the project he carried wasn't Luisa's, it was Jan's. Yarostan could no more be made to serve the organization than Nachalo. Luisa tried to teach him what she'd tried to teach Nachalo. But thanks to his friendship with Jan, Yarostan didn't learn what she'd tried to teach Nachalo but what she'd learned from him. He did become a little bit of a second Nachalo. That's why Luisa abandoned him in the heat of the struggle for a hunk of more flexible dough. I remind her, Yarostan had the impression Luisa succeeded in communicating her political ideas to him. He says he didn't reject Luisa's positions until his second prison term. Yarostan also had the impression that Luisa's house embodied Sabina's outlook. She continues sarcastically, he had the impression that all relations were open, nothing was left unsaid, there were no taboos, nothing was forbidden, and while he was having that impression he was being manipulated, shaped into something he was going to hate, a politician, a so-called rank-and-file leader. His whole training was underhanded. Nothing was said. Yarostan thinks he treated you as a toy. If so, he learned from her, because he was her toy, and everyone knew except you and he. Yarostan was a hoodlum to her, and he never became anything more. I object to that. You're exaggerating. Luisa didn't share George Albert's prejudices until after we emigrated, she'd never called anyone a hoodlum until I brought Ron home. The prejudices were there already then, Sabina insists, and she didn't get those prejudices from Alberts. It's obvious where Alberts got them. During the war he had associated with an altogether different class of people from the proletarians and organizers he'd known before. When he returned to his family after the war, he was a successful physicist, and Luisa's friends seemed like so much trash to him. I know Luisa couldn't stomach him. She paraded Yarostan in and out of the bedroom so as to infuriate Alberts. And she knew Alberts would be furious precisely because Yarostan was trash to him. She understood Albert's social tastes because her own were already very similar to his. Luisa was no longer the organizer who had picked Nachalo up in the street. Since that day she had associated with officers in the Popular Army, with union functionaries who became government officials, she had moved in circles of eminently respectable people. They were the comrades she had in mind when she spoke of downtrodden proletarians. It was to this level of respectability that she wanted to raise Yarostan. And until she raised him, he was trash to her. But you're right. She didn't express this contempt for her lover directly. She did use the word hoodlum already then, but not to characterize Yarostan. Don't you even remember a fragment of the conversations Luisa had with Titus Zabran? Not one fragment, Sabina. That was over 20 years ago. You're the one who is odd for remembering, not I for forgetting. I wouldn't feel bad for having a bad memory, Sophia, but for having to take someone else's word about an event I had experienced. How can you let everything in your head just lie where it falls, without ever moving it around? There's no such thing as a bad memory, you're just lazy. Luisa used the word hoodlum daily. But you're right, she didn't call Yarostan a hoodlum, not directly. She reserved the term for Yarostan's best friend. Every time Zabran came over they'd groan to each other about Jan Sedlak's deplorable influence on Yarostan, about Jan's total lack of self-discipline, about the incoherence of Jan's political outlook. They called him a lumpen element, a hooligan, a hoodlum, all of which was taboo, forbidden in Luisa's house. They said such horrible things about Jan that I couldn't wait to meet him. I didn't get my chance until the first day of the strike. On that day I watched their protege, Yarostan, mess up all their plans. I didn't understand the politics then, I still don't. But I knew from Zabran's and Luisa's faces that something had fallen apart for them, and during the day I learned that it was their Pygmalion, Yarostan. Actually the scheme was simple enough, and I think I understood it even then. In theory the workers were supposed to be seizing power over the productive forces, but in practice, as Yarostan told us in his second letter, the workers' organization was going to replace the capitalist class as the manager of production. Workers were supposed to experience this feat as their victory, the way they did here last week. The task of yarostan, the rank-and-file militant, was to pretend he desired such a victory, and to parade this desire in front of other workers who didn't yet know this was what all workers wanted. The deepest layers of the proletariat itself had to be the ones who defined the historical tasks of the proletariat. But yarostan sat and daydreamed. Louisa and Zabran, at the risk of being called manipulators, had to define the historical tasks. Vera and Mark immediately backed them up. But then Jan threw a wrench into their apparatus. He started shouting that the workers' real struggle wouldn't begin until workers tore down the factories, dismantled the machines and burned the productive forces. I shouted bravo, Jasna applauded. And yarostan laughed. Louisa and Zabran were furious. Why were you so enthusiastic about what Jan said? I asked her. That enthusiasm seems to conflict with your whole life's commitment. Yarostan referred to that contradiction in his newest letter. Because I was a schizophrenic already then. Sabina exclaims. Or maybe that was when my schizophrenia began. I applauded because Jan had thrown a wrench into Louisa's and Zabran's machinery, and also because what he said made a lot of sense to me, and still does. I even understood some of the implications of what he said. During the days that followed he told me that as a boy he had lived among streams, forests, and fields and had loved to explore their secrets. Ever since he'd become a worker he'd been reduced to an appendage of a machine. He told me if revolution and freedom meant anything, they certainly couldn't mean a struggle for the freedom to stand at the very same machine every living day. To Jan revolution meant a new start. It meant taking up again where he'd left off in his boyhood. I thought I agreed with him, but I didn't understand his position as a rejection of technology. I combined Albert's position with Jan's and got what I thought was a perfect synthesis. What I had in mind was the dispersal of the technology in the forests and fields, and I thought people would relate to it the same way they related to the trees and the streams, not for mutilation and enslavement, but for adventure, exploration, travel, and enjoyment. My synthesis was overstretched, it didn't work. But I didn't find that out until last week. In the carton plant I wasn't even aware of a contradiction, and in my guts I supported every stand Jan took. I suppose you don't remember the discussion of the slogans either. That took place on the second day of the strike. I didn't understand the political significance of the discussion, but I helped Jan mess up the united front Louisa and Zabran had looked forward to. The carton plant was to contribute to the general effort by printing slogans on posters which were to be used in demonstrations. Louisa and Zabran had minor disagreements about the slogans that should go on the posters. Suddenly Jan objected to the very idea of demonstrations with posters. He said we should talk to our fellow workers with our mouths, not with posters blocking us from each other. I caught on right away and asked what our discussions would be like if each of us sat behind a placard with a slogan on it, and if we waited for the placards to talk to each other. That's when everything went haywire. Yarostan was supposed to guide the group back to the tasks at hand, but he only nodded at Jan's and my comments. The united front fell apart. Jasna considered Jan's comments as reasonable as Louisa's. Zabran and Louisa were almost isolated. Only Claude Tamnik and Mark Glavna stood by them. Even Vera Nays vacillated. Jasna is right about Vera, she was an opportunist. She became Louisa's disciple because she wanted to be what Yarostan was supposed to have become, the tribune, the rank-and-file leader. But as soon as Louisa was isolated, Vera abandoned her, and of course she took Adrian, her flunky, with her. You make them all sound so petty and manipulative. Are you sure you're not describing Vera in the light of what Yarostan told us she became much later? I asked Sabina. I'm still trying to defend the integrity of my original community. I'm describing them in the light of what they did, Sophia, she insists. In fact, what Vera did later doesn't even make a whole lot of sense to me. Her antics with that husband and lover don't quite fit with the Vera I knew 20 years ago. I might as well tell you about my experience with Vera Nays. You figure out how it fits with what she became later. She didn't switch sides only because Louisa was isolated but also because of me. You mean you convinced her Jan was right? You can put it that way, but I didn't convince her with words. Vera couldn't stand Jan, and she'd never have switched sides if I hadn't been there. It was my presence that convinced her. The first time I spoke she took me aside and told me, "What a witty, intelligent, fiery girl you are." She couldn't believe I was only 13. "You're a siren," she told me, pretending to be a gypsy girl. That was what convinced her. I didn't know it right then, but she was courting me as openly as the circumstances and her own inhibitions would allow. She found the same treasure behind the long black hair that Zabran had found in Yarostan, a gem buried in sand. I sensed her passion and was excited by it without understanding it. I played with it. I sat by her, whispered in her ear, laughed with her, touched her. I wasn't aware that the pale, pretty woman whose chest heaved and whose face grew red whenever I touched her wanted to fling me to the floor then and there, in the midst of the meeting. I didn't know what a fire I was stirring up in her whenever I whispered to her. Until then I had played in the park behind the school and had taken friends home with me, but I had never had contact with pure lust, with blind desire. It was only on the following day, the third day of the strike, that I realized what was happening. Zabran opened that day's meeting by groaning about the fact that nothing had gotten done during the first 2 days of the strike. Then he said the presence of outsiders who were not production workers, disruptive individualistic elements, was responsible for this. Vera knew he was referring to my presence. She slipped her hand over my fist, as if to let me know she'd keep me from being thrown out. Gradually she tightened her hold, dug her fingernails into the palm of my hand. I could see her eyes were red from lack of sleep, her teeth bit her lips. I whispered that she was hurting me, but her grip only tightened. I became afraid of something I didn't then understand. I was about to be overpowered and maybe even destroyed by something I couldn't control or restrain. Vera was driven by a blind desire to dominate me, to own me, to enslave me, without any trace of love or mutuality or equality. Gosh, Sabina, I never imagined. I don't think anyone else did either, Sophia, because nothing actually happened. It was Yarostan who saved me from being ravaged by Vera and also from being thrown out by Zabran. Yarostan dreamily proposed an action somewhere between printing posters and destroying machines. He too was good at making syntheses between diametrical opposites. When Zabran brought up the presence of outsiders, Yarostan brought up the presence of the owner, Mr. Zagid. Yarostan is excessively modest. It's true that Claude made the action concrete by suggesting Zagid be ousted, but that suggestion was nothing but the logical step that followed from Yarostan's observation. Jan jumped up, ready to implement the suggestion on the spot, and I leaped out of the fire I had unintentionally fed and threw my arms around Jan and Yarostan. The whole plan was Yarostan's. That was what I thought too, but Yarostan wrote that Claude didn't only make his suggestion concrete, but was also the one who finally implemented it. Yarostan is wrong, Sabina says emphatically. Today he'd like to make himself believe he didn't have anything to do with those events. Claude added nothing but his usual contributions. We should oust Zagid with clubs and guns, like the police would do it. Yarostan asked why we couldn't just ask Zagid to leave. And in the end it was Claude who implemented Yarostan's strategy. We went peacefully to Zagid's office and Claude asked him to leave. That event was important to me. I thought it was the beginning of Jan's revolution. I thought the first step would be followed by others. Workers would start tearing down factory walls and pushing machines into fields and forests. I was overjoyed when Zagid left his office. I threw my arms around Jan, and he asked me to spend the night with him. That was when my revolution began. Jan was the only man I gave myself to completely. He was my twin. He rejected all constraints, he was open to every conceivable experience, he refused to be stunted. He was Margaritan nachalo in the shape of a man. Why did Jan take you to Yarostan's room instead of his own? I asked her. Yarostan said they exchanged keys. Yarostan started that letter by telling you how honest and complete he was going to be. He's a hypocrite. He still doesn't approve of his best friend's morals. Maybe he doesn't want Myrna to know. I'd think she'd be flattered. I asked Jan the same question and he told me he didn't want to take me to his room because he shared his bed with his sister. You mean Myrna lived in his room? I ask. That was what I thought, Sabina goes on. I was fascinated beyond words. He told me his sister was 2 years younger than I was. He was surprised I wasn't shocked. But my whole body filled with curiosity. I longed to meet the 11-year-old girl who shared her bed with her brother. I insisted on going to his room instead of Yarostan's. I flew into a rage when he refused to take me there. He told me his sister was wildly jealous and would scratch my eyes out, but that only aroused my curiosity all the more. I threatened to leave him if he didn't take me to her, so he finally told me the girl in his room was his sister only in age. He told me he did love his real sister, but had been separated from her by a religious vampire who had policed their love. The girl in his room was a homeless urchin. She had run to Jan in the street and begged him to hide her from the police, who were chasing her for stealing. He had hidden her, and she had stayed on with him. He considered her his make-believe sister. Yarostan was apparently shocked. I stopped insisting on going to Jan's room, but I couldn't stop being fascinated by his real sister. I asked him her name, what she looked like, and what she had done with her brother under the very nose of morality and the church. When he pulled me to bed, I refused to undress until he agreed to pretend to be his sister and to show me how his sister made love to her brother. Jan agreed. Myrna underestimates him. He was full of pranks. For Jan, liberated life was going to be a game, a love game, played intensely, with every limb and pore. He agreed to be Myrna for me. And while he performed, I made love to the sister he was pretending to be. I fell in love with her. I lost myself in an ecstasy matched by only one other experience in my life, the following night's experience with the real Myrna. Jan's enjoyment was as great as mine. He continually told me, all life should consist of moments like these, interrupted only by periods of rest. It was out of gratitude that, early the following morning, he told me he'd take me to meet his sister that very day. But first we had to think of a way of getting the religious mother out of the house. Jan knew I had fallen in love, not with him but with his sister, and he understood my passion. He fanned it, he loved me for it. The guardians of the social order had to kill Jan. There was no way for them and him to coexist. In his heart Jan carried the dissolution of every order. He'd always break through it with acts of passion unimaginable until then. Yarostan returned to his room at daybreak. He obviously hadn't slept a wink. He didn't describe his night with Jan's roommate. We didn't ask. His night hadn't been a happy one. He seemed absolutely worn out, miserable, lonely, perhaps ashamed. Both of us knew he was pining for Louisa. Myrna is wrong about the plot to seduce the queen of the peasants. It was Jan's idea from beginning to end. As soon as Yarostan knocked at sunrise, Jan knew what to do with the old vampire. If only Yarostan would resume with Jan's mother where he'd left off with Louisa, Myrna would be free and Jan and I would outdo each other courting her without any rules or time limits, without any standards of right and wrong. The revolution would begin when all of us started doing what we pleased. But Yarostan didn't want to contribute any more to our plan than he'd contributed to Zabran's and Louisa's. We barely succeeded in getting him to go with us. As soon as he saw the queen, the object of his passion, he yawned. Next time he saw her he vomited. He spent the entire afternoon and night sound asleep. We might as well have thrown a dead animal at the old woman. Would you like him better if he'd become your tool? No, Sophia, I would have liked him less. and in any case, it wasn't my fun he spoiled but Jan's. The old woman concentrated all her energy on keeping Jan out of the game. With fabulous results. Those results were summarized for us by the untouched Virgin herself, 20 years later. I suspect the old woman even had an inkling of why Jan had brought yarostan. Her endless crosses and wails and prayers suggested she had trouble keeping the thought from passing through her own mind. The devil must have tried to slip into her consciousness while the rest of us were out picking berries. What she didn't have any inkling about was the infinity of forms the devil could take. That night she thought the devils were all safely put away in Jan's bedroom at the other end of the house. She expected to hear the first step the devil took toward the room containing the two chaste virgins. Meanwhile, all of her worst fears were being acted out by the virgins themselves, unaided by any visiting demons. In one of their discussions, Myrna told Yarostan she thought you hadn't been honest with her. I remind her. I know, and she hurt me by saying that. She didn't describe to Yarostan the game we actually played. She transformed it, and I can't understand why. Is she ashamed of the role she played? I doubt it. Myrna had no shame, not then. You're twins in that respect, aren't you? More than twins, Sophia, we're permanently embedded in each other's hearts. That's why I was hurt when Myrna inverted a key detail and made me seem so manipulative. Don't look at me so strangely, Sophia. Don't forget I wasn't 32 then. Myrna and I were only 2 years apart, and I didn't play the dominant role. The seduction was as mutual as the most reciprocal love depicted in any poetry. The mutuality of our love condemned the ugliness of all the brutalizing one-sided relationships in the midst of which it took place, and first of all Luisa's relationship to Yarostan, which was nothing but sheer manipulation, next Yarostan's relationship with you, Vera's toward Adrian and me, Zabran's toward Yarostan, Albert's toward Luisa, and finally Jasna's pathetic and unrecognized desire for Zabran and Yarostan. Our love had nothing in common with any of those. It had no blemishes. The detail Myrna changed is precisely what made that night so incomparably beautiful, so unique in my whole life's experience. Well, what did she change? I ask impatiently. She was angry at you for pretending to be her brother and rousing her passion for your own selfish gratification. Don't tell me you did it for her, I know you too well. I'm not denying my selfishness, Sophia. Nor Myrna's. She's right about why I did it, but she's wrong about what I did. I didn't pretend to be Jan that night. I'm disappointed that Myrna forgot that. It was a rare, unforgettable night. Moonlight streamed in through the window. It was quieter in that country house than anywhere I'd been before. Myrna asked me if I was Yarostan's girl or Jan's. I remember Jan's telling me she'd scratch my eyes out from jealousy ere I tried to provoke that jealousy. I told her Jan and I were passionately in love with each other, that our love knew no bounds. But that had been Jan's inversion. There was no jealousy in Myrna. She put her hand on my face and told me, if I were Jan I'd love you passionately and without bounds, you're beautiful. I almost cried. I told her, Jan says he loves me only because I remind him of the one person he really loves in the whole world. Myrna insisted I tell her that person's name. I told her, he didn't love me at all until he taught me to act like her and be like her, because he doesn't really love me at all, he loves only her, and her name is Myrna. She was quiet for a long time. I reached for her face and felt tears running down her cheeks. I asked if I had offended her. Then she asked me, did he show you how he spent his nights with Myrna, how he slept with her? I told her he showed me everything. She said, this was the bed in which he slept with Myrna until Mother made him leave. She sobbed and kissed my hand, telling me, I still cry sometimes when I remember. I was so happy every night, and I was happy during the day because I waited for night to dawn. Why did Myrna invert what happened next when she told Yarostan about it? I did not ask her, would you like me to pretend to be January? How terribly banal, and how manipulative. Yet she works herself into a fury 20 years later, indignant at the creature she's invented during the intervening years. The fact is that my initiative ended with my telling her Jan loved her. From that point on the initiative was hers, and it remained hers until the end of that glorious night. It was Myrna who asked me, "Show me what Jan showed you. Please be Myrna for me, just for an instant." I agreed to be Myrna. I lay quietly next to her, our sides touched. She said, first Jan took Myrna's hand to his lips and whispered, "I love you, my little sister, more than I'll ever love anyone else in the whole wide world." That was how it began. And it was Myrna herself who went on, step by step, to an ecstatic climax, slowly uncovering every inch of one body and matching it with every inch of the other, ever so carefully, ever so gently, ever so passionately. Every motion, every gesture, every position she had ever dreamed of taking with Jan she took with me, every caress, every embrace, every kiss she had ever dreamed of receiving from her brother she gave to me. And all that time you pretended to be Myrna. It was the easiest thing in the world to pretend to be Myrna and to accept all the love and passion she wanted Jan to give her. That was what made that night so incomparable, so monumental to me. And you should have seen her mother's face the next morning when she found her virgin sleeping in the devil's arms. "Tissy told me what you looked like when you woke up in her embrace. Your look must have been compassionate compared to that woman's." All her life's pent-up desire, inverted into hatred, was concentrated in her look. She immediately rushed for the broom. Yarostan remembered the rest of it vividly enough, the rest is hardly worth remembering. Nothing else happened during the next 2 weeks. After the old woman chased us away we went back to the carton plant. I kept expecting next steps to be taken, but there weren't any. After those stupid discussions about slogans on posters, everyone except Jan went back to work to print those posters. Jan and I boycotted the work as well as the rest of the meetings. We wandered throughout the city, among crowds, into factories, among students. We kept looking for those who were taking the next step, and we discovered what Yarostan described to you in his second letter, a vast puppet show, thousands of mannequins acting on orders pretending to be acting on their own. We did find a few free spirits, but they were isolated, disoriented and frustrated. Jan knew it was all going to end very badly. It was all too repetitious, too serious, and Jan knew that a revolution couldn't be serious. So at least the two of us stopped being serious, we played at revolution, we played at being free, we challenged, provoked, and sabotaged. But no one responded. We might as well have been alone. I remind her, in the research center you continued to expect everything to happen. How could you have known during those events 20 years ago that nothing else was going to happen? I'm not sure I can explain that, Sophia. Maybe for the same reason that I've tried to realize contradictory projects. I'm half Nachalo and half Alberts. 20 years ago my two halves told me the same thing, 2 weeks ago they told me opposite things. I don't understand, I tell her. I know you were in the midst of a contradiction in the research center. Yarostan saw that right away, and you yourself were aware of it. But I don't see why you were so single-minded 20 years ago. What did your Alberts half tell you then? It wasn't my Alberts half, Sophia, but Alberts himself, in person, who told me exactly the same thing Jan told me. Jan knew right away that all the strike activity was staged and had no other aim but to replace one set of rulers with another. Albert said almost the same thing to me a week before we were arrested. He told me we were going to emigrate as soon as he got all the papers and other arrangements in order. If we didn't emigrate we'd spend years in jail, maybe even the rest of our lives. I was indignant at first. I wanted Jan and Myrna and all the others to go with us. He told me it wasn't the whole group that would be jailed, but only the foreigners. He said foreigners were being used as scapegoats to explain why there was opposition to the revolutionary apparatus, so-called. It's so easy to single out foreigners. I told Jan what Alberts had told me, and he said he was relieved to learn we would be allowed to emigrate. He had started to worry when he heard the rumors that were being circulated about Louisa. He didn't even imagine he would be arrested too, and didn't dream of emigrating. He had no reason to. Alberts made it all very attractive to me by promising me a whole world of technology as my plaything. He even told me he'd build me a laboratory. Jan and I knew our friendship would end as suddenly as it began. At least we had pretended a revolution was taking place. Then you don't know why the others were imprisoned for such a long time? I asked her. I haven't the slightest idea, Sophia. Yarostan keeps asking why the three of us were released after spending only 2 days in jail. That's not what surprises me. I had known we were going to be allowed to emigrate. What surprises me is what happened to the others. No one, not even Alberts, imagined that the isolation of scapegoats would be carried to the point of imprisoning the entire production crew of the carton plant. I didn't have a hint of that fact until Yarostan's first letter came, and I don't understand it. What happened was exactly what Alberts had made me think would happen. I had no reason to be suspicious. We were all arrested, we spent 2 days in jail, we were released, and the police apologized for their mistake. Louisa's and Albert's friend Zabran was there at the parting. Zdenek's claim that Zabran was in jail at that time is puzzling. Zdenek must have had another period in mind when he told them that, or another man. I knew who Zabran was, and the man who saw us off was Titus Zabran. He had been arrested too, but only for a day. He told us the entire crew had been arrested by mistake. I thought that apparently someone in the police thought the entire crew were foreigners. Yarostan keeps pointing out how bizarre it is that the Alberts ring were released while the so-called accomplices of the ring were left in jail. That certainly is bizarre, but that wasn't the impression I had at the time. Zabran, not the Alberts ring, was released first, a day before us, and I was sure the others had been released too. In any case, we weren't given a grand opportunity to find out what had happened to the others. The police accompanied the celebrated physicist and his family to our house, waited while we packed, and escorted us to the train station for the first tram out. During the past week, Sabina answered several other questions you raised in your newest letter, as well as in the 2 letters that arrived when she was in the research center. And in answering your questions, she completely demolished the original community I had glorified in my first letters to you. If I still retained some illusions after you tried to knock them out of me, Sabina has finally convinced me that no such community ever existed. In the process of convincing me, she made me doubt the reality of my most recent experiences as well. Were the commune and the council office hallucinations? Did I invent them? Were they dreams on which I can base another lifetime's hopes? If I correspond with Pat 20 years from now, will he write me that the events I remember never happened? As you can see, I'm not too eager to tell you how I happened to be home discussing your letters with Sabina. I don't even want to think about it. Sabina is right, I'd rather let everything in my head just lie where it fell, without moving around. I may later have to take someone else's word about what happened, but at least I'll have spared myself the pain of living through a horrid experience more than once. I'll try to relieve it, I was going to say, for your sake, but I can't imagine what good it'll do you to know. I really do wish Sabina had written you. All I feel like telling you are the things she told me. I was slightly drunk, comfortably exhausted, and very happy when I finished my previous letter to you. The day before, with Pat's grudging help, I had given Louisa and Damon a tour of the continent I had discovered that day. I slept soundly for at least 12 hours after I finished that letter, got up at noon, and attacked Louisa's refrigerator. She had returned and left again while I had been asleep. I sealed the letter and walked across the border with it. It was a gorgeous summer day, I let my hair blow in the wind, and I experienced myself as a heroine. I felt victorious. I had realized one of my life's few, maybe only 2, independent projects. I had projected it and carried it through all by myself. I felt that I had at last come of age to take part in a real revolution. I was still in that mood when I walked to the commune. I was eager to learn what other strikes had broken out, where else the movement had spread. When I reached the entrance of the former university building, two tough-looking young men tried to stop me from going in. "Who are you?" I asked them. "Security," one of them answered. "Who the hell put you there?" I asked. The answer was, "The building is full of informers and spies." "Well, go join the police force if you're interested in informers and spies," I shouted, pushing my way past them. The council office was almost the same as I'd left it 3 days earlier. If I hadn't just run into the security guards, I wouldn't have noticed the differences as quickly as I did. Most of the stacks of pamphlets and leaflets were the same, but there were a few new stacks of leaflets, and these were very distinct from everything else in the room. They were the diatribes of political sects. None of the people in the room were familiar to me. As I listened to their arguments, I became aware that they were all politicians with esoteric axes to grind. I was shocked. I ran upstairs and downstairs looking for familiar faces, for Pat, for workers who had visited the council office, for people I had met at the office machine plant. But all I saw was the hostile, suspicious faces of dedicated professional radicals. The mood in which I had walked across the birch was gone. I ran to the print shop. It was full of people who were strangers to me, almost all of them men. Suspicious glances followed me as I walked around and looked at the things being printed. All of it looked drab, repetitious, and terribly repressive, must not and should not appeared in every sentence. In the garbage bin I found a crumpled leaflet, colorful, well laid out and illustrated, satirizing the self-elected police hysterically trying to recuperate the revolutionary struggle. I supposed that leaflet had been done by Pat's group. I saw no other evidence of the presence of Pat's group in the print shop. I went up the back staircase and knocked on the door, but Ted wasn't there. None of the people in the print shop had ever heard of Tina. Wherever I had left friends, I found only strangers. Wherever I had left a community with a project, I found only hostile politicians. I was in a daze. I dragged myself out of the print shop and drifted across the campus looking for my lifelong companion and guide, Yarostan, in all his varied forms. I wanted him to take my hand again and show me what had to be done next. I was me again. I did find a guide. Someone handed me a leaflet announcing a militant demonstration against the occupation of an assembly plant by the police. I wondered if it was Luis's plant. I went to the gathering place 2 hours before the scheduled beginning of the demonstration. Other drifters like myself joined me. Finally an authority arrived, someone wearing an armband, and obviously a member of a political group. After listening to several minutes of his rigid rhetoric, I learned that it was in fact Luis's plant that had been occupied by the police. On the previous day, members of various political groups had joined the Union picket line. A fight had broken out between Union picketers and the so-called subversive outsiders. Then a rumor was spread that subversive saboteurs had seized the plant. This had been an ample pretext for the police to occupy the plant. And right after the police occupied it, the union called on workers to defend their plant from the police. In other words, after calling in the police, the union bureaucrats pretended to be the greatest opponents of the police. The leaflet quoted a union bureaucrat saying, "The government is fomenting disorder and is being helped by groups of revolutionists, adventurists, and punks." From the armbanded leader of the demonstration, I also learned that the purpose of the militant demonstration was to offer solidarity to the fighting workers by joining them in the struggle to oust the police from their plant. I obviously couldn't have gotten him to explain to me in what sense the plant was their plant, nor why the workers would want to go back into it. It didn't occur to me to suggest that everyone might be a lot happier if the police were left inside the plant and everyone else went off to do other things. I joined the struggle, and I was extremely nervous. The only other time I took part in a militant demonstration in which I knew I was going to be physically injured was 6 years ago, when I sat in the street to block trucks carrying weapons. But the struggle at Luis's plant was more in tune with my upbringing than the peace demonstration had been. I imagined that Louisa and Damon might be behind barricades. I've always thought of her earlier barricades with nostalgia. I've always wanted to have barricades in my own life. I also wanted to get away from the loved places that had suddenly become so alien to me. Several hundred people gathered. It was announced that the demonstrators were to break up into groups of 6 and to ride to the plant in cars. I found a group of 5 students with a car and clung to them. For once in my life I was the least hysterical member of the group. They were completely paranoid. During the entire trip they talked about police and even army units surrounding the plant with machine guns and even tanks. I told them I doubted that war had been declared, but my own fears increased considerably. Several days later I learned that their paranoia had been grounded in solid reality. If I had known that at the time, I would have collapsed long before reaching Luisa's plant. It turned out that I was the only one of the 6 who knew the way to the plant, and since I had only been there once I got lost. I did manage to get them to the right part of the city. They insisted on parking their car miles away from the plant. After walking for what seemed like hours, and after asking several people where it was, we reached a fence inside of which there was an immense parking lot. We decided we had approached the plant from the rear. So much the better, we thought, the police wouldn't be expecting us to come from that direction. We helped each other climb over the fence. We were inside the plant. Before we had a chance to congratulate each other about that fact, we saw 2 buses rushing toward us. We didn't have the time to climb back over the fence, and there was no place to hide. We were on a completely empty parking lot. Both buses were full of police, all of them armed to the teeth. I don't have the words to tell you how terrified I was. Before they got out of their buses they threw a canister of gas at us. Then they came out of the buses wearing masks and pointing their rifles at us. And they kept coming out of those buses. Now that I'm putting it on paper, that whole scene seems so ludicrous. 3 studious-looking, clean-shaven young men, 2 girls who hardly looked older than high school students, and we couldn't have managed a slingshot between us. Yet there we were, being beaten up by at least 100 masked policemen, all armed with rifles and clubs. None of us offered the slightest resistance. The sight of those 2 buses had killed every trace of rebellion in all of us. Yet the police continued beating us. Finally they separated us into groups of 3 and carried us into the buses. The fright was infinitely worse than all the blows I received. Inside the bus the police spoke of us as if we were foreigners, even as if we had come here from another planet. I had no idea where the bus was taking us. But I had yet another fright when the bus stopped in an empty lot that looked like a garbage dump. We were pushed out of the bus. I was sure we were going to be shot and abandoned in the dump. But we were transferred to the back of a regular police wagon. Apparently the counter-insurgent police in the buses had to go back to the plant to hunt down more guerrillas. I was trembling and nauseated when the police wagon finally stopped. I didn't know what part of the world I was in when I was ordered to get out. I vomited as soon as I reached the ground. The 6 of us were pushed into a waiting room lit by one of those eternally bare bulbs. I was sick from the beatings, my lungs felt hollow from the gas, I thought my insides had been injured. I had felt that way every single day when I'd worked in the fiberglass factory. I was fingerprinted. I had to give my name repeatedly. And then, while I was being marched through a hallway with my 5 companions, I saw another group of guerrillas arriving, and Louisa was among them. I smiled weakly to her, but she glared at me with unforgiving hostility. The scene I had made with Pat had spoiled her love affair with Damon. This time I didn't try to call Sabina or Damon to try to get me out of jail. I remembered what Myrna had said about our running out on the rest of you, and I was determined to practice solidarity with my combative comrades. But I was in for a big surprise. It happened during my 2nd day in jail. I was told that my lawyer wanted to talk to me. I was escorted to a furnished room, and there I recognized Minnie Vatch. Minnie, the college friend with whom I had tried to expose the militarization of the university, with whom I had almost been arrested for littering public property with copies of omissions. As soon as the guard was gone, I threw my arms around her as if I were embracing my best friend. "How in the world did you get in as my lawyer?" I asked her. Minnie quickly told me that she was in fact a lawyer. She works with a group of lawyers who she referred to as a radical lawyers collective. Damon had called her. She told me we'd have time to talk after the trial. She was in a hurry to explain her strategy to me. She told me I was to pretend that I was nothing more than an innocent bystander. But they arrested me inside the plant. I reminded her. "It doesn't matter," she told me. "You were doing research on the student movement. You're Professor Hesper's assistant. Where you choose to do your field work is none of their business." I was intensely disappointed. I regretted having embraced her so warmly. I told her I couldn't go through with her strategy. I didn't want to run out on comrades one more time. I had done that often enough. "Suit yourself, Sophie," she told me. "But you should know that all your co-defendants are getting lawyers, and not free ones either. They've all got parents who can afford the best that money can buy. Anyway, I'll be at your trial." I was terribly depressed during my last days in jail. Everything I had lived for seemed to have collapsed. In one of your letters you had told me that my world of journalistic friends consisted of people who aspired to roles within the ruling bureaucracy. I had indignantly denied that. At that time I had thought Professor Damon Hesper was the only one who really fitted your description. I could never have imagined Minnie as a lawyer. When I knew her on the newspaper staff, I couldn't have imagined she would compromise everything she stood for to the point of joining the profession that practices the law. Inside that prison I could understand perfectly what Sabina told me later about Luisa's change of social tastes. While I lay inside my jail cell, Minnie was treated as an equal by prison authorities who regarded me as nothing but so much trash. Of course, in retrospect I can see that Minnie wasn't as uncompromising as I would have liked to think her, but it's always easy to see such things in retrospect. I remembered the day when Omissions was launched and Minnie and I were excluded from it. Minnie was the angriest of the three. She slapped Damon so hard I thought she'd made a permanent mark on his face. Yet only a few days later she compromised her solidarity with the other two excluded women and joined the Omissions group. But that's still a far cry from joining the legal profession. Of all the people on the newspaper staff, Minnie had been the most opposed to the idea of working within the system to accomplish anything significant. She had been the very antithesis of the managing editor, Bess. But as I lay in my cell thinking about Minnie's compromises, I couldn't keep myself from remembering my own. At the time when you wrote me about Ray University friends' opportunism, I wasn't lying in a jail cell. I was teaching a university-level course. I was a member of the academic community, not because of conviction or ambition, but because I had drifted there. I thought maybe Minnie had done no more to reach her present situation. I drifted back into the academic world when I learned how Jose had died. When Sabina told me Jose had been picked up in the street like a dead dog, I couldn't do anything but drift. Learning that he had died trying to become someone I could admire sent a terrible shock through me. I fell into Sabina's arms like a baby. I cried hysterically that I wasn't anyone to admire. I had nothing to give Jose because I had become nothing. I was completely alone again. If Sabina hadn't helped me through that crisis, I think I would have disintegrated altogether and permanently. After my miserable experience with art and the peace movement, Jose had become my whole life. I dated my life in terms of his release, simultaneously looking forward to it and fearing it, and at no time feeling able to face it. Jose's release was going to be the test of my capacities. His death put an end to all my prospects. I think it's only the fact that Sabina felt as devastated as I that kept me going during the weeks after we learned Jose was dead. I had never seen her cry before. I had thought those black eyes that perpetually sparkled with mischief or the desire for adventure were incapable of tears. When I saw tears under those long black eyelashes, I felt an emotion I can't describe with words, like friendship and love. Sabina hadn't ever been Jose's girl, She hadn't ever shared his bed, she hadn't ever desired him physically, yet she loved him. I understood her love for him only because I thought it must be similar to what I felt toward Sabina when I saw her tears. We propped each other up. We talked to each other as we had only once before, during one of my first days in the garage. We didn't talk about Jose or about the past but only about ourselves. Sabina fought against my self-rejection by telling me we were perfectly matched friends, our personalities were each other's perfect complements, my lack of self-assurance was a counterweight to her blind self-confidence, my constant self-evaluations were a counterweight to her uncritical acceptance of herself. I tried to tell her she had far less reason to be self-critical than I did. She knew 5 languages, was as well versed in all the sciences as most academics I had met, had seen half the world, had experienced every imaginable form of human relationship, had launched projects and grown with them, she had in some sense achieved the fullness of life. But she told me she had never done what I did all the time, she had never examined the meaning of all her life's accomplishments. It was during those weeks that Sabina launched the project in which she's still engaged. She began a systematic evaluation of the key events of her life. And being Sabina, she threw herself into that project with the same single-mindedness and determination with which she did everything she set out to do. I, on the other hand, set out with my usual lack of self-assurance and determination. I got over my shock, but I continued to drift. We remained each other's complements. I wandered through familiar and unfamiliar neighborhoods, I wandered in and out of bookstores. I wandered to the university campus and found myself reading the catalog of university courses. And while wandering through the catalog I found Damon Hesper's name listed as the instructor of a course on political philosophy. I couldn't imagine Damon philosophizing on his own. The last time I had seen him he had only been able to parrot his political group's philosophy, and then only with Minnie's help. I think it was curiosity that drove me to enroll in Damon's course. Once I enrolled in his course, I added the other courses I needed to complete my requirements for the bachelor's degree. And once I was a student again, I convinced myself that something I had always wanted existed, at least in embryo, among that generation of students, something like a radical community. I started to look forward to activities which I thought would be similar to those I had experienced in the carton plant. I thought I'd find friends with significant projects. I had prospects again, the gap left by Jose's death started to be filled. This was 3 years ago, the student movement was just starting to take on the characteristics of a generalized movement, the characteristics which 3 years later made possible the complete occupation of the university and the formation of the commune. I was in the presence of something I hadn't experienced since my emigration. Everything had changed since the day when a tiny group of radicals published a school newspaper in the midst of an almost unanimously hostile student population. Nor did this movement have anything in common with my activity with art and the peace movement, where a dozen saints had demonstrated their goodness in the midst of an evil world. The student movement was no longer an enlightened minority, it was a substantial section of the student population. Opposition to the war had led students to begin opposing all the institutions that stood behind the war, including the university itself. What attracted me was not the university itself, nor the possibility it offered for rising in the academic hierarchy, but rather the opposition to the institution. I hadn't found anything that was so significant to me since the day when I had tried to find Hugh's project house. I wanted to be part of it, but in my own characteristic way. As always, I wanted to walk into a ready-made radical community. I wanted to submit to the tasks at hand instead of defining and creating them myself. As always, I looked for a guide, and I found one, though not among my fellow students. Professor Damon Hesper became not only my teacher, but also something like my tour guide to the student movement. The first day I attended his class he was completely distracted by my presence. He avoided looking at me, as if he were afraid of me. I stayed after the class, we shook hands stiffly, he smiled dryly. "I suppose you've come to judge me," he said, "I've become a lackey of the ruling class and all that. He almost apologized to me. The professor, the highest university authority, had an inferiority complex in front of me. I beamed when I told him, "I'm your student, Damon, I'm enrolled in your course." He couldn't believe it and looked at his list of students to confirm the fact. "Well, I'll be damned," he said, "the last time I saw you was when I was chased out of the garage at gunpoint. Alec told me you had moved in with your mother but had then disappeared again. I assumed you had rejoined your friends." We didn't say much more than that to each other during the entire semester. Damon was very rigid about not mixing his categories. The student-teacher relationship excluded the possibility of companionship. His course was an absolute bore. My curiosity about that died the second day I attended his class. Damon without many was the same as Damon with many. He still repeated the same slogans with the same emphases and the same tone. His reading list consisted of standard academic books which had nothing at all to do with his lectures, and he made no effort to relate the books to his comments. He didn't treat me as a former friend until the last day of classes, when I technically became a college graduate. He told me some students were organizing a teach-in about the war and invited me to attend with him. I was enchanted. I hadn't done anything political since the peace demonstration. After that day, during my year in graduate school, I attended student actions with Damon at least once a week, always as a passive observer. Damon was curious, but hostile. He told me he had spent some time working in a factory since I had last seen him. And he continually repeated his favorite refrain: the real organization wasn't going to be organized by students but by industrial workers. I even listened to him lecture on this subject twice, when he was invited to speak at student teach-ins. Both times he was introduced as factory worker Damon Hesper. From the scraps of conversations I had with Damon before and after student meetings during my year in graduate school, I pieced together enough of his life to figure out how the factory worker had become a university professor. Damon had been the only one of the omissions group who had enrolled in graduate school as soon as he finished his undergraduate study. After Alec visited me in the garage for the first time, he told Hugh, Damon, and many that I had turned my back on the academic bureaucracy and joined the working class. According to Damon, this was what influenced Hugh to quit his studies and throw himself into an altogether different activity. Alec joined the garage group, many got a job teaching in a high school, and both called Damon a hypocrite for enrolling in graduate school. That was when he and Minnie broke up, although Damon continued to attend the meetings of Minnie's organization. When Damon told me about this episode, he said, "I soon realized that your activity in the garage had nothing to do with the revolutionary potentiality of the working class, and by trying to imitate you, Hugh and Alec only got themselves in a bind. I understood that the revolution was going to be made at the point of production, not in marginal semi-criminal gang activities." So he went on to get the doctor's degree in philosophy. But he didn't start teaching right away. He got a job in a factory and continued to attend the organization's meetings. He even took a worker or two to some of the meetings. While he had the factory job, he convinced himself that Minnie's commitment had never been to a real workers' organization, but only to an organization of intellectuals completely separate from the working class. That realization brought on his final break with Minnie as well as her organization. He told me that in the factory he started to make contact with the class, particularly with one worker, apparently a worker who seemed to show interest for Damon's workers' newspaper. Suddenly Damon's factory career ended. He told me, that worker turned out to be a cop or an informer because one day I was fired, without explanation, and the only thing I had done that was in any way out of the ordinary had been to engage in political exchanges with this worker. Luckily there happened to be an opening in the philosophy department at the university, specifically in his specialty, political philosophy. The first signs of student dissatisfaction were just appearing, and the administrators were looking for a person with Damon's qualifications. They were looking for a revolutionary factory worker with a doctor's degree in philosophy. I saw through Damon, but my own situation didn't give me an ideal vantage point from which to criticize him. My own drift back to academia also didn't give me a very solid basis from which to criticize Minnie's acceptance of her new profession. Minnie had reconciled herself to the status quo when she had joined the omissions staff. But so had I. Although I had refused to write for that paper, I had taken part in its production as well as its distribution. Once her anger had passed, Minnie had thrown herself into it wholeheartedly. I had merely let it happen to me. And that was exactly what I did at the trial that took place last week. I ran out on my young comrades the same way I had run out on Ria, the same way I had rim out on you 20 years ago. I ran last week the same way I've always run, passively, without conviction, without reasons or rationalizations. I had let Damon and Minnie take me to the omissions meetings. I had let Louisa take me on a trip across the ocean, away from those I regarded as my only friends. And I let Minnie take me out of jail. I didn't contribute to her defense strategy, but I didn't resist it. I simply let it happen to me. I moved where others pulled me. My whole life has been like that trial, it's been something that merely happened to me. Even when I found the communities I was looking for, I was taken there by others, and when I got there I was shown what to do and how to proceed. Minnie's defense strategy was ingeniously simple. It wasn't based on fact, but on plausibility. She confronted one authority, the judge, with another, the professor. The professor said I was in fact his research assistant and had in fact been doing field research on the student movement. I was the only one who could deny it, and my denial would have been extremely embarrassing to both Damon and Minnie. I liked Minnie much better when I realized she was risking her reputation on my behavior. Damon as well as Minnie knew perfectly well that reliability and predictability were not among my most prominent qualities. Damon took the stand and described the research. The judge frowned but didn't express his views of left-wing professors. Hiring or firing such professors wasn't within his field of jurisdiction. I took the stand and nodded. When the judge asked me to speak louder, I shouted, "Yes I am, yes I did." It was the easiest thing in the world to lie to the state. And by lying I ran out on my comrades. Many had told me they had already run out on me. I didn't know their names, I wasn't able to find out what happened to them, just as 20 years ago I hadn't been able to find out what had happened to you. I took Minnie's word. I also told myself that by the time the trial took place, solidarity with them conflicted with the solidarity I owed to Damon and Minnie, friends who had taken so much time and trouble for me. The judge told me he hoped my research would contribute toward the task of keeping those young vandals in line, and stormed out of the courtroom. As soon as the judge left, I embraced Minnie warmly and thanked her. I told her I was able to pay all the lawyers' fees that were involved. Minnie said she'd feel terribly insulted to be paid by one of my best friends. I almost cried when she said that. The last time I had seen her on the day when Hugh had carried me out of the garage, I hadn't treated her as one of my best friends. I had angrily asked Minnie and Damon, "What are you two staring at?" I asked her how she had become a radical lawyer, and asked if that was something like being a radical general. Minnie smiled and told me she'd like to discuss that with you more than with anyone I know, Sophie. But she said she had to rush off to another case, and promised to visit me. I gave her my address and phone number. Damon waited for me outside the courtroom. "Well, at least that's over and done with," he said. "I told Sabina you probably wouldn't be released until this afternoon." I asked him, "How often can you be beaten before you cry out with pain, Damon?" "You don't look well at all, Sophie," he told me. "The last time I saw you I was certain you'd hate me for the rest of my life, Damon." "I don't claim to understand you, Sophie, but I have no reason to hate you." He again expressed concern for my health and acted as if he'd forgotten about the scene I made with Pat and Louisa. The amazing thing is that he probably has. 12 years ago, when Minnie had slapped his face after the formation of the omissions staff, he had walked away, and a few days later he had simply driven to Minnie's house to pick her up to attend the newspaper's production meeting as if nothing had happened. He seems to take nothing personally. 2 years ago he helped me get my first teaching job. When I was fired I showered him with insults, yet when he heard of another opening he called me again. And 3 weeks ago, at Luisa's, he ran away from what must have seemed to him like a psychopath and a nymphomaniac. Yet here he was again, helping get me out of jail. He'll probably call me in a few days to tell me about another teaching job. In some ways he's insupportable, in other ways he's the nicest person I know. I told him, I don't understand you either, Damon, and I don't hate you. I kissed his lips gently as soon as we were in the car. Since Sabina wasn't expecting us before noon, I asked if he'd mind giving me a ride across the border to see if another letter from you had come to my box. Your newest letter was there. I cancelled the post box. I won't be needing it anymore. I tore the envelope open right there and started reading, but I got no further than the middle of the first paragraph. More is breaking down and more is rising up than I'm able to take in. The tears that filled my eyes kept me from seeing the following sentence. On the way home I asked Damon how Luisa had been arrested. I had already learned some of the things he told me. The picket line at Luisa's plant had become a battleground for various ideological groups. No, the competition between the groups wasn't set off by Damon's modest leaflet. Members of 3 or 4 political groups had created radical caucuses in the plant's union organization, and each group had come to the picket line to support the program of its caucus. The official union apparatus publicly labeled all these politicians outside agitators, and union goons tried to remove them from the picket line. At that point the picket line became a battleground between entrenched and aspiring union functionaries. The political groups summoned their followers to the picket line to struggle for the right of radical politicians to join picket lines and peddle their programs without being stigmatized and abused. Of course Luisa was on that picket line from morning to night. She had been waiting for something like that to happen. She had hoped Pat and the people from the council office would set it off. The political groups won. Their members and sympathizers far outnumbered the union functionaries. At that point the union bureaucrats withdrew from the picket line, and the central union apparatus started circulating the rumor that professional saboteurs had taken over the plant. Buses loaded with armed police as well as an army unit with machine guns and a tank attacked the assembly plant. All the picketers, Luisa among them, were arrested. They were taken to a high school gymnasium where they were supposedly going to be processed. The agitators were going to be separated from the people who actually worked in the plant and therefore had a legal right to be on the picket line. The identification cards of all the workers were taken, and they weren't returned, nor were the workers released. At that point all the people at the gymnasium were carted off to jail. The workers could no longer prove they worked at the plant. That was the union's way of punishing workers who had stood by the agitators. Damon told me he would have been arrested too if he weren't in the habit of getting up at noon. By the time he reached the plant it was already occupied by the police and surrounded by soldiers. He went directly to the jail where the arrested picketers had supposedly been taken and arrived there before they did. He called the Radical Lawyers Collective and many succeeded in getting Luisa released the very next day, at which time Luisa told them she had seen me in jail. I asked him if the people who couldn't prove they worked in the plant, namely the outside agitators, were left in jail. What were we to do, he asked me. Leave Luisa in jail? A civil rights lawyer interceded for the workers whose cards had been taken away, and each political group engaged its own lawyer to release its own militants. When we reached my house, I tried awkwardly to ask Damon to forgive me for having been so mean to him, but he really did act as if he'd forgotten about it, so I didn't try very hard. I asked if he wanted to come in, but he didn't. Sabina heard me close his car door and came out of the house shouting after his car, "Hey Professor! Thank you." She pulled me inside the house and hugged me tightly. I felt like the last survivor, she told me. Ted and Tina disappeared, Tissy is gone, you didn't come back, my whole universe vanished. Then she looked at my bruised face and shouted, "What did those bastards do to you?" Disregarding her concern for my injuries. I asked her, "How did it all end, Sabina?" "Why? I've been waiting for you to tell me that. You're the sociologist of revolution, not I. Look," she said, pointing to the walls, "I've thoughtfully decorated the house with research documents, so that you can tell me how and why. Are you well enough to look at them?" "I'm well enough, Sabina, but help me. I don't think I can stand to look at them by myself." Sabina escorted me to her exhibits. I read until I collapsed in her arms, completely nauseated. She had decorated all our walls with articles, headlines, pictures. All of them told, in a distorted, intimidating manner, the story of the death of the hopes of thousands of people. One after another story described in detail the raises the union had won for the workers, after which the workers had victoriously returned to work. Other stories described all sorts of vandals and outside agitators ousted from factories by union officials assisted by law enforcement agencies. I paused at an article which was headed, "Liberation of the University." My head swam as I read it. Several paragraphs described guerrillas and terrorists who had forcibly established fighting bases in all of the university buildings. The article went on to say that real students called the police to protect them from terrorists who were beating and threatening them. But the article didn't explain what the real students were doing there. Presumably they were trying to attend their classes. The university administration then demanded forceful and decisive action to put an end to the anarchy and terrorism, at which point the police could no longer simply stand by while the lives of students are being threatened. The concluding paragraph said the police did not receive orders to intervene until responsible student groups within the university itself called for the liberation of the university from the vandals, guerrillas, and terrorists. It was after reading this that I collapsed. I couldn't read any more. I told Sabina what had happened at Luis's plant and asked if the defeat had been similar everywhere. Pointing to other clippings, she told me, the pattern was similar at the research center and in several other plants. But the police only attacked places where the union's authority was challenged, which was the case at Luis's plant and at the research center, or where there was no union, as in the university. In more than half the plants the police didn't have to intervene. The union herded workers hacked to their posts much more effectively and with much less friction than the police could possibly have done. When you feel better, study some of the pictures, the ones of workers returning to their jobs after their victories, smiling and waving their arms. Sabina pulled me to the kitchen. She had prepared a rice casserole for my homecoming. On the table there was a bottle of wine as well as a bottle of champagne. I cried from gratitude and told her, "At least we still have each other." I asked if she was willing to tell me how she'd gotten separated from Tissy. 2 or 3 days after you left, one of the women in the group I was working with discovered a miscalculation. I and several others threw ourselves into the problem. I was sure the vehicle would run if we solved that problem. Tissy wasn't with me. She was upset that neither Ted nor you had returned, and she wandered around the center thinking she'd run into one of you. She even waited for both of you at the gate. She wasn't able to interpret what she saw there, so she came to tell me about it. People who seemed to be workers were stopping cars at the gate and asking their drivers for documents. She was extremely nervous about it and begged me to abandon the center. "Let's go elsewhere," she begged. "Let's go far away from the city, near a pond. Let's first find Ted and Sophia and Tina." I was angry. She had dreamt of an island empire before. In the garage, I wrongly thought she was reviving that suggestion. I told her not to worry about the new guards at the gate because they were probably people who had always wanted to be cops and had never before had a chance. And I told her not to worry about you or Ted or Tina. If the whole world was opening up, you were all having the time of your lives elsewhere. I returned to the transportation problem. By the time I realized Tissy had been right about the change of climate, it was too late. A fight broke out in one of the laboratories. A self-constituted research workers' council of 4 vigilantes confronted the lab workers because they were harboring 2 outsiders. The whole group stood by the outsiders, just as Ray Group would have stood by Tissy and me. But the vigilantes started pulling the outsiders out by force. Several lab workers tried to stop them, and some instruments were damaged. At that point the union spread the rumor that vandals were destroying the equipment and that a worker had been killed. The people guarding the gate, I later learned, were union goons. They let in several cops to investigate the supposed sabotage and killing. The vigilantes of the council immediately showed them the equipment damaged in the fight they had themselves provoked. Union loudspeakers announced that the investigators had found wanton wreckage of equipment, and that the body of the murdered man had disappeared. I looked frantically for Tissy but couldn't find her. The police got the order to clear the vandals out of the center, which obviously meant everyone since they couldn't tell from looks. Swinging their clubs and pointing their rifles at us, they herded us out as if we were cattle. Those who didn't have cars were forced into buses until the whole area was clean. The center was surrounded by police as well as soldiers, and they all looked ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. All that mattered was the precious equipment. The people were replaceable. I came home and sat by the telephone, but not a single one of you called. This house was like a prison. 2 days after our eviction from the center I took a taxi to Ted's print shop and saw police outside and inside it. I went to the research center. There was obviously no sign of Tissy. What I saw was caravans of police cars, busloads of National Guard, and police barricades that kept the taxi from getting closer than a block away from the gate, and even at that distance I was ordered not to get out of the taxi. I saw a large red banner above the gate but couldn't read what it said. I asked the cop who had ordered me not to leave my seat. It says, "United we stand, divided we fall," he told me. I shouted, "The police and the union. How appropriate." I rode back to my prison. Something inside me started to boil. I knew I had made a horrible mistake by throwing myself into that vehicle research. That mistake is 32 years old. Don't, Sabina, please. I haven't seen you cry since Jose died. I can't take it, not now, not yet. I won't be able to swallow your wonderful meal. You're right, Sophia. We do still have each other. I went wild with joy last week when Damon called. At least you had been found. And Ted called on the following day. He told me he had tried to return to the research center 2 days after he had left you with your friend Pat. He had stayed an extra day thinking you might want to go back with him. But Pat returned to the print shop by himself. He told Tina and Ted about some trouble starting in the university. Pat and Tina printed a leaflet and ran off with it. Ted didn't know what happened to them after that. So Ted headed back to the center by himself. I wanted to go back with him, Sabina. But you were busy evaluating who you really were and what you really wanted. That's in fact exactly what I was doing, and I was writing yarostan about it. Didn't Ted get back to the center? The self-appointed guard stopped him at the gate, and he didn't have an identification card so they didn't let him in. He parked his car nearby, hoping he'd see someone he recognized who might let Tissy and me know what had happened to him. But the union guards saw him and got suspicious. 2 police cars drove up to him. They asked him to explain his presence there. He told them his friends were inside the plant. They asked him to name those friends, but he refused. They beat him and then arrested him. When I told him Tissy had disappeared, he said, "It figures. I suppose it does. I know as well as Ted what she does whenever she's intensely disappointed and frustrated. Heroin. Yes, Sophia. And her disappointment and frustration began when I refused to leave with her. Like the police, like Albert's, I valued the technology higher than Tissy's love." I interrupted her again. I was too weak to listen to Sabina's self-accusations on my first night home. I told her, "I have a surprise for you." I gave her all 3 of your letters. She read all 3 of them that night. I didn't read your most recent letter until the next morning. I couldn't, for the same reason that I couldn't bear to see Sabina tear herself inside out, not that night. Yarostan is right, was the first thing Sabina shouted to me the following day. We should have wrecked everything in that research center instead of just damaging a couple of instruments. None of that is for us, for our desires and capacities. Frustration and anger stayed with Sabina all week long. Your letters didn't set off her fury, but they did fan it. At the same time they helped her focus on the contradiction at the heart of her life. What I tried to do to Tissy was exactly what Alberts and Louisa tried to do to Margarita, and what Louisa tried to do to Yarostan, she told me. Tissy wanted only to swim in a pond, to lie on the banks in the sun, to walk through a forest. But I didn't want to. I wanted to eliminate ponds and forests. I wanted to replace them with something I helped create. I wanted an immense crystal palace with artificial suns, artificial ponds, artificial forests, all products of science and technology. You did have reservations when I talked to you at the research center, I reminded her. It's easy to have reservations, Sophia. I didn't act on them, and that's all that counts. I remained Sabina Alberts to the very end. I've lied to myself all my life. I always thought I had created such a perfect synthesis between Margarita Nachalo's and George Albert's commitments. I was wrong. What confused me was that Alberts had also been a rebel once. His rebellion was the diametrical opposite of Margarita's. She rebelled against the constraints imposed by social institutions. Alberts rebelled against nature. It wasn't when he became reactionary that he negated Margarita's rebellion. It was his rebellion itself that negated Margarita. He gave himself completely to science and technology. His rebellion was the rebellion of the brain against the rest of the natural environment. He was committed to destroy everything that wasn't science and technology, to destroy the very environment in which human life can take place. Whatever wasn't the brain's creation had to be destroyed, everything we call nature, the human being included. It's a horrible obsession. A puny part of nature, the brain, suddenly started destroying everything else, consuming the conditions for its own health and survival. It's as if mosquitoes started to consume the rest of nature, as if water attacked all the other elements and transformed them into water, as if fire suddenly attacked and consumed everything that wasn't burning. Alberts inverted Margarita's rebellion. She affirmed life, first of all her own life, she rebelled against everything that constrained the living. Alberts affirmed technology, he rebelled against everything that constrained the further development of productive forces. That's why he ended up considering human beings reactionary. Human beings constrain the development of productive forces, human beings have to be overcome. The beings who would inhabit the Crystal Palace wouldn't be human beings. They'd have to be progressive beings, beings which, like the suns and the ponds, were products of science and technology. Alberts tried to channel Margarita into a rebellion against herself. He failed with Margarita. She died fighting her own struggle. It was me that he succeeded in channeling. And all the time I thought I was channeling myself. I thought he was helping me realize my own desires, which I thought identical to Margarita's desires. Before we emigrated I made him promise to build me a lab. He kept his promise. He built the lab, he let me pull out of him everything he knew, chemistry, physics, engineering, he brought all kinds of books home, textbooks, theoretical works, he satisfied every desire he had himself created in me. Something crucial was still missing. I missed Jan Sedlak, the playful, independent peasant with whom I had spent the 2 wonderful weeks before we emigrated. And I missed his sister. I dreamed about the forbidden night we'd spent in each other's arms. The first gap was filled when you brought Ron Matthews home. You were drawn to him like a magnet, Sabina. I thought the two of you were in love the moment you saw each other. I knew you thought that, and I resented your jealousy. Ron was just like Jan. After he'd stayed in your room for a week the 3 of us rode to a forest. That night I tried to pretend you were a little bit like his sister. But you were like a cube of ice. A few days later Ron came for us with his father's car. I hungered for adventure. I didn't know you, Sophia, any better than you knew me. You were mean, suspicious, and freezing cold. I thought you and Ron had fucked in the water or on the beach, and I hated you for thinking that. I purposely made no effort to deny it. Is that why you called me a coward, just like my mother? I thought you were trying to do to Ron what Louisa had done to Nachalo and Margarita, pick them up in the street and shape them into becoming cannon fodder for her organization. I was wrong about you, Sophia, and I'm sorry I said that. I wasn't wrong only about you. I was wrong about myself. I was wrong about Alberts. At that time I still thought Alberts, Nachalo, and Margarita stood for the same things. I thought Alberts would recognize Ron as another Margarita. All my bubbles burst when Alberts and I moved into our house and Ron moved in with us. Alberts couldn't stand Ron. He called Ron a hoodlum, an adventurist, a petty criminal. He called Ron exactly the same names with which he had described the reactionaries who had fought against his popular army. That was when I started to suspect Alberts hadn't fought alongside people like Ron, people like Nachalo and Margarita, but against them. My suspicions were all confirmed when I learned the role Alberts played in having Debbie Matthews fired from the high school. Ron was furious, he wanted to destroy Alberts' house, but I was too attached to my lab. Ron responded exactly as Jan would have, destroy the technology. For my sake he compromised. We decided to incapacitate the brand new projector the school had just acquired. It was a perfect theft. Nothing was ever proved. That bastard father of his got Ron jailed because he was a hoodlum and Debbie Matthews' son, not because they proved he had stolen the lens. He was sent to reform school and I was left alone with Alberts. I had to get out of there. I knew then that Alberts hadn't been Margarita's ally, he wasn't even Louisa's. He was as vicious a reactionary as Tom Matthews. I had met Jose at Ron's trial. He hated Matthews even more than I hated Alberts. He and Ron were almost brothers, you know, like you and I. I asked Sabina to tell me about the time when Ron and Jose had been almost brothers. They weren't really like you and me, Sophia, they weren't as different from each other. Jose had been adopted by the Matthews during the Depression. His father was unknown and his mother had died giving birth to him. Tom and Debbie both had jobs, they were also political militants. When Ron was born, neither of them had time to bring him up. Jose was Ron's nurse, teacher, mother, and father. He taught Ron everything, including stealing. Once, sometime after the war, the police came to their house and investigated the stolen bikes they kept in their basement. Jose acted very professional and told them he and Ron repaired bikes, then he challenged the cops to prove the bikes in the basement were stolen. The first thing he always did was to change the color and registration number and to switch parts around different bikes. The police left, but by then Tom Matthews was no longer a political militant. During the war he'd become a staunch law and order man. He started to dream about buying his own store. He chased Jose out of the house and accused him of having turned Ron into a punk. Jose hated him after that. He got a factory job and a room. Suddenly he got drafted. He was sure Tom Matthews had called the draft board. Jose quit his job, left his room, and went into hiding. He looked up Seth, who was wealthy by then because he'd gotten into dealing heroin. Jose and Ron had stolen bikes with Seth. Jose dropped the name Matthews and became Siriso. Seth gave him a job. Not selling heroin but making contacts. Jose had just started working for Seth when Debbie Matthews reached him and told him about Ron's trial. I was really impressed when I met Jose. Nothing appealed to me more than the idea of joining the hoodlums and adventurers Alberts despised. I saw Jose regularly. We talked about getting a project off the ground as soon as Ron was released. I couldn't wait. Ron took me to Ted's garage the day he was released. I knew then I had found everything I'd ever looked for. Ron and Jose were like Jan Sedlak's brothers, Ted provided the technology, Tissy was a perfect Myrna and Margarita. I thought everything would be perfect if I could only keep them all together. But that wasn't going to be easy. First of all, Ted was hostile to me from the very first moment we met. Secondly, Ron pined for you, he lost interest in everything else. And you were beyond anyone's reach by then. I couldn't hang on to him. I became desperate. I didn't want to lose anyone else. Seth had money. The only way to combine Jose with Ted and Tissy was for all of us to buy the garage with Seth's money. To Ted that was heroin money. But not to Jose. I asked. Jose worked for Seth but didn't get directly involved in the heroin, he thought none of the rest of us would get involved either. Don't forget Jose didn't have that many alternatives. After being chased out by Matthews he'd gotten a factory job, and every time he'd seen Ron he'd told him, "What a grind that is. There must be other ways to stay alive." Don't you remember how passionately Ron hated the very idea of getting a job? And then that draft call made Jose furious. Those bastards don't just want you to slave for them, they want you to die for them too, he told me. That was why he'd looked up Seth, and he'd been very impressed with the way Seth had made it without letting himself be put through the grinder. At that time he didn't care a whole lot just how Seth had made it. And neither did I. If everything was allowed and nothing was banned then Seth could make it any way he pleased. But Ted didn't go along with any of that. He didn't say a whole lot that first night, but I could read on his face that he didn't like what Jose and I were telling him. What intrigued him was mastery over things, and he thought already then that heroin meant mastery over people. He made it a point of stealing only rich people's cars because he thought everyone ought to have access to what he or she needed, and stealing from the poor deprived them of their access. He and Ron had shared that attitude, that was what had drawn them to each other in reform school. I understood Ted's objections, but I dismissed them. I thought he was too limited, his attitudes conflicted with nothing is banned. I told him he was 100% right, and then I proceeded to do to him what Luisa had done to Nachalo and Margarita. I dragged him into a project that negated his own. I was set on combining George Alberts with Jan Sedlak, Ted and Jose were perfect for that combination. I had rejected Alberts the man, but not his worldview. I tried to convince Ted by telling him others didn't treat him the way he treated them. He was Tissy's brother and guardian, he stole only from the rich, he thought he sold the cars to others like himself, to people who needed the cars to make life possible for other Teds and other Tissys. I told him he was blind, the people he sold the cars to resold them for a huge profit, and they exploited him as well as those they sold them to. They were no different from the garage owner to whom he paid enormous rents. Ted gave in, not because I convinced him but because I saw through him. We bought the garage with Seth's money and transformed it into the technological playland I had wanted. Ted was simultaneously attracted and repelled by me. He loved to show me how to steal cars, and I quickly became almost as good as he was. I, in turn, demonstrated to him the theoretical principles behind the mechanical operations he had learned from practice. He was grateful beyond words. But everything else about me repelled him. He was afraid of my philosophizing, it was all lies to Ted, lies with which I had covered up the fact that heroin destroyed the lives of people like ourselves. He thought me a hypocrite. I had often repeated that any of us could leave at any time and start again elsewhere. But Ted didn't want to leave Jose or me or Tissy or the garage, he just wanted to exclude Seth and the heroin from the garage. Telling him you can leave any time was equivalent to telling him, thanks for Tissy and the garage, Ted, see you around. And Ted knew that if we failed to distinguish people from things outside the garage, we'd soon fail to distinguish them inside as well. If we turned strangers into instruments, we'd soon turn each other and even ourselves into instruments. And he was right. It was Tissy who became the first instrument. Though not right away. It all took place in small, Gradual steps, so gradual that I failed to notice them until they had all been taken. We were all full of enthusiasm when we fixed up the house behind the garage. I knew Tissy wanted me as much as I wanted her, we had known this since the night of Ron's release. But when the house was done, Jose and I each moved into separate rooms. Tissy moved in with Ted, Vic with Seth. Where was Tina at that time? I asked. I had left her with Albert's, he hired a nurse to take care of her. Tissy wanted to move into my room, but I didn't want her to. I thought that would drive a final wedge between Ted and me. I didn't know Ted had long been familiar with the nature of Tissy's passion. I exerted myself to stay away from someone I loved. That was a very bad mistake. Tissy was frustrated and felt rejected. She fixed up another room and moved into it by herself. And then she started taking heroin shots from Seth. She did that only to spite me, as well as Ted. She convinced herself Ted was responsible for my unwillingness to let her move in with me. It all became extremely complex when Jose started courting me. I assured him I had never been Ron's girl or any man's, but he wouldn't believe me. It was only then that I asked Tissy to move in with me. But it was already too late. I did get Jose to accept me as I was. A warm, mutual friendship replaced his initial unbelieving shock. But I couldn't get Tissy to drop the heroin. She had been so pretty, she became sickly and mean. She started to blackmail me with the heroin. Tissy blackmailed you? Yes, Sophia. All of Ted's initial fears started to be realized. We were turning each other into instruments. Debbie Matthews visited the garage and told us Ron had been killed. Debbie blamed me for his death, and in her drunken state she considered Alberts responsible for it. So did I. To me Alberts symbolized the entire reactionary apparatus he had decided to serve when he had Debbie fired from the school. I rushed to Albert's house and kidnapped Tina when the nurse went shopping. I left him a note telling him I had become a dope pusher and could therefore take better care of Tina than he could. And before I left I destroyed the upstairs lab. Tina was 4 and I couldn't stand her, she was so dumb. I only took her to spite Alberts. Jose felt the same way about her as I did, but both Ted and Tissy loved her as soon as they set eyes on her, and each wanted to keep the other away from her. Ted thought that in her condition Tissy would harm the child, and Tissy's resentment of Ted grew into passionate hatred. She started considering him her jailer. And that was when she started blackmailing me. She talked about moving to a deserted island with no one on it but Tissy, Tina and me. Gradually the island became the garage itself. She told me she wouldn't stop taking heroin unless I got rid of all the men. If I didn't get rid of them, then I was the one responsible for her taking heroin. I was the one who made her Seth's slave, because I kept her chained to Seth. I thought Tissy was hallucinating, both about the island and about my responsibility for her condition. I didn't want to believe a single word of her accusation. I had her move back to her own room. I wanted to be on my own. A few weeks later Ted told me he had decided to leave the garage. He didn't tell me his reasons. I knew them. I also knew he held me responsible for everything, just as Tissy did. Ted also thought Tissy's heroin addiction was a direct result of Seth's presence, and I was the one who had brought Seth as well as Jose to the garage. Ted had probably been convinced all along that we could have bought the garage and the building without Seth's money. I had doubted it. The sum had seemed impossibly large to me, and I had been in a tremendous rush to get out of Albert's house. In other words, both Ted and Tissy were right. I was the one responsible for forcing Seth and Vic on them. Ted also blamed me for the impoverishment of the activity itself. When I had first moved in, he and I had stolen the cars, transformed them, repaired them. But gradually the garage became a fence, a depot for cars that younger kids stole. All we did was to pay the kids and transform the stolen cars. We were something like bosses to them, what Ted's boss had once been to him. And of course what Ted liked least of all was the fact that the garage served mainly as a front for Seth's heroin, that Ted's own activity served to cover up something he hated. I remember he hated the garage when I was there. It was Ted who turned Alec against all of you. Why didn't Ted leave? Because of Tina. Don't keep reducing him to that, Sophia. Ted didn't leave because of all of us. Believe it or not, he also loved me and Tissy and Jose. All he ever wanted was the exclusion of Seth and Vic. But there was no way to get rid of Seth. He was the owner, and he acted more like an owner every day. If Ted had merely hated the garage he would have left. But his attitude was ambiguous, like his attitude to me. He was simultaneously repelled and attracted. And the things that attracted him went together with those that repelled him. They weren't really so separable. When Ted told me he wanted to leave, I already knew Seth was going to buy the bar. And although the bar added yet more things that repelled Ted, it also added several that attracted him enough to convince him to stay. I saw the bar as an adventure, as an enrichment of our activity. It was in fact Tissy who made me look forward to it. As soon as Seth had told her about the bar, she had boasted to me that she wouldn't need me or Ted anymore. I'll be every bit as independent as my goddess Sabina, she told me. I'll be a high-class prostitute, I'll be able to buy my own deserted island. I have to admit I too looked forward to that activity. Margarita had been a prostitute, I didn't want to exclude that from my life. And at that point Ted's prediction was fulfilled. After turning each other into instruments, we turned ourselves, our own bodies, into instruments. Tissy and I both became high-class prostitutes. Jose made the arrangements. You mean Jose was a pimp? That's what Alec accused him of being. No, Sophia, those weren't the arrangements he made. There were no pimps, or if you prefer, each of us did her own pimping. Jose related to the bar as he'd related to Seth's heroin. He made contacts, paid off certain people, threatened others. He had nothing to do with the prostitutes or the customers. The fact is that he disliked the bar as much as Ted did. Or I for that matter. I could have killed some of those important bastards. Then why in the world did any of you stay with it? I tried to tell you then, Sophia. We didn't create the circumstances. We found ourselves in them, and tried to change them. At least I thought we were changing them. It wasn't the prostitution that drew me to the bar. After the first night I hated that. It was what the bar made possible that drew me there. Do you know how much money we took in every night? Everything that was taken in was split equally among all of us. Seth got 10 times his share because a lot of the women, including Tissy, as well as many of the customers were on heroin. Tissy paid Seth most of what she got. But what I alone made paid for the house, the garage, the workshop in the basement, both art studios, my lab, and all the materials and machines we could dream of wanting. But then it was just a business. I didn't want to think that, Sophia. I still don't. Ted didn't like where the money came from, but for a while he acted as if he didn't know. Once the bar started going he no longer needed to be a boss. He helped the kids set up their own garages and he only worked on the really difficult jobs. He spent the rest of his time in the workshop or upstairs painting. No one could ever have dreamed what a creative person that car thief would turn out to be. And Tina became a wonder. She took to everything he taught her. She was a painter and a machinist at 6. Ted and Tina weren't the only ones either. I wish I'd showed you the workshops and studios and apartments set up by some of the women. I don't think it was just a business, Sophia. Most of those women were like Ted and Tissy, they'd come right off the street. If it hadn't been for the bar they'd have been turned into garbage. And there was no reason the thing couldn't spread. At least I didn't think there was. It was for Seth that the whole thing was just a business. The more money he took in, the more of a capitalist he became and the greedier he got. He couldn't stand Ted because none of Ted's activity contributed anything to Seth. He saw all of Jose's and my money and some of Tissy's go into the house and the garage, and he didn't like it. He thought all of it went to support Ted and Tina and their projects which in his eyes didn't produce anything. So he tried to force Tissy to get me hooked on heroin. When that didn't work, he tried to get Tissy to take Tina to the bar. Ted stopped Tissy, and when you came he thought Seth had recruited you as well. That's what Tissy told me at the research center. But couldn't you have told Ted how wrong he was about me? That would have cleared up so many misunderstandings. If I had only known, Sophia. I didn't learn a thing about that until Ted told me the details several years later. I was in euphoria when you came to the garage. Everything seemed to be working perfectly. I had no idea what was boiling underneath. I loved you for coming exactly when you did. I was at the peak of my life's accomplishments. During the months before you came, my new mens had introduced me to experiences I had never before imagined. The bar gave me insights into the power structure of the entire city, insights which I thought I'd use against that power structure someday. The house and the garage had just been transformed into a technological utopia. I was completely independent, and I was surrounded by people who resembled Jan as well as Myrna as well as the best side of Albert's. You couldn't have come at a better time. I thought that a few months' contact with us would transform you. Into what, Sabina? I thought you'd become a little like you are now, reserved and introspective, but warm and interested and lively. And I disappointed you. No, you didn't. You became Jose's best friend. You seemed to enjoy your work with Tina so much, I was sure we'd gradually become good friends. You seemed irrationally afraid of Ted, but I was sure that would pass. I was totally blind to all the problems you experienced. I knew that Tissy was wildly jealous of you, but I knew that only because I fanned her jealousy. I tried to blackmail her the way she'd blackmailed me. I told her I'd replace her with you and wouldn't take her back until she dropped the heroin. That was another mistake. Tissy tried to get back at me by taking you from me. It was only in the research center I learned about that night, Sophia. I suppose it's ridiculous to apologize now. Weren't you even slightly angry at me for not having known or even suspected anything until then, for being so naive, so stupid? Sabina laughed and threw her arms around me. On the contrary. I loved you for that. It was so characteristic of you. I was embarrassed by myself, but I couldn't help laughing with her. Our conversation took place about 2 days after she read your letters. It rained all day long, and it felt wonderful to spend the entire day indoors with Sabina listening to stories that helped me forget everything that had happened the previous week. After supper that night there was a violent thunderstorm. We turned out the lights and spent about an hour looking out the window at a frightening display of lightning. When the thunderstorm moved away, I reminded her that during all these years I had never learned why she and Tina had finally left the garage. I think the presence of your friends in the garage made Seth hysterical. After Alec moved in, Seth threatened me, "If you don't get him out of there, I'll close up the garage and Ted and Alec and Sophia go out on the street." I obviously told him to go to hell. He didn't pay the bills at the garage, he no longer lived in the house. But the fact is that he did own it. What I didn't know was that he actually became paranoid. On the day when your other friends came, Seth thought you and Ted had hatched a plan to get rid of Seth and Vic, though I still can't imagine how he thought you'd do that. And on that day I made yet another mistake. I thought Seth was offended by your friends for the same reason I was, because they had come to judge and to condemn activity which was organized by those with least access to self-organized activity. They had no right to judge us. I was actually glad when Seth pulled his gun on them, and I gagged with frustration when you took their side and left with them. After your friends left, Jose convinced himself all of us were becoming Seth's employees, his tools, as Tissy had already become. He as well as Ted tried to tell me that, but I wouldn't listen to Jose any more than I had ever listened to Ted. I was completely blind. I told Jose he was dead wrong. I talked about expanding the activity yet further, about helping set up bars and workshops elsewhere. I imagined that the Crystal Palace I had dreamed of was about to be built, from the ground up, by the people themselves, the lowest layers among them. Jose grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to communicate with me. We never learned why he got arrested, but I suppose he got careless with one of his contacts. It was only after Jose's arrest that I started to become aware of my mistake. Soon after the arrest, Tissy confronted me with a proposition that at first seemed like another one of her attempts to blackmail me. "Get rid of the men," she told me again, "take over the bar, and I'll stop taking heroin and stick by you, we'll make it our empire. If you don't, Ted goes out on the street, the house and garage get closed down, and Tina comes to the bar." It seemed like the same proposition Tissy had made earlier, except that I recognized Seth's threat behind Tissy's. And at that point I knew Jose had been right and Ted had been right since the beginning. Seth had pulled his gun on your friends, I knew he'd pull it on Ted as well, and on me if necessary. Seth somehow convinced himself I actually wanted to turn the bar into Tissy's and my empire, and my eviction was very simple. With his gun pointing, he told me, "Clear out and take the kid with you." Yet Ted stayed on until Jose's release. He couldn't abandon Tissy to Seth, and he even agreed to do some of Jose's contact work as a condition for his staying. If Ted had left too, the bar would have closed down when I left. The following day was clear and sunny. After lunch Sabina and I went for a walk to the riverbank near our house. As we sat and watched boats pass by us, Sabina drew conclusions from all she had told me about her experiences in the garage, experiences which were so completely different from mine. I tried to combine elements that couldn't be combined. Yarostan sees a contradiction between my commitments, I'm only starting to see that contradiction now. By the time I left the garage I knew we had all become tools, not only Seth's tools, we had also become tools to each other and to ourselves. In Seth's view we were nothing but costs in a capitalist enterprise. It's not the contradiction between Seth and the rest of us that's becoming clear to me now, that was clear to me by the time I left the garage. What I'm starting to see now is that the two parts of my own project were contradictory. I wanted to rebuild George Albert's Crystal Palace with people like Margarita, people like Jan and Myrna and Yara. But that wasn't possible, Sophia. I didn't understand that until now. In order to do that I had to destroy them. None of them, not Ron or Jose or Tissy or even Ted, could carry Albert's project as their own. Ted was the only one who even came close to having some of Albert's interests, but Ted never had a mania to destroy the environment, all he wanted to do was decorate it. I tried to be a bridge between land and water. I don't like to admit this to you, but I now see that my project had a lot in common with Luisa's. She picked up Nachalo and Margarita and gave them to Alberts and Zabran. I don't see that, Sabina. Luisa told me Alberts came to them and offered them his services, apparently he knew how to make bombs. And she didn't even know Titus Zabran then. You're right, Sophia. I'm thinking out loud. I'm not referring to actual situations, but to symbols. The question I'm asking is, who stole whose soul, and for whom? I know Alberts went to them, I also know he initially went to them in order to serve their project, not his own. But the initial affirmation of their project turned into a negation of their project, gradually, step by step, so gradually one couldn't see what was happening, as in the garage. Luisa got Nachalo into the Union, but she didn't thereby transform Nachalo, she transformed the Union instead. Nachalo and Margarita caused a split in the Union local. Instead of bending to the apparatus, they made it bend. They formed something like a terrorist gang inside the Union. Their goal remained what it had been before, to remove the obstacles to human life, to destroy everything that turned people into tools. You're right, Alberts introduced his knowledge into their framework, his explosives were to be used against the obstacles to their development. But this was the extent to which they were interested in his technology. Alberts was able to tell me that Margarita dreamed of industrializing the world from the ground up only because she died. Don't you see that? For Alberts the production of explosives was to be the first step, for Margarita it would have been the last. For Alberts that production was itself the goal, For Margarita it was nothing but a means. If Margarita was anything at all like Tissy or Myrna, and that's how I now visualize her, then she didn't dream of going on from the production of explosives to the production of artificial ponds, artificial sunshine, and supersonic vehicles. Alberts read this into her, and he made me read it into her, because she seemed to have died for that, but only in his eyes. Alberts couldn't understand why else she'd have fought on those barricades, and neither could I. Now I'm starting to understand why. Myrna and Yara help me understand. Yarostan told us why else Margarita would have fought. To clear away the obstacles to their enjoyment, not to clear away fetters to the development of productive forces. It was that popular army Alberts joined that fought to remove the fetters to the construction of his crystal palace, and Margarita as well as Nachalo were among those fetters. That was the struggle Louisa tried to channel them into. She and Alberts were able to present them as forerunners of that struggle only because they were dead. Louisa tried to turn them into agents of their own repression and failed. They both had to die before they could become that. Only their corpses could be made to serve that struggle. She stole their souls and gave them to Alberts and Zabran. How else would you put it? She told you Zabran and Alberts fought alongside Nachalo. Only Nachalo's corpse fought alongside Zabran and Alberts, only Margarita's corpse fought Alberts' revolution. Yarostan speculates that Zabran couldn't have fought in the popular army. Yarostan is very lucid about some things, he's wrong about Zabran. The very first time Alberts told me about those events, he described his recruitment into the popular army by none other than Titus Zabran, who was indeed in uniform at the time, the popular army's uniform. Zabran was one of the first recruits to that organization. Zabran and Alberts served in the same unit, on the same front, they experienced the same defeat, they retreated together, they were demobilized at the same time. Yarostan is right about the ambiguity of Louisa's claim that Titus and George joined Nachalo at the front. He's right because they couldn't possibly have joined Nachalo. I too would like to know what Alberts told Louisa when he returned from the front completely transformed. What surprises me in Louisa's claim isn't that Zabran fought alongside Alberts, but that the two joined Nachalo. I didn't know anything about the militia until Yarostan told us what he'd learned from Manuel. I'd thought what Louisa still thinks, that all of them fought the same struggle. That's why I was able to synthesize Nachalo with Alberts. But that unity didn't exist at its very origin. When Nachalo left for the front, a few days after the barricades, there was no popular army. Nachalo joined a militia unit like the one Manuel described, he might even have been in Manuel's own unit. Alberts and Zabran joined Nachalo the same way they joined Manuel, as mortal enemies. We sat on a bench by the river until dark. On several earlier occasions Sabina had told me fragments of what she'd learned from Alberts about that revolution. I had always felt somewhat proud of the fact that my life was in some way connected with those events. But as I listened to her a few days ago I didn't feel proud, I felt uneasy, almost ashamed. During my entire life I had identified with everything Louisa had praised. Suddenly you and then Sabina started to undermine it all. I'm only now starting to understand the reappraisal you carried out during your second prison term, when you re-examined everything you'd learned from Louisa in the light of what you'd learned from Manuel. I'm starting to understand the significance of the revolutionary tasks Louisa accomplished in the rear. She never hid the fact that the final aim of the efficient transportation, vehicle production, food distribution was military, nor the fact that the production was war production, nor the fact that it was devoted to the popular army's military victory. Louisa gathered Nachalo and Margarita off the street and gave them to Alberts and Zabran. That's such a strange way to put it, but I couldn't tell Sabina I didn't know what she meant. I learned only recently that Louisa never really imagined daily activity as other than what it is, as joyless drudgery for the sake of an apparatus whose goals we don't understand, whose reasons aren't our reasons. To Louisa that drudgery was meaningful, she even found joy in it, because she was always so sure that the people who directed the apparatus understood its goals and knew its reasons, people like Alberts and Zabran and Damon Hesper. I can see why Louisa insists Alberts and Zabran joined Nachalo on the same front. It's because her front isn't the actual field or village where the battles took place. Louisa's front is the trains Zdenek described to you. It's the Union. She was the one who took Nachalo aboard that train. Everyone on that train was part of the same struggle. But the content of the struggle, the destination, wasn't defined by the people on the train. It was defined by the train's conductors, the professors devoted to our movement. The reason I feel uneasy, even ashamed, is that I can't convince myself I ever wanted to do anything other than board that tram. Please give all my love to those comrades of yours who are intent on defining their own aims and on fighting their own struggle. Your Sophia. P.S. Don't forget to address your next letter to my house, since the postal strike is over. I almost forgot to ask you something that's been bothering me. You told me Titus Zabran was the first person who visited you after your arrest at the time of the Magama Rising. I think it really strange that he didn't mention my letter to you, especially in view of the fact that Myrna already then considered my letter responsible for all those arrests. The other thing that bothers me is that Titus apparently wasn't arrested at that time. I gather that Myrna looked for him and found him shortly after the arrests took place. But I had thought all the people I had written to had been arrested, including Titus. Yarostan's 9th letter. Dear Sophia. Your letter was as painful to read as it must have been to write. How can everything be over? How can workers without illusions about unions march back to work hailing their union's victories? How can a population that just woke up be back asleep? We've been hearing rumors of an imminent invasion, of tanks massing at our borders, but those rumors disturb us infinitely less than the knowledge that normal life has resumed in your part of the world. We had begun to take it for granted that our fellow human beings in other parts of the globe were engaged in acts similar to our own. The council office and the commune, the occupied research center, the spreading general strike, had all become part of the geography of our world. You couldn't have shocked us more if you had told us a continent had sunk. I was fascinated by Sabina's accounts and interpretations, but I have to admit I was shocked by her attitude to Titus Zabran. She treats him as George Albert's confederate and as her enemy. When Myrna and Yara read your letter, they both acted as if their worst suspicions about Titus were confirmed, and they both subjected me to an extremely humiliating experience when I refused to join them in their condemnation of Titus. Both Jasna and I were so disturbed by Sabina's and your suggestions that we felt compelled to confront Titus directly. We learned that many of the facts Sabina revealed are true, but both Jasna and I are convinced that Sabina's totally negative attitude to the man is unjustified. So much has happened here since Myrna and Yara returned from their excursion that I don't really know where to begin. The eagerness with which they greeted Sabina's revelations about Titus is due mainly to the fact that they seem to have argued with Jasna about Titus during their trip. Despite their enthusiasm about the excursion, the first thing Myrna and Yara talked about when they returned was Jasna's determination to marry Titus. Myrna told me indignantly, Jasna seems set on destroying herself. Can you imagine what that man told her when she expressed admiration for Louisa, Vera, and me? Those 3 women, he told her, don't deserve anyone's admiration, and certainly not yours. He then called all 3 of us shameless individualists who put their own personal satisfaction above the interests of their class. What was Jasna's response? I asked. She didn't defend a single one of those women. She proposed to him. She told Yara and me that Titus said such things only because he's so lonely and isolated. She said as soon as she took him on an excursion like the one we were on, as soon as he saw what people were doing today, he'd stop being so bitter and contemptuous toward those women. But I don't believe it. Myrna, are you sure you aren't condemning Titus for having attitudes that you've only recently shed? I asked. During the first 2 years after my release all you ever told Yara was, stay out of trouble. Until your plant went on strike you seemed unable to imagine why anyone would want to go on strike. Zdenek even found reason to accuse you of being your own jailer. I'm sure Jasna is right. Titus will surely change when he realizes the extent of the changes taking place around him. Why are you so defensive about him? Myrna asked me. Another thing he told Jasna was that Verakrina isn't really in love with that Povrosian man but with his wife. That detail must have fascinated Yara. It did, Myrna told me, but Titus didn't tell Jasna that in order to fascinate Yara. He told it in order to prove that Vera wasn't really a proletarian but a selfish individualist. Somewhat exasperated I shouted, Verakrina is not a proletarian, she's one of the leading bureaucrats in this country. You seem determined on fitting whatever Titus said into Yara's picture of him as Vesna's murderer. Myrna's response to my exasperation was, an excursion would also do you a lot of good, Yarostan. The first result of my defense of Titus was that Yara and Myrna told me very little about their trip. I did learn that such excursions are not an isolated phenomenon. Myrna and her friends ran into other workers' delegations wherever they went, and all of them seemed to have been engaged in a similar search. Until your letter came, it seemed as if the human species were suddenly making a deliberate effort to discover itself, to explore the possibilities for starting anew. I also took part in this activity, although on a more limited scale, and my impressions were similar to theirs. I accompanied a delegation of carton plant workers to 2 other factories, and, contrary to what I told you in my last letter, the specifications for efficient carton production were neither my main interest nor that of my fellow delegates. The discussion of cartons was quickly displaced by questions about each other, our intentions, our analysis of our potentialities and our means. I also found certain things that disturbed me, both in Myrna's and Yara's brief account and among the workers I visited. I've often mentioned Yara's fascination with some of the leading bureaucrats. This seems to be extremely widespread. I met many workers who described reforms as enthusiastically as strikes comparable to the one that broke out at Myrna's plant, and who praised reformist bureaucrats even while they were describing the possibilities for doing without them. This inability to distinguish the realization of one's own desires from the victory of the representatives of everyone's desires is particularly ominous in view of the disaster you've just described. This willingness on the part of so many people to continue letting themselves be represented obviously allows the representatives of everyone's liberation to remain at the head of a movement that seems to be on the verge of ending the history of representatives. Politicians with imagination, like our acquaintance Verakrina, have been very agile, not only at keeping themselves from being dislodged, but at increasing their power. Krina has very successfully used an anti-political movement, a movement which is undermining the power of bureaucrats, to increase her own status and power. During the past week her wing of the bureaucracy accomplished a feat comparable to the puppet show in which you and I took part 20 years ago. A week ago today Verakrina and several other members of the reform wing replaced several leading conservatives in important government posts. The hypocrisy of the slogans with which this feat was justified is comparable to that of the slogans we helped produce during the days you no longer remember so fondly. Vera was far less dishonest in the speech Jasna and I heard several months ago, when she had spoken of the need to democratize the bureaucracy by giving more power to people like herself. During last week's events, when she finally acquired that power, she made public statements similar to those she had made during the radio broadcast I described to you. It is not our aim to establish the iron dictatorship of a stratum of parasites, but to pave the way for the self-government of the producers, she said, accepting a government portfolio. Among other accomplishments so far, the new bureaucrats have passed resolutions favoring the right to strike and the abolition of censorship, namely favoring activity that has been taking place for months. Another acquaintance of ours, Mark Glavna, has been demoted as a result of the recent coup. He is now a 4th secretary instead of a 2nd secretary. The day after Myrna and Yara returned from their trip, a vast demonstration took place, or rather a celebration of the victory of the reformist politicians. Almost all of the carton plant's office workers and most of the production workers took part in this demonstration. Myrna and Yara went too. I stayed home. Your letter hadn't come yet, but that day I already felt as if our former condition were being restored while we waved flags and shouted victory. The feeling was reinforced by what happened the following day. The radio announced that an extraordinary session of the heads of the military organizations of all the fraternal countries surrounding ours had been held. It was announced that the fraternal countries were surrounding ours with 4 million soldiers armed with the most modern weapons, including I forget how many tanks. This announcement is clearly a threat of invasion, an ultimatum: either re-establish authority in a situation which, in Glavne's words, threatens to get out of control, or else authority will be re-established by 4 million armed brothers, one for every 3 members of the population including children, old people, the disabled, probably a ratio of 2 armed brothers to every worker, 100 tanks to every rifle. Since we refuse to heed Comrade Glavne's counsel not to allow ourselves to get out of control, we will have to be liberated militarily for the second time by the same liberators. By demoting Glavne, the reformers seem to be more intelligent than he at implementing his own project. If this population is to be brought back in control without tanks and liberation armies, this can no longer be done under the leadership of comrades like Glavne, but it can still be done under the leadership of reformers whose slogans refer to the most radical acts. Apparently the fraternal allies fear that this population is so far out of control that neither the conservatives nor the reformers will be able to reinstitute order. Their fear is of course my hope. What I hope is that the demonstrations of solidarity with politicians like Verikrina are not renunciations of the willingness to move further, but confused affirmations of the desire for a society that doesn't need politicians. I still think my hope is more than an empty wish. Among the people I've spoken to, even those who were unreservedly enthusiastic about the reformers' governmental victory looked forward to more than the re-establishment of order decorated by the slogans of a revolution that failed to take place. I'm still convinced that the people around me want more than the seizure of power by their comrades, their union, their revolutionary tribunes. Maybe I'm nursing an illusion, but I'm convinced that below the enthusiasm for revolutionary demagogues there's an undercurrent of desires which are seeking gratification, desires which cannot be vicariously satisfied, which cannot be carried by politicians the way programs can be carried. My own education in political schools has not done much to help me understand this undercurrent, but Myrna's and Yara's insane behavior, as well as your letters, have recently made me suspect that more was happening than I was able to see. But if I'm right, if this population can no longer be controlled either by the Mark Glavnes or the Verikrinas, then what? A population out of control within national boundaries is like an animal in a zoo. It's caged, imprisoned by zookeepers. It isn't a free population. The military apparatus surrounding us is like the tamer of a wild beast. Freedom inside a cage is still slavery. Our acts lose their human significance, we become freaks, monkeys. Those 4 million soldiers are workers like ourselves, they're victims of the same repression. Yet they fail to recognize their likes inside the cage. Their species solidarity has either been blunted or removed. What they see is wild beasts out of control. Myrna's excursion didn't go far enough. Communication did take place, and in a cage larger than a circle of friends or even a factory, but still a cage. Out of control will become freedom only when there are no more cages, of any size, when the free human being becomes the normal human being. Your 2 previous letters had given us grounds to hope that the largest of cages, the national cages, had started to be destroyed. The events those 2 letters described suggested that our lunacy had started to become the norm, and the very act of exchanging letters with you suggested that it was possible to communicate across the most impassable of barriers. That's why your newest letter dismays me more than the fraternal ultimatum broadcast over the radio. Your defeat reduces a struggle for life to a struggle for survival. Ever since the announcement of the ultimatum, I've sensed a certain play acting not only at home, where I've come to expect it, but also in the carton plant. Unlike a previous occasion when tank maneuvers were announced, most people seem to be ignoring the announcement, acting as if the tanks weren't real. But not only the tanks, the creative explorations in which we're still engaged also seem to have lost their reality. For example, at the carton plant, delegations have been leaving the plant daily, without any specific purpose. There seems to be a determination to play out what is possible before the play ends. Myrna and Yara have carried this attitude to extremes. Both seem determined to realize their wildest fantasies during a moment they already know to be finite. I have a feeling that the spirit has gone out of the exploratory activities, or rather that they are now being done in an altogether different spirit. We're no longer taking steps toward the creation of a new mode of social existence. We're acting as if we were on vacation from the old mode, as if we all knew, but didn't want to remember, that we would soon have to return to normal life. For a population under continued military and police occupation for 28 years, the tanks and occupation armies are normal life. The realization of desires is not part of normal life. Dreams are realized only during vacations. As if to confirm the fact that we were only on vacation, the city police have already started to act as if normal times were back. While reformist politicians are publicly calling for more self-government, the police, who are now under the orders of reformist politicians, are already acting on the principle that our fraternal allies will accept the reformists into their fraternity only if the social order remains unreformed. We had a visit from the police only 2 days after the ultimatum was announced, and they no longer behaved as they had several months ago, when the activity of their comrades in the political police was suspended. The police had visited us several months ago to inform us that our neighbor, Mr. Ninovo, had reported me for having instigated the demonstration at Yara's primary school. At that time they had apologized to me and had warned us about our neighbor. They weren't nearly as polite this time. 2 officials came to the house last Saturday. They lectured to me about the fact that there was enough disorder in this society, and that consequently people did not need to add to it by provocations and pranks against their own neighbors. They then told me 2 large snakes had been placed in Mr. Ninovo's house several months ago. Mr. Ninovo had immediately informed the police, but at that time the police were too busy to remove them. Thinking the snakes were poisonous, Mr. Ninovo moved to a hotel. The police eventually removed the snakes, but Mr. Ninovo would not return to his house until the police determined the origin of the snakes and punished the evildoers. Mr. Ninovo told them he was certain the vochek girl and her criminal father had placed the snakes in his house. The police told me they had recently traced the snakes to the zoology faculty of the university, but had not been able to determine how the snakes had gone from there to Mr. Ninovo's house. I laughed and told them neither Yara nor I had access to the university's snakes. Both policemen were offended by my laughter and told me the next time snakes were found in any of my neighbors' houses both Yara and I would be questioned, not at home but at the police station, until the matter of the snakes is cleared up once and for all. Your letter arrived last Saturday morning, about an hour before the police did. Yara and Myrna both rushed to Jasna's to invite her to another reading session. They hadn't seen Jasna since the 3 of them returned from their excursion. I read through most of your letter before lunchtime, when the 3 joined me. Your harrowing arrest at Luisa's plant, as well as Sabina's comments about Luisa and Titus, were not in tune with the spirit in which Myrna and Yara returned from their excursion, but with the way I felt after the announcement of the ultimatum, and particularly after the unpleasant police visit about the snakes. Myrna and Yara both laughed when I recounted what the police had just told me, and Yara commented, "He deserved crocodiles." The police as well as the snakes are forgotten. As soon as Jasna arrives, she tells me exuberantly, "Titus and I are engaged. We're going to celebrate our engagement 2 weeks from tomorrow, and I'm inviting all my friends. I hope by then you can talk Myrna and Yara out of their hostility toward him." I congratulate her and promise to try. Myrna plunges into your letter as soon as she's back in the house. She reads while eating lunch and excitedly passes every sheet to Yara. Soon after she starts reading, Myrna exclaims, "Sabina didn't even know about the strike at my plant until her strike was over. You're talking about communication between continents, and Sophia isn't even communicating with the person right next to her. How sad. She didn't even know I was looking forward to an excursion across the sea." I wonder if she would have looked forward to seeing me. Stopping at a later point in her reading, she tells me, Sabina is right about that night we spent together. I'm the one who remembered it wrong. I'd think she could figure out why I changed it. I pretended to be Jan making love to Myrna, but what I remembered was the night when Jan made love to me, because that was the most wonderful night I spent with him. Still later she tells Jasna, you'll smile less when you read the rest of this letter. You're trying to convince yourself Titus is mean because he's so isolated. Wait until you read what he was like when he wasn't isolated. Jasna, who has also started reading your letter, is irritated by Myrna's comment. I can understand Yara's hostility to him, it's due to Titus' misguided helpfulness in having Vesna taken to the hospital against Yara's objections. But I can't understand your hostility, Myrna, as anything more than jealousy. You loved him once, and that's the only clue I have to your behavior. I should never have told you what he said about you, Vera and Luisa. He said those things only because he's isolated, lonely and unhappy. You know perfectly well unhappiness breeds bitterness toward other people's happiness. As soon as I got back I described our trip to him, I told him about your strike and Yarostan's strike, I told him he was isolated, removed from the experiences taking place and the people living them. I told him his goodness was turning into bitterness, he was becoming a spiteful hermit while I was becoming a spiteful old maid. And I told him I was sure that together we could find our way back into the stream of life. He responded by proposing to me. Don't you see that his proposal is virtually a renunciation of what he's become? He doesn't want to be bitter and mean. He wants to rejoin us as our friend, Lai wants to break out of his isolation. Why are you so set on destroying our happiness? Myrna says, Titus was released 20 years ago while the rest of Jan stayed in jail. Zdenek saw him in jail 20 years ago, I remind her. He was told his arrest had been a mistake. It was undoubtedly his release that was a mistake. Maybe they let him out just to give the nachalos the impression that all of us were being released. Myrna, I'm not talking about things that happened 20 years ago, Jasna pleads. I'm talking about the happiness of two living people. Titus and I need each other, and we're perfectly suited to each other, we're both equally isolated, we both sacrificed our lives for nothing. But Myrna is unmoved. He wasn't arrested with the rest of you 8 years later either. That's surely a coincidence, I suggest. On the earlier occasion he was temporarily released to create an impression, on the later occasion he was arrested a few weeks later than the rest of us. That doesn't exactly make him an ogre. I don't believe in coincidences. Myrna shouts. Sophia asks why he didn't tell Jan about her letter when he visited you. She sent him a letter too, and even if he didn't receive it he certainly knew about it because I told him it had caused your and Jan's arrest. Myrna, on that visit Titus told me about Yara's birth, about Jan's disappearance, about your mother's hysteria and your father's loss of his job, I remind her. Did you really expect him to remember to tell me about a letter none of us had ever seen? Why do you want to mill the joy of two people whose lives haven't had much joy? Jasna asks her. Are you still playing that game Jan played on Yara when she returned from her excursion to the mountains? If you are, then I agree with Zdenek, you have a morbid streak. Do you still now believe happiness can only lead to suffering and death? Or are you still determined to force me to share the burden you had to carry by yourself for so many years? I don't understand you, Myrna. When I'm miserable you say, poor Jasna. Yet now that I'm not poor Jasna anymore you seem set on making me miserable again. Why? Because you're both lying to yourselves, Myrna answers. Sabina asks why Yarostan is so defensive about Titus. That's what I'd like to know. Read the letter to the end, Jasna. Titus wasn't the hero you thought him. He fought in an army that killed people like Yarostan, Jan, and Yara, people like Sophia's and Sabina's friends Ron and Jose and Sabina herself. Jasna, you're lifting a burden you'll never be able to carry. Jasna drops your letter and leaves the house shouting at Myrna, "Don't bother coming to my celebration if you still feel this way 2 weeks from now." She slams the door. I turn angrily to Myrna. "You did this to her once before, when she expressed enthusiasm for one of Sophia's letters. I'm convinced she's right. Your hostility to Titus wasn't brought on by anything Jasna told you during your trip, and obviously not by what you've just learned from Sophia's letter. You and Yara were already hostile to him 3 years ago when I was released. Even earlier. Yara's face was a mask of hatred during her last visit to me, when she told me about Vesna's death. And I don't quite agree with Jasna about the justifiability of Yara's unforgiving hatred. I don't justify what Titus did with Vesna, but I'm convinced very few people, if any, would have paid attention to Yara at that moment. Yara is at least consistent. She doesn't flit from blaming Titus to blaming herself and her devil and your mother. She blamed Titus for Vesna's death from the moment Vesna died. She still blames him. She was disappointed with me when I was released because I didn't immediately see the monstrosity of Titus' deed. That wasn't all that disappointed her, Myrna says sarcastically. As soon as you came home she saw you had nothing in common with the yarostan whose return Vesna had feared. Yara was disappointed because she saw that the passion with which I had frightened Vesna wasn't in you, it was in me. Yara realized Vesna's fear had been groundless. Vesna had played her game for nothing. There had been no reason for her to fear your release. Yara was disappointed, not only because you agreed with Titus, but also because you were as passionless as he. You weren't the companion I had promised her. Yara, still reading, looks up and says, as if to defend me, "I didn't compare him to Mr. Zabran. Even Sabina doesn't say that." "And what if she did?" I ask Myrna. "I was even more like Titus before that prison term than after my release, yet you didn't throw the comparison in my face then." "I'm not really sure that's true, just as I'm not sure Sabina's opposite picture of me is true. During my second prison term I re-evaluated the theoretical insights I had learned from Louisa and from Titus, and I rejected many of those insights. But I didn't reject the approach to life I had learned from them, and I think that's what Myrna is pointing out. I was theoretically committed to the overthrow of the existing social order, and it had been Titus and Louisa who had taught me how to be theoretically committed. In this sense Myrna is probably right. I was more like Titus after my release than I had been before. Earlier I had made some kind of synthesis between my political goals and my personal desires. I've already told you Louisa and revolution were almost synonyms to me. It was precisely the synthesis that fell apart during my second prison term. After my second release I had some kind of theory and goal, but they were no longer linked to what Myrna calls my passion. I also felt terribly isolated. I had hoped to discuss my theoretical re-evaluations with Myrna and also with Titus, but at that time Myrna was in no mood to discuss anything, and after 2 short visits Titus stopped coming to our house because of the cold reception he received from both Myrna and Yara. I try to remind Myrna of that period. "You're being unfair, Myrna. You weren't an ideal companion either when I returned home after 8 years in prison. If anyone was bitter during those days, it wasn't Titus Zabran but you. At that time you blamed yourself for everything that had happened, not only to Vesna, but to me and Jan, to your father, to your mother. When did you start putting that blame on Titus? It wasn't Titus' bitterness that kept him from our house, but your and Yara's hostility. The first time he visited, a few days after my release, I returned the 2 books he had lent me when he visited me in prison. And that was the only courtesy of which any of us were capable. It wasn't he who was bitter during that visit, but we all 3 of us. He thanked me for the books. He told us how sorry he was about Vesna's death. He was sorry the way someone is sorry about a hailstorm that destroys a year's crops, Myrna tells me. He was sorry because Vesna died, not because he felt in any way responsible for her death. He had felt responsible for her health. But the doctors were responsible for her death, not he. If he hadn't felt so responsible for her health she might still be alive today. If you felt that way about him, why didn't you tell me at that time? I ask her. I was full of gratitude toward him. Was I a fool in your and Yara's eyes? I thanked him for everything he'd done for us, including his trying to save Vesna. And then I proceeded to ask him for yet another favor, while you and Yara simply stood by. I told him I was marked again. I was unemployable. I asked him to find me another job. Why didn't you tell me to be wary of any job Titus would find for me? On his second visit, when he came to tell us he hadn't been able to find a job for me, you made him feel completely unwanted. He didn't even look for a job for you, she says. Don't you remember what he told you? It wouldn't do your health any good to have a job right then. It also wouldn't do Yara's or my health any good if you went off to work every day. We would all be healthier if you stayed home and helped Yara with the housework. He obviously knew more about our health than any of us did, just as he had known about Vesna's. When did you find all this out, Myrna? When did you figure out that by feeling responsible toward our health Titus was in fact responsible for our ills? You certainly didn't know that when I first came home, nor for at least 2 years after that. My opinion of you during all that time was that you were a self-repressed slave. And you didn't only repress yourself. You told Yara, stay out of trouble. Don't take part in any mischief. Yara responded with yes, Mommy, and no, Mommy, carrying on her mischief behind our backs, telling neither of us anything until the day she came home wearing a sign. Then she described her demonstration to me, not to you. And Yara was perfectly right. If there had ever been mischief in you, it had completely disappeared. Your view then was that mischief, passion, life could only lead to suffering and death. When your mother died you became even quieter. Your mother had blamed you for everything that had happened. When she died you internalized all her blame. That was the burden you've been carrying, your mother's blame. You tried to become toward Yara what your mother had been to you, a censor. Stay out of trouble, repress passion, because you'll cause Yarostan's rearrest, you'll cause Myrna's death, you'll destroy everything you love. That's right, Yarostan. And when the police came to the house after Yara's demonstration because Ninovo told them you had inspired it, I thought my mother had been right. I was sure the devil in me carried a sword and intended to destroy all of us. I remained convinced of that until the day when Yara told all of you there had been a devil inside Vesna too. That night Yara convinced me it wasn't the devil that had killed Vesna, but the fear of the devil. It was the intrusion of the world Jan had hated, the world that makes our love impossible, Titus Zabran's world, that killed Vesna. Yara showed me that what my mother had called the devil is what's most natural in all of us, what we feel, it's our desires and our passions, it's what we are. No sword is needed to embed the devil in us, the devil is already there, it's the removal of the devil that requires a sword. It was Zabran and my mother with their crystal palaces and heavens and gods that made Vesna fear her own self, her own desires, her devil. That's what you told me before you left on your excursion, Myrna. At that time it seemed like a fine justification for your excursion, for your strike, for your complete transformation since the day when you beat Yara for flaunting her love games. Vesna's doctor succeeded in curing you. Was it also Yara who swung you to the opposite extreme, who shifted your hatred of yourself to a hatred of Titus and Jasna? Yara, who has been listening to our argument while trying to finish your letter, objects to my accusation. I never shifted any blame to Jasna. Am I right about Titus then? I ask Myrna. Until a few weeks ago you blamed yourself for Vesna's death, as well as Jan's, your father's, and your mother's. You didn't dream of missing a day of work, nor of going on strike. You were opposed to the gratification of desires, not only your own but Yara's as well. Suddenly all the blame is on Titus Zabran's head. All Yara can actually prove to you is that Titus took Vesna to the hospital against Yara's wishes, and we all know that. Yet what you threw in Jasna's face was the suggestion that you now blame Titus for everything. Suddenly Titus is a devil who carries a sword. I've told you it's not the devil who carries the sword. Myrna insists. It's your friend Zabran and his friend Albert's. It's those who suppress their own devil and set out to murder it in everyone else. It's the ones building crystal palaces. The devil is in the way of such palaces. The devil loves trees and streams and sunshine. I don't think you understood Sabina's point, I tell Myrna, although I'm not sure of that even as I say it, and both Myrna and Yara are going to make me regret telling Myrna that she had misunderstood Sabina. I nevertheless go on. Sabina was talking about industrialization, not about the repression of desires. People were in Albert's way. People are always in the way of industrial expansion. Sabina makes a great deal out of the fact that Albert's, as well as Titus, themselves took up arms against the human beings who stood in the way of their project. Now you're telling me both Albert's and Titus had something in common with your mother, that what all of them really opposed was the realization of one's desires, and that therefore your mother was ready to take up arms. Yarostan. Myrna shouts, I'm going to force you and Jasna to decide which side you're on, once and for all. You and your doctor. I shout back. Myrna gives her hand to Yara and says, that's right, me and my doctor. We'll show you who it is that takes up arms, and why. And in the process you'll make at least 2 people miserable, 2 people who are desperately reaching for a little happiness. One of those 2 isn't reaching for happiness, Myrna shouts, but I rush to the bedroom and slam the door shut, tired of hearing about Titus' supposed guilt and responsibility. Myrna spends the night in Yara's room. Myrna has already left the house when I get up the following morning. Yara has breakfast ready for me and is suspiciously friendly. Isn't it a perfect day, she asks, even though it's dark and cloudy. She acts as if she hadn't heard the previous day's argument. Myrna promised to take me to an outing today, she tells me. Just you and she? I ask. Oh no, it wouldn't be complete without you and Zdenek, she says. Where does she want to take us? To the top of the mountain. Yara's tone tells me she's in a very mischievous mood. Are you sure she wants to take me? I ask. We're not exactly on the best of terms. Yesterday she told me I wasn't fit to be taken to the top of the mountain. I'm taking you, Yara says, and I'll show her she's wrong. She's taking Zdenek. I'm not sure I'm willing to go to the top of the mountain, Yara. You have to go, she tells me, climbing on my lap and kissing my cheek. If you don't go you'll prove I was wrong and she was right. I wouldn't want to do that, would I? You'll go then, she asks, pulling me out of my chair and throwing her arms around me. How could I turn down your invitation, Yara? I knew you weren't what she said you were, she shouts, running off to her room. A few minutes later she returns with her dyed black hair hanging loosely over her shoulders, and she wears the slacks and jacket that had made her look like Sabina at the dance at Myrna's plant. You liked me like this, didn't you, Yarostan? She asks me, extremely coquettishly. I like you even better as yourself, Yara, I tell her, embarrassed by her question. I'm almost exactly as old as she was when Jan made love to her in your room. But you're not Sabina, and I'm 20 years older than I was then, Yara. Up there years don't matter, she tells me. Unfortunately the arrival of Myrna and Zdenek prevents me from pondering the significance of Yara's last statement. Myrna and Zdenek come laden with food and wine, all of which must have come from Zdenek's apartment, since it's Sunday and the stores are closed. He's going. I told you he would. Yara shouts to Myrna. Wonderful, Myrna says to me. Your outing wouldn't be complete without me, I tell Myrna sarcastically. Are you bringing Titus too? Myrna turns her back to me and starts repacking the food with Zdenek. Yara asks me, why don't you talk Jasna out of marrying that awful Mr. Zabran? And what then, Yara? I ask her. Marry Jasna myself. She loves you more than she loves him, and she'd listen to you, Yara tells me. Myrna laughs, and even Zdenek seems entertained by Yara's joke. You're almost as clever as your mother, Yara, I tell her. She'll make me regret that statement later. Titus and Jasna are perfectly suited to each other, and I have nothing against Titus except what he did to you and Vesna. Nothing? Yara asks. Not even after Sophia's letter? Don't you see? I only see you and Myrna jumping to far-fetched conclusions. Titus is my friend, he was my first teacher, I like him, and I admit I have much in common with him. That's what Myrna says, but I don't believe you have anything in common with him, Yara says firmly, as if she were determined to make her statement true. Please don't be like him. If the purpose of this excursion is to prove to me the villainy of Titus, then I think I'll change my mind. That's not the purpose at all. Yara shouts, embracing me again, her eyes begging. It's just that it's such a perfect day for this outing. Is it your idea that this is a perfect day for an outing? I ask Zdenek. Smiling sheepishly at me, Zdenek admits, it's not a perfect day at all, it looks like it's going to rain any minute. Myrna places her arms around Zdenek's neck and tells him, you well know there hasn't ever been a more perfect day. Of course at this point I figure out that Zdenek is in on the plot, but I still don't know just what the plot is. The closest I come is to suspect Myrna of wanting to get even for the previous night's argument by using Zdenek to rouse my jealousy, and I'm surprised by Zdenek's willingness to be used that way. You're not going to let rain stop you, are you, Zdenek? I ask him sarcastically. I'm not sure I know what I'm getting into, are you? He asks me. Whatever it is, I'm looking forward to it, I tell him. Each of us carrying a basket filled with food and wine, we set out on the 2-tram journey to Myrna's and Jan's former neighborhood. When we leave the end of the second tram line, we don't head toward her parents' former house, but to the clearing where Myrna took me twice before. It's still as abandoned and as private as it was the last time Myrna and I came here 12 years ago. I couldn't have found it by myself, perhaps it's so undisturbed because no one else found it either. The sky grows increasingly dark, but Myrna beams with satisfaction, sets her basket down on the ground and stretches out on the grass as if the sun were shining. Yara throws a cloth on the ground and starts setting the food on it, as well as one after another bottle of wine. And now would the three of you mind telling me what it is we're celebrating on this cloudy and dark Sunday? I ask impatiently. We're not celebrating an event but a place, Yara says. There's a wild, absent expression in her eyes. I've seen such an expression before, in Myrna's eyes. We're celebrating my birthplace. Long before I was born, country girls my age ran to this clearing on moonlit nights. They drank down bottles of wine and danced naked in the moonlight until the moon stopped still in the middle of the sky at midnight. Then the devil stepped out of the dark forest and made love to every one of them. By that act they all became sisters, and they lived only for the night of the full moon when they returned to this clearing once a month. Are we going to have to stay until midnight waiting for your devil? I ask her naively. They waited for that night because nothing was possible for them during the day. That single night became their only day, that full moon became their only sun. But we don't have to wait until midnight because for us everything is becoming possible during the daytime. Soon even the clouds will be gone and we'll be able to do everything we want and love everyone we love in the light of the sun. You amaze me, Yara. You sound exactly like Jan and like Sabina, I admit to her. If we hadn't been properly introduced, I would have thought those two sisters, Zdenek announces after guzzling from a bottle of wine. He shows signs of being slightly drunk. Myrna sits up, helps herself to the sausages and salads Yara displayed on the ground, and clinks a bottle of wine against Zdenek's. Do you realize we failed to celebrate Sophia's success with her philosopher Pat? She asks. Imagine. A boy young enough to be her son, the same age as Sabina's daughter. And in spite of all her previous expectations, she enjoyed every minute of it. And she couldn't have staged it more perfectly if Yara had been there to help. Yet you just told me it's all over for Sophia, Zdenek observes. Which only proves my point, Myrna. Perpetual dancing and love-making may be the goal, but to reach that goal something like a union is necessary. Myrna jumps up and pours the remainder of her bottle of wine directly over Zdenek's head. This is all you'll ever get from your union, Zdenek. When we get back you can read Sophia's newest letter and see just exactly what the union did to her and to Sabina and Tissy and thousands of others who wanted only to dance and make love. Trying to crawl away from the pouring wine, Zdenek shouts, "You don't prove your point that way, Myrna. How could a union have soaked those workers?" In her previous letter Sophia gave the impression all those workers rejected the union. She was wrong, Myrna tells him. It turned out the majority of those workers were more committed to unions and trains like the one you described than you ever were. They locked themselves into windowless compartments and let themselves be driven right back to prison. If it took them to prison it wasn't the kind of union I had in mind, Zdenek objects. You obviously think your own train is the exception, but you'll see that Sabina was infinitely more honest than you are. She admitted that her own train, the one she devoted her whole life to, led nowhere except back. Tissy was the only one who knew exactly what she wanted. Zdenek asks, and what was it Tissy wanted? Sabina's love, Sophia's love, the love of all the women in the world. For Tissy the devil had the shape of a woman, a beautiful young witch, with whom she was alone in a forest by a pond, lying naked in the sun, making love. Myrna, who is on her second or third wine bottle, seems as drunk as Zdenek. And how did Tissy hope to reach what she wanted? Zdenek asks her. Like this. Myrna exclaims, reaching out for Yara. When Yara gets up to move toward Myrna I notice she's drunk too. She swims toward Myrna, who pulls her down to the grass and falls on top of her. How, Zdenek? Like this. It's not a train, Zdenek. It's mother with daughter, sister with sister, woman with woman. Is this position not included in your philosophy? The two roll on the grass so that Yara is now on top of Myrna. I couldn't accept it into my philosophy either. Sabina told Sophia the truth. I carried my mother inside me. I distorted one of the most precious experiences of my life. I remembered it wrongly, I changed it so I wouldn't offend my mother's feelings. I told myself I let Sabina make love to me only because she pretended to be my brother. I lied to myself. Saying this she rolls over again and presses Yara Sabina to the ground. Zdenek and I stare, completely fascinated, at the intoxicated mother and daughter locked in a passionate embrace. It was I who pretended to be Jan. I couldn't bear to remember it that way, because I wanted to believe Jan had made love to me that night. Sabina told me Jan had showed her how he loved me, and I wanted to believe he loved me as a body, the way I loved him. The only way I could make myself believe it was if I remembered that Sabina pretended to be Jan and showed me how he had wanted to love me. I never knew he loved me that way until this letter came. When we'd slept together as children the initiative had all been mine. Jan would lie perfectly still, I'd put my cheek on his, just like this. Then I'd slide down, undo his shirt, and kiss his chest and his stomach. He stroked my hair but didn't ever move on top of me. It was only from Sophia's letter that I learned how free he was with Sabina and with other girls he pretended were me. If I'd known then, I would have been the one who lived in his room with him, I would have been Jan's wife's sister until they came to separate us with rifles and tanks. Yes, I lied to myself about that night. I didn't really believe Jan loved me the way I pretended he did. My dumb fascination turns to embarrassment when Myrna removes Yara's jacket and shirt and lets her lips wander from Yara's chest to her stomach. Sabina is right, Myrna continues. I did to her what I wanted Jan to do to me, what he never did to me until we were forever separated and he was forced to substitute me. And she's right, it was beautiful exactly as it happened. She slides her lips to Yara's. Every motion, every caress, every kiss I had ever dreamed of receiving from Jan I gave to Sabina, pretending she was I. I was as happy that night as I had ever been with Jan. That was all I wanted in life, the possibility to embrace those around me, all of them, to feel them, caress them, kiss them. Myrna's head dangles above Yara's stomach and her hair sweeps across it in rhythmical strokes, like a broom. Drops of rain fall on Myrna's naked back. Yara is panting, her hands frantically press Myrna down toward her thighs. She begs, "Don't stop, Jan Sabina yarostan." I turn my head away, confused, and I have to admit, disgusted. I announce, "It's starting to rain." Myrna asks sarcastically, "Do you hear, Sabina? It's the woman with the broom." When I turn toward her angrily, she stops her stroking motions and pulls Yara up to sitting position. I'm afraid of the look in Yara's eyes. She's drunk, and stares wildly at me. "Yarostan thinks it's raining," Myrna continues. "We brought him with us so he'd make love to my mother who hadn't touched a man since I'd been conceived. But he can't go through with it because it's raining. For Yarostan the revolution means getting out of the rain, back to the safety of the carton plant, back to the meetings, back to his teachers Luisa Nachalo and Titus Zabran. He's not at all like that," Yara objects drunkenly. "I can see it in his eyes. He's not like the old woman or like that stiff Mr. Zabran. Yarostan is one of us." Myrna places Yara on all fours like an animal and pushes her toward me, telling her provocatively, "Prove it, Yara. Show us he's not like that." While Yara crawls toward me, Myrna crawls behind Zdenek and pulls him down to the ground by his hair. Zdenek lies on the ground as if he were asleep or dead. Myrna starts to unbutton Zdenek's shirt and shouts to Yara, like this: "Daughter with father. What could be more natural? What could be more beautiful? We're waiting, Yara. Show us who your father is like." The rain increases. Myrna, suspended over Zdenek like an awning, shields his face and chest from the rain. Yara, now behind me, starts imitating Myrna and I lose track of Myrna and Zdenek. Yara pulls with all her strength, but instead of letting myself be pulled down to the ground I place Yara on my lap and tell her, "You don't know what you're doing, Yara. You're drunk." "I know what I'm doing," she says drunkenly, "it's the most natural thing in the world. Haven't you ever seen how freely the animals do it? Rabbits, dogs, cats play love games whenever they feel the desire. Sister plays with brother, son with mother, daughter with father, always in each other's company, without shame. Among animals it's nothing to hide. Only people have shame, people like the old woman, people who don't have desire, and you're not like them. I don't know who I'm like, Yara. My head is swimming. Earlier you said I was as clever as Myrna," she reminded me. "Were you lying? Don't you like me?" "I like you very much," I tell her, kissing her playfully. But Yara plunges her tongue into my mouth, her whole body writhes, she begs hungrily, "Open your mouth, father. Kiss me. Even Vesna could kiss." I turn my face away. "I don't like you that way, Yara. I love you, father," she shouts, holding me with all her might, "make love to me. I can't play your game, Yara." I try to push her away. "Yes you will." Yara screams. She pushes me to the ground, tears my shirt open and throws her naked chest on mine. "You'll play my game until it's over. This is the revolution, it's right here, there's no other." I try to push her gently away from me. "Yara, stop, before I..." But the more I push, the more hysterical Yara becomes. Love games in every possible combination, every possible place and time, that's the revolution. You read that in Sophia's letter describing Sabina and her garage, and you toasted to Sabina and to Tissy. Why are you being such a hypocrite? Losing all my playfulness, I push Yara away from me and shout, "That's enough, you hear? You're drunk. You don't know what you're doing." Shouting hysterically, "I love you. Don't be Vesna," she throws herself at me and pushes me back down to the ground. "You could not have felt more shocked when you found yourself under Tissy. Stop it," I command, but she has the strength of a frustrated wild animal attacking her prey. The expression on her face is completely deranged. I use all my strength to try to restrain her, to hold her at a distance. But she still reaches for me, forces herself on me, shouting, "I want you, father, I want you." Suddenly I'm pulled down from behind and my arms are pinned to the ground by Myrna, while my legs are pulled straight by Zdenek. My violent kicks and twists prevent Yara from staying on top of me, but provoke her to keep trying. Myrna, her face upside down above mine, as drunk as Yara, tells me, "This isn't right, is it, Yarostan? It's natural, but it isn't right. What's natural is gentle, it takes place through a kiss, a caress, an embrace. But what's right requires shouting and kicking and beating. What's right requires the broom and the gun and the tank." Yara, thrown off again, laughs as if I were playing a game with her. She dives at me again and clings to me with all her might. I shout hysterically, "You've gone crazy, all three of you." I pull one of my hands away from Myrna's grasp, clench it into a fist and swing it into the side of Yara's face. Then she flies off me, howling, covering her face with her hands. Zdenek lets go of my feet to examine Yara's face, and I give him a kick. I get up shouting, "If this is your idea of enjoyment, then I agree with Titus. You need to be in the hospital, all three of you." I put my shirt on and start to walk away from the devil's clearing. Myrna shouts after me, "My mother is watching and listening from her bed in the sky. Stop their games, she's telling you. Kill them, she's telling you. There's no other way to stop their games, their passion, their desire to live. It's not the devil who carries a sword, not I nor Yara nor Sabina. It's she and you who carry it. It's not passion that brings destruction, but the fear of passion. Lock the devil up, she's telling you. Destroy the passion. Run from it. Or do what Vesna did, lock yourself up, destroy yourself. Is this what the two of you did to Vesna?" I ask angrily, continuing to walk away from the clearing. "You're worse than the old woman, you're worse than Zabran." Yara shouts after me. "Yes, Yarostan," Myrna shouts. "This is what the two of us did to Vesna." And Vesna grew rigid, her face became twisted with fear, just like yours. I place the palms of my hands over my ears and run to the tram stop. The tram isn't there, so I run to the next stop to wait for it. My heart thumps, my whole body is filled with outrage, with revulsion and, yes, with fear and shame of a passion I don't allow myself to feel, a passion I tried to stop the only way I knew how, by violence. The tram finally comes and I do what Myrna said, I run from the passion. On the ride back to the city, I remember Myrna's threat, "I'm going to force you and Jasna to decide which side you're on." Apparently she and Yara had disagreed about that, and I had proved Yara wrong. I had proved I wasn't on Jan's side, on Sabina's side. I had proved that for me there were bounds, there were limits, everything was not allowed. When I reached home, I went straight to bed but couldn't sleep. I tried to convince myself I couldn't have acted any other way. I heard Myrna and Yara return. Both of them rushed to the bathroom. When I heard Yara cry out with pain, it dawned on me that I had hurt her face seriously with the blow of my fist. My hand had gotten slightly cut, and the blood next to the cut was apparently Yara's. I grew concerned, my heart pounded with guilt. But I couldn't make myself face either of them. Then they became quiet. Myrna apparently put Yara to bed. Suddenly Myrna rushed into our bedroom and held a mirror in front of my face. She had never before been so drunk. "Do you know what dead people look like?" she shouted at me. "Their faces are pale, their bodies are contorted, there's a horrid lifeless fear in their eyes. Some of them breathe, but their breath has no life, nothing stirs inside them, they're not moved by their own passions and desires, their limbs and organs aren't able to respond to the fire of life because no fire burns inside them." Myrna, I couldn't not with Yara. She disregarded my interruption. Burned out themselves, they hit and beat and kill those whose bodies are on fire, putting out fires, healing, saving, jailing, sacrificing. Real people and real passions are in their way, they mess up their crystal palaces. Working herself up into a drunken rage, Myrna throws the mirror on the floor and shatters it. I've had enough God worshippers in this house already. I won't allow any more life to be sacrificed to gods. I built the shed for God's priests and saints because I don't want them stinking up my house with their purity. This is the devil's house. I didn't move to the shed. Myrna again spent the night in Yara's room and left me quarantined in our bedroom. I didn't sleep very much. I couldn't make myself understand that Myrna had wanted me to go to the point of copulating with my own daughter. Surely that act is beyond the limits of the unrestricted freedom which had so attracted all of us when Sabina described it. Was I really what Yara had called me, a hypocrite who applauded at a great distance acts which I dared not undertake in my own home and neighborhood? Or was this whole episode to be explained as nothing more than a drunken spree? I left the following morning before either Myrna or Yara were up. When I returned, they were both in the living room with Jasna. I immediately noticed a bandage around Yara's jaw and started to walk toward her, but was stopped by a look of hatred identical to the expression on her face the last time she had visited me in prison. Yara stomped past me out of the house and slammed the front door so hard the whole house shook. Jasna greeted me with surprise in her eyes and then turned to Myrna to ask, "Are you sure it was an accident?" Myrna told her, "Yes, it was an accident." She then asked me, with an incomprehensibly sweet tone, "Did you swing your elbow into Yara's face intentionally?" Her tone mystified me completely. It indicated that Myrna was already playing another game, a game with an altogether different point. But I have to admit I was relieved by her hypocritical sweetness. The previous night she'd threatened to ask me to leave the house and do what? Court Jasna? Myrna and Yara had apparently ascertained it no longer made any difference whether Titus or I courted Jasna, since they had proved Titus and I were the same. Yara's door slamming indicated she was still indignant about that discovery, but Myrna was apparently ready to move on to the next scene. Jasna was too preoccupied with her own problems to be wary of Myrna's new mood. "I just told Myrna I've confronted Titus with most of her suspicions," she told me furiously. Except for his brief period of military service, Titus never raised a hand against anyone. If you and Myrna and Yara are suspicious of him, confront him to his face, not behind his back. He'll be glad to answer all your questions. He told me he was willing to answer history for all his acts. All his life he's been devoted to something. Is that what you hold against him?" "Yarostan holds nothing at all against him," Myrna told her. Jasna said angrily, "Last time I was here you accused him of having killed people like Yarostan and Yara and yourself. Why don't you say that to his face? I know he served in an army, I've known it ever since I first met him. But that army's task was to save democracy from fascism, not to kill people like you and Yarostan. You're unjust, Myrna. His whole life was lived in the service of working people, he never wanted anything for himself. Whether he was jailed after the rest of us or before, the fact is that he was jailed both times. It was when he came to see me after our second arrest that I first learned about you and Vesna. Titus felt so sorry for you, he told me you worked like an automaton all day long, only to return to 2 children and a crazy old woman. He helped me find my teaching position in the school. He helped Vesna get medical care the first time she was sick, when her heart murmur was discovered. He never told me about his amorous experiences with you, Myrna. He must have been too embarrassed, you were only half his age. He's obviously not the world's most passionate person, but neither am I, maybe that's why we've always been drawn to each other. But whatever he's lacked in passion, he's more than made up in solidarity and loyalty toward his friends. He's helped almost every one of us find jobs, starting with Yarostan and Jan. He even helped Mark Glavny and Adrian Povrishin towards social positions much higher than Titus ever aspired to. I know he helped once too often. I know he shouldn't have insisted Vesna be taken to the hospital the second time she got sick. But it was I who told him Vesna was ill again. And what was he to think when he found her in your mother's bed, feverish and hysterical? He obviously couldn't even imagine you held him responsible for Vesna's death. He came to see you twice after Yarostan was released. Titus told me Yarostan had asked for help in finding another job, but Titus didn't even try to find one. He told me Yarostan looked like a skeleton when he came out, and workplaces were so policed that Yarostan would have gone insane even if he'd withstood the physical strain. That was 3 years ago. He hasn't offered his help to you or Yarostan or Yara since then. He knew you held something against him. Even his visits to me grew less frequent. It was only then that he became isolated, removed from events and from people. After a lifetime of helping the people around him, he was suddenly all alone. How could I turn against him now? How can you? If you suspect him of anything, tell him to his face. You're absolutely right, Jasna, Myrna told her sweetly and contritely. I have no reason to feel anything other than gratitude toward Titus. The first time I met him was after Jan's release 15 years ago, before Yarostan came to our house when he was released the first time. Titus got Jan the job in the bus repair depot, and my father invited him to visit us. I haven't forgotten it was through Titus that Yarostan was hired as a driver, transferred to the depot and then hired in the steel plant after that fight with the foreman at the bus depot. I understand exactly how you feel, Jasna. Suspicion isn't in my nature at all, and I'm more than willing to meet with Titus and discuss everything openly. What if I tell him to expect us at his room tomorrow night? Jasna asked. I'd like nothing better, Myrna told her. During the past 3 years I had thought the good man had stayed away from our house because of his hostility toward us. Did he really think Yara and I were hostile toward him? Myrna, your Jasna began. You'll come for us tomorrow night? Myrna asked, accompanying Jasna to the door. As soon as Jasna was gone, I tried to complete the sentence she'd begun. Myrna, you're a hypocrite, a liar, a faker. What nasty names to throw at your beloved, she told me. My beloved. Yesterday you were ready to put me in your mother's shed until I died. Your pretty young wife was drunk yesterday on wine, on Sabina in Sophia's letter, on life, and today she can't remember what happened yesterday, Myrna told me with the same hypocritical sweetness. She's forgotten every single detail, doesn't even know where she spent the night. What about Titus? I asked her. You weren't drunk the day before yesterday, when you blamed him for everything that's happened to us for the past 20 years. Did you forget that too? You hadn't drunk a drop of wine then. When did he become the good man who mistakenly imagined you and Yara had something against him? Myrna's response to my anger was to put her arms around me and tell me, if I ever lie to you, Yarostan, it'll be for one reason only, because I love you. That's not fair, Myrna, I protested. I don't understand what happened yesterday. I don't understand your new attitude toward Jasna. You and Yara are up to something, and I'd like to know what it is. You'll know, Yarostan, soon enough. The following evening, Jasna was already at our house when I returned from the carton plant. The three of us took a tram toward the bus depot where I once worked. Yara had turned down Jasna's invitation. Titus and I hadn't seen each other since the days immediately after my release from prison. We pumped each other's hands warmly. I congratulated him on his engagement and told him I was looking forward to the celebration. Titus apologized to Myrna for the way he had behaved when she and Zdenek had surprised him before Myrna's dance. I was a little stunned when you told me Tobarkan was your father, I didn't understand. The misunderstanding was all my fault, Myrna told him. I didn't know you and Zdenek had met before. Then Myrna went on with an irony that neither Titus nor Jasna seemed to notice. my isolation in the present historical moment gave me a desire to surround myself with all the people who had ever been close to me, my father, brother, husband, friend. Jasna clarified the meaning of your invitation, Titus told her. I obviously understand the need for this type of regroupment of revolutionaries at a time of upheaval such as the present. But I didn't feel my presence at the dance would be a fruitful form of intervention. Perhaps I was wrong. The task of revolutionaries is to generalize understanding of the historical goals of the working class struggle at all times and in all situations. Especially during a period that seems to have so much in common with the excitement we lived through 12 years ago, at the time of the Magarna uprising, Myrna said to him, intentionally winding him up. There are certainly similarities between the two periods, Titus said excitedly. The proletariat is once again regaining its own project, it is once again carrying its own historical task. The self-organization of the class, the exercise of power by the class as a whole, are once again on the agenda. Not since Magarna has it been so urgent for revolutionaries to rejoin the stream of history. You put my innermost thoughts into the most perfect words, Myrna told him with a sarcasm I considered completely unprovoked, but which neither Jasna nor Titus noticed. The proletariat is regaining its project and revolutionaries are rejoining the stream of history. What a perfect way to describe my hopes 12 years ago and my activity today. You say it with such conviction that you boost my confidence. Only a few days ago Yarostan and I asked Jasna if you had also been infected by the activity unfolding around us, and I can see that you have. Your desire to rejoin the stream of history must be as intense as it was at the time of the Magarna rising. Jasna interceded. Titus told me it wasn't only the social situations that were similar, but also his personal relationship to them. During the years before the Magarna rising, Titus had become a functionary in the trade union apparatus, a simple cog. The work was repetitious and bureaucratic, there seemed to be no point to it other than to reproduce the bureaucratic apparatus. For me, the autonomy of the class has always constituted the indispensable condition for its revolutionary activity, Titus added. The Trade Union Council was not an instrument of that autonomy. The work wasn't only repetitious, it had no historical significance, that apparatus did not carry any part of the proletarian project. Instead of being an instrument of class action, the apparatus had substituted itself for the class and tried to move history by itself and in the face of the proletariat's opposition. But revolution cannot be made against the masses. The Magarna rising was a fresh wind. Was it the proletarian project the Magarna workers were carrying? Myrna asked, pretending naivete about Titus' meaning. The authorities accused them all of being agents of foreign reactionary circles. I remain convinced the strikes and the councils were genuine attempts of the proletariat to regain its project, Titus told Myrna. Workers conscious of their own historical mission are immune to such influences. What about Yarostan and Jan? Myrna asked. Were they arrested for carrying the proletarian project, for rejoining the stream of history? Why were they arrested before other workers who had engaged in class activity? Why were they arrested a year before you were? They weren't arrested because of the political activities in which they were engaged, Titus told her, but because of a police bungle with a letter that supposedly came from a foreign spy ring. Oh yes, that letter, I had forgotten about it. Was that really the reason Yarostan and Jan were arrested? Myrna asked. Her shameless lie, she's thought about that letter every day for the past 12 years, made me jittery, and I forgot to ask Titus the question you had asked in your postscript, namely why he hadn't told me about that letter when he'd visited me in prison. Jasna responded to Myrna's hypocritical question. I've asked Titus all about that letter, Myrna. The first time he ever heard of anyone being arrested because of it was when he visited you after you left a message for him at his office. He immediately went to the police to try to see if Yarostan and Jan could be released, since he was convinced they had been arrested by mistake, but he got no further than to provoke them to arrest him. I spent hours arguing with the police right after you told me about the arrests, Titus told Myrna, but to no avail. They tried to deal with questions of consciousness by means of arrest and imprisonment. They completely failed to understand that the consciousness of a minority, no matter how clear, is not sufficient for the realization of the proletariat's historical task, which requires the constant participation and creative activity of all members, of the class as a whole. Generalized consciousness is the sole guarantee of the victory of the workers' councils. It's obvious that the class must use violence to reach its goal, but violence by a minority separate from the general movement is absolutely foreign to the methods of the class and constitutes a manifestation of petty bourgeois despair. This diminishes the confidence of the class in itself and impedes the road to its self-emancipation. Those arrests were a mistake, a major bungle. Isn't it amazing, Myrna asked with mock astonishment, that the bungling of the police had similar consequences for Jan as the bungling of the doctors had for Vesna. Jasna and I were startled, and we both looked at Myrna suspiciously. But Myrna went on, of course your intentions were pure both times. You tried to do what was best for Vesna, and for Jan, and for the proletariat. You're really a very generous person. Yarostan told me that once, long ago, all your comrades were arrested and charged with having connections with a notorious spy, and that apparently your arguments convinced the police to release the spy himself. Were the police more receptive to your arguments at that time than they were at the time of the Magarna Rising? What are you driving at? Jasna asked Myrna with undisguised hostility. But Titus turned to Myrna calmly and told her, oh yes, you're referring to George Albert's release. Jasna has given me a summary of Yarostan's correspondence with Albert's stepdaughter. The fact is that those arrests were motivated by the same erroneous conception. Of course I urged them to release Alberts, we had been comrades several years earlier. Alberts had become a reactionary, but he was not a spy. The point was to isolate his position, not to arrest him. What was it about his position that had to be isolated? Myrna asked. Jasna hasn't told me exactly what Sophia has written you, Titus said. Alberts was a revolutionary when I first met him, he was completely committed to the proletarian project. But certain influences made him turn against the organization necessary for the realization of the project, and by turning against the organization he turned against the project itself. This happened during the war, and especially after the war. He failed to see that there were only two alternatives, the naked rule of capital, or the victory of an organizational form that, no matter how deformed, still carried the kernel of the proletarian project. I tried to help Alberts understand that the point was not to side with capital, but to give reality to the organizational form, to infuse it with spontaneity, to help create the autonomous movement which was capable of realizing the historical task of the proletariat. But the police obviously made no effort to help anyone understand anything. He was treated with unbelievable cynicism and brutality. During the war the resistance organization recruited him to do certain scientific work abroad. After the war the same organization attacked him for having done this work abroad, they labeled him a spy and even accused his so-called family of being his collaborators. This was highly incorrect, but it wasn't the incorrectness or the hypocrisy that convinced the police to release him. Retaining him in prison would have created an international incident. But why did they arrest the rest of us? I asked. We didn't have anything to do with Alberts. Because the police substituted itself for the class, he told me emphatically, because a minority gained precedence over the class as a whole, that's why. As I said, the point was to isolate a position, not to arrest a section of the working class. The working class is a historical class and cannot be replaced. The organization of a part of the class is insufficient. Only the entire proletariat can undertake the revolutionary transformation of society. The police is not the agent of the historical project of the proletariat. We have to absorb that lesson. Our task as revolutionaries is to help the class understand its own interests, to help it carry its own project with its own energy, to raise ourselves to a clear understanding of the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate results of the proletarian movement. The point is not to incapacitate the class by jailing its most combative elements, as was done when the entire production group of the carton plant was arrested. It is the class in and of itself that is revolutionary, without it there's no revolution. What makes this class revolutionary is its position at the heart of the production process. Only this position makes the class capable of resolving the contradictions of capitalism. I was surprised by the way he ended that statement, although I don't think I would have noticed this earlier. You say the task of the proletariat is to resolve the contradictions of capitalism. Precisely, and this is what you and Jan Sedlak never understood, he said excitedly. Capitalist social relations become a fetter to the further development of the productive forces capitalism itself created. Those relations become an obstacle to the further development of social capital. This is what makes proletarian revolution inevitable. The historical task of the proletariat is to remove those fetters and to make possible the further development of the productive forces. This is the general interest as well as the final goal of the movement. My head started swimming. I remembered Sabina's comments about the contradiction between my friendship with Jan and my admiration for Titus. And is this what you've devoted your life to? I asked him. To remove the obstacles to the development of objects? What do those objects have to do with your own life? That's a funny way to put it, Jasna said with some annoyance. If Titus devoted his life to the development of objects, he certainly doesn't have much to show for it. Ever since I've known him he's wanted no personal power, no wealth, no high posts in the government. He always considered himself as nothing more than a humble servant of history. He's always been single-mindedly devoted to the working class, to you, Jan, Louisa. His pay has never been larger than that of any factory worker. He's a lowly functionary, a cog in an enormous apparatus. He files repetitious, bureaucratic reports day in and day out. I didn't mean to accuse Titus of seeking personal gain, I told her with embarrassment. Titus himself added, neither personal gain nor historical significance. Only the class can remove those fetters, yarostan. I've devoted my life, not to removing the fetters, but to a much more modest work of theoretical reflection and elaboration, a work which permits the proletariat's activity to be based on an understanding of its past experience and future course. But it is only the class itself that undertakes the historical task. Without the activity of the class, my own activity amounts to nothing more than the reproduction of an empty shell, an apparatus that only stands in the way of the proletariat's task. I agreed with Jasna's description of the modesty of Titus' own engagement, and I hesitated before asking him, why did you and George Alberts enlist in the so-called popular army during that uprising Louisa romanticized for all of us? I know exactly what you're driving at, and it's an experience I don't like to remember, he told me. At the time of that uprising I was a second-year university student. I was already committed to the task of contributing to the generalization of understanding of the goals of the working class struggle, to making the proletariat's historical lessons explicit. Those workers seemed to be attacking the entire established order, not merely locally but on a world scale. The fascists received international support, and it was urgent for the workers to receive it in far greater measure. Since the proletariat is an international class, its struggle can ultimately be victorious only on an international level. Out of the chaos of political groupings reflecting the isolation and the divisions of the petty bourgeoisie, I finally found revolutionaries who understood the fundamental aspects of the struggle of the proletariat, the importance of political priorities, the importance of organization, as well as the unitary character of the revolutionary struggle of the class. Was George Alberts one of those revolutionaries? I asked him. Was the Popular Army the organization you found? Only in appearance, he said, but appearances are often misleading, and practice is the only test of the truth of appearances. I believed that the self-organization of the class struggle and the exercise of power by the class as a whole was the only historical road of the proletarian struggle. But I also believed that denying the need for organization and intervention by revolutionaries condemned one to non-existence, turned one into an agent of a withering of class consciousness. In other words, I saw the need for clear programmatic intervention in the proletarian struggle. In appearance, the Popular Army seemed to be an organization which put forward the general interests of the class and the final goals of the movement, and to be an integral part of that struggle. I thought I was among revolutionaries who had not only raised themselves to a clear understanding of the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement, but who also participated in the struggle of the class and distinguished themselves by being the most determined and combative elements in those struggles. But that military machine was obviously I started. It was not a revolutionary organization, he said abruptly. When did you figure that out? I asked him. I was as aware then as I am now that the historical task of the proletariat cannot be carried out by a conscious minority, he told me. Generalized consciousness is the sole guarantee of the victory of the revolution. The activity of the class cannot be replaced by an apparatus. I've never identified the dictatorship of the proletariat with the dictatorship of an army, a party, or a union. As a part of the class, revolutionaries can at no time substitute themselves for the class, neither in its struggles within capitalism nor in the exercise of power. If that was what you thought, then your activity in that military apparatus becomes even more incomprehensible to me, I said. I told you I had to learn the truth from practice. I saw that the Popular Army had a substitutionist character as soon as we reached the front. The revolutionary minority was given precedence over the class as a whole. This tended to diminish the confidence of the class in itself and as a result impeded the road to its self-emancipation. Couldn't you see right at the start that such an organization would inevitably take precedence over the class as a whole? I asked him. No, Yarostan, I couldn't see that, and I still can't, he told me. That's something Louisa learned from her first husband, and she communicated it to you and to Jan Sedlak even though she herself never believed it. You've never understood that unlike other classes, the proletariat has no basis of power in capitalist society, its only material strength is its organization. The organization is the decisive and fundamental condition for the proletariat's very existence. I had thought the point of the struggle wasn't the proletariat's existence but its disappearance, its replacement by a human community, I objected. The class struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat will mean the emancipation of all humanity only when the organization of the proletariat is adequate to that task, and this requires an organization which is politically coherent, which has a clear orientation. This requires a proletarian consciousness which grasps reality without distortions. Only such consciousness enables the proletariat to liberate all of society from exploitation. The Popular Army was a mistake, Yarostan, but not in and of itself, not as an organization, but because of the social and political situation in which it arose. The emerging movement in which it arose was characterized by immaturity of consciousness and insufficient understanding of the needs of the class struggle. Yet it was that movement, it was those workers who built the barricades, fought in the streets, and defeated the fascist army in a single day, I reminded him. I don't deny that, he insisted. Those workers were people like you and Jan, they were workers whose actions reflected the class's implacable hatred of capital, its will to struggle against the entire bourgeois order, its repudiation of class collaboration. What I'm saying is that what guided those workers was class instinct and not proletarian theory. And instinct is not enough for the proletariat. In order to liberate itself and to emancipate humanity, the proletariat requires organization and consciousness. The Popular Army did not fill that need. The organization of the proletariat has to be a secretion of the class itself, it cannot be imported from outside as the Popular Army was. That's why those workers and their organization remain separate, that's why the organization substituted itself for the class, that's why the organization ultimately opposed itself to the class and destroyed its most profound, most combative elements. At this point Myrna re-entered the conversation. I think I caught the drift of what you've been saying, Titus, although I didn't understand all the intricacies. Do you think the same thing is happening today? Are the most combative workers being guided by instinct instead of being guided by proletarian theory? I certainly do, he told her. If that weren't the case, there wouldn't be such a drastic separation between the combative sectors and the conscious elements of the proletariat. Revolutionaries would not be so cut off from the class, so isolated. Myrna simulated great interest in what Titus was saying. That sounds extremely important to me, Titus. I have several friends who I'm sure would want to learn about that separation, especially if you have suggestions about how it can be overcome. Do you suppose you might find the time to meet with them? Jasna carelessly suggested, why don't you bring those friends to my house? We could combine it with a meal. I could easily entertain 10 or 12 people. Even Titus was interested. How about combining it with the celebration we're going to hold 2 weeks from now? We could transform a trivial event into a fruitful political meeting. Wonderful! Myrna exclaimed. I'll invite several people who are at least as eager as you and I to rejoin the stream of history. They'll all want to share your profound political insights. At this point Jasna heard the sarcasm in Myrna's tone, but Myrna got up to leave, and Titus shook her hand very cordially. It was obvious he hadn't heard the sarcasm. Jasna left with us. On the tram she asked Myrna, what are you up to? Another prank? Why did you tell that lie about having forgotten the letter Sophia sent us at the time of the Magarna rising? Did I lie? Myrna asked. I must have gotten confused. When I had first told Titus about those arrests 12 years ago, he had assured me that neither Jan nor Yarostan could have been arrested because of a letter they didn't receive. So when he said they were only arrested because of that letter, I got confused. I thought he explained those arrests very clearly. Jasna said definitively. I agreed with Jasna. I told Myrna, I don't agree with him. Or I should say, I no longer agree with most of what he has to say. But I certainly don't find him suspicious in any way. Myrna didn't respond, and we rode the rest of the trip in silence. I could tell that Jasna was suspicious of Myrna. Afraid of her next prank. At home I asked Myrna what she had in mind with the so-called interested friends she intended to invite to Jasna's and Titus' celebration. Instead of answering, she asked me, did you see the expression in his eyes whenever he spoke of history and the proletarian project? I repeated my question angrily, what pranks do you have in mind, Myrna? Didn't you recognize that expression? She asked me. It's the same expression that covered my mother's face whenever she spoke of her lord. And the tone with which he described workers guided by instinct. She spoke the same way about people possessed by the devil. Myrna, what are your intentions? If you're planning to destroy Jasna's and Titus' happiness because of the superficial similarities you think you see. Remember when Jan and Sabina asked you to make love to the queen of the peasants, she asked. I don't see what connection. Remember the revolution Jan expected to result from your love-making? Morality, the family, the peasant village were all going to disintegrate, the revolution was going to begin. So that's what you have in mind? I exclaimed. Something similar to what you and Yara did to me in your clearing. Myrna, if you do anything like that too. Similar, Yarostan, but not the same, she told me, and I'm not going to do anything at all. I'm only going to bring a few friends, very old friends, to the celebration, not my friends but yours and Jasna's and Titus. If any games or pranks result, it won't be because of me. Titus and his own men's will make them happen. If Yara and I are right about Titus, then morality, history, and the proletarian project are going to disintegrate all by themselves, and you'll see what a revolution you might have made if you'd gone through with Jan's and Sabina's prank and made love to the queen. Whom do you intend to invite? I asked her. His whole train, Yarostan, the passengers, the ticket takers as well as the engineers. Maybe I should have waited 2 weeks before writing you. Yarostan. Sophia's 9th letter. Dear Yarostan. Or should I address my letter to poor Yarostan? As I read your letter I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm certainly not the one who has any right to pass judgment on you. Thank you for not waiting 2 weeks to write me. In 2 weeks you would have figured everything out, you would have seemed so sure of yourself, and I wouldn't have had a chance to see you as I've never seen you before, lost, confused, unsure of yourself. I felt much closer to you than I ever had before. For the first time since we've written to each other you weren't my life's hero but someone like me, someone who is drifting and waiting, who isn't quite included in the activities of those closest to him. I see now that it makes sense for you and me to be writing to each other. We have much more in common with each other than either of us do with Myrna or Sabina. A few weeks ago we were so close to something, yet neither of us knew what it was. Now we're both trying to find out what we really wanted, and it isn't easy, is it? I don't think you did very well in your confrontation with Titus Zabran. I had a similar confrontation with Louisa only 3 days ago, and I think I did much better than you in coming to terms with her and with my own past. She's been at least as much to me as she and Titus were to you. Her independence, her refusal to submit to externally imposed authority, and especially the unity between her beliefs and her behavior have been my life's model. My problem wasn't so much to free myself of my model as to learn why, with such a model before me since my birth, I spent my life drifting. The fault lay in me as much as in her. And that's what you're learning only now. During your second prison term you re-evaluated Louisa's stories in the light of Manuel's and you re-examined her experiences in the light of your 2 prison terms. But you never re-evaluated what you had become along the way thanks to Louisa and Titus. You stopped your critique before it was complete. You apparently rejected Louisa's contribution to your life but retained Titus, and your unconvincing and apologetic defense of Titus shows that you're not willing to carry your critique to its conclusion. I'm somewhat surprised and disappointed by your attitude to Titus. Sabina says you and Jasna are willfully blinding yourselves about him the same way Louisa did. You seem impressed by his admission that the Popular Army was a mistake. But he's not actually admitting any mistakes. He told you it wasn't that army as such that was a mistake, but the circumstances in which it arose, and working people like Nachalo and Margarita were among those circumstances. In other words, it wasn't his popular army but the working population that was a mistake. His attitude is almost identical to George Albert's attitude. The population consisted of hotheads, hoodlums incapable of industrializing themselves. The only difference Sabina or I can see between them is that Albert's special field was technology whereas Zabran's was politics. That's why Albert's characterized the reactionary population as saboteurs and hooligans who endangered the economy, whereas Zabran characterized them as being animated by instinct instead of political theory and thus of being dangerous to the all-important political organization. Sabina and I are both anxious to learn what prank Myrna and Yara have in store for you and Jasna. Sabina told me she's learning from them what Margarita Nachalo might have been like if she had lived. Sabina said that Yarostan's virtue is that you never learned what Louisa tried to teach you, you never tried to tamper with Myrna's and Yara's lives the way Louisa did with Nachalo's and with yours. Your virtue is that you never became the organizer Louisa tried to turn you into. Consequently it's all the more surprising that you're so uncritical of Titus. In your second letter to me you attacked me for my attachment to my key experience and my original community, for speaking of opportunists and manipulators as our fellow revolutionaries. Yet what are you and Jasna doing now? Apparently both of you did learn something from Louisa, and you seem unable to undo the effects of the lesson. For both of you, as for Louisa, Titus still expresses the ideas of out-movement and he's therefore our comrade, and we don't apply the same critical standards to him as we do to enemies, do we? Sabina and I discussed very few of the questions you raised in your letter. One of those questions had to do with Albert's. At one point Titus told you that, at the time of our arrest 20 years ago, the police should not have arrested the entire production crew of the carton plant, instead they should have isolated George Albert's position. Read that again and tell me what sense it makes, Sabina told me. As if Albert's views had anything at all to do with the production crew of the carton plant. How can Yarostan be so uncritical? The first connection between Albert's views and the production crew of the carton plant took place after the arrests, when the police accused Yarostan and the others of being Confederates in Albert's spy ring. Sabina convinced me there was something extremely bizarre about Titus' whole explanation of the carton plant arrests. There was no earthly reason for him to introduce Albert's position into that explanation, because there was no way his views could have affected anyone in the carton plant. During the early part of the war, Alberts apparently worked with the underground resistance organization, Sabina told me. He locked himself into his room with papers. He didn't want me to tell either Luisa or you or anyone else about his coming home with papers. He may have been helping smuggle people abroad, or he may already then have been engaged in scientific espionage for the Allied military. I obviously didn't figure out what it was since I was only 7, but I do know the only person who could have known about this activity was Zabran. A year and a half before the war ended, Alberts told me he had been given an assignment abroad, and I later learned this assignment had something to do with the development of the atomic bomb, though he never told me any details. No one in the carton plant knew anything about it except Zabran. Luisa didn't learn a thing about his activities until he returned after the war. The production crew that was arrested 3 years after the war were all hired when Alberts was abroad except Titus and Jasna never met Alberts, nor was she in any way influenced by his views. I think Zabran is doing exactly the same thing the police did. He's making a scapegoat out of Alberts. He can't accept the fact that his Pygmalion, Yarostan, simply didn't function, and he can't accept the fact that Jan Sedlak, a person Zabran considered an ignorant peasant, made more of an impression on Yarostan than Zabran's theoretical wisdom. He's trying to convince himself that only a theoretician, an intellectual like himself, could have messed up his plans, not a peasant like Jan, and obviously not Yarostan, an anti-intellectual undisciplined lumpen, on his own. He'd expected Yarostan to be disciplined by a few years of work in the carton plant. He'd thought Luisa's influence would turn Yarostan into an organizer, a cadre, with a smattering of theory. Yarostan's combativity was thus to be channeled into what he calls the self-activity of the proletariat realizing its own historical task. Yarostan was to be something like a controlled nachalo. But when the big moment came, Yarostan didn't function. Instead of pulling the base in Zabran's direction, he pulled Jasna as well as Vera and Adrian in Jan's direction. In other words, the proletariat didn't move the way it was inevitably supposed to move. How was Zabran to explain this? Certainly not in terms of the fact that Yarostan had remained his own person, certainly not in terms of the fact that Jan made more sense to Yarostan than Zabran did. There had to be an outside influence, Alberts. If his views had been isolated in time, the production crew wouldn't have been influenced by them. What he failed to tell Yarostan was how and when Albert's views influenced the production crew, and I would have expected Yarostan to have the sense to ask. He did say his head swam as he listened to some of Titus' explanations. I reminded her. I'm not trying to tear into Yarostan, she told me. My head's been swimming too. The irony of it is that Yarostan helped me clear up things he seems unable to clear up for himself. It was Yarostan who made me see the incompatibility of my friendship with Jan with my commitment to Albert's project. It was he who helped me understand the contradiction between my rebellion against an inhuman social order and my desire to build an inhuman social order with the lowest strata of society. Yet he seems so mule-headed about his own contradictions as if he'd suddenly gone deaf and blind. But then I suppose it's that very mule-headedness that made him such a miserable disciple and tool. I'm as bothered as Sabina by your mule-headedness, and I'd like to know what it is that you're defending, and why. As I told you when I started this letter, Yarostan, I'm not interested in judging you. I don't have a vantage point from which to do that. I'm trying desperately to understand what's happened to us, why we're again so strange to each other. Only a few weeks ago you wrote about the possibility of your voyaging here with Myrna. You even let a tender feeling toward me slip into your letter. Yet now you seem so closed, so defensive, so much like what I'm trying to stop being. You seem to be no stronger than I am. I suppose what upsets me about that is my realization that I can no longer lean on you. Apparently I still feel the need to. Something very strange has happened since I last wrote you. Ted and I have become very close friends. He's staying with Sabina and me. Tina and Pat still haven't turned up. Ted has moved into Tina's room. It seems so strange, after the horrid things I thought and said about him, for Ted to be sleeping in Tina's room. And still more strange, I think I love Ted in a way I've never loved anyone before. A few days after I sent my previous letter Minnie telephoned to arrange for a time when we could get together. She'd promised to visit me on the day when she'd help me get out of jail. I told her Ted was in jail and asked her help in getting him out. Ted was released almost as soon as Minnie investigated the case. She learned that the only charge against him was loitering, and that charge was dropped when she presented herself as his defense lawyer. Sabina waited for him when he was released, and they took a taxi to his place. The print shop looked as if a tornado had gone through it, and Sabina insisted Ted's life would be in danger if he returned there. She's sure the police intend to finish off the printer whose equipment was used for the production of so many of the radical publications of the strikers. She didn't even let him go upstairs for his personal things, she simply brought him directly to our house. I hadn't seen Ted since he'd driven Pat and me back to the university after our visit to the research center. I must have looked shocked when Sabina walked into the house with him. "Do you mind my coming here?" was the first thing he asked, standing in the doorway. I grabbed his hand and pulled him into the house. "Of course I don't mind, Ted. I hope you don't mind my being here." He smiled sadly and told me he'd had nowhere else to go and no other friends in the world, since both Tina and Tissy had disappeared. Ted quickly learned that Tissy was back in the prison hospital. Sabina had of course suspected this, but she hadn't picked up the phone to confirm the fact. The day after he moved in with us, Ted went to visit Tissy. He was terribly depressed when he returned. He told us Tissy was convinced she wouldn't ever be released again. She'd spoken to him of dying in the hospital, among my only friends. Sabina went to her room and shut her door. She didn't want to learn what Tissy had done after they'd gotten separated at the research center. After the police had cleared everyone out of the research center, Tissy had gotten a ride to the university. She went to the print shop and found it wrecked. There was no sign of Tina or Ted or me. "My mind went blank," she told him. She wandered away from the campus and went from bar to bar, until she finally found a heroin dealer. She spent the night sleeping on a street until she was picked up by the police. Ted cried while telling me this. I was profoundly moved by his attachment to the beautiful, spiteful urchin who never had and never would reciprocate his love for her. I felt so sorry for him, so guilty toward him. For 2 whole days I did nothing but try to make up to him for my horrid behavior in the garage. I was really a blind nitwit when I ran from the university co-op to the garage 12 years ago. I was such a stupefied tourist, it was all so exotic to me. If I'd been more sensitive to the people I had moved in with, my past 12 years might not have been as empty as they've been. During the 2 days after he joined us I learned more about Ted than I'd learned during all the months I had lived in the garage. Sabina had told me some things about him, but I had never been able to piece the fragments together into a picture that made sense to me. His childhood was almost identical to Tissy's. He didn't know who his father was. His mother brought a different man home daily. Ted spent all his days and most of his nights in the street. When he was 11 he started hanging around a garage where stolen cars were repaired. One night he was beaten, for no reason, by one of his mother's boyfriends, and he managed to slip into the garage and spend the night there, probably much the same way you found your way into the carton plant. When the proprietor found him there the following morning, Ted begged to stay in the garage permanently. The proprietor accepted him, not as a person for whom he felt compassion, but as a potential tool. He taught Ted to open car locks, to hotwire cars, to dismantle them. By the time he was 13, Ted was an experienced car thief and driver, although he obviously didn't have a license. His boss would make him break into the car and start it. The boss could flee if the police arrived and Ted would be the one who got caught. While telling me this, Ted explained that he would only have gone to reform school whereas the boss would have gone to prison. This was when he met Tissy. She was 10, fatherless, and equally homeless. Her mother was perpetually drunk and had no use for her. Ted offered her what his boss had offered him, a place to stay, and an activity. He also shared his meager income with his new friend. Although Ted didn't quite say it, I gathered that Tissy was bored while he worked. She resisted learning what he wanted to teach her, and after a few days with him she spent only her nights in the garage, returning to play in the streets during days. He tried to stimulate her interest in his activity by inviting her to join him on his first attempt to steal a car by himself and in broad daylight. One morning he and Tissy took a bus to a wealthy suburb and Ted broke into and drove off with an expensive sports car. Both were immensely proud as he chauffeured Tissy all over the city in a vehicle which probably belonged to a corporation owner's son. This was the escapade Ron had wanted to tell me about when he and Sabina had come to visit me after his release from reform school. Of course the inevitable police siren stopped the pair of ghetto children, one 13, the other 10, and both were sent to reform school. Ted for 2 years, Tissy for half a year. Ted met Ron in reform school. They became friends immediately. Ron, son of the class-conscious Debbie Matthews, patiently explained to Ted that he was being exploited by his boss. The idea of starting a cooperative, non-exploitative garage was Ron's. The project Ron described to Ted in reform school included 3 other people. Obviously Ted included Tissy, and Ron mentioned only Jose and me. Sabina had told me this long ago, but I couldn't quite believe it. I still can't. I was to take care of the books as well as the thinking. Ted was released long before Ron, and he didn't believe anything would come of Ron's plans. When he returned to the garage he found it closed down. His boss had apparently become so dependent on Ted that when he'd been left on his own he'd gotten caught and sent to prison for a year. Ted found him when he got out and learned he was giving up the garage. Ted's former boss offered to rent the garage to Ted for an exorbitant sum. And Ted accepted. He wasn't able to bargain. When he asked his boss what had happened to Tissy, the man told Ted, "Get yourself another girlfriend, kid, that one ain't for you." Ted didn't understand. He spent hours walking around the neighborhood hoping to find her. He bought himself a suit and a hat, and he did all his stealing at night, mainly from the section of the city where Ron had wrecked his father's car. One night I got back with a new car and there was a lady at the garage door, a woman with a fancy dress, heels, a hairdo, rings and bracelets. I just couldn't believe it was Tissy. She'd been just a kid 2 years earlier. She said she'd heard the place was my own. "No," I told her, "I'm just renting." Then she asked, "Got room for me?" I couldn't believe she actually wanted to stay in the garage. "Well, I ain't got no other home," she told me. Ted made no demands whatever on Tissy. Her presence in the garage probably excited him, but he seems to have made no advances to her. He made it clear to me that his idea of sexual relations was what he'd seen between his mother and the men she brought home. To Ted it was equivalent to violence, and he feared every form of violence. Tissy went out almost every evening and she returned long after midnight. She told him she'd taken up a trade she had learned from a girl she'd met in reform school. Ted had no idea what kind of trade Tissy had learned in reform school, but he didn't ask. Late one night, shortly after Tissy had returned for the night, there was a loud knocking on the garage door. Ted opened the door and a wealthy-looking older woman burst in, found Tissy, and ran to her shouting, "Why did you run away from me, baby? Don't I pay you enough? I'll pay you whatever you ask, baby. Just say how much." Tissy hid behind Ted and begged him to get the woman out of the garage. That was how Ted learned about Tissy's trade, and also about Tissy's sexual interests. Some days later he asked Tissy, would you quit your work if I had lots more money? She told him, yes. I wish I didn't have to do it for money. With other women. Ted asked her. I sure as hell wouldn't do it free with men, she told him. While telling me this, Ted expressed neither shock nor indignation. That was how Tissy was, and that was how he learned about her, that's all. It wasn't long after this episode that Ron was released from reform school. He and Sabina visited Ted immediately after their visit to me. I asked if Sabina was the girl Ron had told me about in reform school. Ted told me. Ron said no, that girl was miles away. When I told him I was renting the garage, he scolded me for getting myself exploited worse than before. Now the boss does nothing at all and gets paid, he told me. Then he told me about Jose, and about this friend of Jose's who could buy the whole garage. I asked why this guy would buy the garage and why he'd let us use it the way Ron saw us using it, cooperatively. He told me about Seth selling dope and needing a steady place. Ron tried to make it sound better by telling me he wouldn't sell dope from the garage, he just needed a place for making contacts. But I didn't want anything to do with that. That's when Sabina turned me inside out. She said there's no difference between stealing cars and selling dope because you get locked up for both. She knows the difference now, but she didn't then. We were still arguing about it when Tissy came home around midnight. She liked Sabina as soon as she saw her, and I guess it was Tissy who pulled me into going into it with them. She told me she'd quit working if I did what Sabina wanted. Tissy blackmailed him the way she was going to blackmail Sabina later. In the beginning Ted thought he'd been wrong. The project seemed to be a success. He liked and trusted Jose. They all worked enthusiastically on the transformation of the house behind the garage, and for several months Ted worked with Sabina. He remembered those months fondly. Sabina and I stole together, we dismantled together, we built most of the inside of the house. She's the best person I ever worked with except Tina. She learned fast, and she told me all kinds of things about machines I didn't know. It was during those months that Sabina and I built the machine shop in the basement and the lofts upstairs. When I did a painting she liked it so much that I spent hours every day painting ever since then. But she had a blind spot. She couldn't see the whole thing was no good. It wasn't built by our own hands but by dope. Seth did his dealing right in the garage. Tissy became a dope addict. The garage became a front. And I became a boss and exploited kids the way Ron had told me I was exploited when I worked for a boss. Those months didn't last. Ron got himself killed in the war. Tissy might as well have gotten herself killed. She became like a dead person, a thing. She became Seth's tool. Jose knew the difference between heroin and stealing, but Luz couldn't argue with Sabina. No one could. Jose got sucked into the idea of the bar because he thought the bar would get the heroin out of the house and the garage. But the bar made everything worse. Tissy took up her trade again, this time with men as well as women. All her money went to Seth. And Sabina stayed blind. After she brought Tina, Seth wanted Tissy to take Tina to the bar. Tissy wanted to teach Tina what she'd learned in reform school. I couldn't take that. Tina liked the garage work, she liked to paint and to make things. I put myself in Tissy's way. That's when Tissy, my first and my best friend, started to hate me. Sabina didn't see any of that. I couldn't talk to anyone there. When the bar started, Sabina convinced Jose it had solved all the problems. That's when you came, Sophie. I was sure you'd be a friend that first night when you returned from the bar and told us you got scared and ran away. But you confused me the next morning when you told Tissy how you'd loved what you'd done the night before. I couldn't know you were ashamed to tell Tissy you hadn't done anything. You started to act funny. The night you went to Tissy's room I was sure you were on an errand Seth sent you on. I was sure you and Tissy were going to take Tina to the bar that night. I'm sorry, Sophie. Jose thought the same thing I did. It was hard to think anything else. I know, Ted. It was impossible to imagine how abysmally stupid I was to be so surprised by Tissy, to know nothing at all about Sabina, I admitted. But I did learn one detail from Tissy during the day I spent with her at the research center. That night you thought we were acting as Seth's agents and plotting against Tina. That night Tissy wasn't Seth's agent, and she wasn't interested in Tina. Tissy loved me. Of course Ted couldn't have known that either. By that night he distrusted everyone in the garage except Tina. It was only when Alec moved into the garage that I had any friends besides Tina, he told me. Alec understood the difference between dope dealing and all the other things we did. All your friends understood the difference, and I guess they made you see it too the last time they came. They opened Jose's eyes too. Not that he was ever blind, but he couldn't make himself go against Sabina. Jose and I became friends after you left. We talked about leaving, but we couldn't leave without Tina, Tissy, or Sabina, and Sabina's whole life was in that bar and garage. I guess that's why Jose got himself arrested, he didn't know how else to get out of it. With Jose gone, Seth thought his chance had come to get Tina into the bar and even on heroin. Jose and I together could have stopped him, but I didn't see how I could do it alone until Seth himself showed me how. Seth got the idea that Sabina was trying to take over, and when he asked me about that I told him it was true. I even told him she had plans to get rid of him. Seth was afraid of Sabina, he hadn't ever dealt with her except through Jose. When he got convinced Sabina wanted to get him out of the whole thing, he got so furious he couldn't see straight. He didn't even talk to her, he just pointed his gun at her and told her to get out and take Tina with her. That was what I'd wanted for years. I would have moved into this house with you if you hadn't felt about me the way you did, and if Tissy had left the garage too. But I couldn't leave Tissy to Seth. To me she was still the kid who'd asked if I had room for her in the garage. She'd trusted me. You don't throw someone who trusts you down a sewer, no matter how many excuses you've got. But Tissy was in bad shape after Sabina left. She blamed me for getting rid of Sabina and Tina, and she was right. She really hated me for that. For some reason she also blamed Jose. She made herself believe Jose wasn't in prison but had gotten you out of the garage and then Sabina and Tina. Before Jose was released I rented a place, the same one where Tina and I later started the print shop. I kept hoping Tissy would change, I kept thinking she'd want to move to the new place when Jose was released, or that she'd want to move with you and Tina and Sabina. But Tissy got worse all the time, she started talking about killing me and about killing Jose when he got back, and I wasn't just sure she couldn't do it. Jose came right to the garage the day he was released, got his things, and we both drove to the new place I'd rented. He talked about you a lot, Sophie, he'd changed a lot too. We went upstairs. Then he went out to the car to get more of his things and he never came back. I had learned the rest from Sabina a few weeks ago, and I didn't let Ted tell me about Jose's death all over again. How ironic that it should have been I and my academic friends, particularly Hugh, who had finally turned Jose against Sabina. How ironic that Jose should have started to define his struggle in terms identical to nachalos and margaritas in response to books I had carried to him in prison. How ironic that Jose should have thought he had to prove himself as a gorilla in order to live up to me. Only a day or two after my long talks with Ted, from an altogether unexpected source, I learned yet more about the garage, and about yet another guerrilla fighter who occupied a place in my own life. Minnie came to see me a few days after she helped get Ted out of jail. Lawyer or no lawyer, I couldn't keep myself from throwing my arms around her when she walked into our house. I had always liked Minnie a lot. Ted and Sabina were both out when she came. "What have you been doing lately besides getting arrested?" she asked me. "Damon told me this was the second time you'd been in jail during the past 2 months. Isn't that enough for a committed revolutionary?" I asked. "I can't tell you how glad I am that you can still tolerate me, Sophie. You've always fascinated me. My life seems so drab, so uniform, compared to yours. When I left you in front of the garage 10 years ago, you had gone as low as I could imagine a person going. Then I learned from Damon that you were teaching university courses. Suddenly you turn up fighting hundreds of police in a factory yard. You're an absolute wonder. I'll be grateful to you forever for saying that, Minnie, but I know perfectly well you wouldn't say it if you'd kept closer watch. If you knew how undecided, how fickle, how dependent I was. That's precisely my point, Sophie. I do know you, much better than you think. I'm almost your negative. I'm decisive, consistent, independent, and drab, dull, routine, a deadly bore. The most exciting moments in my life were those I spent with a person who had everything in common with you, who could have been your twin. Namely who? None other than Alec. He could no more function without his woman than you could without your man. I was stunned. Are you being sarcastic, Minnie? On the contrary. I envy you, both of you, both equally undecisive, both dependent, both so fickle you continually landed in the most terrible isolation, yet both the most fabulous people in my life. I was wildly in love with him, Sophie. I remained close to him until he was killed. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm fascinated, awed by something I don't understand. Please tell me about him, Minnie. Tell me about yourself too. I was so used to linking Damon and Minnie, I have a hard time even imagining you with Alec. What about your political group? When did you give that up? I've managed to combine it all, Sophie. Law school, politics, and Alec all passed through my life while I remained unchanged. Did Alec turn to you after he left the garage? Earlier, Sophie. He turned to me before he ever moved into the garage. He called me the day he learned you had disappeared from the cooperative dorm. He was absolutely frantic. He was sure you had disappeared in order to shock the people who had kept us off the omissions staff. I told him you'd been evicted from the dorm precisely because you'd helped distribute that paper, and the fraternity boys had made a fuss about it and gotten us arrested. He apparently expected me to walk all over the city with him looking for you. I suggested calling your relatives. That was easy. There was only one nachalo in the phone book. But when your mother told us she hadn't heard from you either, I became as frantic as Alec. We visited your mother. She was awfully nice to us, but she wasn't at all concerned about your disappearance. She was much more concerned that we kept referring to her as your mother. When we left her house, Alec asked me if I'd go out with him that weekend. He knew that I was about to break up with Damon. Hugh, Damon, and I had all graduated. Hugh and Damon intended to go directly to graduate school. I decided to get a temporary teaching job in a high school instead of going on. We had a big argument about that. But there's no need to go into that. I didn't accept Alec's invitation. I knew I'd be hurt. And I was right. It was on that weekend you telephoned him, and he forgot all about me and rushed to the garage to see you. He was terribly fickle, but I think he never stopped loving you, Sophie. He called me again right after his first visit to you. He told me excitedly that you had rejoined the working class, and he wanted me to go to his room to learn all the good news. I naively called Damon and Hugh to tell them you'd been found, and all three of us went to Alec's. As soon as we walked in, I knew he had expected me to come alone. He pulled me to his kitchen and asked jealously if Damon and I were together again. I lied and told him we were. I sensed his jealousy. Something inside me started to stir, but I didn't let it. I rejected his advances, not out of any consideration for you, but because I didn't want to be your second. I was much too possessive. So Alec told all three of us about what he called your bootstrap operation. Hugh was immensely impressed. I think it was Alec's account of what you were doing in that garage that made Hugh change his mind about enrolling in graduate school. After that meeting, Alec didn't call for several weeks. During those weeks I waited for him to call. I had never been wanted that way, Sophie. When he finally did call, my heart jumped. But that time he didn't want me. He wanted the four of us to visit you in the garage. On that first visit to you I was sure I'd never be anything more to Alec than your second, and I was relieved I hadn't let anything start. I couldn't make any sense out of what you were doing, but Alec was full of enthusiasm for all of it. He quit his job and moved to the garage. I thought he had moved in with you and had definitively walked out of my life. I plunged back into the political activities of my organization. I even saw Damon 2 or 3 times outside of organization meetings. And then, several weeks after our first visit, Alec called from the garage. He said he had to see me and he seemed awfully upset. He told me he hadn't touched you since he'd been in the garage, and that he was lonelier than he'd ever been in his life. As soon as he was in my apartment he kissed me as if we'd been lovers for years, and before saying anything he started making love to me. I had dreamed of that happening to me ever since I had sensed that he wanted me. I started to let myself go until he stirred up my jealousy with something he said. "Oh Jesus, Minnie, we should have done this years ago," he told me. I angrily asked him, "When, Alec?" "When you were an errand boy for Rhea and her organization. When you were running after Sophie." I told him I had been deeply hurt when my best friends had banned me from the omissions staff, and I didn't want to be hurt again so soon by Alec, who'd had nothing to do with that stupid exclusion. I wanted to have at least one friend who hadn't been a bastard toward me. He let go of me right away. He acted as if I had unraveled a puzzle for him, and I was once again relieved I hadn't let myself go. I saw that you were all he had on his mind. I was nothing but a temporary consolation. So that's it, the omissions staff. Sophie is overreacting again, he exclaimed as if everything were suddenly clear to him. She's expressing her spite against her former friends the same way she expressed it earlier against Lem and Rhea by dating that reactionary asshole Rakshas. He'd been thinking about you all the time his arms had been wrapped around me. I was green with envy. He spent the whole rest of the evening trying to convince me to visit the garage again. I refused at first, but he drew such an awful picture for me. He told me that, in response to your exclusion from omissions, you had thrown yourself into a situation in which you couldn't survive. He told me all about the heroin and the prostitution. He didn't have to convince me you were too frail to survive that kind of life for very long. He suggested that you, Damon, and I drop in on you, casually as it were, to try to make you grasp what you were doing to yourself, to save you. That's how we were drawn into that terrible confrontation. I thought your sister such an unscrupulous beast, Sophie. I'm glad that even she finally figured out what you were all doing to yourselves. All my jealousy left me, Sophie. I felt so sorry for you. When you lay on the floor begging Hugh to carry you away, I was sure you were gone. And once outside you shouted at me to get away from you. You didn't even recognize me. I walked away crying. I didn't walk far. I was sure you'd return to the garage, and I waited for Alec. I suppose my jealousy returned when I saw you walking away from the garage, with Alec tagging behind you. All my envy returned when I reached my apartment, alone, and it stayed with me and tortured me for the following 2 years. I waited and waited for Alec to call, but he never did. I had saved you for him. I hope they were happy years for you, Sophie. I spent almost 2 years with him after that, and those were the happiest years in my life. Minnie, who told you I spent those 2 years with Alec? I asked her. You don't have to spare my feelings now, Sophie. I'm obviously not jealous now. When he left you, Alec came to me. We loved each other. I saw Alec once, at a distance, a few days after I left the garage, Minnie, and I never saw him again. That's impossible, Sophie. He was living at your house when he started seeing me again. My house? I was staying in a dingy downtown hotel, Minnie. I had a job in a fiberglass factory. I never saw Alec again. I hated him when I left the garage. Did he tell you he was with me during those 2 years? Oh my God, Sophie. No, he never talked about you, and I never asked. He only talked about your mother. I started laughing hysterically. Minnie. Alec must have lived with Louisa for 2 years. And I had thought. She interrupted me. Do you mean to tell me you didn't know? Honestly, Minnie. I moved to a hotel, and later I came to this house with Sabina and Tina. I didn't see Louisa again until last year, and she hasn't told me anything. I should have guessed. Minnie exclaimed. She was so upset when we spoke of you as her daughter that time Alec and I visited her. I could see why. She looked young enough to be your sister, and she was terribly interested in Alec. Already then, Minnie. Right after I was evicted from the co-op. That was the only time I ever visited her. It wasn't I who noticed, Sophie, I'm not that perceptive. It was Alec who noticed. He bowed to her, kissed her hand, praised her house and made a complete ass out of himself. To me she was your mother. I couldn't have imagined Alec was going to live with her for 2 years. So it wasn't because of you that I spent all that time waiting. Is that all you did, Minnie? Wait. Those years must have been similar to mine. I waited for Jose's release from prison. I broke up with Damon once and for all. Why just then, Minnie? Wasn't it then that Damon finally got a job in a factory? Wasn't that what you had wanted him to do after you both graduated? I was surprised when I learned you were close to him, Sophie. I hope this doesn't offend you. But it took me all those years to figure out that Damon was a jerk. Yes, he got a factory job, after he got his doctorate in philosophy. And as soon as he started working he caused a split in the organization. He suddenly became the world's greatest authority on the working class. His former comrades, including me, were suddenly bourgeois intellectuals with no roots in the working class. He started bringing his one recruit to the meetings, a complete ignoramus who got his politics from television sports announcers. Damon insisted on absolute silence whenever his baseball expert felt like making a comment. The meetings became weekly lectures on batting averages, but not for long. There had been 8 of us, 3 people quit politics altogether, 4 of us started getting together at my apartment. Damon and his recruit apparently continued to hold weekly meetings. I wasn't even interested enough to find out what happened to our former meeting place. Alec started attending the meetings at my apartment. He was like a bomb. He finished off what was left of the organization. Alec left Louisa because he became interested in your organization. I asked. Well, in fact yes and no, Sophie. I ran into him by chance at a major political rally. I hadn't seen him for 2 years. I saw people there whom I hadn't seen for even longer. Lem Isel was there too. I even looked for you. Lem and Alec had apparently just seen each other when I saw the 2 of them. Alec was introducing Lem to your mother. I greeted all 3 of them as old acquaintances, and that was that. Alec asked me what Damon and I were doing, and I told him I was very involved in the activity of a new political tendency and no longer saw Damon. A few days later he called. He didn't apologize for having dropped me so completely 2 years earlier. He didn't express interest in me but in the organization I had briefly mentioned. He told me he was ready to become seriously involved in political activities. He wanted to do more than attend rallies. He told me he'd been reading about the Third World and about the ghetto, and that he was sick of just reading about it. I told him when our group met. I also told him I didn't care to have anything to do with him outside the political meetings. And I meant it. I was sure his sudden political commitment was nothing but an act, and I was furious. He started coming regularly to our meetings. He was by far the most dynamic member of the group. I thought you had somehow transformed him. I had never seen him so concentrated, so logical or so eloquent. He came to 4 or 5 meetings and made no advances toward me. But one night he stayed after everyone else left. He told me he wanted to clarify some political questions that were bothering him. I lost my head, Sophie. Alec had been on my mind ever since that evening in his kitchen, when I'd learned he wanted me. I don't remember what it was he wanted to know, I don't think I knew even then. I had to consummate what I'd interrupted 2 years earlier. I asked him to stay longer. I talked to him about anything that come into my mind. I wanted to find out if he was still loyal to you, if he'd spend a few hours away from you. I hoped he was still fickle, I no longer cared whether or not I was your second. He stayed. We talked about omissions. About the garage, about heroin, about your mother, about everything and everyone except you. He told me he had retained contact with Ted after he'd left the garage, that Ted as well as Jose had turned against the heroin pusher, and that Jose had been arrested. He also told me how intelligent and well-read your mother was. He seemed surprised that someone who had spent her life working knew so much about so many things. It got very late, and Alec asked if he could stay yet longer. I had been waiting for that question for years. I told him I only had one bed. I had always imagined that your love affairs were filled with animal passion, and I had always envied you, Sophie. Alec moved in with me, our love lasted for almost 2 years. Those years were sexually the fullest years of my life. Until today I had thought Alec had left you when he'd moved in with me, and saying these things to you fills me with excitement. Please forgive me, Sophie. I'm glad I found you again, Minnie. Please don't stop. I really can't go on, Sophie. In a way I can understand why you went from Alec to Damon. In spite of his rigidity, Damon was always so considerate, so gentle, and above all so scrupulously fair. Alec was a monster. He took everything out of me, left me completely drained. I don't just mean sexually. Politically too. Something had happened to him during the 2 years before he moved in with me. He kept telling me that the turning point in his life had been the confrontation he'd had with Sabina the first time he'd visited you in the garage. She had characterized him as a slave to any capitalist who bought him. It obviously wasn't the thought that was new to him, but the beastly way in which she must have said it to him. He told me it was because of Sabina's characterization that he'd quit his job and moved into the garage. And it continued bothering him after he saw through Sabina and her bootstrap operation. He apparently decided that the only meaningful human activity was the total destruction of the capitalist class in all its manifestations, in the colonies as well as the ghettos. That attitude coincided perfectly with our tendencies political program. The fact is that when he'd started coming to the meetings, he had been drawn to the organization more than to me. That's ironic too, isn't it? He was the only one of the 9 people in the group who had no job. He spent all his time reading and attending meetings. Of course he automatically became the editor and distributor of the Tendencies newspaper. Before long it was Alec's organization. Alec stopped consulting the other members before he made major decisions, and this caused another split, or rather, the majority of the group purged Alec for making himself a dictator. Only 3 of the 9 stuck with Alec, I, Eric, who is still a friend of mine, and a 16-year-old girl, Carmen, who was connected with a group that eventually destroyed the little that was left. He had met Carmen while distributing the Tendency newspaper. Her brother was one of 3 rebels who tried to start a radical bookshop in the heart of the ghetto. They were continually harassed by the police. Alec learned that one of the 3 dealt in dope. He made a scene about it, arguing that the radicalizing effect of the books was negated by the dope. Carmen agreed with Alec immediately, and her brother wavered. They were directly affected, since they lived right above the bookshop. Carmen started to attend organization meetings. Alec walked her home after the meetings, and he always returned to my apartment. But I had to make a stupid scene. I knew my 2 years were up. I blew up as soon as he returned one night. I told him I could support him with my teaching job, but I couldn't possibly support his friends. I just went silly. Carmen and her group were completely self-supporting, and the fact that I shared my bed and my meals with Alec had never been a burden to me. Alec rightly interpreted my outburst as a defense of wage labor, and he made that a perfect pretext for ending our relationship. He calmly told me he had experienced similar outbursts before from his father, whom he'd hated since his boyhood. He acted as if I'd evicted him. He packed his little bag righteously and walked out of my life as if we were enemies. Poor Minnie. He did to you what I had done to him the night I left the garage. I spat on him and threw a bottle at him. Did you ever see him again? I never rid myself of him, Sophie, any more than he ever rid himself of you. I think the radical bookshop, the campaign against heroin, and even Carmen herself were all connected in his mind with you. He moved in with Carmen above the bookshop, and he and Carmen continued to attend the organization meetings. Alec took an interest in the bookshop and he succeeded in getting the heroin dealer out of it. One night Carmen called me from jail. She, her brother and Alec had been arrested and charged with being heroin dealers. I went to the trial. Although I knew nothing at all about law then, I knew that trial was an absolute scandal. They were defended by a court-appointed lawyer. Nothing at all was found upstairs or downstairs. One witness testified he had once bought a joint in the bookshop. But the prosecutor ranted and raved about the radical books. He listed one after another title. He read long excerpts about peasants collectively beating or hanging landlords, policemen, and informers. The defense lawyer raised no objections. All three were sentenced to 6 months without a shred of evidence. When the three of them were released, they attended only one more meeting of the organization. They had prepared a skit before coming. Carmen announced dramatically that the time to talk had ended and the time for action had come. Alec said action meant armed action, and Carmen's brother opened the box they had brought and gave a rifle to everyone in the room. I called them a suicide squad and ran to my room crying. Eric joined them. What would you have done? I would have run to my room crying, Minnie. Do you even have to ask? I had never been so alone in my whole life, Sophie. For the first time since I'd started college I was without an organization, without friends, without any activity except that stupid teaching job. I spent my days policing kids and got home exhausted and disgusted with myself. I couldn't stand what I was becoming. That was when I decided to enroll in law school. I know exactly what you think of lawyers, Sophie. I agree completely. I agreed then too. I can't judge you, Minnie, not anymore. I was drifting back to school around the time you started law school, and I drifted with many less scruples than you must have had. They weren't exactly scruples, Sophie, but something less. I still agreed with Alec. I still thought the only worthwhile activity was to destroy capitalism in any way possible, but I didn't translate that to a practice of chasing down and shooting dope dealers or fighting cops in the street. That kind of activity seemed too much like swatting flies off garbage cans without removing the garbage. But the fact is that I didn't know how to translate my political ideas into any kind of practice. I had almost the same experience with Jose. Maybe the Suicide Squad was the only way our commitments could be translated into practice. If so, then I've become as much of a reformist as Damon. I never wanted to believe that, Sophie. I had always thought some kind of political activity other than suicide, organized activity, could be meaningful and genuinely radical. I never shared Damon's illusion that one could function meaningfully within the system, preaching to future bosses about the revolution at the point of production. But I can't even say that honestly. I had some illusions when I started law school. I was sick of policing kids. I had been enormously impressed by the foul treatment Alec, Carmen, and her brother had received in court. I told myself my function could be less explicitly a police function, my time could be more my own. And is it less of a police function? You know damn well it isn't, Sophie. I'm part of an enormous apparatus. I move by its rules, not it by mine. My time is less my own now than it ever was before. I started practicing a year and a half ago, about 6 months before the riot. During the riot I defended victims of police harassment, illegal entry, illegal arrest, beatings. I found other so-called radical lawyers and joined the cooperative I'm still with. We worked with a group that called itself a Committee Against Repression. Louisa was on that committee. Really? I never ran into her. I had just barely started that work when I was struck by a blow that incapacitated me for months. I don't think I can tell it without breaking down, it was so awful. Is it about Alec? You don't have to. I do have to, Sophie. I can't go on keeping it locked up inside me, and you're the only person in the world I can share the pain with. Don't make me cry before you even start, Minnie. But please tell me. I want to know. After the meeting when Alec, Carmen, and her brother broke up the organization, Eric moved in with them above the bookshop. Eric was the only one of the group who visited me periodically. They did exactly what they advocated. They constituted themselves into an armed self-defense group. Next time the police would raid the bookshop, they'd have to shoot it out with urban guerrillas, as the four called themselves. They spent a whole year trying to convince people in their neighborhood to arm themselves against what Alec called the occupation forces, by which he meant the police. According to Eric, Alec also kept track of all the heroin dealers in the neighborhood, and he paid specific attention to one dealer who supposedly serviced the entire region from a bar protected by the police. They spoke of heroin dealers as rats. When the riot broke out, Alec announced the time had come to rid the neighborhood of all the rats. The bookshop was near the heart of the riot area and was left completely unharmed by the crowds that looted and burned all the shops on both sides of it. All four of them had the impression the revolution had broken out, and they were eager to take part in it. They spent a long time arguing about the form their participation should take. Alec settled the argument by grabbing a handgun and shouting, "This is how I'm participating, I'm going to get him." Carmen's brother hesitated. He said he didn't want to hurt innocent people. Carmen stuffed a gun into her purse, pulled Alec out of their apartment and shouted at the other two, "You're already too late, and there won't be a next time." Carmen and Alec walked through excited crowds toward the bar where the regional heroin dealer did his business. Eric and Carmen's brother followed them. There were no police protectors near the bar. That day they were busy elsewhere, and the heart of the riot area was not the safest place for them. Alec and Carmen moved toward the bar shouting, "Get the dope pushers, and clear out the rats." At the bar entrance they both pulled out their guns and shouted, "This is the origin of all the heroin, and here's the biggest rat in the community." An enormous crowd gathered in front of the bar. Some people shouted encouragement, most people stared curiously. Alec and Carmen entered the bar waving their guns. But the crowd attracted the attention of the forces of law and order. A tank and a National Guard unit were provoked by it. The tank aimed its gun at the heart of the crowd, and the soldiers started beating people, forcing them to disperse. Eric was separated from Carmen's brother but kept his eyes glued to the entrance of the bar. He saw Alec and Carmen come out grinning victoriously, still waving their guns. Eric shouted as loudly as he could to them, pointlessly. Alec and Carmen turned and started to run back into the bar. They were shot down by machine guns. "Minnie, that's awful. Eric still has nightmares about it." "That was an awful thing to see. Carmen's brother committed suicide a few days later." Minnie was shaking. I helped her lie down on the couch and put a blanket over her. I was crying. I shook this way for days when Eric told me about it, and I still shake whenever I think about it. I had opposed Alec's vigilante terrorism from its origins, but I disintegrated when Eric told me how Alec and Carmen died. Maybe you're right, maybe that was the only way to translate our commitment into practice. I can't help admiring their courage. Fickle as he was, Alec remained true to the one goal he set himself. Ever since his encounter with Sabina he had convinced himself he couldn't coexist with the ruling order, and he lived and died for that conviction. Eric wanted to commit suicide too. He felt he had no right to be the only one alive. He had pledged himself to the group, and he felt he had betrayed Alec and Carmen by letting them venture out by themselves. He knew that if he and Carmen's brother had stood guard outside the bar, they would have known about the arrival of the National Guard, and they'd have warned Alec and Carmen in time. They could all have escaped by the bar's rear entrance. Instead they had let Alec and Carmen emerge proudly into what they expected to be a cheering and welcoming crowd, the grateful community. Eric tortured himself with guilt. He knew that the same thoughts had led Carmen's brother to kill himself. I revived Minnie somewhat with a drink and asked, "Where's Eric now?" "Eric and I live together," she told me. "We have since the riot. He works in an auto plant, and he's one of the 5 people in the new political tendency we started several months ago. He's a very gentle and considerate person, and very scrupulous about sharing the work as well as the burdens. I'm sure you'll like him." Before Minnie left, I asked her if she knew what had happened to the other people we had known during our university days, and I told her all I knew about Lem, Ria as well as Damon. "I never heard of Thurston or Bess again," she told me. "I read about Hugh in a newspaper sometime recently. He's some kind of authority in one of the sciences. I think the article was about a lecture he was to deliver at a suburban college." "Hugh, a lecturer? I'll try to look him up, Sophie. If I find him and he's nearby, should I ask if he could get together with us?" "I'd love that, Minnie." I tried not to cry any more until Minnie left. Her account of Alec's life and his horrid death stirred up a great deal in my life too. I had been so vicious to him. In the end Alec, like Jose, had tried to act out, at least in some practical form, the project I had only dreamed about. In his own way Alec had been a nachalo and had died like him. When Minnie and I parted, we both knew we were going to be seeing a lot of each other from now on. Your letter arrived 2 days after Minnie's visit and Damon telephoned later that day. As I've learned to expect, Damon forgot everything that's happened recently except the fact that I'm out of a job. It's an opening that doesn't call for any higher credentials than a master's degree. I thought you might be interested, in case you're still out of a job. I'm out of a job, Damon, and out of a project, but I'm not interested in another teaching job. How about coming over just to talk, about old times, about Alec for instance? I can't, Sophie, he told me. I've suddenly got more things to do than I have time. I thought I had recruited Louisa, but it turns out she recruited me to that committee of hers. The repression committee. I asked. If you won't come over to talk, then how about giving Ted and me a ride to the repression committee? He still hasn't gotten his car back, it was impounded by the police. And he'd love to see you again. He was so impressed by you 10 years ago, he still remembers you. Except for an excursion he'd taken with Sabina to try to get his car back, Ted had been spending his days the same way I had, moping around the house with nothing to do. Ted had in fact told me he'd like to see the people who had visited me in the garage. He had liked Alec a great deal, and he'd thought they were all like Alec. But Ted must have been disappointed. Damon came, shook Ted's hand showing no sign he had ever seen Ted before, and told him, "Nice seeing you again. How many years were you in jail because of that heroin business?" Ted and Damon had nothing more to say to each other on the way to the repression committee. In the car I asked Damon if he knew how Alec had died.